Hello and welcome to our coverage of the election petition courts today. I'm Nelta Egbe and we welcome you to this live coverage of what's going to happen today. Quite a lot of things on the scenes to be looked at. Ayo, Buki?
Yes, indeed. Channels Television is stationed right there at the court premises, and we've been bringing you live proceedings of the ruling of the Presidential Election Petition Court. Good morning from Lagos. Welcome. I am Bukola Koga.
And I'm Ayo Makinde. Today, of course, you know, is September 6th. In case you don't know, well, now you do. Welcome to the program.
Our human calendar always keeping us updated what the timelines are. But you know what? Let's see some of the things that are lined up today. A lot of things, as I said earlier, are in focus today. Labour, besides the election petition courts that will be going to bring you live footage and what's happening at the courts today, we'll also be looking at what Labour is doing. Labour will be in focus today. Remember, today is the second day of the the NLC warning strike. What's happening? How is that affecting things that are going on at the moment in the courts, in the economy, in society generally? Today, the election petition courts will be delivering their judgment. See this. They had reserved judgment some time back, and while the courts were going on break-up, but they decided that today is the day they would deliver that judgment, and a lot of people are waiting in anticipation. The whole nation is in anticipation of what the courts will be coming up with, what the judges would be delivering as judgment from those election petitions from the various parties. Remember, the parties in focus, the All Progressives Congress, the People's Democratic Party, and the Labour Party. That's the judgment that the courts will be delivering today, and we'll bring you live footage and what's happening at the courts as we go along. We'll also be looking at, again, Labour, second day of the protest. Yesterday, we understand that TUC had a meeting with the federal government, and there was a resolution as saying, okay, 2 weeks to resolve all the grey areas or the areas that Labour is itchy about. So the federal government and TUC agreed for 2 weeks, but TUC is also a part of the NLC. Somehow, they backed out of this 2-day warning strike. How's all of that working out for the labor unions generally? All of this will bring in focus today. Ayo, Buki?
Yes, indeed, Nyota. It was also interesting to see the president of the Trade Union Congress yesterday on our sister program, Politics Today. He had quite a lot to talk about as far as the warning, the 2-day strike is concerned. He says the TUC had to withdraw because they had to review their strategy and, you know, the import of their previous negotiations with the federal government, in which, you know, they seem to have seen some progress. For instance, they ascribed to the TUC progress made to the effect that the federal government released 2 billion naira of the 5 billion naira funding, you know, for palliatives to the state governors. The president of the TUC, in fact, said that they insisted on 5 billion naira, but at least they secured 2 billion naira. And he also said that they agreed on a monitoring mechanism for the distribution of the palliatives. So what's the implication of all of this? Where is the NLC in all of this? As you have rightly, asked, has the ranks of labor been broken by this? Is the NLC, also somewhere in the picture or absent from all of the negotiations that saw the release of the palliative funding? Of course, we'll be interested in knowing the position of the NLC through the president, Mr. Joe Ajaero. We hope that he would oblige us, to let us know what the position of the NLC is on this matter. But, as you have said, the strike suffered a partial setback because, the TUC didn't join, and there's some labor affiliates, for instance, the Association of Senior Civil Servants who are part of the TUC that didn't join the strike yesterday. So from the reports that we're getting from Abuja, the strike wasn't totally complied with by all sections of labor. Ayo.
Well, what is interesting in that one is, look, what has been deployed. I mean, the idea of labor doing whatever needs to be done to bring attention to these issues is most certainly something not just welcome, but very, very important. So we all know that we need to keep our eyes on the ball. However, with the little, whatever it is that, has been done already, state governments receiving this, one state government receiving that, some cash here, some materials here, and all of those things. Let there be transparency and accountability. Let things not just be done, but seen to be done. So far, it would seem like some farmers in some quarters are complaining whether or not this thing is even getting to their members in the first place. That's one thing. So Labour is saying, let these issues be on the front burner. Let everyone know that we need to keep our eyes on this one. That's very, very important for us, no doubt. So let the governors roll up their sleeves, get the job done, and give us a report. How have you dispensed this 2 billion naira that those who say they have received? Remember that story? I think it was on the front page of, I'm not sure whether it was the Nigerian News Direct a few days ago, that was saying that some people in Adamawa State in particular are accusing the state government of relabeling the palliatives as, for some political, whatever it is that one can, I don't even know the words to use for that one. But so that one is there. Labour would be very interested, and not just Labour, but Labour on behalf of Nigerians, we're very, very interested in knowing how these things are distributed in the interest of everyone, particularly those who cannot afford these things. I mean, if you watched the news yesterday, and the news at 10 yesterday, you saw that lady from Cross River State complaining that one tuber of yam could be selling for as much as 5,000 naira. That is criminal, and it's not the way to go. But, to the main news of the day, for millions of Nigerians and international observers, the wait for the judgments of the Presidential Election Petitions Court is over, with the cockcrow at dawn today. Oh yes, and as we have announced to you since yesterday, we're bringing you minute-by-minute accounts of all these things. What makes this unique from previous presidential election petitions all over the country, even any election petition all over the years? What makes this one unique? What makes it stand out? What are the implications of whatever the results, whatever the declaration of the court today? What are its implications? I guess we're going to have to wait. I mean, you're going to please have to wait and listen to all of these things, because you have to just stay glued to your digital device today, because we are bringing you everything live all over the nation today. Don't forget that campaign started in some quarters, all eyes on judiciary. Well, yes, all eyes are on judiciary through every digital device today, September 6, 2023. Yata.
When you said the wait is over, I was just going to remind you that the wait is not over until the justices of the appeal court are done, until the election petition court
will happen today.
Delivers that judgment. That's when the wait is over. But even at that, the wait begins on another level. But hey, at the end of the day, it's also that Nigeria and the electoral processes can move forward. The citizenry is waiting, the leadership is waiting. So everybody is looking towards the election petition court for that final demand. Now, remember, some of the things that are in contention, what the various parties are looking at, some of their release that they had sought had to do with academic qualification of the president, alleged indictment in the U.S., alleged dual citizenship of the president. All of these things are things that hopefully the courts will resolve today. And as we said, Nigerians are waiting, and Channel Steve will bring you blow-by-blow account of what's going on there. And in the next few seconds, you'll get to see the footage, live footage from what the preparations at the court. But for those who are moving around, I do understand that there's been some restriction of movement in some parts of the nation's capital as expected. So please be careful and do not go and do anything that's contrary to the laws of the land and to peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. But having said that, let's see what the papers are leading with, some of the dailies. And we'll start out with this: Nigeria Aptly so, this Nigeria, and they lead with this. The Judgment Day, it's Judgment Day. That's what this Nigeria is leading with. All ears on the appeal court as Nigerians await Presidential Election Tribunal verdict with bated breath. All ears on the appeal court. Let me just show you, maybe you're not seeing that. That's what they have there from this Nigeria. The police talk tough, warn troublemakers. Army block entrances to Abuja. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, upbet. Everyone is looking to be the one to win. And you get more details on page 2, 4, and 7. It's Judgment Day, that's what they're leading with. And above that, just by the name plate, you have mixed reactions. Greet NLC's warning strike in Lagos, Abuja, Rivers, and other states. So Nigeria spends $1.8 billion on foreign debt servicing in 7 months, says CBN. Other stories in the dailies: economy loses $5 billion to foreign investors in 6 months. That's what this Nigeria is leading with, and we would leave it there for now.
And from this Nigeria, let's take a look at The Guardian, which, somewhat in its usual fashion, chose the maverick path this morning in a departure from the main headlines of the other papers, which is what we're focusing on today, the Presidential Election Petition Court. But The Guardian chooses to examine subsidy and its impact this morning. Take a look at the headline. Subsidy returns as FG leverages NNPC to manage market shocks. It's a page 6 read, and as usual, it provides an infographic to tell its story. Factors that influence Nigeria's petrol price, and there you have, a pump machine with all of the percentages, all of the information, the cost of crude oil, OPEC contribution, distribution and marketing costs and profits, and all of the other factors listed here, taxes in the industry as well. But what exactly is it talking about? Is it the $3 billion secured by the NNPCL from Afrexim Bank to manage the dollar shortage and shore up forex? You'll have to find out if you turn to page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. At the top of the big story, you also find some stories just as compelling. Police on red alert as Nigerians await tribunal's ruling on presidential election. There's also this one. Oyo Assembly approves Makindi's request to access 50 billion naira loan facility. That's an interesting one. Where the federal government is departing from, the usual appetite for loans in the past. It would seem like subnationals are still, going for the loan option to fund infrastructure. But is this a domestic loan or an external loan, and how will it be serviced? You'll have to turn to page 7 for details. And lastly, EFCC's anti-graft war, that's going a bit further down to the bottom strip of the paper. EFCC's anti-graft war, when Hunter becomes the game. That's fact. Let's leave it there for the Guardian newspaper.
The New Telegraph has about the same story as the Guardian newspaper this morning on its front page. New Telegraph leads with rising crude prices. Fuel pump price may hit 800 naira without government intervention. A story you find attributed to Apeman says fuel scarcity looms in eastern Nigeria. Oil prices rise above $90 per barrel. Market expert predicts oil price will hit $100. It's a rather bitter pill for Nigeria at this time. I mean, increase in crude prices should be good news, but now it's something that has to be managed. Its impact on the country has to be managed.
Well, perhaps that's why the Guardian is taking a closer look at that process.
Exactly.
If the price of crude oil is going up and it still hasn't affected the pump price of petrol at home, what exactly is happening?
Oh, well.
is the federal government, as according to the president's spokesman, managing the inefficiencies in the downstream sector. And what does that mean?
Is it a problem of inefficiency, really, or the costs? Because it is international. If it is international market influenced, then it will naturally increase
by itself.
Exactly. And given the impact on the country, on various parts of the country, I mean, it's just horrendous. I don't envy anyone right now who has to do all of that work. But the story is on page 2 of New Telegraph this morning. Right under the picture on the front page of the paper, fuel subsidy. We played politics with 2012 Occupy Nigeria. That's ascribed to Fayemi. I mean, the details, of course, are on pages 3, 4, and 6. The writers, as Jonathan says, Nigeria, a geographical entity, not yet a nation. We're practicing pseudo-democracy, ascribed to Ezekwesili. Nigeria's founding fathers weaponized ethnicity, as ascribed to political leaders. Idris, why Tinubu removed subsidy, unified exchange rate. Find all the details on the inside pages of the New Telegraph this morning. That's the New Telegraph today.
And let's go on to the Nigerian Tribune, and this is what they lead with. Again, back to the court. Tight security as court delivers presidential election verdict today. That's the lead. With the writer, television stations set up equipment for live broadcast. So everywhere you are on all our platforms, both digital and regular mainstream media, you will be seeing live feed from the court as they carry on the delivery of this judgment too. But see, this tight security as courts delivers presidential election verdicts. Go to page 8 for more details of that. This is the one above the nameplate. NLC strike, banks, courts, ports, offices shut. Indeed, as Buki mentioned earlier, it appeared it's not every, it wasn't completely shut down, but then the banks were not open. I know a couple of people that went to carry out some transactions at the banks and they had no access whatsoever. The ports and offices were shut. Partial compliance in some states. Aviation unions opt out. So, then this one, IGP orders probe of cadet officer's death at police academy. Ekiti residents cry for help as gunmen abduct 4 farmers 5 days after killing 1, and security issues all over the Tribune. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
Daily Independent this morning, and it leads with something interesting that perhaps we should be paying a little more attention to, or perhaps we should move on. I'm just wondering this morning, Ayo. 2012 fuel subsidy protests was mere politics. That's ascribed to the former governor of Ekiti State and former minister, Kayode Fayemi. Founding fathers didn't integrate us into nation, says Jonathan. It was at that event yesterday where both elder statesmen spoke. But this comes with a lot of consequences, Ayo. 2012 fuel subsidy protest was mere politics, and we're here where we are today, you know, still with battling with the price of fuel being influenced by a lot of international events and factors and all of that, and with the possible return of fuel subsidy by the government, you know, just looking at the conundrum that we find ourselves in.
Well, quite a difficult one. For me, I would say that the challenge of any government has always been that of communication. What a number of people are complaining about concerning this fuel subsidy removal, the current one, is also the problem of communication. A host of people believe, for instance, that it is this government that removed subsidy. It is not this government that removed subsidy. This government only sustained what it meant on ground, just as they said they would. You remember that the previous government had said, look, by June of this particular year, there will be no more subsidy. So the president, when he was being sworn in, just made, look, it's not... He
announced what was.
Exactly. I mean, but, the challenge has always also been that of sustaining communication. Even before the inauguration of this administration, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, who was Works Minister at the time, made it clear, look, subsidy has already, before May 29 this year, he already made it, look, subsidy has been removed. He already made that statement, that subsidy has been removed. But the challenge has always been, for me, since 1999 or, since forever, has always been that of communicating
and following,
policies to the people.
This admittance, by a key member of this government or of the political party, the ruling party in power now. What kind of communication should we be expecting from them?
No, I would. The reason I brought that up was that the fuel subsidy removal of 2012, there was a challenge of communication. Everyone knows, everyone knew at the time, let me go back to that time, that it is something that was crumbling the economy crippling the economy and literally frustrating our lives. For me, I maintain, particularly the political class, the challenge has always been that of communication. And there is something that they call elite consensus. I'm sure Nyota may want to jump on that, later on. Elite consensus is essentially saying the political class, the economic class, all of you guys agree that this is what to do, and everyone speaks from that particular, directive. But was that in existence at the time? Was the government of the day, is any government able to bring everyone to the table and agree that this is what needs to be done? I think that's what the challenge is for me.
We wonder what the elite consensus would be this time around. Let's leave it there for Daily Independent. And
switch to another daily. The Daily Times. NLC strike cripples economic activities nationwide. Government offices shut. Banks, markets, transportation affected. All of that on the front page of the paper this morning, and a host of other stories that you find as interesting. But look at this one. 13 distress calls lead to arrest of 54 criminals. That's ascribed to the army. What's that about? The details you find on page 4 of the Daily Times newspaper today.
Well, let's see what the Vanguard has for us here. And they lead with that story about the NLC strike. Strike halts activities in Rivers, Osun, Edo, Kano, Kaduna, Cross River. That's what Vanguard is leading with. And with the riders, records partial compliance in Lagos, Abuja, Ogun, Delta, Ekiti, Kebbi. Power disruption looms as workers shut down Osogbo Transmission Company. Banks, courts shut as Anambra NLC joint strike. Strike halts election. Tribunal ruling in Edo. Commercial activities, others. Day 1 met our objectives. Ajero adds day 2 to send stronger signals. I guess Labour is not backing down, but let's hope that all these matters will be resolved real quick. Above the nameplate, our founding fathers won. Independence failed to build a nation. That's coming from former President Jonathan at that event. NPP crisis deepens as faction expels Kwankwaso. That's on page 9. The presidential poll, the 4-man woman who will decide fate of Tinubu Atiku Obi today. You'll find that on page 15. So a lot of other stories here are quite interesting too. And just knowing that we're also approaching the president's 100 days in office, you see a quote there from one of his ministers talking about what has happened since what's going on. And that's it from the Vanguard newspaper.
And up next is the Nigerian News Direct, which pretty much leads also with the same story and in the same breath as Daily Independent. Subsidy removal. We played politics with Occupy Nigeria protests in 2012, Fayemi admits. And there are a host of riders. Disruptions hit banks, power supply as NLC embarks on strike. Beneficiaries of subsidy out to frustrate Tinubu's policies, VP Shettima laments. FG meets with TUC, sets 2 weeks deadline to resolve labor demands. All of that you'll find on the inside pages of the Nigerian News Direct, page 21 to be precise. And above the nameplate focuses on what every Nigerian is waiting to hear this morning. That's the ruling of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal Court. Presidential election, Nigerians open viewing centers. Nigerians open viewing centers, anticipates tribunal judgment. You were asking earlier on what's different about this particular tribunal ruling. Well, that's what's different.
Well,
Nigerians are invested in the process.
Someone actually posted a picture on his status that said, "This is Champions League."
Well, apart from, that, you also see that this time around there are two main challengers, from two main political parties. The entry, if you like, of that long-awaited third force into the politicking of Nigeria, that's the Labour Party. And, curiously, they were, running mates at the time in the 2019 presidential election. And now they're both presidential candidates. I'm talking about the candidate of the Labour Party and the PDP. Well, to wrap up the Nigeria News Direct, you'll also find this one at the bottom strip. Nigeria targets 5.5 billion naira cubic feet gas production output by 2030. That's ascribed to the minister. Let's leave it there for the Nigerian News Direct.
Daily Trust newspaper this morning, like The Guardian, is taking a departure from the main story, but look at what it's leading with, something equally concerning. Nigerian pilgrims asked to deposit 4.5 million naira for 2024 Hajj. Okay, different strokes, you'd say. Dollar fluctuation are a major problem according to NARCON. Nigeria may not fill Hajj slots. Find who said that. Provide support to pilgrims, ascribed to Sheikh Fuad. The details on the front page continues on the inside pages. And right under that picture, Tinubu's 100 days in office. FG begs Nigerians for patience. Can you imagine? It's already 100 days. And someone, just in case you are wondering, well, it is. I checked, I confirmed. It's 100 days today since this administration began.
Took off, right.
Yeah, so that is that, definitely. And right under that one as well, 8 die in Lagos, Ibadan, Akure or road accidents. Well, here is appealing to you to please be careful on the roads.
Do all the checks before you embark on any journey.
The roads today, especially Lagos Ibadan Expressway, can be very tempting. Please resist the temptation to speed, particularly when it rains. Something that we all know. Let's do what we need to do. And a host of other stories you'll find on the front page. Look at this, right under the nameplate. 150 crude oil theft incidents occurred in 7 days. Wow. The details are on the inside pages of the Daily Trust newspaper. And that's, with Daily Trust newspaper, we come to an end of a look at what the papers are saying today. But we go straight back now to our studio set up just for the PEPC, the Presidential Election Petition Court's judgment today. My colleagues Chamberlain and Sheon are right there waiting for you. So let's go there. Well, I guess we'll come back to them because, one of those things. But we'll be right back with you. Do stay with us.
of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariola, had in November 2022 sworn in 307 justices to handle the 2023 general election petitions, while an additional 39 were added on May 25, totaling 346. Their job is to sit and deliver judgment before September 16. 5 of the judges are on the panel hearing the presidential election petition. They are Justice Haruna Samani, who is the chairman, Justice Stephen Ada, Justice Mansurat Balaji Yusuf, Justice Moses Ugo, and Justice Abba Mohammed. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Chris Uche, is leading the legal team of the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, while another senior advocate of Nigeria, Wale Olanikbekun, heads the legal team of President Bola Tinubu. The incumbent Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, leads the legal team of the All Progressives Congress, and a senior advocate of Nigeria, Levi Uzouku, is the head of the legal team for the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. 5 political parties lodged petitions against the victory of President Tinubu, including the PDP and LP. Others are Action People's Party, APP, and the Allied People's Movement, APM, and the Action Alliance, AA. However, shortly after the commencement of the pre-hearing session in May, the APP and AA withdrew their petitions. Some of the key issues contended by the petitioners include the academic qualification of the president, the alleged indictment of the president in the United States, and the alleged dual citizenship of the president. The petitioners also claimed that President Tinubu and his vice, Kashim Shettima, are not eligible to contest the presidential poll due to the alleged double nomination of Shettima. The petitioners also claimed that since President Tinubu failed to secure 25% of votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, he should not have been declared the winner of the February 25 election. Mr. Peter Obi is also basing his petition on the failure of INEC to upload election results on the INEC result viewing portal, the IREF, in real time using the bimodal voter accreditation machine, the BVAS. His demands before the court include retrieval of the certificate of return issued to President Tinubu and issue a fresh one to him. Alternatively, issue an order cancelling the election and compelling INEC to conduct a fresh election without President Tinubu and the APC. The petition of the Allied People's Movement is based on the alleged double nomination of Vice President Kashim Shettima. The case of the People's Democratic Party is quite similar to that of the Labour Party. The presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, is asking that it should be determined that the president was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast in the election. The PDP also believes that the president did not satisfy the requirements of the Electoral Act 2022 and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999. The PDP candidate wants the court to declare him the winner of the election because he believes he secured the majority of lawful votes cast during the election. In the alternative, Atiku is asking the court for an order directing INEC to conduct a second election, a runoff between him and President Tinubu. Atiku also alleges that President Tinubu is unfit to lead Nigeria over an alleged indictment for drug-related offenses in the United States. However, the APC and his candidate challenged the competence of the petition of Peter Obi, arguing that he was not a valid member of the Labour Party at the time of his nomination as the party's presidential candidate, contrary to the Electoral Act. The proceeding kicked off on May 8 as the petitioners and respondents called their witnesses alongside loads of documents tendered to prove their case, while an attempt to broadcast the court sitting live was turned down. The 5-member panel of the court reserved judgment on August 1 after hearing the final written addresses from all the counsels in the suit. The panel is mandated to conclude proceedings and deliver judgment within 180 days, and the panel has Wednesday, September 6, 2023, to deliver judgment. Whatever the outcome of the judgment, The Supreme Court will serve as the final arbiter for any of the aggrieved party to seek further redress.
All eyes, everyone in Nigeria and indeed the world, looking towards the Presidential Election Court and their decision. What would it be today? What would the judges, the justices be telling Nigerians and the electorate? Now, there's only one time in Nigeria's history, if I do remember correctly, that there's not been any contention for any, as in going to the courts to decide how the people voted. That was in 2015. But since then, beyond that 2015 and before 2015, it's almost always been ended in the court and all of that. But at what point would we say enough? Let's look at some of those petitions that were raised by the different parties, as mentioned earlier. The all petition of the Allied People's Movement versus INEC, APC, and the president. The APM in its petition contends at the withdrawal of the Ibrahim Masari, who was initially nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the APC, invalidated the president's candidacy in view of Section 131C and 142 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. But the tribunal adjourned at the last sitting to enable parties to obtain copies of the judgment in a similar matter between the PDP and the APC, which the respondents in this matter say has been thoroughly dealt with. So the APM's petition was put aside. But today we're looking to hear from the Election Petition Court their decision, or what they say about the petitions of the Labour Party and the People's Democratic Party against the All Progressives Congress and President Bola Tinubu. Well, we said earlier that we have, we're going to be giving you blow-by-blow accounts of what's going on at the court, and we have our colleagues there. I have mentioned also that Chamberlain and Sheon Okimbaloye are already in the studio within the court premises. So, Chamberlain, Sheon, what's going on there?
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this end of the Presidential Election Petition Court. We are in the premises of the court here in Abuja, where the judgment, the verdicts will be handed down. And of course, as we expected, there's a lot of activity going on here, preparations behind the scene, so much going on. Good morning to you all. I'm Chamberlain Oso.
And I'm Sheon Okimbaloye. What a day it is in the history of Nigeria's politics and election. It's a journey that began about 8th of May, 5 months or 4 months down the line. The verdict will be handed out today by the 5 judges of the Court of Appeal who has been sitting on the presidential election petition for the 2023 presidential election. Yeah. It's been a beehive of activities in this place, a lot of drama, a lot of legal fireworks that has happened in the last 4 months or so. But now we are here live for you. I'm Sheon Okimbaloye, and welcome to our continued coverage of the continuation of the 2023 presidential election, because it is not over as it's gone into the courtroom. And today, as they say, that from here, if you're not satisfied, you go to the Supreme Court, which is usually called upstairs.
So who knows how upstairs will be, but this is going to be a major foundation.
Absolutely.
A key, a defining moment in how they decide to go upstairs. But yes, there'll be 5 members in that. But first of all, well, today, remember there was a lot of background in terms of should they be live coverage or not? And some said, no, the laws don't allow for it. It's not going to be what? It's not a circus. Yeah. Or why should we have that live coverage? But alas, a couple of days ago.
In fact, there was a motion
on the,
that was moved. Moved by one of the parties. I think 1 or 2 of the parties. That basically the petitioners asking the court to allow the processes to be televised, and we have a history of court proceedings, judicial proceedings, tribunal proceedings that have been televised. Don't forget what happened in the early days of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. The Justice Oputa panel was largely televised. It's still there for anyone to be able to access it and watch what happened at the time. You go back to 2011, 2015, 2019. the judgment of from the Court of Appeal has usually been televised. But, you know, there is a proviso there that, look, yes, we will allow you to bring the cameras into the courtroom, but do not show the faces of the judges.
So that's the thing. And so what we will likely see is you will have cameras in the court, but when the judgments are being read, you will not see faces of anyone who's reading any of this. And so you will likely see the persons who are on the other part of the courts, the lawyers, the counsels, the courtroom. You'll see that.
Filled to the brim.
There'll be no space.
And there will be no space. We've been here since about 6 a.m. or even earlier than that, and you see people trooping in. This place on the outskirts, we will be able to show you what this place looks out like at the outer premises, outer cordon of the Court of Appeal. Anyone who is familiar with the Court of Appeal here in the city capital, just very close to the police headquarters, here in the city center, you know what it looks like. From the police headquarters, you will hardly be able to access this part of town, coming from Asokoro, coming from the villa, up on going into Maitama area, Wuse area of Abuja, cordoned off. You have to go and access some other routes. The police are manning. And when you get onto the Court of Appeal entrance, this is what you see. There are, in fact, about 3 points of electronic checking, security checks, you know, before you can get entrance. And you see, this has been people trooping in one after the other, trickling, movement of lawyers, petitioners, those who are defendants in this matter. They're coming in. You can see journalists, and everyone that is interested parties, stakeholders in this particular business are all here, and all eyes are on the Court of Appeal for today. What a momentous day it's been an online buzz, an offline buzz also. So,
of course.
Don't forget what's happening in the nation. The Nigerian Labour Congress.
Also having that day today.
Also.
So what a day it is. A
Yeah.
very significant day, as a matter of fact, because don't forget, the DSS themselves had also issued that statement saying it was some sort of advice or caution, saying, look, certain persons had planned to foment trouble in some places. So naturally, you'll expect security to be in different strategic places to ensure that things are not disrupted. And all the more so when Labour declares some strike yesterday and today. So you'll expect, and you know, it will be a lot confusing for some people who may not know what exactly to expect today. Labour is going on strike. Well, DSS has said some persons were trying to foment trouble, and then the court will be sitting today. So all of that happening today, which is going to be key.
I mean, people may be asking, what is the big deal? Why is there so much of a security involvement
on this
in all of this? Because this is a highly contested election. In fact, this is the first time in a long time in our elections that you see the kind of margin where the lead or the winner, the victorious party in the election has won with that kind of margin and with that kind of vote. So you imagine that it was a keenly contested election from someone who has been in the race, Atiku Abubakar, for a long time. He's been wanting to be president of Nigeria for several years, as much as I can remember. Don't forget, in 1999, he won the governorship seat in Adamawa State before he now became. Before then, he's wanted to become president also. And don't forget, Peter Obi, he was the vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar in 2019. He's not a newcomer to the race, a former governor of Anambra State. Bola Tinubu, on the other hand, he's being a political heavyweight in Nigeria's politics. He himself and his colleagues, they formed a very strong opposition in 2015. They ousted the incumbent party at the time. So we're talking about gladiators in their own right that are head-to-head in the election, and they've gone for the last 4 months into the courtroom head-to-head. The legal fireworks that we have seen, perhaps some of the brightest lawyers that you find in the land. If you want to engage lawyers at that time, some of them may not even have your time because some of the brightest of the lawyers are here focusing on the election tribunal.
So today, it means that we may likely see the candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in court today. will likely see
he's
the
always,
Atiku Abubakar.
he's been one of the people that have attended this
yeah.
most.
So the same for Atiku Abubakar as well will also likely be here. But we all know that the president, who is the APC candidate, is out of the country.
Yeah, he's
so
in India.
Who will represent him? Will the vice president be here? How will that play out? So all of those will also be key here today. Don't forget, what about the APM? What is it with the APM?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's one of the other political parties that actually went to court. And don't forget what is Section 133 of the Electoral Law says, who has the right to go to court on an election.
Yeah.
If you are a party to it, if you ran in the election, if you participated in the election, you have the right to go to court. So in that sense, APM was one of the political parties there. And don't forget, Emily, that it wasn't only APM. You remember that the likes of, there are two other political parties, AA and APP, they went, also took their petition, but they withdrew their petitions against Tinubu at some point. So we had PDP, Labour Party, APM, AA, APP, all of them petitioning and challenging the victory of Bola Tinubu.
So at the moment today, I think 3 petitions will be determined today or before the court. So they were largely predicated on those 3.
Yeah.
But interestingly, look at the panel of judges that we do have here. Look at their lineup here. Justice Haruna Simon Samani. Then you have Justice Stephen Jonah. He'll be the lead.
Yeah.
Then you have Justice Stephen Jonah Ada, Justice Mistura Bolaji Yusuf, Justice Bolokoromo Moses Ugo, Justice Abba Bello Mohammed. Those 5 judges will be key in deciding today. So now, here's what we don't know. Will there be
dissenting judgments?
How many will it be?
Yeah.
1 or 2? But of course they'll be lead. How many will?
Who will carry the day?
Who will carry the day?
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, whoever and whenever they are reading it, we may not see their faces.
Absolutely.
Just
we will not
voices.
see their faces. We
Just
will hear their voices. If you are in the court, yes, you will see. If you are at home watching, well, you may not be able to see, but you will hear loud and clear how the judgment goes down right here in our jurisdiction here in Nigeria. Our legal jurisdiction has really not really allowed cameras into the courtroom. I mean, the Constitution allows that there should be judgment delivered in an open court. That means that people should be allowed. That is a standard constitutional provision to allow the members of the public to be able to view, to see, and to experience the proceedings in the court. But the court also will decide whether or not this is also one of the jurisprudence that have not been totally decided, whether or not it can be televised. What does that mean, televising a court proceeding? What does it mean? Well, you can see the faces of the judges that will be sitting on this bench today of the Court of Appeal. The Constitution and composition are stipulated by law. The Court of Appeal in Nigeria has the powers, has the authority of the Constitution of Nigeria to be able to hear a petition in a presidential election in Nigeria. That is the court of first instance. That is the first court you will approach. In other elections, you may not be able to do that. In fact, in senatorial and House of Reps election, the last court is the Court of Appeal. Where in governorship election, you might go to the Supreme Court. But
so the famous upstairs
Court of Appeal now is the first. Is the court. So
these justices who you see here, the pre-hearing started on the 8th of May and ended on the 23rd of May.
Absolutely.
The hearing commenced on Tuesday, 30th of May, and the trial schedule commenced on the 30th up until the 23rd of June. And so the petitioner had about 3 weeks thereabout to look at all of those matters. So a lot of back and forth went in. There was drama, there was emotion. All of those played out in the court for this particular case.
Don't forget, we've had celebrities. You have authors. We have politicians. In fact, we have people who are jostled for seats, whether or not you have the rightful authority of your political party to sit in. We've even had people who have lost their telephones in the courtroom. Some of the dramas that have played out between the 8th of May and now today, that we might be seeing the last of these as far as this cadre or this layer of this petition is concerned. Well, I'm not sure in recent time that we have seen any presidential election petition that has stayed here and permanently here. We've always seen it gone to the upstairs, where the upstairs is the apex court, the highest court in the land. Whenever you are aggrieved and your case go to the Supreme Court, it means one thing. It's a final court of decision.
And after that, you go, the next upstairs is God.
Is God.
So the thing is, at the end of the day, today, how will all the parties respond to this? I mean, if you've been listening to some of them, you may have an inkling of what they may likely do. But of course, there are processes and legal processes at that in terms of how they will take all of this in. But they always also talk about the court of opinion, almost in the same breath, in terms of the perception. You know, perception to a lot of people is reality. So, but what they've consistently told us is that what happens in the court of opinion has little or nothing to do with what is before the courts.
Because in the courtroom, Chamberlain, there are a few things that are being considered: the facts, the law, and your case, so your argument.
Even if you sound fantastic in the court of public opinion, if you cannot present it before that and
facts, what are the facts of the matter? What are the relevance to law? And what argument have you put before? The evidence is very important. And how you have been able to lead the evidence in your matter. These are critical before the Nigerian court. And in any justice system. So you have to have your evidence intact. That is what you have to prove that you have a case before the court. You have to have the locus. Because there are also the moments where local standard has been challenged in this particular matter. Do you even have the right to come before this court? You know, those issues have always also been raised. Now, if you have the locus, do you have a case before the court?
So it's very interesting, tricky, technical matters that you have to have those legal finesse and tactics and wherewithal, the intellectual capacity to address, arrange, highlight, and marshal your points before those justices in order to prove your case. So you may know what you know, but if you cannot prove it beyond reasonable doubt, then God would be the next place you have to go to. So
interesting. And don't forget, kudos to all our judges across the country, who some of them would have to document whatever is being said in court by shorthand. They have to document it by writing it. Everything that is being said has to be documented by them. It takes a whole lot of effort by the judges, the trainers, because just imagine everything that I've said and you have said today on this show as being documented by someone by hand, at every argument in court that has been documented by these judges.
Wow.
These judges do a lot of job. Now, you probably be asking a question. What happens to the computer-based or digital way of document? In some courts in Nigeria, in fact, in some magistrates' court, they are already experimenting how you talk, and it's being recorded, and it's being kept as a record in courts of records in the country. But here, in these proceedings, and some of our colleagues have been here myself to monitor the proceedings. These judges, the 5 of them, they have to take their notes. They have to take records of what is happening. This is a tedious job that they have to face. Herculean, I must say.
So the thing is, you know, for those who do JAM recently, you do the CBT. It's quick, fast. And then if you use the computer age, quick, fast. But with this, it's different. So if you don't have the patience today, chances are that you may be irritated, you may be short fused because the judgments, when they're reading it, it will take a while.
Absolutely.
We don't know how long it will be, but it will take a while.
But
so
usually what happens
patient and listen.
Is that every judge and the panel has his own judgment.
So 5 of them
5 judges
will take their time and read it.
So sometimes what you have is that the lead judgment is read. There is probably sometimes a dissenting judgment, which could also be read. Sometimes you have more than 1 or 2 read the judgments, but usually you have the lead judgment, which sometimes determines how the court's position is. The majority of the judges in the odd numbers who are sat will have to either 3 against 2, 4 against 1, but there must be the majority in this case. Don't forget, democracy is playing out also in the country.
So there you go. What an interesting day it will be for these eminent justices that you've seen there, who will be presiding and reading out all of those. So all eyes, the nation will be watching. Not just the nation, the international media. They're also there today to see how the pendulum swings on this one. So guys, you need to just hang on. We'll bring you all of that detail as much as we do have them. But the thing is, you need to be cautious. You have to see and listen throughout, because you cannot take it out of context. It's got to be in proper context, because one phrase, one paragraph, 2-3 paragraphs may look as if it's going in a particular way. But no, you have to wait until you see it from the context of the whole.
There are a lot of things that the judges claim to determine their judgments. Past judgments of court, records of other related matters, what the law says, how the arguments have been presented, all of this will be brought to bear. And there is a part of the judgment that is not exactly the judgment. It is a precursor to the judgment. The judges will have to explain how the matter went, what they saw, and then they will give their final verdict in the latter part of the reading. So it's going to be a long one, but we need to, like you said, be patient and be able to learn from what the judges saw, because they were the ones who sat all through, and they followed the process from hearing from everyone. But today, the decision will be taken. So look at what is happening before we toss what is happening in front of the court. Today, the entrance, so that you can have an understanding of what is going on. This is it. Security.
We also went through there, by the way. So that is standard.
About 3 layers of the checks.
Exactly, because they need to ensure that today everyone here has to be safe and do and transact whatever business they intend to do here today. So they advise that if you have no business whatsoever around the premises or around the area, which of course has been cordoned off, you just stay away. So you could keep it locked here, because we will bring you all the details about all of this. The perspective from senior lawyers, the most senior lawyers, will be talking to us as well and giving us what they think, their perspective largely on this matter. So all coming to you from here. Guys.
Well, interesting, gentlemen, that you have given us this background yourselves. I think it's about time we'll begin to assign, some roles to you, Chamberlain and Sheol. Maybe, well, we can say Chamberlain is senior journalist of Nigeria. But Sheol, I'm thinking senior advocate of journalism before you rise to the other level. But you know what? We're going to come back to you some other time. I don't know if it's a good time for us to take a short break now to take a few messages. And when we return, we have a guest here to begin the conversation. Do stay with us.
We are passionate about 2 things in Nigeria. The first is football. The second is our rice. And nobody celebrates like a Nigerian. So, for every goal scored, every mark made, you can be sure to always come back home to rice. Celebrate with Nigerian Premium Big Bull Rice. Homegrown just like you. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice. Nourished you.
The Duchess International Hospital caters to every aspect of the family's health needs. A one-stop shop for maternity and child health services, emergency medicine and critical care, medical and surgical subspecialties, dental and eye care, and a range of other subspecialties and services, all available at a single location right here in the heart of Ikeja. And it really doesn't matter if you're paying out of pocket using your HMO or private insurance. We focus completely on providing that world-class affordable healthcare for all the family at all times.
passionate about changing your country for the better? Do you think you can make this change with a profitable business? Here's your chance to win a grant of 30 million naira, mentorship from an industry expert, and access to an exclusive network of business leaders. We are looking for ambitious, dedicated social entrepreneurs to take part in our exciting new business competition show, Fund It Forward. To apply, go to www.funditforward.tv. Fund It Forward, a channel's original series.
Well, it's our live broadcast of the presidential election petition court's decision of course, the presidential elections that are held in this year. Well, just for your information, we have a dedicated stream for this particular broadcast, and it's, of course, on channelstv.com's website page, I beg your pardon, YouTube page. You can just go ahead and share that particular link with your people. Already we have almost, well, more than 7,000, almost 7,500 people watching right now. You can do some other people a favor who need to get a better understanding of what the issues are. But right now, let's begin that broadcast by hosting Norrison Quakers with us here in the studio, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
You know, one of the questions Bukola, my colleague here, and I were considering the other time earlier on the show was, what makes this particular one unique? What makes this peculiar? Since the First Republic, we realized that the first time we didn't have a contested presidential election was in 2015. But now, what makes this particular episode, if I can use the word, unique?
Very, very interesting question, because I've had time to also reflect on this. And to be candid with you, what I see creating the tension and the conflict is that you have three generations. You have the analog generation, you have the hybrid generation, that's the generation you can describe as analog and digital, and then you have the fully digitalized generation. Now, because of the exposure of the digitalized generation, and many of them are just coming in to vote for the first time in this presidential election, and if you look at it in that context, you see that many of them rallied around a particular candidate. And that is what is creating the tension. And they believe that that particular candidate should have been declared as a winner of the election. So essentially, you have a group of persons who also, for a long time, have been advocating for change in the Nigerian environment. Many of them also queued behind the NSAS. So you have a lot of them now looking at this, the outcome of the election. So the reason why you have so much tension is as a result of this new generation. Now, the hybrid, those who are in between the analog and the digital, they are there to either pacify or create some sort of equilibrium. So you have the system that has been heated up as a result of this. This is not the first time that we'll go to the polls, and this is not the first time an outcome is being challenged. But you now have a generation that is not really keen. They've lost confidence in the judiciary in relation to certain pronouncements or certain things that have come out. And they're not ready to persevere and be patient. Now, because we operate a multi-party democracy and constitutional democracy, if you lose, right, there is always a window. Incidentally, because right now we're saddled with the presidential, the outcome of this, one way or the other, a winner or loser, one person will still have to go to court. And the last level for this is actually the Supreme Court. So I don't see, to be candid with you, the tension is so, you can feel it in the air. I recall that before now, some of our friends have cause to travel out of the country because they envisage crisis. which is not necessary. I believe we should take a cue from Kenya. Presidential election in Kenya was concluded within 14 days. And if you recall, I think the Chief Justice then, Martha Koome or so, in her statement said, deliver the judgment and fuller reasons to be given within 30 days. All right? Now, in one of the things that she said that really struck me is that the outcome of the electoral challenge is as a result of the failure of the umpire to do what the umpire ought to have done. Could that be likened to Nigeria? Because their constitution is similar to ours. The outcome of their election is also similar to ours. So where did we get it wrong? So the tension or the palpitation is as a result of this new generation. Perhaps so we need to strike a balance.
Yeah, perhaps one of the major differences here is our population is quite a huge one. And then our interests are very, very diverse. But then, just as you noted, we have a very central population that's youthful. But then one of the other things about that particular one, before we go into the nitty-gritty of whatever it is that we need to discuss, is education or awareness or information. For instance, Mr. Falano, SAN, was quoted as saying that a host of people who are actually agitating about this particular decision of courts that we're waiting for, they are first-time voters. And consequently, if they feel that they've been hard done by, then as far as they are concerned, they have been hard done by. So in terms of education, in terms of awareness, so that expectations are managed, what have we missed doing? What do we need to do?
You see, the challenge is this: how do you inform, educate, and enlighten a group of persons with a mindset? It is difficult to enlighten because whatever you say, from whatever perspective that you convey it, you will be seen to be jaundiced. And so the challenge now is, how do you enlighten this group to the point of appreciating what the issues are? For instance, election petitions are determined based on facts presented by respective parties. And what the court does is to simply apply the law to those facts. A decision will come out one way or the other based on what you put forward. Justice Silori of blessed memory, I remember many years ago, said to us in open court, he said, cases are won or lost in chambers. In other words, whatever you present is what the judges will apply the law to or the rules to. You cannot present a clear case applying the facts, even though some of our colleagues, even of the inner bar, are of the opinion that the late, say, Chief Obafemi Awolowo said one of the reasons why he quit legal practice is when he woke up one day and realized that you cannot predict the outcome of a case, applying the rules, applying the law. And so he just felt, no, at this point, there's really no need. But some of us we're still hanging in there because we believe that if I lose in the High Court, where only a judge hears the matter, I take the matter to Court of Appeal. 3 justices of the Court of Appeal will hear the matter. If I lose at the Court of Appeal, and then I end up in Supreme Court, where 5 justices of the Supreme Court will look at the same matter and come up with one judgment or the other. Now, at the end of the day, now, mind you, we live in a human society. People are bound to make mistakes, and that's the essence of having the appellate court to reverse. So enlightenment starts first by, we don't really have a reading public. We also do not have a public that is well informed. But this generation, the digital generation, is well informed. And I feel that there should be an application of that information to what the law is. What is the law? What are you meant to place before the judges that will determine what the outcome will be? There's hardly anything that we're going to discuss that is also not in the Constitution, that is also not in the Electoral Act. What is the umpire expected to do when I put myself forward to seek for elective office? You have what they call the filtration system. They need to look at documents I'm bringing forward, filter it, determine whether I'm a suitable candidate for the election. There are constitutional provisions that must also be considered. When you do all of that, there's actually no need for a participant, a party who contested the election, to be challenging those very things that INEC ought to have done. And that's the shame of all of this. So for me, the enlightenment starts by those who are either queuing up behind a particular candidate to pick the law, apply the law to the facts that have been presented, and then you can now simply say, okay, this might likely be the outcome. So if the outcome is one that is not in line with your expectation, what do you do? There's a higher court. Let the Supreme Court finally determine it one way or the other. So basically, you have two sides to this case. Is either a winner emerges, and when the winner emerges, there will also be a loser. So by and large, it can also be tested upstairs. You have cases. 2 days ago, I sat and I said, we live in a litigious environment. And that's one of the reasons why I also commend the immediate past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If there's any political or a politician or a candidate that has attempted to use the court to seek redress for the actualization or realization of his mandate, is the immediate past president of Nigeria. His name is in nearly all the law reports for the period he contested for the election. For that period, he was always going to court, at the tribunal, at the Supreme Court. So if a man had taken that step all this while, it gives one the courage to say, there's never an end to this. If you look at the three major candidates that we have today, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Peter Obi is litigious, goes to court regularly as governor. Atiku Abubakar, as vice president to Obasanjo, while he was still serving as president, also went to court. Now, I have not seen any case where Tinubu went to court to challenge a reversal of a decision that was actually made against him. Now, he has always been the incumbent. When he was governor, all right, you had the opposition taking him to court. So he's again a man who is also used to the court. Now, recall that while he was governor of Lagos State, he sued the then president in relation to the local government and a number of other cases as well. So these are men who are used to the court system. So for me, I feel that the followers of these men should also queue up behind them to say, look, if these men do not believe in self-help and to a large extent flown the kite of confidence in the judiciary, why must I do otherwise? And that's where the problem is.
And, you know, Senior Advocate, you have rightly observed, even though you appear to belong to the older generation, that this digital generation,
yes,
they are quite educated.
Absolutely.
If you visit, you know, the social media space, they have dug up past cases. They are quoting Section 134 of the Constitution, and they're so invested to the extent that, you know, they're expectant that the judgment will go this way or nothing else. Do you sense, you know, the political party candidates, their leaders now, you know, being temperate enough to tell them, look, whatever the outcome of the judgment is, that is the way we would go, or we would go to the Supreme Court. But, you know, let's keep the peace. Do you sense that? Do you sense that messaging?
I think so. Consistently, I recall that Peter Obi has always spoken to his supporters, and the same thing with Atiku Abubakar. Now, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you can also see it. Now, judgment is to be delivered today. He's not in any frenzy. He has traveled out of the country. Now, the only thing that gives some of us worry is when you deploy the instrumentality of state authority or state power, it gives an impression. And that is something that people like us are not comfortable with. Anyone who is discerning can tell that the situation is tense. And so you cannot afford to heat up the system. Now, the digital generation, they've done their own research. And like I said, sometimes there are things that you cannot see that the justices will see. Do you know that you can actually lose a case on just one technical ground? And I'll give you an example. If you're meant to have filed a particular process, and for some reason you defaulted in filing that process, right? And the followers will not know that that particular process is missing. When the justices sit down to look at it, and that particular process is not there, or maybe a ground of a petition is missing. Now, on your part, you think everything has been done. There was a particular case that I did a while back. The plaintiff failed to endorse his writ. We had gone very far in the matter. The matter was adjourned for judgment, only for his lordship to invite us into court yet again and pose that question to us, that we should address him on the issue, whether his court has jurisdiction. Now, plaintiff believed that he had concluded his matter, only for the judge to draw our attention to that irregularity. On that basis, his case was thrown out.
Wow. So, which leads to the question that I was asking about education,
yes,
about awareness, not whether or not the laws are known to everyone or the processes, but these technicalities, for instance, if such a thing happens, are these generations aware? But, you know, I'm sure we're going to take that as part of our conversations as we go along. Neota has another guest waiting right now. Neota.
Thank you very much, Ayo. We have here in our studio Dr. Adekunle Otitoju, who's a legal practitioner. Thank you for joining us, Otitoju.
Thank you very much.
You've been paying attention to the conversation from us. So let's pick up from where your senior colleague left off in the legal studio. He said something about, when I asked him a question about educating the people, at what point he says it would be difficult to educate the people with a mindset. Now, Nigerians, generally speaking, have a mindset of they want a good leader. They want a good governance. They want certain benefits, or how do you call that, dividends of democracy coming to them. And Nigerians believe that dividends of democracy can only come after a good election's been done and a leader has been duly elected. But let's see this. In your opinion, does that matter that was, call it pre-election, the 25% thing, and the FCT that has been in contention and all of that? And one of the grounds that a lot of people have been arguing at the court. What's your take on this?
Thank you very much. Elias Sheikh has rightly put a very fundamental issue for everyone now this morning. He said that there are certain issues of law, though technical, but very important, that sometimes the court will see and then may determine the outcome of any judgment. Now, when you take petitions to court, to tribunal, you must be very sure that all your petitions have all the characters required. Your ground must be well put together. Your facts supporting those grounds must also be there. Once a ground is, once a ground has been put forward, you must supply facts. And you also have to also consider the parties in an election, whether you have put appropriate parties before the court, which, of course, will also attract penalty if you do not do that. Now, let's take each petition, for instance. The petition of Peter Obi did not, of course, consider Atiku as one of the parties, which is very, very fundamental. Atiku was a person declared as a second person in that election. Ought to have been, joined in that petition. If you look at that petition, Atiku is missing. Now, Peter Obi had two grounds of election petition. The first ground is that, as at the time of the election, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not qualified. And when you look at that petition, it said Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not qualified due to certificates, and that the vice president too was also qualified. Was holding a senatorial ticket. When you pray for that kind of, when you pray or you find that kind of grounds of petition, there's only one prayer you can pray. And the prayer you pray is that they disqualify that particular candidate. And, of course, the second runner takes the lead. Now, disqualifying that candidate and then all the votes he gathered will be spoiled votes, will not be reckoned with. Assuming, I'm just saying assuming, that petition, or that grounds of a petition succeeds, can they declare Obi winner of that election? Since he has not joined Atiku in that state. It is very fundamental. You must pray a prayer tied to your ground. Now, secondly, let us look at the second ground. He said, corrupt practices and non-compliance with the electoral law. Right. If there is non-compliance in the electoral law, as a grant, if it's a grant, you only have one prayer to pray. The prayer is that fresh election be what? Be conducted. Now, if you are asking for fresh election to be conducted under that grant, because you cannot benefit from corrupt practices and non-compliance, as a petitioner, if you are asking the court to look at this ground of non-compliance or corrupt practices, you cannot benefit from it. Therefore, you'll be asking for fresh election. Now, Atiku is not joining that petition. How can you take away the 6 million or plus that Atiku gathered and say that they should cancel it when you didn't bring Atiku before the court? So these are fundamental issues. They are technical but important. Now you cannot shave Atiku's head in his absence. He has to be part of your petition. So now ask the court that 6 million plus he gathered.
It also put aside.
So that petition is empty. In my own opinion, in my own honest opinion, that petition has fault.
Okay, so that's the petition of the Labour Party, but what about that of the PDP?
Now, that of the PDP, a very central point, the PDP and Atiku, lies in section 134 of the 1999 Constitution, where you are saying that non-compliance with the Constitution as to the third of states, right? And FCT. When you look at that central position, the Constitution has given us a latitude to read and give literal interpretation to all the wordings of the Constitution. If you check that section, I think 134.4 or something, it is clear that you must have 2/3. For you to be a president of Nigeria, 2/3 of 36 states and FCT, sir. 2/3 of 36 states and FCT means that Nigeria only have 36 states, sir, and not 37 states. And whatever you are going to describe, you cannot describe FCT as a state. So in the draftman's knowledge, in their own, their intention by that provision is that 2/3 of states, 2/3 of the 36 states and FCT, meaning that 2/3 of the states, 36 of the Federation and FCT, meaning that you cannot, under that circumstance, put FCT as state to say 2/3 of 37 states. You
so
must
the
say
FCT stands alone.
It stands alone as FCT because people are in that state and you must reckon with their votes. So on that particular provision, FCT is representing a state in that category. But however, you cannot say 2/3 of 37 states.
No, but if we read this correctly,
look at it.
134.4b.
Yes.
He has less than 1/4 of the votes
Yes.
cast in the election in each of the 2/3 in each of at least 2/3 of the states and the federation and
FCT.
the Federal Capital Territory. So
saying.
does it mean that the FCT is like the determinant of the victor of this election?
No.
So he cannot stand on his own.
He cannot stand on his own. In that provision, the draftman have categorized the states of the Federation to be 36 states. And FCT. What it means is that Nigeria has 36 states of the Federation where election must be considered And also, in the FCT, that of course is not a state, but must also be represented in the calculation of the electorates, the votes. So look at it. If you read that provision very well, the provision says 2/3 of the 36 states and FCT. What it means is that you only have 36 states of the Federation. The party, presidential candidate, must pull 2/3 of that 36 states and FCT. It's a very simple position. It's a literal interpretation. Now, when you look at it, 36 states, 2/3 of 36 states, you can have 2/3 of that 36 states and don't have FCT.
And you'll be declared.
And you'll be declared.
That's where you stand. This argument is what has gone on back and forth for a while.
You can have 2/3 of that 36 states and you will still be declared winner of the election. You can have 2/3 of the, you can have 2/3 of 36 states and the FCT, and you still be declared winner of the election. What I'm trying to tell you, sir, is that you can have 30. The 2/3 of 36 states is 55, because there's no fraction. 36 plus 1 is 37.
You said something earlier about technical issues.
Yes.
But if we do remember correctly, when the election petition court started, Justice Samani said something about the fact that they're going to be looking at the evidence. The judgment they'll deliver will not be based on any technicalities, but will be based on the evidence at hand. From the observations, as one who's been there, would you say that there have been enough evidence as against the technicalities that might arise?
Of course, I've not been able to come to terms with the evidences put before the court. And there is no how you are going to determine the decisions, make that decision, without getting to the technical issue of law. Because election petition is in a class of its own. It's sui generis. And it goes with the facts and the technicality. The technicality as to the petition, what it is required. I just told you. For instance, we are talking about non-compliance Electoral Act. If you are complaining of non-compliance, you cannot be declared winner of that election. You'll be asking for fresh election. And for you to be able to succeed on the issue of non-compliance, you must be able to put before the court minimum. All the 36, you won't be able to show that indeed there was non-compliance.
In at least 2/3 of the states.
In at least all this, in virtually all the polling units. If in the areas you are, of course, questioning, as a petitioner, you must prove that each polling unit, of course, had issues. Now, you are talking of transmission. That is the only issue I am seeing before the tribunal. You are not complaining of polling unit results. And the evidences that you can put before the court is polling unit results, which is the proper evidence.
Do you know that the petitioners provided polling unit results? The courts gave them access to the polling unit results, and they presented all of that. You don't think that was enough?
The one presented is saying that it was all clear on the internet. The ones that most people must be by agents in each of these polling units. Did they bring agents from each polling unit? The Supreme Court have given us a clear position that for you to succeed on non-compliance and corrupt practices, agents from each polling unit must come to court and prove polling unit by polling unit that there is a fraction, non-compliance in this petition. No agent from polling unit to polling unit was called to come and do that.
Let me take this to Mr. Harrison Quakers. There was something he said earlier about living in a litigious environment. Do you think that this, beyond even going to the Supreme Court, do you think that this, let me put it this way, at what point do you think we can see end to litigations as regards our elections, if people are so focused on always getting to the courts to see issues resolved?
Well, incidentally, one of the things that I've come to realize and see about our nation is that we are a people who, to a large extent, who believe in advocating for our rights. We insist in ensuring that our rights are redressed and safeguarded. I do not see litigation ceasing forthwith, except where the political gladiators, like what we saw, I think in 2015, when Jonathan called the immediate past president and congratulated him. And so that happens to be the first time in the history of this country that we didn't have a presidential election petition. So the president, as one who threw in the towel, didn't open up the door for litigation to have existed, or even though some felt that he ought to have gone to court to challenge the outcome of the election. But he said it clearly, had already made the phone call. Mind you, he even went as far as saying that his supporters were saying to him, why did you throw in the towel almost immediately? And so you have a situation where our environment is one where people will always go to court to challenge just anything. A tenant will go to court to challenge his landlord when a notice to quit is served on him, even though he's not the owner of the property. And so you know what the environment is like. So as far as I'm concerned, when the law is very clear and the people are enlightened and educated to believe that when you don't have a case, you don't have a case. So there's no need for you to go to court, waste your time and waste your resources. And that's why I said we live in a litigious environment. People will always go to court for just anything. Sometimes you find some cases that are so frivolous and that don't make sense. Imagine a tenant suing his landlord for serving him or issuing him notice to quit. A house that is not owned by the tenant, that is occupied by the tenant, landlord has the right to recover, and you're going to court to stop him from taking steps in recovering his premises from you. So that's my own honest opinion on this. Thank you.
The processes as they are, the question of evidence comes in there. I asked Dr. Chitojo about the question of evidence as against technicalities or facts as against technicalities. And from what we've seen so far in the petition courts, would you say that these two issues have been sort of like dealt with clearly, weighing it against the Justice Samani's statement about no technicalities were based on evidence?
Interesting. I also agree with my colleague in terms of his submission. Earlier, you recall that I said cases are won or lost in chambers. When you access the court, you're expected to put facts before the court. And what the court does is to apply the law to the facts you have placed before it. Technicalities, right, are also part or are embedded in the determination of cases in court. A particular example, for instance, a person who is not sponsored by a political party cannot bring forward an election petition. Now, that is part of our rules. That's part of our law. That's part of the Constitution. And so when you go to court and you have not done what you ought to do, dotting your I's and crossing your T's, the outcome will be the same. So sometimes you have people say, oh, that the case was lost on technical ground. Why? What were you looking at as a counsel who prepared the process? Right, going to court. Now, it is not the duty of the litigant. It's actually the lawyer who does a lot of these things. Now, time is coming, as they do in other civilized crimes, when lawyers are also to be held responsible, when cases are lost on what the lawyer ought to do, what he is expected to know and to do, and he failed to do it. So it is not the fault of the litigant. When you approach a lawyer, you're approaching an expert, so he's expected. Like Lord Dennis said, there's a presumption that he knows the law and he knows what to present. And so it is what you present before the court that determines what the outcome will be. Whether you cry from now till tomorrow, whatever you present before the court is determined what the court will give to you. If you present a watery case, you will have a watery judgment. And so you have nobody to blame for that. That's my honest opinion on this. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Quakers, let me get back here. We'll take a quick break, but when we'll come back, we'll look at the weight of all of this on the Nigerian people, the weight of litigations as regards every election. I mean, people waited, went to campaigns, voted, and then they now come again and still sit down to wait for the courts, not the people, to decide their decisions as the case may be. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
The rains are here again. Seasonal climate forecasts have revealed the possibility of flooding in several communities of Nigeria. Clear away solid wastes that block drainages and waterways to mitigate the risk of flooding in your area. Evacuate from flood-prone areas to safe higher grounds and report any flood incidents to emergency responders near you. Listen to weather forecast and comply to safety instructions. Disaster management is everybody's business. This message is brought to you by the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. NEMA, for the sake of the distressed.
Ranking, and they don't call me world best for no reason. I only deal with the best. Be it auto or business, 100% claim is always guaranteed.
Welcome to World Class Insurance Services. Anchor Insurance,
where insurance truly works.
Are you passionate about changing your country for the better? Do you think you can make this change with a profitable business? Here's your chance to win a grant of 30 million naira, mentorship from an industry expert, and access to an exclusive network of business leaders. We are looking for ambitious, dedicated social entrepreneurs to take part in our exciting new business competition show, Fund It Forward. To apply, go to www.funditforward.tv. Fund It Forward, a channel's original series.
All right, thank you for staying with us on our live coverage of the presidential election petition court. As my colleague Sean mentioned earlier, we're keeping tabs on the situations post-2023 presidential elections, letting you know what's going on until the final decision. We will let you know. We'll be keeping you updated blow by blow, as we say it here, one step at a time, what is going on. But here in the studio, I had earlier Dr. Adekunle Otitoju, who's a legal practitioner, but we've been joined by Mr. Isaramo, Director General Michael Imodu, National Institute for Labor Studies. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Aramo.
Good morning, and to you, good morning, all your viewers.
And seeing that you're a labor person, I mean, for all the years I've known you, you've not moved away from that. That means you're in the field with the people. Now, the people have voted in the last election. Today is like Judgment Day. So let's start off from that angle. And everyone's looking to the election petition courts to say, okay, this is the person that won, or that's the person that won. As against what many would have expected at the end of their votes, this is the person that won. What's your take?
Well, I think since you have already given my profile as a labor man, even though I guess all of us are laboring, including you, because we live on the dignity of our labor. I thought what will have been also important is to discuss the current labor strike.
No, we'll get there. I just wanted us to set up from this, because even though we're looking at the election petition court,
yeah, that's fine.
Labor and the labor issues, the warning strike are still in focus.
Yes, but on the expected judgment today, I think I'm quite excited because it has shown that Nigeria remains a democracy destination, because this part of the democratic process, we had close to about 87 million registered voters, 18 political parties, 3 of them very formidable, a 12 candidates at state levels, at the presidential levels, and then we had elections. Of course, INEC, with all the limitations, conducted elections, and we had an outcome, made pronouncement of a declared president, President Bola Tinubu. Of course, those who disputed, the outcome went to court, and I'm excited that we have electoral process, a process of managing the democratic process. So we wait until we have the outcome today. But above all, it's celebration of democracy in Nigeria, and it also shows that it reaffirms the principle that the only way for representation is through democratic process, and for us to have managed this process to this level, I think we should salute all the political actors who have taken advantage of these processes. The campaign, for some of us who are voters, who voted for them, against that. Then they have reservations. Some of them have gone to court, so we wait till the outcome today. So as far as I'm concerned, it's significant that we're managing this program. And this is a lesson against the background of series of unfortunate development taking place in West Africa. I mean, some West African countries, no shortcut to power. Democracy may not be the best for government, but others are possibly worse. Those who saw power, it's easier for them to come through the barrel of gun. They don't even know how to exit. So, but what I'm saying here is that my parting shot on this is that I'm excited, and today everybody looks forward to the outcome of this pronouncement. And I have no doubt that our judges will be fair and just to all.
It's a good thing that you landed on the celebrating democracy. And we all know that one of the tenets of democracy is freedom of expression. And in the last, today is the second day of the warning strike embarked upon by labor unions in the country to say what is causing the delay in the palliatives. There are many who will say it's not the right time. We are waiting for this decision. Why would labor look at this time to want to go on a warning strike?
I think it confirms the point you also raised that, again, even this development, as painful as it is, because I know what it takes. I mean, I know electricity has gone off, because electricity workers have switched off to support the strike. I also know some disruption in some workplaces.
Banks and
yes, there are banks and co, so fine. But again, as you said, this again celebration of democracy. Because Nigeria remains a country in which there is freedom of association, freedom of assembly. And I'm saying this, I don't need to refer to some countries who are running under military rule. I know what it took us under the military dictatorship, for us to resist bad policies. Military, we, at a point, they even dissolved the Executive Council of Nigeria Labour Congress, but that is not possible within this dispensation that we have now. What democracy gives, democracy platform for citizens to express their grievances in an organized way, which includes protests, strikes. So labor has a point on that, to exercising their right, but it's also incumbent on organized labor, which of course, I'm still part of, to also take advantage of any platform for discussion, for negotiation, so that we get out of this problem. Because I mean, labor people have made that point. Strike is only the means, not the end. The end is that they want us, government, to alleviate poverty. They want government to address this crisis of cost of living. It's massive. I mean, everybody agrees on that. Even the government itself said as much. That is aware of the crisis that Nigerians are going through. I mean, President Bola Tinubu, his quotable quote, let the poor breathe. I also listened very well. I was actually there at the inaugural meeting of the two honorable ministers of labor, namely Mr. Samuel Lalong, as well as the first female honorable minister of state, that's in Keruka, Honorable Keruka. And they were all clear on that they're not taking labor for granted. You know, their doors are open, you know, for discussion, for negotiation. But I think one good turn deserves another. You know, I strongly believe that after today, NSC will return back to the process of dialogue.
If you just hold on, we'll come back to talk about the labor and the conversations with the federal government. But what you see on your screen are live shots from the presidential election court. We understand that the vice president, Senator Kashim Shettima, has just arrived to the court and probably walking to the seat that has been reserved for him. It's expected that a lot of people are going to be in that courtroom today, and as my colleagues had mentioned earlier, the court likely to be filled to the brim. As I said earlier also, that there's been restriction of movement around there, even on the roads outside of the court. No vehicles. Movement there is also very, very restricted. So a lot of people, if you leave Nigerians, we do know that the entire nation will be inside our courtroom, but thank God for the permissions granted. We are bringing the courtrooms into your house so that you can also see what's going on in the courtrooms and hear the judgments when they will be delivered. We understand that will be kicking off at 9 a.m. on the door. That's when the judges will walk in and the proceedings will begin. As I said earlier, the vice president is in court. Other dignitaries and I'm sure the representatives of the various political parties that are coming out to hear the judgment will also be there. You see the lawyers, and the lawyers are there also. So let's hear a bit of what's going on within the courtrooms. We'll keep tabs on what's going on there. Let's get back here and hear Mr. Aremu finish up that conversation around this matter of the labor unions. Yes, the federal government had that meeting with labor. I mean, yes, you talked about the inaugural meeting of the ministers with labor, but now the warning strikes happen, and it looks as if labor is divided. NLC is called for a 2-day warning strike, which is supposed to be everybody together. TUC pulls out of that and goes to say for a meeting with the federal government. And now there's been an agreement that the federal government should be given 8 weeks for conclusion of subsidy removal talks. 8 weeks. Is labor divided?
Well, I'm not sure whether labor is divided. Again, it's the beauty of democracy in action. You know, we have freedom of association. Nigeria is very rich in trade unions democracy. You know, it has come a long way as far back as 1940s. You know, Michael Imodu, you know, the founding father of the labor movement, was the first president of Nigerian Railwaymen in the 40s, before even independence. In fact, the struggle of labor led to independence as we know it today. So the bottom line is that workers have the right to belong to unions. And today, we have two very formidable labor centers, namely Nigeria Labour Council, which is older, you know, and then the Trade Union Congress that came much more later. And they have their fleet, you know, respected athlete. They are very formidable, and you can't doubt their relevance. But they also have the right to run the affairs the way they wanted it, you know. They have their National Executive Council, they have their Central Working Committee, they have the National Administrative Council. In the wisdom of NSC, you know, they gave their communique openly that it seems to be delay. They started negotiation, it stopped. Now they want to put the government on notice to resume negotiation. The option they took is what they call 2-day warning strike. I mean, we can debate the effectiveness of that, but that's the decision they have taken. Now, TUC, in its own wisdom, said we met. You know, we still want to continue the negotiation. We want to give government benefit of a doubt. We are not going on this strike, but that's not division. It's the same unity in action, different methods. as the case may be.
Also, some will say, is it a strategy to get government to
it's not
shift
impossible.
ground
But what I'm
one way or
saying
the
is
other?
that whether you go on legitimate protest, you go on strike, you go for social dialogue, these are different forms of labor struggles, which are recognized. But the bottom line is that at the end of the day, the two parties agree that they must still come back to negotiation. You know, and then we cannot debate that, okay, if from day one you agree that whatever protest or strike we've done, we are coming to table. The book will say that why can't you go to negotiation straight away? But that's detail now. But my takeaway from this, or which I want to quickly rub it in, is that I think government should realize that reforms are definitely inevitable. In the case of West subsidy, I think all Nigerians have agreed that it can't be business as usual. You know, that we can't spend these huge resources subsidizing one product. You know, when you have a government 8-point agenda, job creation, looking for resources, you know, poverty alleviation. So we agree on that. But in managing reforms, we must be very careful. That's the lesson of this. We need to be to space reform. There's what you call just transition. You know, you don't do it with big bang, because if you do so, there will be big bang reactions. But my takeaway on this is that Labour should resume back, take the advantage of the new dispensation of the two honorable ministers. You know, if we take the inaugural speech of Honorable Minister Lalong on behalf of the two ministers, he said Labour will not be taken for granted. Labour is a strong partner, and they called for meeting on Monday. Unfortunately, I think there was a communication crisis. I think it's that time to resume back.
Let me just come in here again. That's footage from the courts, the election petition courts, and they're settling in. Shortly, the conversations will start within the courtroom. But my colleagues in Lagos have a couple of questions for Mr. Emo. Guys.
Well, thank you, Nyota. I was actually just wanted to raise the issues here with Mr. Quakers just before, because you already announced that at 9 o'clock we're going to go back to the PEPC location where the judgment is being prepared. Well, the final judgment is going to be laid, you know, but we'll definitely come back to that labor conversation. But Mr. Quakers, so the build-up is, you know, there, and then there was something that Bukola, you know, just quipped just before we came back on that, no, expectations are most certainly high. What, I'm having a hard time placing this question quite right, because the interests are as divided as they please. So what are the likely outcomes? Actually, I'm holding back from asking Bukola's question, but I'm just going to go ahead. I'll give you another one. There is no chance that this case it will end here. Is there?
No, certainly not. Except maybe, you know, you have three petitions to be determined by the tribunal. It is where the petitioners, after listening to the judgment, now decide that there's no need, there'll be no basis for an appeal to the Supreme Court, so the matter ends there. Recall earlier I said we live in a litigious environment. Even when the law is clear on the face of it, you still want to take your chance. Perhaps there's something you feel that was glossed over by the tribunal that you want to test at the Supreme Court. We've seen instances where decisions of the Court of Appeal have also been reversed by the Supreme Court. So perhaps you have a situation where the petitioners, maybe one or two of them, might decide, let's go upstairs. Now, there's a provision for all of that in our Constitution. I think Section 285, sub 6 or thereabout. You have 60 days to go on appeal, and for the appeal to also be determined by the Supreme Court. Recall that this whole thing took 180 days. So the 180 days has now led to the judgment of the tribunal. Once the tribunal delivers its judgment, as it will today, the parties, in terms of what they're going to do, including the determination of the appeal to the Supreme Court, must be done within 60 days. And I think that's the essence of Section 285, sub 6 of the 1999 Constitution. So you must exhaust all the appellate process or appellate machinery that is available to you. I don't see it ending here. I don't see. There's a need to also see that new principles of law are also established. There are a number of issues that have been raised, so it is imperative for the court to determine those issues so that after this year or after this electoral process, the next election that will hold, certain principles will have been established. Like, for instance, in Adeleke and Oyetola, a principle has also been established that some matters do not require proof if the law on it is very clear. And I'll give you an example. Even though it is nothing new, now, oftentimes we say, if you want to determine a case, you call the parties to give oral evidence. But if the law is such that it can be determined by documentary evidence, why call oral evidence? And that's what Adeleke has also now determined. So you could have new principles of law that this panel will enunciate and establish for successive election petitions.
Principles of law that are not new.
That are not new.
That may not have been tested.
Absolutely. Okay. Yes.
Speaking of which, Mr. Tutoju weighed in on it earlier, the Abuja winning the FCT principle, now that we are waiting the judgment, I guess we can talk about it. I'd like you to weigh in on it, particularly because you say some things do not require proof if the law is clear. A lot of these people say that the law is clear on it. But then again, past presidents, if we checked, had not won the FCT. What are your thoughts?
No, I would say past president have not won the FCT. I recall that Jonathan won the FCT. The election that's after being sworn in as vice president immediately after the death of Yar'Adua. When he contested against Buhari, he won the FCT. Now, Buhari, first time won the FCT, second time lost the FCT. But he still got over the constitutional provision of 25%, more than 25%. Now, this is the first time you have an incumbent who did not win the FCT and also didn't score the percentage required. Now, you now have a situation where the court is now being called upon to determine whether winning the FCT is a prerequisite to being declared as a winner of the election. Now, the constitutional interpretation to be given is whether 25% of 36 states, including the FCT. So in other words, is it disjunctive or is it conjunctive? So that is the interpretation to be given. I won't say that just yet until when the decision is out. The word is and. And recall that Dr. Lisa Bakoba, SAN, had asked, calling on INEC, that this will be a problem. And the earlier it is determined, one way or the other, the better. Right? Now, that interpretation is what has now been placed before the court for determination.
What do you think happened in 2019? Did the lawyers at the time, fail to exploit that loophole? Somehow did they miss it?
No, it wasn't really an issue like now.
Okay.
Because if it was an issue, right, the court will have pronounced on it. For them, it was not. And like oftentimes we say, it is what you consider to be an issue that you present before the court that the court will determine. You don't conjecture issues. Your issues must flow from the provisions of the law or from the statutes.
So what's different now? The
difference now is it has now been made an issue. Someone has spotted it and has called upon the court to determine it. So the court has to determine one way or the other.
Well, it's also interesting that is, being looked at it in such a way, because I recall at some point, I'm not sure where, particularly in the Constitution, where it says that the issue of FCT should be looked at as if it was a state.
Yes,
I remember that particular phrase.
Yes, it's in the Constitution. But you see, because it is there that FCT should be considered as a state. Now, there was a particular decision of the Supreme Court where that issue was addressed in person, right? I think it's Buhari and Obasanjo thereabout. It was discussed in person. A pronouncement was not made on it. In other words, for you to be declared as a winner of a presidential election, you must score 25% of the 36 states and the FCT. Yes, that's the word. And the FCT.
So that means it's compulsory.
Well, I want to believe so. Now, but because of this issue of is it conjunctive or is it disjunctive, there are instances when conjunctive verbs will also come across as being disjunctive. There are instances where you can, and that's part of what I think the court will now do, is the and, such that you cannot pronounce a right existing except the person shows that he was able to garner 25% of the FCT. Beyond, so that means 36 days plus the FCT would make it 37. All right.
So in this case now, it's not the proof that is required, it's the status of the FCT that has to be determined by the court.
Absolutely. So whatever, and that's why I said you apply the facts to the law. All right, what are the facts? You have an incumbent who has been declared as president of the country. A group comes forward to say, in order for this man to have been declared the president of the country, he ought to have had 25% of the FCT, in addition to the other states. So excluding the FCT, it simply means he's not qualified to have been sworn in the first place. But hey, the mistake, or whatever it is, has been made. Let the court now determine whether it is conjunctive or disjunctive in interpreting the section.
Now, you have said that, you know, this is definitely not going to be the end of the matter, whatever happens today. But I'm wondering what the long-term effects, you know, however the pendulum swings today, will be on our psyche, you know, as a people, on the psyche of the electorate, and of course on this digital generation, those long-term effects for the voting public in the future.
One has to wait for the outcome of the decision. And this is not the first election petition. There will be several others. But what we then now have from now is precedents will be set. Principles of law will be enunciated and established so that in the unlikely event an issue like this comes up, it is well said. And I'll give you an example. Chief Richard Akinjide of blessed memory said to us a long time ago that he was in a court in England, and in addressing the judge looked at him that it appeared that he was not versed in that area. Apparently that there had been a recent decision of the court that he had not familiarized himself with. And then he continued to address the judge, and the judge looked at him and said, Richard, it's apparent that you have not read this case, and then gave him the judicial authority. He said, no, he hasn't. He said, okay, I will stand down the matter. You go to the library, read it, we'll be back in the next 2 hours. All right? So he said he went into the High Court library to read up the report. He finished reading up the report and came back. And the judge now asked him, have you read the report? He said, yes. So what will your position be? He said, oh, my lord, I'm not going to continue with that argument. In view of this recent decision of the court, I drop all arguments. He said the judge was impressed. One, from his own perspective, he hadn't read it. Now, we live in an environment where some issues should not even go to court in the first place, particularly when the issues have been tried, tested, and you have pronouncement of court existing in those areas. One of our judges who is retired now, Justice I.N. Buba, said, in relation to, for instance, legal mortgages, he said, so long as the legal mortgage document exists, it shows that there is a debt. So the man goes to court. He now says, for you to challenge that debt, furnish me with evidence that you have paid and the bank has refused to do the needful. All right? For you to challenge the bank holding on to your document, I need to see proof. Because if you've paid, the bank is expected to take certain steps. If the bank has not taken those steps, it simply means your right has now been infracted. So you have every right to now go to court. So furnish me with evidence that will make me tilt the scale of justice in your favor. Until that is done, the scale of justice will weigh heavily on the side of the bank. And that's how the case was determined. And I think the time has come for us to also look at it from that perspective.
Well, interesting arguments there. Well, as you can see, the Vice President has just arrived, the PEPC, as well as some... All right. Well, thank you. Well, those information there, I mean, you've just seen that the Vice President has arrived at the PEPC, as well as some APC governors, all of them getting ready for the proceedings to begin. Most certainly, as we said, as much as soon as activities are about to begin, we will most certainly take you there because we don't want you to miss a breath. Dr. Otitoju, of course, in our Abuja studio, has been weighing in on this conversation as well. So, well, let's see what your perspectives are on this. We do not want to get into the nitty-gritty of it. We can't even get into the interpretations of it. But as Bukola has said over and over again, this digitized or digital population have expectations, and they have, as far as they are concerned, interpreted it their own way, and consequently expectations are high in that regard. Section 299 has been argued over the past 180 days of our electoral process so far, and it is very clear. It's just introducing a particular segment. It says the provisions of this constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as if it were one of the states of the Federation. And a number of things were said in that regard. So it talks about the provisions of the Constitution in its entirety, not just of this particular section. Do you see, do you think people have enough understanding of that, which may or may not weighing on the decision of the courts today?
Right. Thank you very much. Now, when you consider all the provisions of the Constitution, you will see at any point the draftman wants to refer to states, he uses an FCT. So, FCT, in the wisdom of the draftman, is not a state. So all the provisions we have referring to FCT, and then any other area that they want to refer to the 36 states, you will see in that same constitution where it is referred to as an FCT, meaning that FCT will be regarded as state in all circumstances when they are referring to 36 states. Nigeria, like I said before, have 36 states, not 37 states. But anytime they want to refer to states, they refer to FCT too as carrying the toga of states, even though it is not a state. The reason is very simple. FCT has voters, and the votes of those in FCT must count in the determination of the overall results for election. And that is why a lot of argument on the issue of 2/3 of 36 states and FCT has been, of course, discussed in a divergent understanding. People have not been able to come to terms with the fact that in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, whenever you want to refer to FCT, you cannot say FCT is a state. So you must refer to it as FCT. 36 states and FCT. So I see no confusion in all this. There is no special status that is attached to FCT, apart from the fact that it is a Federal Capital Territory. There is no special status that it carries. They pay tax there, 36 states also pay tax. The same status of just recognition of the voters. And that is what it is attached to FCT. So we have to come to terms with the fact that whenever the Constitution refers to 36 states and conferring those states with maybe privileges, they also need to attach it to all FCT. They could not have described FCT as another state. And that is it's very simple.
The question here would be...
There's no disjunction or, disjunctive understanding of that.
Dr. Otitoju. Dr. Otitoju.
Give it a conjunctive meaning in the interpretation of statute.
So, Dr. Titoju, I guess the clear question here would be, any layman would be asking, is it compulsory for candidates, the winning candidates, to win the FCT in addition to winning 2/3 of the 36 states of the Federation for him to be declared the rightful winner of the lawful votes cast in an election?
That will be no. My answer will be no. Because if you win 2/3 of 36 states of the Federation and FCT, you are right at it. If you win only 2/3 of that 36 without FCT, you are still right to be returned as a winner. Presidential.
All right, well...
if you win it, fine. If you don't win it, fine. So far you meet 2/3 of the 36 states. You are home and dry.
Well, I guess we'll wait for the decision of the court on that particular conversation, as you have also heard Mr. Quaker say the same thing, because you said earlier that if a statement or a judgment, a conclusion hasn't been made by the court about that one. But just as you said earlier, I guess we're going to wait for the courts also to make references. You talked about all the references that they're going to be making to this. But then it still goes back to the question that we have asked about educating the people. Now, this is going to, I'm almost certain that is a class of lawyers just waiting. Just waiting in the classroom right now and with the lecturer just to take notes and look at all of the angles to this thing. So how significant do you see this? One of the things that you said earlier about this particular case is that this is the first time we have 3 leading candidates who have taken their cases to the courts. First time ever in this country, we've had a situation where there is one winner and a second, person who is taking on. But this is the first time we're having 3 leading candidates who are claiming their right to the throne. How significant do you see this in legal education and an education of the populace about legal or judicial matters?
Well, incidentally, in terms of enlightenment of the populace, I have my doubts. We do not have a reading public. We do not have a very enlightened public. This will only circulate amongst the elites and those who take pleasure in knowing what is happening, those who take pleasure in current affairs. Earlier, I did say something about the digital generation. So this, to a large extent, will further enlighten the digital generation. But the Nigerian populace as a whole, I don't think they could care less.
So you see it playing a role in educating the digital population?
I believe that so strongly because, we're talking about the law, all right? Now, anyone who is discerning will say this, that this particular decision will shed more light in relation to these constitutional and statutory provisions. Earlier, I remember Dr. Titoju was also saying something about non-compliance with the Electoral Act and the burden that is placed on you to establish that. We've had cases where the court or the tribunal placed a burden on petitioners that the petitioners were unable to discharge. Recall that our system is heavily placed on determining your cases based on preponderance of evidence as opposed to a criminal case where you're meant to determine your case based on proof beyond reasonable doubt. Now, if you're able to come up with evidence, now, what is the evidence that PDP and Labour as political parties have placed before the court in relation to the grounds of their petition? That would determine what the outcome would be. Mind you, this is excluding any form of technicality, as the chairman of the tribunal also said in the course of the council addressing the panel on all of these issues. At the end of the day, once the decision is made, what I believe the enlightened and discerning public would then now do is take the decision, place it side by side with this constitutional provision. You talked about Section 299. FCT must have the toga of a state. That is what the constitution. As regards distribution of resources, FCT does not have a governor. FCT has a minister. FCT has representative in the National Assembly. FCT does not have his own House of Assembly as you find in other states. But my own question is this. We only have 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, which means the seat of government. We've heard all kinds of arguments on this issue, that because you also have electorates in the FCT, therefore, the president is seen as the governor of FCT, because that is the seat of government. So the people themselves there must also be seen to have voted for the same president. So in other words, even if you don't win, you must have 25% of the FCT. So 25%, 2/3 of 36 states and the FCT. That is what has been now submitted, as we say in law, to the court to determine. The word "and," is it to be interpreted as conjunctive, or is it to be interpreted as disjunctive? There are cases to the effect that there are instances when "and" can be conjunctive. There are instances when "and" can be disjunctive. If, for instance, in the first line, you're able to determine what you're looking for, the "and" addition now becomes surplusage. Yeah. So it is for the court to now determine what this issue is.
Which one of this is? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it looks like legal English is different from English language.
Absolutely.
You know, but that also leads to something that's played on my mind a little bit about this whole thing. There's the legality of law.
Yes.
There's the morality of law.
Yes.
But sometimes both of them take the backseat to the sentiments. Which one of them do you see playing up the most in this case?
We see in Nigeria, most times, it is the sentiments, oftentimes, that beclouds the law from taking its course. Wow. Now, when you look at the maiden of justice, oftentimes we should ask ourselves, how come the maiden of justice wears a blindfold? 1. 2, how come elected representatives of the people are made to swear to oath of allegiance and oath of office? To what end? What exactly is the mischief that we're setting out to cure by all of these things? The maiden of justice wears the blindfold to dispense justice without fear or favor or ill will. In other words, the mere fact that I have issues with you does not mean that when you appear before me, I should be malicious. I should be vindictive. I must dispense justice in accordance with the law. Now, where does morality also come in? Morality also comes in sometimes when I have to recuse myself. That I have an issue with this man. Is it right for him to now appear before me? Sometimes it might not really be issues. Perhaps we attended the same school.
So I'm covertly connected.
Absolutely. So that alone must put me in a position to recuse myself. There's a particular justice of the Supreme Court many years ago. Her friend had a matter before her. And she said, the lawyers were still addressing her. She was just writing. And then at the end of the day, she delivered the ruling. This case involves a classmate of mine that had been with me from secondary school. And we're quite close. If the other side now finds out my relationship with this person, whatever judgment I give will be seen as tainted. If I give a judgment that would be contrary to my friend's expectation, it will put me on collision course with my friend and affect our friendship. So for this reason, I cannot handle this matter. And the file was given to the chief judge for reassignment. All right. But here, there are all kinds of primordial sentiments that will affect dispensation of justice. So we dispense justice here based on a number of considerations. Regrettably, it's either religious, it's either ethnic, it could be fraternity, and a number of other reasons. So when these cases now go on appeal, you now ask yourself, what exactly went wrong? So will the outcome today be different? As far as I'm concerned, taking a number of things into consideration based on what has been presented before their lordship, once the decision comes out one way or the other, I see appeals being filed. And lawyers are busy. We must work.
No, just say you must make money.
Look at this. You must make money.
I will use the word make money. No, because you see, there's a need. You know, Chief Williams of blessed memory said when he argued Inkem Dilim many years ago on jurisdiction, that even his colleagues around him didn't see the need why he ought to go on appeal. But he felt that, look, I need to get the court to make a pronouncement on this. And he went all the way. And today, we're citing it in relation to jurisdiction, but it was based on his personal conviction. So we also need to pursue things on personal conviction. Recall earlier when I was talking about O.J. Simpson's trial, right? It established also principles of law based on a man's conviction. And he went all the way. And those principles have been established. So there are times when you pursue cases based on your conviction and based on your knowledge of the law.
Well, just to inform you quickly, Bukola, just a second, that right now we have 22,000 people watching our dedicated presidential election petition court judgment stream on YouTube right now. Do some other people a favor. Any moment from now, once the justices are sat, we are ready to take you to Abuja.
And you can also do somebody a favor by sharing the link, you know, to that YouTube page for people to know that they can watch the proceedings live.
Yes, that's a stream on your screen right now. That's a stream on your screen at this very moment. So go ahead.
And join the preview. You know, sitting here and doing all of these analysis, I can imagine that perhaps, you know, the judiciary too, at this point, having tried the case in the past 180 days, is somewhat on trial. You know, so I can only imagine what will be going through the minds of the justices that will be delivering their ruling now, and you know, perhaps what are the lessons that we can also get from that?
Well, let me first start by saying that I do not, because you see, this statement from time to time appears to be intimidating to the justices of the court, that they are on trial. The judiciary is actually not on trial. I must also add that it is commendable that the incumbent vice president is also at the tribunal for the outcome of the judgment, and also governors. And this is the first time in the history of this country that you have an incumbent appearing in the tribunal. Oftentimes, you only have representatives. So it shows the attachment to the outcome of this judgment by the incumbent and other stakeholders. Peter Obi, I didn't see him, but Atiku Abubakar, I think, is there. Peter Obi regularly appeared. Perhaps maybe before the judgment is delivered, he will also appear in court. Is the judiciary on trial? There's this statement that is often being made that all eyes are on the judiciary.
It's a hashtag.
Yes, so exactly. So eyes are on the judiciary. To what end? It is because of the significance of this particular. I mean, this is not the first time a tribunal will be sitting over an election petition involving either an incumbent or a would-be president. You recall that I said one litigious candidate is the immediate past president of Nigeria in the person of General Muhammadu Buhari, who pursued his mandate in court not once, not twice, not three times. So you have the law reports replete with his name. If the judiciary on trial, their lordships will also be conscious. Question is, if they deliver judgment and the outcome is one that they are not comfortable with, what then happens? You go on appeal, you go to the Supreme Court. So the final place for all of this, according to Section 285 sub 6, is the appeal court. And also, I think paragraph 55 of the Electoral Act, appeals can be filed at the Supreme Court. So it is for the Supreme Court to now finally determine within 60 days from the filing of the notice of appeal to the filing of the brief to the judgment, everything must be done with. And I think we're trying. It's not there yet, unlike in the past, that this particular matter will have taken 4 years, sometimes 5 years. So now it's this, but it can be further compressed. Quoting Ms. Olisa Bakoba, it can be further compressed to 14 days as they've done in Kenya. I think we can do the same here because the rules are clear, the law is clear, the facts are there. So what else are you looking for? Just apply the law to the facts and then deliver your judgment one way or the other.
Well, we are drawing closer and closer to that moment, as you can see on your screen right now. it's now all eyes, literally, on the seats where the justices are going to be seated and where the deliveries are going to be made of the final decision of this court concerning the presidential election that held earlier in the year. But before we go there, I mean, as you can see right there, all of that is going on, and most certainly, 5 of them, they are not the ones on trial. It is the judiciary literally putting our systems to test, yes. Mr. Quakers, literally putting our systems to test and checking whether or not they will be able to hold. Now, we've been doing this for many, many years. I don't know. Let me quickly take this to Dr. Otitoju. We've been raising these issues. We've been testing our systems. We've been challenging the capacity of the judiciary to do the needful over the years, Dr. Otitoju. So in your opinion, how well do you think we're doing in that regard, particularly looking at all of the people that are supposed to be in the process? Well, okay, I think the justices are filing in right now, as you can see, one after the other.
9:27 on the dot.
Yes, it's 9:27. The justices have come into the courts. And as you can see, the proceedings are just about to begin. Any moment now, the proceedings will begin and we'll be right over to Abuja. It's 9:28 this morning.
Well, good morning, Learned Council, both you are welcome to today's proceedings. As you are all aware, today we have reached the zenith of these proceedings. We are going to deliver the judgments on the 3 petitions that were consolidated. Well, in the process, we may not read out the addresses of counsel. You know, they will be in the record. But we will read out our findings and resolutions, then the conclusions on the judgments. So the judgment is a bit lengthy, so we plead for your patience so that we, in some few hours' time, will be able to go through and everybody can go home. Thank you. May the Almighty God guide and lead all of us. Yes. We will start the appearances with petition number 3. So you call it off, please.
Petition number CA/PEPC/03/2023 between Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Labour Party, for the petitioners, and Independent National Electoral Commission, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Senator Shetima Hashim, All Progressive Congress, APC, respondents.
All due respect to the court, my name is Kashim Shetima, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, an independent.
My Lord, the petitioners are not represented in courts. You know?
Oh.
Now. Okay.
Barrister Julius Abure, National Chairman, Labour Party.
They are representing
the second petitioner.
Okay. My Lord, the second petitioner is represented in court. Also, for the respondent.
May it please, my Lord.
By who?
Abure.
Abure Julius. A-B-U-R-E. Julius. For the second petitioner, my Lord.
Yes, any other representation?
May it please, my Lords, Mrs. May Agbamuche Umbu, INEC National Commissioner, Chair Legal Services for the first respondent.
My Lords, my name is Kashim Shetima, representing the third respondent. I'm the third respondent.
So, my Lord, the second petitioner is represented. The first respondent is also represented here in court. The third respondent is present in court. Other parties are absent. Fourth.
Who is also in court? Second respondent is in court, yes?
My Lord,
my name is... Third respondent.
My name is Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, National Chairman,
okay.
APC, representing the fourth respondent.
Okay.
Fourth respondent.
The fourth respondent is represented here in court, my Lord. Other parties are absent. Thank you.
Yes. Well, the list of councils is they are a bit lengthy, so maybe you can just announce the appearances, but the list is here. We'll record them after the judgment.
my lords, I'm Dr. Levi Uzauku. I appear for the petitioners, my lords.
Yes.
Appearing with me are my brothers of the inner bar, starting with our Kalo SAN, Kichukweze Chukwesen, Dr. Mrs. Valeria Janet Azinge SAN, Becca Okpoko SAN, Alex Ejesiem SAN, Peter Afoba SAN, and then members of the outer bar with us, 3 of them, starting with number 8, Chike A. Obi, Precious Uchendo, and finally, Igwekamba Obiora. Together, we appear for the petitioners, my lords.
You didn't appear with the iron eater today. The iron crusher.
He couldn't be accommodated today.
Okay, yes, first respondent.
If it pleases my lords, I am Sir Stephen Adehi. I appear with my learned friends of the inner bar, T.M. Inua, SAN, Al-Hassan A. Umar, SAN, Suleiman Olawale Ibrahim, SAN, and our friends of the outer bar appearing with us are Nasara H. Auta, Esquire, Aminu Sadauki, Esquire, M.A. Atta, Esquire, Susan A. Imrozi, Esquire, Jamiu Aguru, Esquire, and Martins F. Ekpa. We all appear for the first respondent. Thank you very much, my lords.
Second and third respondent.
With profound humility to my noble lords, my name is A.A. Malik. My humble appearance is for the second and third respondents. Hello, my learned brothers of the inner bar, appearing with me are Babatunde Ogala, SAN, Dr. Remi Olatubura, SAN, and Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN. And we also have our colleagues on the outer bar, namely my lord, Emmanuel Uwadoka, Esquire, Yinka Ajeni Fuja, Esquire, Akintola Makinde, Esquire, Julius Ishola, Esquire, and last but not the least, Taiwo Lakanu, Esquire. Grateful, my lords.
Yes.
Good morning, my lords. I am Chief Dr. Charles Uwensi Edosawa. I make a humble appearance for the fourth respondent. With me, sirs, are Chief Adeni Akintola, SAN, Chief Afolabi Fashanu, SAN, Sam Ologunrisha, SAN, Solomon Umar, SAN, Abdul Muhammad Rafindadi, SAN. Lords, our learned friends of the outer bar are also here with us. And they're Omosoya Popola, Esquire, Olarewaju Onigegewura Akinshola, Esquire, Bolaji Oyun, Esquire, is Huwaila Muhammad Ibrahim. Thank you very much, my lord. We're all here for the fourth respondent.
Yes, call number 4.
Petition number CA/PEPC/04/2023 between Allied People's Movement petitioner and Independent National Electoral Commission, All Progressives Congress, Tinubu Bola Ahmed, Kashim Shettima, Kabir Masari.
May it please my lords, Mrs. May Agbamuche Umbu, INEC National Commissioner, Chair Legal Services, for the first respondent.
Petitioner is absent.
Petitioner is absent, my lord. First respondent is represented, my lord.
My lord, my name is Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, National Chairman, APC, for the first respondent. A second respondent.
My lords, my name is Kashim Shettima. I'm the third respondent.
What?
My lords, I'm the fourth respondent. My name is Kashim Shettima.
My lords, the second respondent is represented, the third respondent is absent, the fourth respondent is present in court, and the fifth respondent is absent.
Yes, appearances, please.
With respect, my lords, my name is Andrew Malgui. My lord, I appear for the petitioner, and my learned friend of the outer bar, J.O. Olotu, appears with me.
Well, with all this cancellation, please, after this thing, you submit a clean copy.
Yes, my lord. We had to do some changes in court here, and it was too late for us to adjust.
Okay.
Most obliged, my lord.
Thank you. Yes.
May it please my lord, I am Sir Stephen Adehi. I appear with my learned friends of the inner bar, T.M. Inua, SAN, Al-Hassan A. Umar, SAN, Suleiman Olawale Ibrahim, SAN, and our friends of the outer bar, of the inner outer bar, Nasara H. Auta, Esquire, Aminu Sadauki, Esquire, M.A. Atta, Esquire, Susan Imoesi, Esquire, Jamiu Aguru, Esquire, and Martins F. Ekpa, Esquire, We all appear for the first respondent.
Yes,
Very grateful, my lords.
Yes, second respondent.
May it please your lordships. I'm Chief Dr. Charles Uwensi Edosawa. I make a humble appearance for the second respondent. My learned friends, Chief Adeni Akintola, SAN. Chief Afolabi Fashanu, SAN. Sam Ologunrisha, Esquire, SAN. Solomon Umar, Esquire, SAN. Abdul Muhammad Rafindadi, SAN. Omosaya Ukwola, Esquire, SAN. Sorry, my lord, it's not S. It's my prayer for him, my lord. My prayer for you.
Yes, that's all right.
Yes, sir. Olarewaju Akinshola, Esquire. Bolaji Onyu, Esquire. And Miss Huwaila Muhammad Ibrahim. We're all here, sirs, for the second respondent. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Third and fourth.
With profound humility to my noble lords, my name is A. Malik. My humble appearance, my lords, is for the third and fourth respondents. My learned brothers of the Inner Bar, Babatunde Ogala, SAN, Dr. Remi Olatubura, SAN, and Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN, all appear with me. Together we have our colleagues appearing with us, namely Emmanuel Uwadoka, Esquire, Yinka Ajeni Fuja, sorry, my lord, Esquire, Akintola Makinde, Esquire, Julius Ishola, Esquire, Taiwo Lakanum, Esquire, and if it pleases my noble lords, may I respectfully add one last name.
We can only record what is on the list.
Sorry, my lord.
Can only record what is on the list.
Most grateful, my lord. My lord, our appearance for the third and fourth respondents. Thank you, my lord.
Most respectfully, my lord.
Yes.
My name is Gabriel M. Isham.
Why didn't you submit your own list? What is here?
We submitted the list.
Yes.
My learned friends who appear with me are Ofure Rosella Iyere. Blessing.
Is it on that name? Is it on the list?
Yes, my lord. It's number 6 on our list.
Mention one long name.
O.R. Iyere, my lord.
Okay.
Number 7, P.T. Orabere, Esquire. Last but not the least, number 8, Edward Ajaba, Esquire. My lord, collectively, we respectfully appear for the 5th respondent.
Call number 5.
Petition number CA/PEPC/05/2023 between Abubakar Atiku, People's Democratic Party for the petitioners, and Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Tinubu Bola Ahmed, and All Progressives Congress, APC.
Yes.
My Lord, my name's Umar Ilya Damagum, Acting National Chairman, PDP, for the second petitioner.
May it please my lords, this is May Agbamuche Umbu, INEC National Commissioner, Chair Legal Services, for the first respondent.
Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, National Chairman, APC, third respondent.
One petitioner is represented before the court, as well as the first and third respondent, my lord. Other parties are absent.
Please.
With profound respect to my noble lords, I am Chief Chris Uche. I appear for the petitioners, and with me are my learned brothers Silk, namely Iyitayo Jegede SN,
Yes.
Professor Mike Ozekome SN, Nella Andem Ewa Rabana SN. And my lords, permit me with respect to replace absent number 5 with my brother Silk Joe Abraham SN. Then number 6, Professor Maxwell M. Gidado SN.
Yes.
7, Chief Godi Uche SN.
Yes.
8, A.K. Ajibade SN. And with us, my lords, our learned friends, Silas Joseph Ono Esquire,
Yes.
and Jude A. Daniel Esquire. Together, my lords, we appear for the petitioners. We are grateful, says.
Yes. Thank you. Second respondent. Oh, sorry, first, sorry.
May it please my lords, I am Sir Stephen Adehi. I appear with my learned friends, Senior Counsel, T.M. Inua, SAN, Al-Hassan A. Umar, SAN, Suleiman Olawale Ibrahim, SAN, and my appearing with us are our learned colleagues, Nasara H. Auta, Esquire, Aminu Sadauki, Esquire, M.A. Atta, Esquire, Susan A. Imoisi, Esquire, Jamiu Aguru, Esquire, and Martins F. Ekpa, Esquire. We appear for the first respondent.
Thank you.
May it please, my lords.
With profound humility to my noble lords, my name is A. Malik. I appear, my lord, for the second respondent. Learned Brothers of the Silk, Babatunde Ogala, SAN, Dr. Remi Olatubora, SAN, and Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN, all appear with me. And we have our other colleagues, Emmanuel Uwadoka, Esquire, Yinka Ajeni Fuja, Esquire, Akintola Makinde, Esquire, Julius Shola, Esquire, and lastly but not the least, Taiwo Lakano, Esquire. Together, my lord, we appear for the second respondent. Pray for my lord.
My lords, for the third respondent, I am Charles Uwensuyi Edosawa.
Yes.
My lords, my learned friends, Chief Adeni Akintola, SAN, Chief Afolabi Fashanu, SAN, Sam Ologunrisha, Esquire, SAN, Solomon Umar, Esquire, SAN, Abdul Muhammad Rafindadi, Esquire, SAN, and my learned friends of the Outer Bar, sir, Mr. Omosoya Popola, Mr. Olarewaju Akinshola, Mr. Bolaji Onyun, and Miss Huwaila Muhammad Ibrahim. They're all with me, sirs, for the third respondent. Most grateful, sirs.
Well, shall deliver the judgments, but you know that we all know the rules concerning consolidated matters. Each of the petitions, though consolidated, will maintain their individual identities, so we shall treat them as such. We shall begin with petition number 4. Well, we all remember that during the pre-hearing session, several motions were filed. So we shall begin with the consideration of these applications before we proceed to the main petition. So in this petition, that's petition number 3 and number 4, sorry, the petitioner here in Allied People's Movement, participated in the presidential election conducted by the first respondent on the 25th of February 2023 by sponsoring a candidate, that's Ojai Princess Chichi, agreed by the declaration and returned at the election, has via its petition filed on the 20th day of March 2023, prayed this court at paragraph 31 of the petition to grant it the following reliefs. One, that it may be determined that A, the third respondent was not qualified to contest as the presidential candidate of the second respondent as at 25th day of February 2023, when the presidential election was conducted by the first respondent in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having violated the provisions of Section 142, sub 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. B, a declaration that the return of the third respondent by the first respondent as the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is null, void, and of no legal effect whatsoever. The third respondent having violated the provisions of Section 142, sub 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and the fourth respondent having violated the provision of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. C, the fourth respondent was not qualified to contest as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent as at 25th February 2023, when the presidential election was conducted by the first respondent in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having violated the provisions of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. D, the declaration and return of third respondent by the first respondent on 1st March 2023 as the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is invalid by reason of non-compliance with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and the Electoral Act 2022. A declaration that having regard to the joint ticket principle enshrined in Section 142(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, the withdrawal of the first respondent as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent by operation of law amounted to automatic withdrawal and invalidation of the candidature of the third respondent as the presidential candidate of the second respondent for the presidential election conducted by the first respondent on the 25th day of February 2023. A declaration that arising from the invalidity of the third respondent nomination, the first respondent ought not to have included the name or the abbreviation of the name or the logo of the second respondent in the ballot papers and other election materials used by the first respondent for the conduct of the presidential election held on 25th day of February 2023. The fourth respondent was not qualified to contest as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent as at 25th February 2023 when the presidential election was conducted by the first respondent in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having violated the provisions of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. An order nullifying and voiding all the votes scored by the third respondent in the presidential election conducted by the first respondent on 25th February 2023 in view of his non-qualification as a candidate of the second respondent. Upon the grant of prayer for above, an order nullifying and or setting aside the return of declaration of the third respondent as winner of the election conducted by the first respondent for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the 25th day of February 2023, same having been made in violation of the provisions of Section 142(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 and Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. And finally, upon the grant of prayers 5 and 6 above, and in the absence of the third respondent's participation in the presidential election held on 25th February 2023, pursuant to Section 136 sub 2 of the Electoral Act, an order declaring the candidate with the next highest number of votes as the winner of the election. The grounds of the petition as set out on paragraph 15 of the petition is as follows. Your petitioner states that the ground upon which this petition is presented is that the third respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. The respondents were duly served the petition and also responded by filing their replies. The first respondent replied to the petition was filed on 9th of April 2023. The second response reply to the petition was also filed on 9th of April 2023, while that of the third and fourth respondents was filed on 13th of April 2023. The fifth respondent also filed replies to the petition on the 16th of April 2023. The petitioner then filed replies to the respective replies of the respondents to the petition. The respondent filed a number of motions, all of which challenge the competence of the petition. These motions were duly heard during the hearing session and rulings reserved. The first motion was filed by the first respondent. Applicant here in this motion was filed on the 6th of May, wherein he sought the following reliefs. 1, an order striking out paragraphs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 14, and 15 of the petition reply filed on 20th day of April 2023 in response to the first respondent's reply. 2, an order striking out paragraphs 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 of the petition reply filed on 20th of April 2023 in response to the first respondent's reply. And for such further orders as the Honorable Tribunal shall deem fit to make in the circumstance. We were urged to note that the grounds for the petition or for the application are as follows. They have been reproduced in the ruling. I need not read them out. So the motion is supported by an affidavit of 4 paragraphs and a written address. The petitioner respondent then responded by filing counter affidavit of 7 paragraphs on 13th of May 2023. Same was accompanied by written address in opposition to the application. The arguments of counsel in respect of that application have been considered here in the ruling. A similar application was also filed by the second respondent on the 8th of May 2023, wherein the second respondent prayed this court to grant the following reliefs. 1, an order of the Honorable Tribunal granting leave to the second respondent applicant to file and argue this application before or outside the pre-hearing session in this petition. It should be noted that this court is sitting as the Court of Appeal, not as a tribunal. So an order of this Honorable Court striking out paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 sub 1, 2, 4, and 5. Paragraph 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 of Part D of the petitioner's reply and or the entire petition reply to the second respondent's reply to the petition for being an unnecessary repetition and or introduction of new facts unrelated to the second respondent's reply to the petition. 3, an order of the Honorable Court striking out in whole or part thereof of the witness statements on oath filed together with the petition reply to the petition for being irregular and in flagrant non-compliance with the relevant provisions of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. The grounds for that application have also been summarized in this judgment, the same thing with the submissions of counsel. The third and fourth respondents also filed a motion on the 13th of May 2023, seeking the following reliefs. 1, an order striking out the entire reply filed by the petitioner on 20th April 2023, together with the accompanying witness statements on oath, list of witnesses to be relied on, and the list of additional documents. 2, further, or in the alternative to prayer 1 above, an order striking out paragraphs 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, up to 21 of the petition reply under the heading Petition Reply to the third respondent's reply to the motion filed on 20th April 2023 to the applicant's reply to the petition, and for such further orders as this Honorable Court may deem fit to make in the circumstances. The grounds have also been referred to in this ruling. We have also considered the submissions of counsel. Now, it is apparent that the first respondent's motion filed on the 6th of May 2023, the second respondent motion filed on the 8th of April 2023, and the third and fourth respondent motion filed on 13th May 2023 are all aimed at having certain paragraphs of the petition replies to the respective replies of the respondent's replies to the petition struck out. The common ground in all the applications is that the averments in the petitioner's reply have introduced new facts, new issues, facts, and or grounds to the petition. Furthermore, that some of the averments are rehash or repetition of the averments in the petition file, that those averments in the petition replies offend paragraph 16, subparagraph 1A and B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. The said paragraph to the Electoral Act stipulates that of his case, which the petition has not dealt with, the petitioner shall be entitled to file in the registry within 5 days from the receipt of the respondent's reply, a petitioner reply in answer to the new issues of fact, so that A, the petitioner shall not at this stage be entitled to bring in new facts, grounds, or prayers tending to amend or add to the contents of the petition filed by him, and B, the petitioner reply does not run counter to the provisions of paragraph 14.1. In my view, the provisions of paragraph 16.1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 are clear, unequivocal, and unambiguous. It does not, therefore, require any text or to be understood. From a holistic reading of that provision, it will be seen that it is meant to explain the purpose of a petitioner's reply to the reply is to raise answers to the defense or any fact which must be specifically pleaded and which has the effect of destroying the respondent's defense or make it not maintainable. The bottom line is that a petitioner is permitted by the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 to file a reply while the respondent to the petition has in his reply raised new issues of fact in the defense, which fact the petitioner has not dealt with in the petition. However, in doing so, the petitioner reply shall not introduce new facts, grounds, or prayers tending to amend or add to the contents of the petition. I've cited the case of APC and PDP that petitions apply. It is therefore clear that paragraph 16.1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act does not permit a petitioner in his reply to introduce or bring in any new issue or fact which ought to have been raised in the petition itself. In other words, a petitioner cannot, in the guise of a reply to a respondent's reply, introduce a new issue or fact which was never raised in his petition nor raised by the respondent. To do that will amount to amending or adding to the petition and also taking the respondent by surprise, because at that stage the respondent will not be in a position to react to such new issue or fact. It will therefore breach the respondent's fundamental right to fair hearing. Therefore, the petitioner is not permitted to repair or rehash his averments in the petition in such a way that it will amount to an amendment or restructuring or a reconstruction of the petition. See the case of Dingyadi and Wamako citations supplied. With the state of the law as stated above at the back of my mind, I have endeavored to scrutinize the pleadings in the respondent's respective replies to the petition, vis-a-vis the specific paragraphs of the petitioner replies complaint of. I start with the first respondent complaint. The first respondent complaint is against paragraph 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15 of petitioner reply. I have carefully studied those paragraphs of petitioner reply. It is my view that paragraphs 1, 6, 7, 8, 12, and 14 of petitioner reply to the first respondent reply are competent, as they are proper replies to the first respondent's reply. However, paragraphs 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 15 of the said petitioner reply are not competent, as they are either rehash of facts pleaded in the petition, or they introduce and or add new facts to the petition. Being incompetent, they are hereby struck out. The complaint of the second respondent is against paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, sub 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 and 5, sorry, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25, part B of the petition reply to the second respondent's reply to the petition. I've carefully considered both paragraphs in the light of paragraph 16(1)(a) and B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. It is settled law that where a respondent raises in his reply to the petition fresh or new issues, it will be necessary for the petitioner to file a reply to the respondent's reply to the petition. At that stage, the petitioner may also file further written statements on oath of witnesses he may wish to call in rebuttal of the new issues raised by the respondent. This is because any failure by the petitioner to reply or answer to those new issues raised by the respondent will be deemed that the petitioner has conceded to such fresh or new issues. The cases of Idris and ANPP, Dingadi and Wamako were also cited. That being so, the written statements on oath of witnesses filed along with the petitioner reply to the respondent reply in proof of the paragraph struck out are accordingly struck out. In my view, paragraphs 1, 2, the paragraph listed of the petitioner reply to second respondent reply to the petition are either rehash of paragraphs in the petition or introduced or added new facts to the petition. They are incompetent and accordingly struck out. I'm also of the view that paragraphs 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to 20 of the petition reply to third and fourth respondent reply to the petition are rehash of the vermins in the petition. They are, in my view, incompetent and accordingly struck out. This other motion filed by the first respondent on the 7th of May 2023, seeking the following relief. 1, an order of this Honorable Court striking out the petition for being incompetent and an abuse of court process. The grounds for filing the motion have been produced. The motion is supported by 6 paragraphs, affidavit deposed to by 1, Give Mwadike, a litigation secretary in the law firm of Dikko and Mahmoud, solicitors to the first respondent applicant. It is also accompanied by a written address filed in support of the motion. In response, the petitioner filed a counter affidavit on the 14th of May 2023, consisting of 7 paragraphs, deposed by 1, Kalu Kenneth Okorie, litigation secretary in the law firm of Mrs. O.M. Atoyo B. SAN and Partners. A written address was also filed along with the counter affidavit. Consider the arguments of counsel on this motion. The third and fourth respondents also filed a similar motion on 12th of May 2023. Therein, the third and fourth respondent prayed for an order of this Honorable Court striking out and or dismissing this petition for being incompetent, fundamentally defective, and vesting no jurisdiction on this Honorable Court to adjudicate thereon. The grounds for the application have been listed. In this motion, several grounds were raised. Now, it is apparent that the sole ground of this petition is stance on the qualification of the second respondent. The issue of qualification The issue of qualification or disqualification of a candidate to contest an election for the office of President of Nigeria is a constitutional one. That is why it is stipulated in section 134, subsection 1, A of the Electoral Act 2022 that an election may be questioned on any of the following grounds. A person whose election is questioned was, at the time of the election, not qualified to contest the election. The qualifications and or disqualifications of a candidate to contest an election for the office of president are stipulated in sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. While the qualifications are enshrined in section 131, the disqualifications are ingrained in section 137, subsection 1A to J of the Constitution, supra. It is apparent, therefore, that the issue of qualification of a candidate to contest an election could be a ground in an election petition, though it may also be ground a pre-election matter, where such issue of qualification or disqualification of a candidate arises from the primary election of the party by virtue of section 285, subsection 14 of the Constitution. Where the issue of qualification or disqualification arises from before the election, it is an election, a pre-election matter, and an action on that issue must be instituted pursuant to section 285, subsection 11 and 14 of the Constitution. It should be noted that upon a quick and careful perusal of the pleadings in the petition, the issue of disqualification of the first respondent rests solely on the issue of the alleged invalid nomination of his running mate, to wit, the third respondent. The issue of invalid nomination is captured by paragraphs 18, 19, 20, and 21 of the petition. For proper understanding of the facts pleaded, those paragraphs have been reproduced. The second issue, arm of that issue is captured in paragraphs 22, 23, 24, and 25, and 26 of the petition. Considering the facts pleaded above, it is clear that the claim of disqualification or non-qualification disqualification, non-qualification with third respondent is centered solely on the invalid or double nomination of the fourth respondent. However, it is a certain law that the issue of nomination of a candidate at an election is a pre-election matter. Therefore, the issue of qualification or disqualification can only be ventilated on the grounds enumerated in sections 131 or 137 of the Constitution. That is why section 84, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act 2022 stipulates that a political party shall not impose nomination qualification or disqualification criteria, measures, or conditions on any aspirant or candidate for any election in its constitution, guidelines, or rules for nomination of candidates for elections, except as prescribed under section 65, 66, 106, 107, 131, 137, 177, and 185 of the Constitution. 187. It therefore means that the conditions of qualification or disqualification are prescribed by, under sections 131 and 137 in case of person contesting for office of president. That means that why it is alleged in an election petition that a person is or was not qualified to contest election to the office of President of Nigeria, as stipulated in section 134, subsection 1A of the Electoral Act 2022, it is sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution of Nigeria that are applicable. See the cases of PDP and Anik, Kaki and PDP, Ucha and Unwe, and Captain Idris, Ichala Wada and others versus Yahya Bello and others, all citations supplied. That's why election has been conducted and result declared. Such election cannot be questioned on grounds of qualification under sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution in the case of a presidential election. This postulation is supported by section 134, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, where it is stipulated that With respect to subsection 1A, a person is deemed to be qualified for an elective office, and his election shall not be questioned on grounds of qualification if, with respect to the particular election in question, he meets the applicable requirements of section 65, 106, 137, or 177 of the Constitution, and he is not, as may be applicable in breach of sections 66, 107, 137, or 182 of the Constitution. As stated earlier, the applicable provisions are sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution. It is clear from the plenitude of the pleadings in this petition that the facts grounding the petition's claim of disqualification or non-qualification of the third and fourth respondents is hinged on double and invalid nomination of the first respondent. I had pointed out earlier in the course of this ruling that the issue of qualification or disqualification of a candidate at an election is strictly a requirement of the Constitution. That it was held in the case of Al-Hassan and another versus Ishaku and others, citations supplied a court by virtue of the provisions of section 138 sub 1A of the Electoral Act. A tribunal's power to decide whether a person is qualified to contest an election is restricted to establishing the requirements of section 177 and 182 of the Constitution against the adverse party. An election tribunal has no jurisdiction to inquire into the primaries of a political party, close of court. It is apparent, therefore, that issues of nomination or sponsorship of candidates by political parties come under pre-election matters and should be instituted and determined before the conduct of the election. Shinkafi and others versus Yari and others, Ella and others versus Abo. That being so, a ground of election petition questioning the election of a person duly qualified to contest such election as required by the Constitution cannot be sustained where it is predicated on nomination or sponsorship of such candidate. Therefore, a petitioner who relies on non-qualification of his opponent to nullify the election must bring the facts of such non-qualification within the ambit of sections 131 and 137 of the 1999 Constitution. I have noted that the petitioner respondent sought to tie his complaint of non-qualification to section 142(1) of the 1999 Constitution. That provision stipulates as follows. I quote, in any election to which the foregoing provision of this part of this chapter relate, a candidate for an election to the office of president shall not be deemed to be validly nominated unless he nominates another candidate as his associate from the same political party for his running for the office of president, who is to occupy the office of vice president, and that candidate shall be deemed to have been duly elected to the office of vice president if the candidate for election to the office of president who nominated him as such associate is duly elected as president in accordance with the provisions of aforesaid. I am of the view that the above cited provision of the Constitution does not create additional qualifications or disqualifications for a candidate contesting for the office of president of Nigeria. Furthermore, section 142 of the 1919 Constitution, read along with section 141 of the said Constitution, create the office of president and vice president. Section 142(1) is a specific provision donating power to the president to nominate a person as his associate to occupy the office of the president. That's why subsection 2 of section 142 mandates that the requirements of qualification and disqualification attaching to the occupier of seat of president also applies to the holder of the office of vice president. It is therefore my view that section 142, subsection 1 of the Constitution does not introduce the issue of nomination or sponsorship of vice president so as to enlarge the scope of qualifications or disqualifications applicable to the seat of president. There cannot therefore be a disqualifying factor of a candidate for the office of president outside those specified in section 131 and 137 of the Constitution. It can safely be said that those provisions have sufficiently and conclusively covered the field until there is an amendment to the Constitution. See the cases of AG Abia and AG Federation, also PDP and ANI Supra. As a fallout to my findings above, I hold the firm view that the issue of nomination or sponsorship of the first respondent, being a pre-election matter, ought to have been ventilated by the petitioner before the Federal High Court, as this court has no jurisdiction to delve into the matter. Even if this court has such jurisdiction, the course of action being a pre-election matter is statute barred by virtue of Section 285, Section 9 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Having found as above, it is my view that the two motions filed by the first respondent and third and fourth respondents on 7 May 2023 and 12 May 2023, respectively, have no merit. Accordingly, I find that the petition is have merit. Accordingly, I find that the petition is liable to be struck out for being incompetent. By a motion on notice filed on the 8th of May 2023, the second respondent, applicant, sought the following relief. An order of this Honorable Tribunal granting leave to the second respondent applicant to bring and argue this application before, or outside, or during the pre-hearing session. 2, an order of this Honorable Tribunal striking out grounds 1 and 2 contained in paragraph 16 of the petition for being incompetent. 3, an order of the Honorable Tribunal striking out paragraph 17, 18, 19, 20 to the 29 of the petition, which are predicated on the incompetent grounds 1 and 2 in paragraph 16 of the petition for being an abuse of court process. And 4, an order of this tribunal striking out reliefs 1 to 7 of the petition for being incongruous, illogical, and ungrantable. And 5, an order of the Honorable Tribunal dismissing or otherwise striking out the petition for one of jurisdiction and on the ground that the petition does not disclose any reasonable course of action. Here's the grounds stated here in, and I've considered the arguments of counsel which I have summarized in this ruling. It will be seen. It will be seen that this application is premised on several grounds. The first is that the grounds of the petition are incompetent. This is premised on the erroneous argument of the second respondent or applicant that the grounds for the petition are as stated in paragraphs 16 of the petition. A careful perusal of the petition will disclose that there is only one ground for the petition and is stated in paragraph 15 of the petition as follows: that your petitioner states that the ground upon which this petition is presented is that the third respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. The averments in paragraph 16 as unequivocally captioned deal with the facts of the petition. This ground for the objection to the competence of this petition therefore lacks substance and it is accordingly discountenanced. The second ground for the objection is that the petition is an abuse of court process. It is premised on the fact that the petitioner's respondent had earlier instituted an action before the Federal High Court in suit number FHC/ABJ/CS/1215/2022 between Allied People's Movement and INEC and 12 others on the same subject matter as in this petition against the first, second, third, and fourth respondents in this petition and others. It was, however, deposed in paragraph 3M of the counter affidavit filed by the petition in opposition to this application that the matter was not determined on the merit by the trial court, who referred the matter to the court appeal for interpretation. That in any case, the matter had since lapsed in 180 days for determination by law, being a pre-election matter. It is tried law that abuse of court or judicial process simply means the use of a court process mala fide or in bad faith to the annoyance of the opponent. One variety of it is the institution of multifarious actions between the same parties with regard to the same subject matter and same issue in the same or another court. A quick look at the originating summons in suit number FHC-ABJ-CS-1275-2022 will show that same was instituted in the Federal High Court, Abuja, on 27th day of July 2022. Being a pre-election matter, it ought to have been determined within 180 days as required by Section 285, subsection 10 of the 1999 Constitution. It therefore means that it lapsed by January 2023, about a month the election in question was conducted. This petition having been instituted on the 20th of March 2023, when suit number FHC was no more alive, does not qualify as an abuse of court process. This ground for this objection is also discontinuous. On whether this petition is covered by the doctrine of estoppel, it was argued that the issues raised in this petition have been firmly resolved by the Court of Appeal in Appeal number CA/ABJ/CS/08/2022. Issue estoppel arises when the issue has been decided upon to finality by a court of competent jurisdiction. In other words, once an issue has been raised and distinctly determined between the parties, another party can be allowed to fight that issue all over again. The same issue cannot be raised by other party again in the same or subsequent proceedings except in special circumstances. For issue estoppel to apply, the following conditions must be satisfied. A, the question must have decided, the same question must have been decided in both proceedings. B, the decision which creates the estoppel must be final, and the parties to the judicial decision or their previous to the proceedings in which the estoppel is raised must be the same. To determine whether the above three elements exist, the court will closely examine the reasons for the judgment and other relevant facts that were actually in issue in the proceeding. See the cases of Oyekola and others versus Amodu, OSPM Limited versus Nibel Company Nigeria Limited, and Dasuki Retired versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, Petition Supply. I have studied the case sought to be relied on as estoppel in this case. It is apparent that the parties in that case are not the same as in the instant petition. The issues, though the same, were not resolved to finality in the previous case. The action was struck out on ground of lack of local standard by the lower court, which this court affirmed on appeal. Thus, the objection on that ground is also discontinuous. On whether the question is statute barred, I had held in the earlier motion filed by the first respondent on 7th May 2023 and fourth respondent's motion filed on 12th May 2023, which were taken together. This petition, which is premised on the nomination or sponsorship of the fourth respondent, is a pre-election matter. That being a pre-election matter, it ought to have been instituted and ventilated by the petitioner before the Federal High Court within 14 days from the date of recurrence of the event or action complaint of. That not having been done, the course of action in this petition stands barred by virtue of Section 2859 of the 1992 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. On the issue of local standing, I had also held in the previous motions filed on 7/5/23 and 12/5/23 that issues of nomination or sponsorship of candidate by political parties for an election come under pre-election matters. It is settled that the issue of nomination of candidates by substitution is purely a pre-election matter. The only person with the local standing to challenge the nomination is an aspirant who participated in the process of such nomination. In other words, apart from an aspirant who took part in the primary election, no other person is authorized to challenge such nomination by a political party for an election. Such process of challenging the nomination is sanctioned by Section 84, subsection 14 of the Electoral Act 22 and 285, section 14 of the Constitution. Shinkafi and another versus Abdul Aziz Ayari and Al Hassan another and Ishaku. It therefore follows that the course of action in this petition, which is rooted in the nomination or sponsorship of the fourth respondent, is a pre-election matter. Being a pre-election matter, the petitioner herein has no local standing to challenge or question such nomination or sponsorship of the fourth respondent by the second respondent. Thus, in People's Democratic Party (PDP), an independent National Electoral Commission and others, unreported decision of the Supreme Court delivered on 26th day of May 2023 in SC/CV/501/2023 I heard the matter has been reported, but I have not been able to avail myself of the report. Held at the Supreme Court held at page 71 page 31 lines 1 to 16 thereof as follows. Court, the provision does not make the filing of pre-election matters by political parties an all-comers affair. It is not the purpose of the provision that the floodgate of pre-election litigation be open to political parties who will hide under it to challenge the actions or inactions of rival political parties under the guise of challenging the decision or activities of INEC. The application of Section 285, Section 14C of the Constitution does not extend to a political party poking into the affairs of another. The position of the law has always been that no political party can challenge nomination of the candidate of another political party, no matter how pained or disgruntled a political party is with the way and manner another political party is conducting or has conducted its affairs concerning its nomination of its candidates for any position. It must keep mum and remain an onlooker, for it lacks the local standing to challenge such nomination in court, close of court. It is clear, therefore, that a political party such as the petition is herein only has the local standing to file a pre-election matter when the situation affects it or its candidate by virtue of Section 285, Section 14C of the 1999 Constitution. That being so, as in the instant petition, where the grounds of the petition is rooted on the nomination or sponsorship of the candidate of another political party, this petitioner will have no local standing to institute the action, be it in the Federal High Court or an election tribunal. For that reason, it is my view that the course of action in this petition being on the nomination and sponsorship of the third and fourth respondents by the second respondent applicant, the petition is incompetent for lack of local standing on the petition to institute the action. It is also liable to be struck out for being incompetent. The second respondent applicant also contended that the petition is not properly constituted as the candidate sponsored by the petitioner has not been joined as co-petitioner in the petition. The short answer to that is that Section 133, Subsection 1B of the Electoral Act 2022 entitles a petition as a political party to institute an election petition. The applicant has not referred us to any provision of the Electoral Act or any authority that mandates the political party to file an election petition only when its candidate has been joined as a co-petitioner. It is true that it is proper for the candidate of the party to be so joined, but there is no law that compels the political party to join its candidates in the petition. After all, the purpose of such joinder is so that the candidate can be bound by any judgment or order of the court or tribunal, but any non-joinder will not invalidate the petition. This is particularly so when Section 133, Subsection 1 of the Electoral Act stipulates, I quote, an election petition may be presented by one or more of the following persons: A, a candidate in an election, or B, a political party which participated in the election. By the use of the disjunctive word or, it means that an election petition may be filed by the candidate alone, or the political party alone, or both of them. The objection on this ground is also discontinued. By another motion filed on the 15th of May, 2023, the fifth respondent, thus Kabir Masari, prayed this court to grant him the following reliefs. 1. An order of this court dismissing this petition in its entirety for want of jurisdiction. 2. An order striking out the name of the fifth respondent applicant from this petition for non-disclosure of any reasonable course of action against him. And first, other orders as this honorable court may deem fit to make in the circumstances. The grounds for the application have been stated. I've also considered the submissions of counsel. Now, Section 133. Section 133 of the Electoral Act defines persons who are necessary parties in an election petition. Generally, necessary respondents in an election petition are the persons whose election or return is complained of and the electoral body that conducted the election. This is Section 133, subsection 2 and 3 of the Electoral Act 2022. Those are what are termed statutory respondents. It should be remembered that election petitions are sui generis. As sui generis, and its procedure is strictly regulated by statute. That's why a person does not fall within the category of statutory respondents. They are not registered parties in an election petition. See the cases of Agbere and Mimra, Buhari and Yusuf, APC and PDP. That's in Waziri versus Gaidam. The Supreme Court held, I quote, "From the above, I have no difficulty in going along with the submissions of the respective counsel for the respondents that Section 137, sub 2 and 3 of the Electoral 2020 has no room for the joinder of the fifth respondent who neither won the election nor performed any role as electoral officer or agent of the third respondent in the election petition, challenging the result of such an election. And even no relief was claimed against the said fifth respondent, and indeed, he had nothing to gain or lose in the petition aforesaid." Close of quote. Indeed, a holistic reading of the facts of this petition does not disclose any complaint against the fifth respondent. The only fact that relates to the fifth respondent relevant to the petition is the act of withdrawal of his candidacy as the running mate of the third respondent. That is an act that occurred within the pre-election period, therefore cannot amount to any act done by the fifth respondent at the election. It cannot therefore ground any complaint by the petitioner against the fifth respondent in an election petition. It may be relevant in a pre-election matter, but not in an election petition. It is therefore my finding that there is no any claim on the fifth respondent. In other words, the relief sought in the petition will not in any way affect the fifth respondent, as he did not participate in the petition either as a candidate or agent of the second respondent, and no declaration was made in his favor by the first respondent. In that respect, I hold that the objection of the fifth respondent on this ground has merit. Finally, I order that the name of the fifth respondent is struck out of this petition. These are the rulings in respect of the petition number 4. I will now go to the main petition itself. So after the pre-hearing session, hearing on the petition opened and closed on the 21st of June 2023, the petitioner called one witness and closed his case. None of the respondents called any witness, but tendered some documents from the bar, and the petition was adjourned for adoption of written addresses. Parties then filed and served written addresses as directed by this court, and same were adopted on the 14th of July 2023. The matter was then adjourned for judgment. The first respondent's written address was filed on the 30th of June 2023. Therein, 4 issues were raised for determination as follows. 1, whether considering the facts of the petition and evidence laid thereon, the petitioner has the local standing to question the nomination of the first respondent as a ground of challenging the qualification and return of the third respondent as the winner of the presidential election of 25th February 2023. 2, whether having regard to the facts pleaded and evidence laid thereon, vis-a-vis the provision of Section 134, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act 2022, can the issue of validity of the nomination of the first respondent as the vice president candidate of second respondent be validly raised as a ground before this honorable court to question or challenge the qualification and return of the third respondent as the winner of the presidential election of 25th February 2023. Number 3, if the answer to Note 2 is in the affirmative, whether having regard to the facts pleaded, the nomination of the first respondent as the vice president candidate of the second respondent is void, as to render the third respondent not qualified to contest the presidential election of 25th February 2023. 4, whether considering the relief sought as per the petition accrues no utilitarian benefit to the petitioner, this petition not an abuse of court process. Well, to save time, all the other respondents filed briefs and raised issues. These issues have been produced in this judgment, including the issues raised by the petitioner. Now, it is apparent from the averments in the petition, the oral and documentary evidence, and the submissions of counsel that this petition is grounded on the disqualification of the third respondent to have contested the presidential election of 25th February 2023. This is evident in paragraph 15 of the petition, wherein the petitioner pleaded thus. I had read it earlier. This is further explained as emanating from the non-qualification of the first respondent to have contested the election as the vice president candidate of the second respondent. It is specifically pleaded in paragraph 17 of the petition as follows. Your petitioner states that the fourth respondent was not qualified to jointly contest with the third respondent for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023, having been purportedly nominated by the second respondent as its candidate for more than one office. The specific reasons for questioning the qualification of third respondent have been pleaded in paragraph 16.1 and 2 of the petition as follows. Those paragraphs have been reproduced. If you get the judgment, you will see it there. So a combined reading of paragraphs 15, 16, and 17 of the petition, coupled with the particulars thereof, show clearly that the petition is premised on non-qualification of the fourth respondent. I find it necessary to state that the grounds for questioning the return at an election are stipulated in section 135, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act, that has been reproduced earlier. For the purpose of this petition, it is the ground stipulated in section 134(1)A that is relevant. In other words, the election of the third and fourth respondent as president and vice president is questioned on the ground that they are not qualified to have contested the said presidential election. I've considered paragraphs 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, and 28 of the petition as relevant for determination of the petition, which paragraphs have been reproduced in this judgment. In response, the first respondent, that's INEC, filed a reply to the petition where it was averred in paragraphs 14, 15, and 16 of the first respondent reply to the petition as follows, which have also been reproduced. The second respondent also filed a second respondent reply to the petition and also made their own averments in paragraphs 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 29, which have been produced herein. So from the totality of the pleadings in the petition and the replies of the respondents, what appears from the complaint of the petitioner is that the fourth respondent, while still a candidate of the second respondent for Borno's Central Senatorial District, was nominated and did accept to be the vice president candidate of the second respondent. That this act violated the provision of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022 as it amounted to his double nomination. That in the circumstances, his nomination as an associate of the second respondent for the presidential election is void. That the result is that the third respondent was disqualified from contesting the election because he did not have a validly nominated running mate at the time of the election. The petitioner relied on Section 131 and 142(1) of the 1999 Constitution for his postulation. Section 131 and 142 sub 1 of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended stipulate as follows. A person shall be qualified for election to the office of president if A, he is a citizen of Nigeria by birth, B, he has attained the age of 40 years, C, he is a member of a political party and is sponsored by that political party, and D, he has been educated up to at least full certificate level or its equivalent. 142(1). In any election to which the foregoing provision of this part of this chapter relate, a candidate for an election to the office of president shall not be deemed to be validly nominated unless he nominates another candidate as his associate from the same political party for his running mate for the office of president, who is to occupy the office of vice president, and that candidate shall be deemed to have been duly elected to the office of vice president if the candidate is for election to the office of president who nominated him as such associate is duly elected as president in accordance with the provisions aforesaid. The general principles of interpretation of the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, is that mere technical rules of interpretation of statutes are to some extent be avoided in a way as not to defeat the principles of government. That's why the words used are clear and unambiguous. A literal interpretation should be applied. In the interpretation, therefore, the provisions of the Constitution are to be accorded holistic interpretation so as to avoid ambiguity and arrive at the true intention of the legislature. The court must limit itself to the words used in the Constitution without resort to any external aid or materials. In the cases of Sani and President Federal Republic of Nigeria, Amadi and Anik, and Agi and PDP and others. Thus, in Wike Ezonwo Nwesom, Honorable Dr. Dokuku, Adol, Peterside, and others, the Supreme Court observed that, I quote, the principle of conception of the Constitution to the effect that a Constitution is a living document, not just a statute, providing a framework for the governance of a country, not only for the present, but for the generations yet unborn. It was held that in construing the Constitution, undue regard must not be paid to merely technical rules, because in doing so, the objects of the provisions as well as the intention of the framers of the Constitution will be frustrated. Courts have always been encouraged to adopt a broad and liberal spirit in interpreting the provisions of the Constitution while constantly bearing in mind the object which such provisions were made to serve, close of court. That being so, where the Constitution has stipulated the qualifications to be attained by a person contesting or seeking to contest for any elective office created by the Constitution, the courts cannot create or import into the Constitution any other qualifying or disqualifying factor. This has been the position of the Supreme Court and dutifully followed by this court. It has therefore been held that qualification or disqualification of candidates to contest election is exclusively determined within the context or scope of the Constitution, and that nothing can be added to it. In other words, the Constitution, being the ground norm, is superior to any other law, including the Electoral Act. Therefore, where the Constitution has qualified a person or candidate to contest an election, no other law except the Constitution itself can disqualify him. The petitioner, in this case, has premised his complaint of non-qualification or disqualification of the third and fourth respondents as the president and vice presidential candidates of the second respondent on the issue of invalid nomination of the fourth respondent. That the fourth respondent, while still the senatorial candidate of the second respondent for the Borno Central District, allows himself to be nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent for the same election. In our rulings earlier delivered on the motions and preliminary objections, we had ruled that the petition grounded solely on the issue of invalid nomination or improper nomination is not a cognizable ground of disqualification under the Constitution. In other words, the claim in the petition that the third respondent was not qualified to contest the presidential election because he nominated an associate whose nomination was invalid does not flow from any ground of disqualification of a candidate to the office of president as stipulated in section 131 and 137 of the 1999 Constitution. See the cases of Balewa and Muazu, and Faleke and Anik, Tazu versus Iorea. And in Shinkafi versus Yari, the Supreme Court held that the Supreme Court has listed in section 182, section 182 very exhaustively all the issues that can qualify a person from contesting the office of governor of a state. From the record of this court, the facts have not disclosed any evidence to show that the first respondent was not qualified to contest elections into the office of governor of Zamfara state. It is my view that once a candidate sponsored by his political party has satisfied the provisions set out in Section 177 of the Constitution and is not qualified under Section 182 subsection 1 thereof, he is qualified to stand election to the office of governor of a state. No other law can qualify him. This authority can apply mutandis to Section 131 and 137 of the Electoral Act. It has not been contended by the petitioner that either the third or fourth respondent is trammeled by the provisions of Section 131 or 137 of the 1999 Constitution. The complaint of the petitioner rooted on nomination and sponsorship of third and fourth respondent will find accommodation in a pre-election dispute, which the petitioner cannot even pursue, not being a member of the second respondent. This Section 84, subsection 14 of the Electoral Act 2022 and 285(14) of the Constitution. While I'm tempted to put an end to this petition at this stage, but realizing that this court is not the final court on the matter, I'm constrained to look at the merit of the petition. As pointed out earlier in the course of this judgment, a complaint of the petitioner in this petition is that the third respondent was at the time of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 not qualified to contest the election. This is because, according to the petitioner, the fourth respondent was not qualified to run on a joint ticket with him, that's third respondent, as the fourth respondent nomination was invalid for double nomination, which violates Section 55 of the Electoral Act 2022. As stated earlier, the petitioner contended that the fourth respondent was a candidate of the second respondent for the Borno Central District when the third respondent nominated him as his vice presidential candidate on the 14th July 2022. In other words, that at the time the fourth respondent was nominated, he had accepted nomination as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent. He was still a validly nominated central candidate of the second respondent for Borno Central District. The petitioner then contended that the second respondent had earlier submitted the name of the third respondent together with that of the fifth respondent to annex as his presidential and vice presidential candidates for the 25th February 2023 election. However, that before the date of the election, the fifth respondent withdrew his candidature as the running mate of the third respondent on the 24th June 2023, and the name of the fourth respondent was then submitted to annex, that's first respondent, on the 15th July 2022. That the second respondent did not conduct any fresh primary election for the purpose of picking another running mate for the third respondent after the withdrawal of the fifth respondent. The respondents considered that the fourth respondent was ab initio the central candidate of second respondent for Borno Central District. However, that on the 6th July 2022, the fourth respondent via a letter dated the same date notified his political party, that second respondent, of his withdrawal from the central candidature. That upon receipt of the fourth respondent letter, the second respondent immediately notified INEC, and which notification letter was received on the 13th July 2022. That the same letter also notified the first respondent of his intention to conduct a fresh primary election for the replacement of the fourth respondent following his withdrawal as a central candidate. That it was until 14th July 2022 that the fourth respondent was nominated as the third respondent associate for the presidential election of 25th February 2023. The fifth respondent notice of withdrawal as a candidate is in evidence as Exhibit PA2, while the notice of withdrawal and letter of voluntary withdrawal of the fourth respondent are in evidence as Exhibits PA3 and PA4 respectively. It will appear that the petitioner is the view that the fourth respondent was still the central candidate of the second respondent as at the 14th of July 2022, when the fourth respondent was nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the second respondent. However, the respondents contended the issue of alleged double nomination of fourth respondent has been determined finally by the Supreme Court in People's Democratic Party, PDP versus ANIC, that in the circumstances, the said judgment of the Supreme Court constitute estoppel parem judicata and binding on the parties in this petition. Now, for a judgment to constitute issue estoppel, the conditions I had earlier stated in the rulings. So the three elements must be present and coexist for a plea of estoppel parem judicata to apply. In the cases of Ito and Epe and others, Oshoboja versus Amida and others, and Alexandra and others versus Lone Star Drilling Company Limited, all citations supplied. It is obvious that the judgment sought to be relied on for the plea of estoppel is that of the Supreme Court, the highest and final court in this country. There is no doubt that the decision was final, and the issue that was determined by the Supreme Court is the same as in the present petition, with whether the fourth respondent breached Section 35 of the Electoral Act but by allowing himself to be nominated in more than one constituency. The petitioner has, however, argued that the issue decided by the Supreme Court was merely on the local standing of the PDP to question the nomination of the fourth respondent, the candidate of the APC, a different political party. That may well be so, but it is clear from the judgment, thus Exhibit X1, that the Supreme Court pronounced on the substantive issue of double nomination. Though Joro JSC, who delivered the lead judgment, declined to exercise the powers of the Supreme Court under Section 22 of the Supreme Court Act to pronounce on the merit of the case, the other laws of the Supreme Court proceeded to do so. It is settled law that a contributory or concurrent judgment has equal weight as the lead judgment. It is part of the lead judgment and therefore has the same force and binding effect. The mere fact that a concurring or contributory judgment contains what is not in the lead judgment will not whittle down its binding effect. Thus, in Olu Fairba and others versus Abdurrahim, my Lord Fabi JSC said, of course, the concurrent judgment has equal weight with or as a lead judgment. A concurrent judgment complements, edifies, and adds to the lead judgment when the justice adds its certain fact aspects which the writer of the lead judgment did not remember to deal with. Insofar as the concurrent judgment performs same or all the above functions, it has equal force with or as the lead judgment insofar as the principles of stare decisis are concerned. Now, it is apparent that the parties in Exhibit X1, PDP and ANIC and other supra are not the same as in the present petition. The earlier decision, though, involved the first, second, and fourth respondents. The present petitioner was not a party in that case. That is why it was argued by the petitioner herein that Exhibit X1 cannot operate as to stop it from litigating the issue of dominant nomination of the fourth respondent. The respondents have responded that the judgment in PDP and Annex Exhibit X1 is a judgment in rem as opposed to judgment in personam. In law, a judgment in personam is a judgment against persons who are parties or previous to the particular suit or proceeding alone. It is referred to as judgment inter partes. It is a judgment binding on the parties to the action alone. A judgment in rem, on the other hand, is a judgment that determines the status of a person or thing as distinct from the particular interest of a party to the litigation. It is referred to as judgment contramundum, binding on the whole world. It is therefore binding not only on the parties to the dispute, but even non-parties. Therefore, once the status of a person or thing has been pronounced upon by a court of competent jurisdiction, no person is permitted to assert the contrary of what that court has decided. The Black's Law Dictionary, 11th edition at page 1008, Demishola versus Bolarinwa, Yanati Petrochemical Limited and EFCC, then Ladi Jobi and others versus Oguntayo and others, petition supplied. It is no doubt that the judgment matter in PDP and INIC others X1 was in respect of the alleged double nomination of the first respondent as the vice president candidate of the second respondent in the 25th February 2023 presidential election. That is the same issue raised in this petition as grounding the disqualification of the third and fourth respondent in this petition. Pronouncing on this issue in this case, in the contributory judgment, my Lord Okoro JSC, who presided on the panel of the Supreme Court, held as follows, I quote, "There is no doubt that the fourth respondent was at a stage nominated as a candidate representing Borno Central District. But upon being muted, he would pair with the third respondent as vice presidential candidate of second respondent, All Progressive Congress, APC, in the 26th February 2023 general election. He withdrew his candidature for the Senate before taking up the position of vice presidential candidate. Documents in the record attest to this fact. These are APC 1, APC 2, which were made on the 6th and 10th of July 2022, respectively, laws of court. After considering those documents, His Lordship concluded at page 7 of the control judgment that, quote, it is crystal clear that the two exhibits alluded to above, the first respondent did the needful by resigning his position of senatorial candidate for Borno Central Senatorial District since 6 July 2022, before being nominated by the third respondent to run alongside him as vice presidential candidate of All Progressive Congress, close of court. My Lord Okoro went on to, after citing Section 31 of the Electoral Act 2022, held at page 8 of his contributory judgment that I quote, the above provision of the Electoral Act 2022 was duly complied with by the respondent. It's my well-considered opinion that as at the 6th of July 2022, having withdrawn his nomination and personally served him on the second respondent of the withdrawal of nomination of on 6 July 2022, the fourth respondent was no longer a candidate for the Borno Central District elections, and his subsequent nomination as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent for the presidential election was not multiple nomination, as there was no longer a nomination for the fourth respondent since his withdrawal on the 6th of July 2022. I have also cited the elaborate contribution of His Lordship, Ajim JSC. So I have endeavored to quote extensively the dicta of the laws of the Supreme Court in PDP and INEC Supra in order to show that the issue of double or even multiple nomination of the fourth respondent as the central candidate and vice presidential candidate of second respondent in the 25th February 2023 general election has been settled to finality. It is a judgment in rem, therefore binding on the parties to this petition and in fact the entire world, including this court. Being the judgment of the final court of the land, of this land, this Supreme Court, no person is permitted to again raise and litigate on it in any other action or proceeding. It is therefore settled and remains settled that this petition, which questions the qualifications and seeks to disqualify the third and fourth respondents from contesting and occupying the seat of President and Vice President of Nigeria on ground of double or multiple nomination of the first respondent and Vice President candidate of the second respondent on ground of double or multiple nomination of fourth respondent has no substance. I only wish to add that Section 35 of the Electoral Act is targeted at the candidate and not the political party. That is why it uses the terms a candidate and normally allows himself to be nominated by more than one political party or more than one constituency. That's to prove that the candidate knowingly allows himself to be so nominated. Both the intent and actual acts of nomination, that is, the mens rea and actus reus of the act prohibited, must be proved, the stipulation in the section being a penal provision. In the instant case, neither the intent nor the fact of the first respondent to allow himself to be so nominated was established. That's why His Lordship Ogumi JSC, in his contributory judgment, in Exhibit X1, held as follows, I quote, by Section 31 of the Electoral Act, the fourth respondent, Shetima, was obliged to submit a notice of withdrawal in writing to his party, which he did, and then his party is to deliver that notice to the Commission not later than 90 days to the election. In view of the above stated position of the law on this issue and the facts of this case, there exists no animus or display of intention by the fourth respondent to stand as the nominated candidate of the second respondent for the vice presidential position and also the senator representing Borno Central District in the general election of 25th February 2023. There cannot be any other interpretation in the circumstances unless there is clear intention to knowingly stand as a candidate for two elective posts in the same election cycle. Jim JSC also contributed as follows, quote, the manifest intention to relinquish the earlier nomination to pave way for the nomination of another person to replace him as the party's central candidate cannot be overlooked or disregarded. To simply isolate the assumed or purported short-lived coexistence of the two nominations for treatment as multiple nominations without regard to the obvious intention of the first respondent not to be the party's candidate in elections in two constituencies is against the legislative intent of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. The sequence of the occurrence of the events is not what determines the existence of multiple nominations. It is the intention, design, or purpose to hold two or more nominations as candidate for election that shows that the person so nominated knowingly did so. Second respondent did not intend that the first respondent should be its candidate for Borno Central election and its vice presidential candidate for the present election. The first respondent did not understand or know that he was so nominated. The word knowingly in Section 35 of the Electoral Act must be interpreted broadly to include all its literal meanings. Barton's Legal Thesaurus, fourth edition by William C. Barton at page 356, is defined to include advisedly, deliberately, designedly, intentionally, learnedly, pointedly, purposefully, with knowledge, etc. It is clear to me, therefore, that from the oral and documentary evidence adduced by the parties on this petition, the intention and fact of knowingly allowing himself to be nominated in more than one constituency as alleged by the petitioner against the first respondent has not been established. In other words, both the mens rea and actus reus of the act prohibited by Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2020 were not established. One other aspect alleged by the petitioner on his claim of invalid nomination of the third and fourth respondent is that the second respondent did not comply with Section 33 of the Electoral Act in the nomination of the first respondent as vice presidential candidate. That after the withdrawal of the fifth respondent, the second respondent should have conducted a fresh primary election within 14 days for the purpose of nominating a new vice presidential candidate. Now, Section 33 of the Electoral Act stipulates that a political party shall not be allowed to change or substitute its candidate whose name has been submitted under Section 29 of this Act, except in the case of death or withdrawal by a candidate, provided that in the case of such withdrawal or death of a candidate, the political party affected shall, within 14 days of the occurrence of the event, hold a fresh primary election to produce and submit a fresh candidate to the Commission for the election concerned. The interpretation of this provision does not, in my view, cause any difficulty as to require the application of any technical rule of construction. Therefore, a literal interpretation will suffice. It therefore means that where a political party has submitted the name of a candidate pursuant to Section 29 of the Electoral Act Supra, it cannot be allowed to substitute or change that candidate except in the event of death or withdrawal of such candidate. By the proviso thereto, the political party affected is enjoined to conduct a fresh primary election for the purpose of producing a new or fresh candidate to submit to the Electoral Commission. The grounds of the petitioner here is that the fifth respondent withdrew his nomination as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent, but the second respondent did not conduct another primary election for the purpose of producing a new vice presidential candidate within the 14 days prescribed by Section 33 of the Electoral Act. It should be remembered that by Section 142, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution, a presidential candidate for election to the office of president has the sole discretion, authority, or power of nominating his associate who shall run with him in the election as vice president. The choice or nomination of vice presidential candidate is not the product of any primary election. Therefore, in my view, the requirement to conduct a fresh primary election does not apply to the nomination of a vice presidential candidate. Thus, my Lord of GJC highlighted this point in its 1 as follows. The fourth respondent was not required to buy any nomination form. He was the second respondent, APC's candidate, at the election into the office of Senator representing Borno Central District. But before the election could hold, he was nominated as the third respondent's associate, who is to occupy the office of vice president. The fourth respondent did not buy a nomination form for the said office, and most importantly, did not contest any primary election in order to emerge as APC's vice president candidate. Close of quote. The petitioner in paragraph 28(2) of his petition had averred and also contended in his final address that there was a gap of about 3 weeks between the period the first respondent expressed his intention to withdraw and his actual withdrawal or purported nomination, thereby invalidating the nomination of third respondent because the candidature of the third respondent had lapsed and was no longer in a position to constitutionally terminate a running mate. This contention of the petition is, however, misconceived. There is nothing in the Constitution which robs a presidential candidate of his right to nominate his associate, who shall be his running mate for the office of president. There is also nothing that invalidates the nomination of a new associate by a presidential candidate as his running mate after the withdrawal of a previous associate, so long as the nomination of the new associate was submitted to the first respondent 90 days before the election as mandated by Section 31 of the Electoral Act 2022. This contention of the petitioner is therefore discountenanced. It is therefore my view that, that the position of a person as vice presidential candidate not being subject to primary election, the provision of Section 33 of the Electoral Act 2022 would not apply. On that note, I hereby hold that the petitioner failed to prove the lone ground of his petition to the effect that the third and fourth respondents were not qualified to contest the election held on 25th February 2023 for the reason of double nomination. Having resolved the sole issue of this petition against the petitioner, this petition is held to be devoid of any merit. Well, we'll rise for just 15 minutes and continue with petition number 3 and 5. I can see Dr. Levy moving up and down. So, as elderly person, I know what is going on.
My Lord, we're just wondering, sir. We just wondering, my Lord, if your brethren agree with your judgments or not.
Pardon?
I said, we're just wondering.
No, it's a consolidated judgment. They will give their contributions after we have read all the judgments.
Oh, my Lord, please. We just needed to know, sir.
Yes, they will give their.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Thank you, sir.
All the court.
Well, so far.
The first part. Well, we can't tell at this time if it's the first part, but first part of the proceedings has just gone underway.
Well, what the justice said was that's the fourth item, so to speak. So there's still the third one, there's the second and the first.
And the first.
But the reason they're taking them all up together is, according to the justice, they are consolidated. In other words, they are all related one way or the other. You'll see that a number of times he would say, look, as we had previously mentioned, it's a pre-election matter. As previously mentioned, it's a pre-election matter. But at least one thing can be said clearly now, that this court has struck out APM's suit against Shettima and Tinubu for lack of merit.
Merit, yeah.
For the preliminary objection, the court held that the petitioner, that's APM, ought to have filed the case before the Federal High Court within 14 days from the course of action, from the day of the course of action arose. The court agreed with the respondent that the issue is statute barred. And consequently, the justice who read the leaked judgment added that Section 285 sub 14C does not allow members of any political party to challenge the nomination of candidates of another political party, and consequently declared that the petitioner lacks the local standing to institute the petition.
And recall that the PDP did indeed take the matter to court as a pre-election matter, and the Supreme Court held that there was no double nomination. So on this case, the judge has ruled that the petitioner failed to prove that the third and fourth respondent failed to prove that they were not validly nominated. And on that strength, it's been struck out for lacking in merit.
It's a long haul. We're still, this is pretty much, as we have been informed, the long haul.
long haul mean by implication.
Yeah.
We could be here for another 2 to 3 hours, so to speak. But, in response to one of the council's inquiry just moments ago, Justice Samani may have said that, it's a contributory judgment. I wonder what's the implication of that. Is it that it's a contributory judgment from all of the other 4 justices, or will there be a dissenting judgment?
Well, I guess that's what we'll wait to see, because, if you recall what Mr. Kwek has told us the other time, as well as Dr. Otitoju in Abuja, that, look, a lead judgment could take X number of hours. And if you also recall what the justice said to us, this is just the judgment. There are other arguments in it. You have to get it later. I'm like, okay, so this whole conversation started sometime around 10 o'clock?
9:27 to be precise. I took note of the exact time that the judges walked in. But, just also warn you that Senior Advocate Morrison also said that in case there's a dissenting judgment, that could also take some time. Yes, yeah.
So, so there is contributory judgment, there is dissenting judgment.
We do not know for sure.
I don't know. This is what makes. That's why maybe I should ask senior journalist of Nigeria and senior advocate of journalism. No, that's Chamberlain and Sheon, because they went to town on the case the other time as well. But I guess we'll wait to see at the very appropriate time. The court is taking a bit of
a break,
leg stretching break. The justice said 15 minutes, and he said, going by the ages of the people informed, yes. He knew what it meant.
Justice Samani indeed said jocularly, that Mr. Uzoku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, was up and about due to age. So it was just a good time to take a break.
Well, and that's actually humane. The fact that we have work to do does not mean that we shouldn't be sensitive to the issues. So I guess that's 1 down, 3 to go so far.
You were talking about Senior Advocate of Journalism. The Senior Advocate of Journalism in Abuja was telling us earlier that there are 3 main hinges upon which the judges always rule. The strength of the case, that's the strength of the argument, the facts of the matter, and evidence, tendered before the court. And we're seeing that play out in the first, of the many items before the court today.
See why I called him Senior Advocate in Journalism?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take a short break in a moment or two, just to let you know that any moment from now we will continue with our broadcast of this. And as we mentioned to you, we've been trying. Oh, by the way, we could also inform you that not a few issues are trending right now on X about this particular case. Number one, the PEPT judgment is the #1 hashtag right now. 25% in FCT is also trending. Justice Samani earlier trended, I think, #3, but now he's trending quite down the ladder, at least about #9 or so right now. And a number of other trends. Presidential Tribunal is also trending, and several others like that. So just so we know.
And also to inform you that during the first part of the proceeding, just before the break, we had more than 24,000 views.
More than 46,000 on our dedicated stream, but we have others all numbering up to about between 4,000 and 5,000 on X watching this live broadcast.
And I believe Senior Advocate of Journalism on the other end in Abuja, Nyota, wants to weigh in on the matter. Nyota, are you there now?
Well, I'm not sure that he is, but let's see. Most certainly when he is, he will most certainly be brought in to have a conversation with us on the matter. So we need to take a little bit of break in a moment or two, but just to let you also know that the court, the Presidential Election Petition Court, has declared that as at this moment, APM suit against the Vice President Shetima and President Tinubu has been struck out for lack of merit. The critical case made was that, look, this is supposed to be a pre-election matter and consequently should have been dealt with within 14 days from the day the course of action arose.
Actually, Ayo, we surpassed the 46,000 mark. I think that was the last time we checked. The update now is that we hit 70,000 views at the peak of the proceeding during the reading out of the judge's ruling by Justice Haruna Samani.
See?
Yeah, 70,000. And we're bound to surpass that when there's a resumption of the continuation of proceedings, when the judges begin to read the ruling from the other petitions.
But at this moment, maybe because of the break, we've come down to 59,000 watching as we speak. And that's just for one of our views, as we've mentioned to you earlier, we have 2 other streams that are doing about the same thing. So, well, as I'm being corrected now, someone is saying that the journalistic equivalence of SAN is SAP, Senior Advocate of the Pen. Well, I guess we'll come back to that some other time. So if we can take a short break, and we'll be right back with you to take on more of that. Don't forget, so far, the decision of the court remains that the APM suit against the president and the vice president have been struck out for lack of merit, and the court has said it's something that should have happened at least 14 days within the time it happened and the cause of action that should have arisen. We'll be right back.
The Nigerian Police Force has diligently emplaced all necessary deployments and security measures during this critical period, as officers and men are fully prepared to maintain order and enforce laws while respecting the rights and freedoms of all citizens. Furthermore, the Nigerian Police Force strongly cautions all individuals, including mischief makers and political gladiators, to be cautious in their actions and statements, as the force will not condone activities capable of inciting violence or causing a descent into anarchy. It is imperative for all citizens to embrace peace and maintain calm, regardless of their political affiliations, to ensure a peaceful and secure environment.
Well, in another 20 minutes, it'll be 12 o'clock, so still some time to get the rest of the balance of judgment. But as you can see, my colleague, Shola Shoyele, is standing by right there at the Tribunal, well, look at the PEPC, Presidential Election Petition Court, to give us an update. Shola, good morning. How's it been so far? We've received some reports from you. Hear exactly what you're saying to us, but well, as you can see, she's standing by right there, and she's going to give us a live update of what has been happening so far. As we mentioned to you earlier, the formerly named Twitter, X, is agog with a lot of trends about this particular issue. And as we have told you, the justices said, look, we're going to take a short break of about 15 minutes to do the needful and then come back to us. Well, you mentioned Nyota the other time. Nyota is also right there in Abuja. Hopefully he will have a couple of people to speak to us. But for now, just to give you that update, that expectations are high. And it's also instructive what the police spokesman mentioned earlier, that every one of us should recognize that we have one nation, that we must prioritize its interests. Everyone who is agitating one way or the other, we definitely love the country Nigeria. Mm-hmm. That's the reason we're doing everything that we are doing. Mm-hmm. So now that that is our reality, words, our thoughts, our deeds should be guided in that reaction. In
Absolutely. Even though civil society has advocated, before now, just hours before today's ruling, that the right to protest, by the civil society should be respected. But amid all of that, we must prioritize the stability of the polity above all other interests. So if there will be any protest should be done responsibly without any violence.
Absolutely.
Every agitation must be ventilated responsibly.
Because it's for the love of country that every one of us is doing what we are doing, and that should be the major thing. Well, you asked for Nyota the other time. Well, he's also, should I say, sitting by, ready to take this on. So Nyota, so far, so good. 1 down, 3 to go.
I was actually looking at the trends, and I noticed a couple of things that are really, really trending. For instance, it appears all of Nigeria is watching, and on all the platforms. Yes, a lot of people are watching what we're doing here on mainstream television. Some are watching via live stream on the different platforms. We're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and all of that. But looking at the trends on X, I see that the Supreme Court has about 137 posts. Top trend, 134 at the Supreme Court. Peter will be 137 posts. Top trend, those are among the top trends. The PEPT judgment is 66.2 thousand posts. Trending in Nigeria, 25% FCT is also top on the post. Justice Samani is amongst the top trends today. But everyone wants to know what the judges are saying. Indeed, the APM case struck out, said, the judges said, I'm paraphrasing here, not their words exactly. It looks like as though they're interfering in another party's matter when it comes to double nomination, and then that the Supreme Court had settled the matter of double nomination, besides the fact that they didn't file that case in time. But I'm not here alone. I still have Dr. Titoju here, who's been monitoring what's happening there. You should have seen him scribbling. He was, you know how it is in primary school when you had, is it primary or secondary school, when the teacher comes in and says, take notes, bring out your pens and papers, you're taking notes. That's what Dr. Titoju was doing here. So I'm sure he'd have some comments on this judgment. We also have here in the studio joining us Professor Ademola Abbas, who's a professor of international law and global affairs analyst. He's a visiting senior research fellow, University of Reading, UK, former special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on overseas affairs and investment. Thank you for joining us, Professor Abbas.
Thank you very much for having me.
So before we come to you for a fresh perspective, let's find out from the man that was taking the notes earlier. Dr. Titoju, what were you writing?
Well, I was actually following the positions that has been laid down by the Supreme Court via the decision of this the Presidential Election Petition Court. You know, very fundamental. The court went through the objections, took APM's objections, even though it has been, of course, consolidated, the entire petition. Each of those petitions will still be independent of itself. Now, the APM petition was struck out at the preliminary stage. And then the judges went down into the substance and also dismissed it. So it was struck out, merit was entertained, and was finally dismissed. In arriving at the decision at the primary stage, the court found that the issue of double nomination is a pre-election matter. That they don't have jurisdiction to entertain it. And of course, we have legions of authority that when the pre-election matters are, brought before the petition, the petitioner, the court, the tribunal, which is the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, would not entertain such election because they are not issues that are brought up during election.
Okay, so while Dr. Titoju is talking about his take from the judgment of the Election Petition Court. We bring you live footage of what's going on within the courtroom. The lawyers are still seated, waiting for the judges who have taken a break to return from their break and then continue. Still have some other judgments that need to be passed. The petition of the PDP and the Labour Party would have to come up next. I can't say which particular order, but we'll get to that as we go along. And I mentioned earlier that we have Professor Abbas. Again, our studio within the court premises is still there live. Our colleagues Chamberlain and Sean will be joining us much later. We also have our correspondents in the court premises and outside the court premises also keeping tabs on what's happening. We'll bring them to you in the course of this conversation. Shola Shwele is there, Ella is also there. But Professor Abbas, the question some people are asking is, why say if you have any grievance, go to court? If these matters had already been settled, I mean, going by what the judges said, had already been settled by the Supreme Court, why tell people go to court on the same matter? Is it a question of the lawyers not paying attention of the judgments that have been given before?
Well, thank you very much. It's not necessarily so, but you're right in that question. It's a very fundamental question because I think it's also going to play out in the subsequent judgment the court is going to give. And I say that because even if a court has given a judgment before, it does not mean that the court is bound by that judgment itself. As an example, so number one, you have a distinction between the lower court and the higher court. Say, for instance, the high court gives a judgment on a particular issue. The higher court might come and give a different judgment on the same point of law, probably because the lower court errs in law when it did that decision also. But another thing is sometimes even a higher court itself might give a judgment. Even Supreme Court can overrule itself.
Yes.
And people keep forgetting that. And that is why lawyers cannot presume, or let me say litigants cannot presume that, oh, because there is an existing authority or precedent on this, if I were to go to court, the result will automatically be the same thing. That is a mistake we are making. And I think that can pan out in a lot of issues. And I don't want to preempt certain discussions today. It's going to pan out in a lot of issues. I think I've had an opportunity to speak on this platform before about the fundamental. I remember one of the arguments that was made in the past about Abuja 25% and this and that. And I said, look, even if there is an existing judgment of the Supreme Court on this side, the same court can distinguish another case on the same point and come to a different conclusion. It is completely
acceptable. For clarity for those who are not lawyers, what would you say that would be based on? Is it based on the judgment of the sitting justices at that point in time, or is it based on maybe newly developed evidence that has come before the judges? What would you think would make that kind of
a lot of things could be responsible for that. I mean, one is the fact that a court has an opportunity to review its own judgment, as in Roe versus Wade in the US, for instance. The court can come back and take another look at a judgment it gave some 10, 20 years ago. Don't forget, the law is not a brooding omnipotence in the sky. You know, and as one of the judges say, the prophecy of what the courts will do are not more pretentious, is what I mean by the law. What it means is that, look, courts are made of human beings. Human beings can make errors. It's normal. You know, and don't forget what this famous judge, the Supreme Court said. He said, we are final, not because we are infallible. We are infallible only because we are final. In other words, he realized that even the Supreme Court itself could be fallible sometimes.
Well, it looks like the justices are back, so we're going back to the appeal court for the continuation of the sitting of the Presidential Election Petition Court.
Petitions to take generic, imprecise, and nebulous. First category consists of those applications seeking to strike out some paragraphs. They are first respondent's motion filed on the 19th of April 2023, which essentially sought for the following reliefs. 1. Order striking out paragraphs 60 to 79, 83, 98, and 99 of the petition for being vague, nebulous, and imprecise. After striking out those paragraphs, strike out grounds of the petition alleging corrupt practices, failure of the second and third respondents to score majority of votes. 2. Strike out paragraphs 57 and 58 of the petition for being inconsistent with paragraphs 65, 67, 70, and 71 of the petition. 3. Strike out prayers 3, 5, Roman 1, and 2, paragraph 102 of the petition, as well as paragraphs prayers 1, Roman 3, 4 Roman 1, 2, and 3, and 4 in paragraph 102 of the petition, and thereafter dismiss the petition, limine, being academic, being an abuse of. Second and third respondents' motion filed on the 13th of May 2023 sought for the following. 1. Order striking out paragraphs 9, 2, 5, 60, 66, 73, 75, 78, 92, 95, 96, and 97 of the petition, being vague, imprecise, generic, and 2. Order striking out paragraphs 80 to 82, 84 to 98 for failure to disclose facts support the ground that the second and third respondents did not score majority of lawful. 3. Order striking out paragraphs 80 to 82, 84 to 98 on the failure to score 25% of the FCT, which cannot be premised on the ground of failure to score majority of lawful. The fourth respondent, on the other hand, filed motion dated 8th of May 2023, seeking for the following. An order striking out this petition for being incompetent and in gross violation of paragraph 4, sub 1, sub D, sub 2, sub 7 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. Order of this Honorable Court striking out grounds 2 of the petition and all associated facts contained in paragraphs 20, 2, 33 to 78 of the petition being incompetent. 3. Order of this Honorable Court striking out paragraphs 2, 20, Roman 2, 33 to 78 of the petition for not being in support of any valid ground in the petition. 4. Order of this Honorable Court striking out paragraph 21 to 27, 29 to 100 of the petition for being non-specific, lacking in clarity, generic, nebulous, vague, speculative, and gold digging in contravention of the first schedule to the Electoral Act. In the above applications, all the respondents relied on the provisions of paragraph 4, sub 1, sub D, and sub 2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, and variously argued that the paragraphs of the petition, which they have listed, are liable to be struck out for being vague, generic, imprecise, and nebulous. So arguing they relied on several cases which are cited here. By contrast, the petitioners have submitted that the respondents' objection in the listed paragraphs of the petition are not vague, nebulous, sufficiently pleaded. On this point, the petitioners cited several cases which are reproduced here. Petitioners further argued that the facts in Belgore and Ahmed and Ipiazu and Oti, Ogu and Ekwere Madu, Ojuku and Eradua, PDP and INEC and others, and Soga and Igwede, and all other cases cited by the respondents are not the same with the facts of this petition. Those documents were never pleaded by reference or incorporation in those cases. Additionally, petitioners have relied on paragraph 17.2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 and argue that the respondents have joined issues with the petitioners on those paragraphs. Having failed to seek for further particulars, they must be taken to have understood the said paragraph. Having failed to seek for further particulars, they must be taken to have understood the said paragraph. They relied on some cases. Now, resolution. I've carefully considered the submissions of the parties and the judicial authorities cited. It is right that adversarial civil litigation is basically fought on pleadings. It is the foundation of the parties' respective cases. The general principle of law is that such pleadings must sufficiently and comprehensively set out material facts so as to ascertain with certainty and clarity the matters or issues in dispute between the parties. This is because the purpose of pleadings is to give adequate notice to the adversary of the case he is to meet and to afford him the opportunity to properly respond to such case. Its aim is to bring to the knowledge of the opposite side and the court all the essential facts. Therefore, it safeguards against element of surprise. This Shodipo versus Lemini Kane, Odom and others versus PDP and others, Alassane and another versus Ishaku, citations given. The requirements of pleadings in election petitions are primarily provided in paragraph 4 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2020. Specifically, paragraph 4 sub 1 sub D mandates that, and I quote, an election petition shall state clearly the facts of the election petition and the ground or grounds on which the petition is based and the relief sought by the petitioners, unquote. Subparagraph 2 of the same paragraph further provides that, and I quote, the election petition shall be divided into paragraphs, each of which shall be confined to a distinct issue or major facts of the election petition, and every paragraph shall be numbered consecutively, unquote. In addition to the provisions of paragraph 4 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, paragraph 54 of the same schedule to the Act has made applicable to election petitions the rules of procedure in the Federal High Court of 2019, subject to such modifications as would bring same in conformity with the provisions of the Act. By Order 13, Rule 4 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2019, every party to an election petition shall ensure that amendments in their pleadings, and I quote, contain in a summary form the material facts on which the party pleading relies for his claim or defense, as the case may be, but not the evidence by which they are to be proved, and shall, when necessary, be divided into paragraphs and numbered consecutively. Quote. By subparagraph 4 of that rule, such facts contained in the pleading must, and I quote again, be alleged positively, precisely, and distinctly, and as briefly as is consistent with a clear statement. Quote. The aforementioned provisions contained in the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, as well as the Federal High Court's Rules 2019, state the mandatory requirements of pleadings in election petitions. The requirements for clarity and precision of fact required by paragraph 4 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act means that amendments must not be vague, ambiguous, or unclear, leaving room for speculation or conjecture, while the requirements of distinctiveness means that each amendment must contain a clearly understandable allegation, and there should be no confusion as to the linkages between facts contained in the amendments in the petition, and ascertaining the allegations being made in the petition. In particular, paragraph 4 sub 1 sub D, relating to the facts of the petition, the grounds on which it is based, and the relief sought by the petitioner have been severally considered and interpreted by the appellate court. In Belgore and Ahmed Supra, the complaint against the amendments in the petition was that they were unspecific, generic, speculative, vague, unreferable, omnibus, and general in terms. In that case, the Apex Court specifically held as follows, and I quote, pleadings in an action are the written statements of the parties wherein they set forth the summary of the material facts on which each relied in proof of his claim or his defense, as the case may be, and by means of which the real matters in controversy between the parties and to be adjudicated upon are clearly identified. Although only material facts are required to be pleaded and in a summary form, they must nevertheless be sufficiently specific and comprehensive to elicit the necessary answers from the opponent. They must contain such details as to eliminate any element of surprise to the opposing party. In this case, where the dispute involves the election in as many as 895 polling units, the pleading in the petition, which allege electoral malpractices, non-compliance, and or offenses in, quote, some polling units, many polling units, most polling units, or several polling units, cannot be said to have met the requirements of pleadings as stipulated in paragraph 4 sub 1 sub D of the first schedule to the Electoral Act and or Order 13, Rule 4 sub 1, 5, 6, and sub 1 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2009, unquote. Indeed, in PDP and INEC, the Apex Court was categorical when it held those, and I quote, on whether the affected paragraphs were rightly struck out. I have read the affected paragraphs and found that they relate to allegations of non-voting in several polling units, disruption of election, non-conclusion of election, thumbprinting of ballot papers, falsification of election results, widespread disruption, irregularities, and malpractices without providing particulars or the polling units where the alleged malpractices took place. The lower court was therefore right when it held as follows. Above the paragraphs above, in my view, are too generic, vague, lacking in any particulars, and they are not tied specifically to any particular polling unit or any particular number of people who are alleged to be disenfranchised. The fact that a party can file further particulars or deny in a reply the amendments in the pleading must not be general, must be specific as to facts. It is settled law that a petitioner's obligation to plead particulars of fraud or falsification without which the allegation is a non-starter. I have nothing to add to this statement of law as advanced above, and I adopt it as mine. Unquote. Indeed, on the provision of paragraph 17 sub 1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act relating to further particulars, the Apex Court held in PDP versus INEC, Supra, that, and I quote, an application for an order for further particulars is merely a shield in the hand of a party who so desires, and not a sword to be used by a party whose pleading is grossly inadequate, insufficient, and devoid of necessary particulars as the appellant's position was in the instant case. Unquote. A sober consideration of the decisions of the Supreme Court in relation to the requirements of pleadings in paragraph 4 sub 1 sub D of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, on the one hand, and the decisions of the Supreme Court on the provision of paragraph 17 sub 1 and sub 2 of the first schedule, the Electoral Act 2022 relating to further particulars on the other hand, shows that whilst in cases such as Abubakar versus Eraduan and Ombugadu versus Sule, the Supreme Court had held that a respondent who complains of vagueness of arguments in an election petition should avail himself of the provision of paragraph 17 sub 1, first schedule to the Electoral Act, seek for further particulars or the direction of the tribunal or court. The decisions of the Apex Court, especially in PDP, INEC, Belgore, and Ahmed, have specifically held that where arguments in the petition are grossly imprecise and generic, such arguments will be incompetent, liable to be struck out. See also on this EPRZU. It is therefore clear that the state of the law, as could be deduced from the various decisions of the Apex Court, is that the provision for further particulars, as stated in paragraph 17.1, first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, will only come into play where the petition itself contains material or necessary particulars. In other words, paragraph 17 sub 1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 does not bar a respondent from applying under paragraph 4 sub 7 of the first schedule to strike out arguments in a petition which are grossly inadequate, insufficient, devoid of material or necessary particulars. This is because the operational words in paragraph 17 sub 1 is further particulars, and this means there must be some material particulars already pleaded in the petition before further particulars can be sought by the respondent. As born from the Apex Court decision in Belgore, Ahmed, PDP, INEC, and EPRZU and OT, the law is clearly settled that specifying the particulars of polling units or places where irregularities are alleged to have occurred are material particulars in an election petition. Arguments in an election petition which allege irregularities or malpractices but fail to specify the polling units or places where the irregularities or malpractices occurred are bereft of material particulars, and such arguments are incompetent and liable to be struck out. As specifically stated in PDP and INEC, the petitioner who has failed to state such material particulars cannot invoke the provision relating to further particulars as a sword against the respondent in order to cure the incompetence of such argument. With respect, it is a misconceived argument on the part of the senior counsel for the petitioners to state that the latter decision of the Apex Court in Ombugadu and Sule Supra, which relates to further particulars under paragraph 17.1 of the first schedule, has departed the specific decisions of the Apex Court in Belgore Ahmed, PDP, INEC, EPRZU and OT, and several others, on the mandatory requirements for stating material facts as provided in paragraph 4.1, first schedule to the Electoral Act. Contrary to the contention of the petitioners, the decision of the Supreme Court in Ombugadu and Sule Supra has merely reiterated the legal position relating to further particulars as provided in paragraph 17 sub 1, first schedule to the Electoral Act 2020. It has not departed from the above specific decisions of the Apex Court on the materiality of specifying in an election petition polling units or places where irregularities and malpractices are alleged to have occurred. Now, a look at the arguments in the petitioner's petition shows that the petitioners have only alleged various irregularities and malpractices, but failed to specify the particular polling units or specific places where the alleged irregularities and malpractices have occurred. For instance, in paragraph 9 of the petition, where the petitioners avowed that, and I quote, in appropriate cases, these agents raised complaints about anomalies where they occurred and reported such complaints to designated officers of the second respondent and the first respondent, unquote. The petitioners failed to specify the anomalies, the places where the anomalies occurred, the agents who complained, and the designated officers of the second petitioner and the first respondent to whom the complaints were made. In paragraph 60 and 61 of the petition, where the petitioners allege that the first respondent, and I quote, suppressed the actual scores obtained by the petitioners by deliberately uploading blood from EC8As on the IRF in 18,088 polling units. The petitioners did not specify the polling units, but only stated that they will rely on spreadsheets containing the polling units codes and details of the 18,088 polling units, as well as the authentic results in the said polling units. In paragraph 66 and 67, where the petitioners allege that the first respondent embarked on, and I quote, massive misrepresentation and manipulation by uploading fictitious results in polling units where there were no elections, unquote. They did not specify the polling units where they allege there were no elections. Incorrect results that were uploaded and which are the correct results. Again, in paragraph 68 to 71, where the petitioners allege that the scores obtained by them were, and I quote, unlawfully reduced and added by the first respondent to the scores of the second respondent, unquote. They failed to state their scores that were reduced and added to that of the second respondent by the first respondent, and the figures that shows that the first petitioners won the election. In paragraph 72, 73, 76 to 78, where the petitioners allege overvoting, they merely stated that they will, and I quote, rely on the forensic reports of the election materials showing that the votes cast in the polling units in Ekiti State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Taraba State, Osun State, Kano State, Yobe, and Niger States exceeded the number of votes accredited on the beavers in those states. Petitioners failed to specify the polling units in those states where the overvoting occurred, the number of votes affected, the margin of lead, which they claim that the voters who ought to legitimately vote in those polling units. In paragraph 73 of the petition, petitioners only stated that they will, and I quote, show that in the computation and declaration of the results of the election, based on the uploaded results, the votes recorded for the second respondent did not comply with the legitimate process of computation of the result and disfavored the petitioners, unquote. In Rivers, Lagos, Taraba, Benue, Adamawa, Imo, Bauchi, Borno, Kaduna, and Plateau, and other states of the Federation. Petitioners neither specified the uploaded results nor the votes illegally recorded by the second respondents and how they were disfavored. Paragraph 83 of the petition, where the petitioners claim that the first respondents scored the majority of lawful votes cast at the election, they did not state the majority of lawful votes they claim to have scored, especially as elections and the determination of who won is about figures. In paragraph 99 of the petition, where the petitioners say they will rely on Form EC8As to establish that substantial votes were unlawfully credited to the second respondent, they failed to state the figures of the unlawful votes credited to the second respondent. In the petition, petitioners merely made generic allegations of various irregularities and malpractices against the respondents without specifying the polling units, collation centers, or specific places where the alleged irregularities and malpractices occurred. Rather, petitioners only stated that they will rely on spreadsheets, inspection reports, and forensic/expert analysis, which they say they have incorporated in the petition by reference. But none of the spreadsheets, inspection report, and forensic/expert analysis was attached and served along with the petition on the respondents. Rather, they were only listed as items 35 and 36 in the list of documents to be relied upon by the petitioners. It is only in paragraph 62 and 64 of the petition where the petitioners allege that the first respondents suppressed the lawful votes of the petitioners and inflated the votes of the second and fourth respondents in Rivers and Benue states. That the petitioners gave figures of the votes, where the petitioners gave figures of the votes suppressed for the petitioners and those inflated for the second and fourth respondents. And also stated that they claim to be the actual figures scored, what they claim to be the actual figures scored by them and by the second and fourth respondents. But all other paragraphs of the petition where irregularities and malpractices were alleged are bereft of any material details of the polling units or places where they were alleged to have taken place, or the figures of votes alleged to have been suppressed, inflated, or inflated. It is also pertinent to observe that in paragraph 79 of the petition, where the petitioners allege corrupt practices, they merely stated that they are repeating their pleadings in support of the grounds of non-compliance to be in support of their allegations of corrupt practices. It should be noted, however, that not every ground of non-compliance will amount to corrupt practice. In fact, the standard of proof of non-compliance differs from that of corrupt practices. While standard of proof of non-compliance is on the balance of probabilities, that of corrupt practices is beyond reasonable doubt. PDP, INEC, Mohammed Wamako, Board of Customs and Excise versus Alaji Ibrahim Barrow, citations on the record. It is instructive that in paragraphs 3.2, 3.21 of their submission, in opposition to the first respondent's objection, petitioners appear to have conceded that in the averments of the petition, they have not specified the particular polling units where the alleged irregularities and malpractices occurred, or specified the figures of the votes or scores which they are alleged to have been suppressed, deflated, or inflated. Rather, they stated that the details of the polling units are contained in the spreadsheets and forensic analysis reports which they have incorporated and made part of the pleadings by reference. See particularly on this paragraph 67 of the petition. Petitioners further argued that since the respondents have failed to apply for further particulars under paragraph 17.1 and 2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, they are deemed to have understood those averments. However, by paragraph 15 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, when the petitioner claims, and I quote, that he had the highest number of valid votes cast at the election, the party defending the election or the return at the election shall set out clearly in his reply particulars of the votes, if any, which he objects to, and the reasons for his objection against such votes, showing how he intends to prove at the hearing that the petitioner is not entitled to succeed, unquote. This provision presupposes that the petitioner has a first duty to state clearly in his petition the particulars of such votes, in respect of which he claims to have scored the highest number of valid votes, and thus entitled to be returned as the winner. This also presupposes that it is only after the petitioner has supplied the particulars of the votes in support of his claim that he scored the highest number of valid votes that a respondent will then have a duty to object to any part of the particulars of such votes supplied by the petitioner in order to show that the petitioner is not entitled to succeed. With regard to the petitioner's contention that they have incorporated into the petition by reference the spreadsheets and forensic analysis report containing details of the polling units where they allege that the irregularities and malpractices occurred, it is right that for a document to be properly incorporated as part of pleadings by reference, the document must not only be referred to in the pleadings, but it must also be included as part of the pleadings to be served on the adverse party, so as to enable the adverse party to properly respond to same in his defense. Indeed, in all the cases of EFCC Rain, Ekpomo Polo versus Edere Moda, Marine Management Associates Incorporated versus NMA, and Dingyadi and Omako Supra, which were relied upon by the petitioners, the documents which were incorporated as part of the pleadings by reference were served along with the pleadings on the adverse party. In considering a similar scenario, this court, per Ayola, JCA, as he then was, held in Nigeria Merchant Bank PLC versus Ayedun Investment Limited as follows, and I quote, "Before I part with this appeal, it is pertinent to advert to one pleading question raised in this pleading in regard to the consequence of a party pleading that he will rely on certain unspecified documents at the trial. The plaintiff contended that such averments made the contents of such document part of the pleading. In this case, the plaintiff in paragraph 30 of the statement of claim pleaded thus: the plaintiff at the trial will rely on all letters and documents between the parties pertaining to this suit. Although the principle is established that if an agreement in writing is referred to in a pleading, it becomes part of the pleading, and it is open to the court to give the agreement its true legal effect, irrespective of the term used in the pleading to indicate such effect. That proposition of law should not be used to cover such averment as shown above, which lacks specificity. Besides, a report such as Exhibit P22 in this case, prepared by a witness for the plaintiff and tendered at the trial by the witness, cannot be described as documents between the parties pertaining to the suit. At the appropriate time, when the occasion arises, the true ambit of the proposition of law in such case, such as Bank Genesis versus Petai Limited, ought to be defined, unquote. In the instant case, the spreadsheet and forensic report, which were documents prepared by the petitioner's witnesses, were not served along with the petition on the respondent, but were only listed as documents to be relied upon at trial. I'm not oblivious of the petitioner's argument in relation to paragraph 4, sub 5, sub C of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, which provides that the election petition shall be accompanied by, quote, copies or list of every document to be relied on at the hearing of the petition, unquote. This provision undoubtedly only relates to front-loading of documents to be relied upon by the petitioner as his evidence during trial. Contrary to the petitioner's argument, it does not cover incorporation of documents into pleadings by reference. It is also noteworthy that the spreadsheets and forensic reports which the petitioners claim to be incorporating into the petition by reference are actually documents prepared by the petitioner's witnesses. In other words, the spreadsheets and forensic reports are not documents which are outside the control of the petitioners and which they have to obtain by subpoena. Being the petitioner's own documents, they ought to have served those documents along with the petition on the respondent, so as to enable the respondent to counter same by engaging their own experts to appropriately respond to same if they so desire. That indeed is the essence of pleadings, so as to avoid taking the other party by surprise. Petitioners have also tried to argue that the respondents having joined issues on the general allegations contained in the petition, they are deemed to have understood same. With respect, this is also not a tenable argument in view of the grossly generic allegations made in the petition. Faced with a similar scenario, this court, Ogungwimiju JCA, as he then was, now JSC, held in Udiaga and another was Omegara, as follows, and I quote, the argument of appellant's counsel that the respondents did not adequately traverse the petition is unfounded. The petition itself contained general complaints. There was no effort to pinpoint in the pleadings the various places where corrupt practices, non-voting, use of violence, forgery, rigging in polling units, massive thumbprint of ballot papers, fictitious entry of election results took place. Therefore, there was a general corresponding reply denying the allegations in general terms from the respondents. If the petitioners did not plead particulars, how could the respondents traverse non-existent particulars? The arguments in the appellant's pleadings should have contained details of the allegations and complaints which the respondents could reply in detail in their own pleadings. Appellants expected the respondents to reply to the various specific allegations contained in the witness statements filed along with the petition. That is not the correct procedure. Those specific allegations should have been in the pleadings. The pleadings must show the facts disputed, while the witnesses would give evidence of these facts. In election petitions, it has been held that there is the need for particulars where required in order to prevent taking adverse party by surprise. It is not the function of particulars to take the place of necessary arguments in pleadings, unquote. Indeed, in a presidential election like the one being challenged in this petition, where it was held in 176,846 polling units, 8,809 wards, 774 local government areas, 36 states, and the Federal Capital Territory, it is unimaginable that arguments in the petition which merely allege irregularities and/or malpractice without specifying the particular polling units or particular collation centers where the irregularities or malpractices have taken place will be regarded as proper, merely because the respondent has not requested for further particulars. Sibel Goria Ahmed and PDP. More so, when an election petition is by nature a declaratory action, in which the petitioner succeeds only on the strength of his own case and not on the weakness of that of the respondent. Ibusari versus Adepoju, Oyetola versus Adeleke, and Anazong versus Onubogu, citations on them. It is in this respect that a petitioner has an obligation to set up a clear, unambiguous, precise, and positive case in his pleadings, since pleadings is the foundation of a party's case, and it is to the pleadings that the parties to litigation, as well as the court, are all bound. See Enang and others versus Adu. It is in the light of all the foregoing that I find and hold that the motions of the respondents listed above succeed. In consequence, paragraphs 9, 60, 61, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 76, 77, 78, 83, and 99 of the petition, which have failed to state the specific polling units, collation centers, or the specific places where the irregularities and malpractices are alleged to have occurred, or the figures of votes which are being claimed, are grossly vague, imprecise, nebulous, and bereft of material particulars and have thus failed to meet the requirements of paragraph 4, sub 1, sub D of the Electoral Act 2022. In accordance with paragraph 4, sub 7 of the said schedule, the said paragraphs are consequently hereby struck out. On the first respondent's prayer to strike out paragraphs 57 and 58 of the petition for being inconsistent with paragraphs 65, 67, 70, and 71 of the petition, the essential contention of the first respondent is that whilst in paragraph 57 and 58 of the petitioners have alleged that the first respondent failed to comply with the order of inspection granted by the court, petitioners have in paragraphs 65, 67, 70, and 71 stated that they will rely on the report of the inspection. Additionally, the first respondent also argued that the first petitioners have alleged that the election was marred by corrupt practices and was not conducted in substantial compliance with the Electoral Act 2022. They have also alleged that they have scored majority of lawful votes cast and should be declared the winner. Relying on some cases which are produced here, the first respondent urged the court to strike out the paragraphs as well as prayers 1 to 4 on the one hand, and prayers 5, sub 1, and sub 2 on the other hand for being inconsistent. Conversely, the petitioners contend that the law allows them to plead conflicting facts insofar as they have claimed alternative reliefs. They referred to the alternative reliefs at pages 35 to 37 of the petition, relied on some cases which are reproduced here, as well as the ruling on similar objection by the 2019 Presidential Election Court in the previous case. As rightly submitted by the petitioners, the reliefs in this petition, which I have reproduced at the beginning of this ruling, are undoubtedly sought in the alternative. The settled law is that reliefs can be sought in the alternative, and where so sought by a party is at liberty to plead conflicting facts in line with the alternative reliefs he has sought. In Adigije versus Nwaugu and others, this court, Ogunwumi Jesse, as he then was, held that, and I quote, in civil litigation and indeed in election matters, a party can make two seemingly contradictory pleadings, leading to two different heads of claim. That is why a petitioner can claim that the election be annulled for reason of substantial non-compliance and in the same breath claim that he won the election by a majority of lawful votes. Petitioner may plead the same set of facts to ground alternative reliefs. Those pleadings are not ipso facto held to be self-contradictory. The court can only grant one relief as the party must decide which relief is best supported by the evidence on record, unquote. See also on this Metal Construction West Africa Limited versus Abodering, citation given. In any case, the first respondent, which is the body that conducted the election and to whom the first petitioner's nomination documents were submitted by the second petitioner, admitted in paragraph 4 of the petition, wherein petitioners averred that the first petitioner was duly sponsored by the second petitioner, on whose platform the first petitioner contested it. I therefore have no hesitation in discountenancing this ground of the. Now, second category of objections or applications. These are the categories that challenge the competence of the petition on some of its grounds. The second category of the respondents' applications that challenge some of the grounds of the petition and or the competence of the petition are as follows. First, respondents' motion filed on the 19th of April 2023, seeking 1. Order striking out ground 2, paragraphs 33 to 79 are reliefs 5, Roman 1 and 2 of the petition on transmission of election results for being cut off by issue estoppel. 2. Order striking out paragraphs 20, Roman 1, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 on nomination of the second and third respondents for lack of jurisdiction. Second and third respondents' motion filed on the 12th of May 2023 seeking for the following. 1. Order striking out or dismissing the petition for being incompetent and defective. 2. Order striking out grounds 1, 2, and 3 of the petition. 3. Order striking out reliefs 1, Roman 1 to 3, 2, 3, 4, Roman 1 to 4, 5, Roman 1 and 2 of the petition. The above two motions are predicated on several grounds which are reproduced herein. It is the view of this court that the issue relating to ground 1, challenging the qualification of the second respondent to contest the election, the issue relating to the competence of ground 2, relating to the allegations of corrupt practices and non-compliance of the Electoral Act 2022, and the plea of estoppel in relation thereto, as well as the issue relating to competence of the reliefs sought in this petition are matters on which the parties have joined issues in the main petition, the merits of which will be decided after considering the pleadings and evidence laid in the petition. It is the settled position of law that a court should not comment on or decide at preliminary stage matters or issues which are supposed to be decided in substantive case. In Wanko and others versus Eradua. Ocholi on Onojo James, SAN versus INEC, citations on the record. Hence, while leaving those issues to be dealt with on the merits of the petition, we shall determine at this stage the objections relating to the petitioner's locus standi, the non-joinder of necessary parties, and the objection to the competence of the petitioner's replies, the respondent's replies, or some paragraphs of the petitioner's replies. Lack of locus standi of the first petitioner. The second and third respondents and the fourth respondents in their motion filed on the 8th of May 2023 also objected to the first petitioner's locus standi to bring this petition. The principal contention is that the first petitioner was in contravention of section 77 sub 3 of the Electoral Act 2022. They argue that the first petitioner, who was a member of the People's Democratic Party and who was screened as one of its aspirants for the presidential election, only resigned his membership of that party on the 24th of May 2022, joined the second petitioner on the 27th of May 2022. They contended that as at 30th of April 2022, the first petitioner could not have been in the register of members of the second petitioner, which it submitted to the first respondent 30 days before the presidential primary election, as mandated by section 77 sub 3 of the Electoral Act 2020. And since the first petitioner is not in the membership register submitted by the first respondent by the second petitioner, the first petitioner lacks the locus standi to challenge the outcome of the presidential election. By contra, the petitioners submitted that the issue of membership of a political party is a domestic affair of the political party concerned. The courts lacks the jurisdiction to entertain it. They relied on the cases that are reproduced here. The courts have consistently held in a plethora of cases that the issue of membership of a political party is an internal affair of the political party. It is not a justiciable issue, and courts have no jurisdiction to entertain it. Say Enang versus Asukwo, others, Sani and Galadima, and Tumbido versus INEC, citations on the record, as well as all the cases cited above by the petitioner. The provision of section 77 sub 3 of the Electoral Act 2022, which only mandates every political party to submit the register of its members 30 days before its party primaries, cannot be invoked by the respondents for the purpose of challenging the first petitioner's membership of the second petitioner. It is only the second petitioner that has the sole prerogative of determining who are its members. And having sponsored the first petitioner as its candidate for the presidential election, the first petitioner has satisfied the requirement of being a member. The second petitioner, as provided for in section 131 sub C of the 1999 Constitution. It is not within the rights of the second and third respondents and the fourth respondent to question the first petitioner's membership, second petitioner. This ground of objection is hereby overruled. No enjoinder of necessary parties. The first respondent in his motion of 19th of April 2023 and the second and third respondents, as well as the fourth respondent, raised the issue of non-joinder of Abubakar Atiku or the People's Democratic Party, who came second in the presidential election as respondents to the petition. The contention of the respondent then is that since by relief 1 Roman 3, 4 Roman 4 of the petition, the petitioners who came third in the presidential election are seeking to be declared the winners of the election. The petition cannot be effectually and completely determined without the joinder of Abubakar Atiku or the People's Democratic Party, who came second in the election, as respondents to the petition. For that reason, the respondents have contended that this court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the petition as constituted. Place reliance on JGD and INEC. Buhari and Obasanjo, citations on the record. No position, however, petitioners relied on the cases of Obasanjo and Eradua, Buhari and Yusuf, Akpoti and INEC, and contended that only statutory respondents provided in section 133 of the Electoral Act 2022 are necessary parties to the petition. The petitioners are not under any obligation to join Abubakar Atiku and the People's Democratic Party. By section 133 of the Electoral Act 2022, the statutory respondents in an election petition are 1. The person whose election is being complained of, and 2. the Independent National Electoral Commission, which will also be deemed to be defending the petition on behalf of its officers whose conduct is complained of. In the cases of Obasanjo and Eradu and Buhari and Yusuf Supra, cited by the petitioners, the Supreme Court categorically held that only the statutory respondents stated in Section 133 of the Electoral Act are necessary parties, and that losers at an election who are not statutory respondents are not necessary parties to an election petition. By the import of Section 133 of the Electoral Act 2022, the contest in an election petition is strictly between the petitioner who challenges the outcome of the election, the person who was declared the winner of the election, and the commission that conducted and declared the outcome of the election. This means that every candidate who lost the election and who is desirous of challenging the outcome of the election is expected to file his own petition against the winner of the election, and in so doing is not required to join any other candidate who lost the election like himself. It is in furtherance of this that paragraph 50 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 requires an election tribunal or court to consolidate two or more petitions which are presented in relation to the same election or return. As rightly submitted by the petitioners, the case of Jegede and INEC cited by the first respondent is clearly not applicable to this case, since the decision in that case is that Maimala Buni was a necessary party because by the provisions of Section 183 of the 1999 Constitution, would have ceased being a governor of Yobe State if the case made out in the petition that he could not combine the offices of governor of Yobe State and acting chairman of the All Progressive Congress is sustained. In this case, Abubakar Atiku, the People's Democratic Party, who were only runners-up in the presidential elections, are not necessary parties as they are not statutory respondents to this petition, and the petitioners hearing have no obligation to join them in this petition. Again, in Buhari and Obasanjo Supra, relied upon by the respondents, the Supreme Court reconfirmed its decision in Buhari and Yusuf Supra that there is no obligation on the petitioner to make a candidate who lost an election like himself a respondent to his petition. Also, as in this case, Abubakar Atiku and the People's Democratic Party have filed a separate petition number CAPEPC 05-2023, which, as mentioned in the earlier part of this ruling, this court has consolidated with the petition line with paragraph 50 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. This ground of the objection to the competence of the petition is unmeritorious, is accordingly overruled. On the arguments over the competence of the relief sought in this petition, it is my view that the reliefs which the court can grant in an election petition are statutory, as provided in Section 136, sub 1, sub 2, sub 3 of the Electoral Act 2020. Therefore, the determination of whether the relief sought by a petitioner are grantable can only be made after trial. Challenge to competence of the petitioner's replies. The third category of the applications of the respondents seek to strike out the petitioner's replies or some paragraphs of the replies. These are first respondent's motion filed on the 9th of May 2023 seeking 1. Order striking out the petitioner's reply, the first respondent's reply for being incompetent. 2. In the alternative, order striking out paragraphs 15, 16 Roman 1 to 7, 17 to 20, 22, 24, 25, 27 to 32, 34, 36, 37, 38, 40, and 41 of the petitioner's reply for offending the provisions of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2020. Second and third respondents' motion filed on the 13th of May 2023 seeking for order striking out petitioner's reply of 21st April 2023 for being incompetent. 2. In the alternative, order striking out paragraphs 8 to 17, 19 to 32, 34 to 42 of the petitioner's reply for introducing new facts. Fourth respondent's motion filed on the 8th of May 2023 prays for 1. Order striking out paragraphs 15 to 32 of the petitioner's reply, the fourth respondent's reply, as well as the witness statement on oath with failure to deny the fourth respondent's allegation. 2. Order striking out paragraphs 5 Roman 1 to 9, 15 Roman 1 to 7, 16 Roman 1 to 7, 17 Roman 1 to 7, 18 Roman 1 A to H, 18 Roman 2 A to E, 18 Roman 3, 5 and 7, A to B, A and B, Roman 8 A and B, Roman 9, Roman 11, 20 to 25, A to D, 26 Roman 1 and 2, 27 to 31 of the petitioner's reply, the fourth respondent's reply for raising new issues. All the respondents challenge the competence of the petitioner's reply, their respective replies, or in the alternative, the paragraph thereof, which they have variously listed above. Their essential contention is that the replies, or in the alternative, the paragraph thereof, have either raised or introduced new facts aimed at substantially altering the grounds and reliefs in the petition, or a mere repetition or a hash of the facts contained in the petition, contrary to the provisions of section 16, paragraph 16, sub 1A and B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2020. Respondents replied on several official authorities, which are reproduced. In response, the petitioners have argued that they have merely reacted to the fresh/new issues raised in the replies of the respondents, which attempted to justify the grounds of non-qualification of the second and third respondents, as well as the non-compliance by the first respondent with the Electoral Act 2020. They relied on Silva and INEC, PDP versus Ezeonguka, petitions on the record, and urged the court to discountenance the objections of the respondents and uphold the petitioner's reply. Now, paragraph 16, sub 1A of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 provides as follows, and I quote, if a person in his reply to the election petition raises new issues or facts in defense of his case, which the petition has not dealt with, the petitioner shall be entitled to file in the registry within 5 days from the receipt of the respondent's reply, the petitioner's reply in answer to the new issues of fact. So, however, that A, the petitioner shall not at this stage be entitled to bring in new facts, grounds, or prayers tending to amend or add to the contents of the petition filed by him, unquote. By the import of paragraph 16 sub 1A of the first schedule, petitioner may, in filing a reply, respond to allegations of new facts raised in a respondent's reply to the petition, provided he does not, in so doing, amend or add to the petition. It is instructive to observe that the words used in paragraph 16 1A are, quote, new facts, grounds, or prayers tending to amend or add to the contents of the petition, unquote. The word new suggests something which is not there, while the word amend signifies modification. Add, on the other hand, means to increase. What the provision envisages, therefore, is that the reply of a petitioner must strictly be confined to the new facts raised in the respondent's reply and must not go over that to attempt to amend or add to the petition. See All Progressive Congress versus People's Democratic Party, Njadi and Wamako, Adepoju versus Awoduyi Lemi, and Ikoro versus Izunaso, citations on the record. Indeed, in succinctly explaining the new issue which should attract the reply, the Supreme Court had held in Ejesimba versus Onuzuriki as follows, and I quote, a new issue to attract a reply must in law be really new in the sense of being brand and fresh. The issue must be really new to the statement of claim, in that it was not existing therein and was therefore brought into existence or introduced for the first time in the statement of defense by the defendant. The new issue, in both its contents and materiality, must be further and additional to the statement of claim. Thus, the mere fact that a defendant states his own side of the case does not necessarily make it new, particularly when the plaintiff has told a contrary story in his statement of claim. In such a situation, the case stated by the defendant amounts to joining issues with the plaintiff, and that does not bear the name of a new issue in law. A new issue arises where the plaintiff did not avert to or touch the contents of the defendant's averments in anticipation. The defendant's averment was introduced pleadings for the first time and therefore unique and novel to his pleading, unquote. A careful examination of the petitioner's petition, the first, second, and third, and the fourth respondents' respective replies, and the replies which the petitioners filed in response thereof, reveals that apart from rehashing what they have already averred in their petition and denying what the respondents have stated in their respective replies, petitioners also introduced new facts in their replies, the respondents' replies, which were not contained in their petition. This is in clear contravention of paragraph 16 sub 1A of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 20. Paragraph 16, 1 to the law as encapsulated in paragraph 16(1)(a) of the first schedule to the Electoral Act quoted above forbids new additions or amendments by a petitioner which are not contained in the petition, because such new additions or amendments will prejudice the respondents and breach the respondents' fundamental right to fair hearing, guaranteed by Section 36(5) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999. Since the respondents will have no opportunity to respond to those new issues, additions, or amendments. See PDP and another versus INEC, others. Maku and another versus Al Makura and other citations on the record. An examination of the paragraph 4, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 5 of the first respondent's reply shows that the paragraphs has not raised any new issue, contrary to the assertion of the petitioners. In paragraph 15 of their reply, the first respondent's reply to the petition. It's only a response to paragraph 7 and 8 of the petition. But the petitioner's argument in the same paragraph 15 that the first respondents officials at the polling units failed to give clear copies of the results of the election from ECHA to the petitioner's agents, as the pink copies given by the petitioner's agents were very faint and unreliable, is a new fact which tends to amend the petition. Paragraph 16, Roman 1, 7, 17, second part of 18, 22, 24 of the first respondent's reply are traverse of paragraphs 21 to 27 of the petition. Hence, paragraph 16 of the petitioner's reply, which purport to respond to new issues in paragraph 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 24 of the first respondent's reply, actually contain new facts, which will amount to amendment of the petition. Also, paragraph 17, 18, 19, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, and 37 of the petitioner's reply, the first respondent's reply are either a rehash of the facts already averred in the petition or contain new facts which will amount to amendment of the petition. In respect of the petitioner's reply to the second and third respondent's reply, the petition, the latter are seeking for an order striking out paragraphs 8 to 42 of the petitioner's reply. However, a careful examination of those paragraphs shows that only paragraph 21 of that reply has raised a new allegation against the first respondent of attempts to manipulate the data uploaded on the back-end server of the AWS. The said paragraph 21 of the petitioner's reply to the second and third respondent's reply is hereby struck. Similarly, petitioners have introduced new facts in paragraphs 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 27 of their reply, some of which contain serious allegations the fourth respondents, which the fourth respondents has no opportunity to. In contravention of paragraph 16 sub 1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, those paragraphs are also hereby struck. And that indeed is the rulings on the respondents' objections, various objections.
Well, as I was trying to explain earlier before we went for the break, we'll take all the judgments. After that, my learned brothers will now do their own order to save time. Because the petitions are consolidated. So now we will go to the main petition, in petition number 3. In bringing this petition, the petitioners who were contestants in the presidential elections held on 25th February 2023 have challenged the declaration return of second respondent as the winner of the election and sought for the declaration and consequential reliefs, which I have reproduced in the beginning of this judgment. The petitioners have predicated their petition on the 3 statutory grounds earlier stated. Although in the ruling of this court on the objections of the respondents, some paragraphs of petition replies have been struck out for stated reasons, this court will take into consideration the entire affirmance in the petition and determine the merit otherwise of the petition in the interest of justice. At trial, the petitioners opened their case to tendering from the bar several certified true copies of electoral and other documents which were objected to by all the respondents, who reserved the reasons for their objections to the stage of final address. Said objections were therefore admitted, the said documents were therefore admitted and marked as exhibits without prejudice to the objections of the respondents. The court ordered the respondents file separate addresses on their objections along with their final addresses, proof of their petition, The petitioners called 13 witnesses who gave evidence as PW1 to PW13. Of those witnesses, only 3 had their witness statements on oath filed along with the petition, while the other 10 were subpoenaed witnesses whose statements were filed separately after hearing in the petition had commenced. The respondents objected to the competence of the subpoenaed witnesses, give evidence and adopt their addresses, witness statements on oath, and reserve the rulings for their objection to the stage of final address. Without prejudice to the objection, said witnesses adopted their respective witnesses' statement on oath, after which they were duly cross-examined by all the senior counsel for the respondents. Upon closure of the petitioner's case, the first respondent, as well as the second and third respondents, called one witness each in their defense. The fourth respondent did not call any witness, but opted to rely on the evidence already adduced by the other respondents and that elicited under cross-examination on behalf of the fourth respondent. At the close of evidence, parties filed and exchanged their respective final addresses, including separate addresses in support of their various objections which they raised during trial. So we shall now consider the respondents' objections to the competence of some of the petitioner's witnesses and to the documents tendered by them during trial. To save time, we skip the addresses of counsel, go to the resolution of those issues. So, the resolution of the respondent's objections to witnesses and documents contained in page 84 of the judgment. On the first segment of the respondent's objection, all the respondents challenged the competence of PW3, PW4, PW5, PW6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. And the respondent's essential contention is that the witness statements on oath of those witnesses of the petitioners were not loaded along with the petition, but were only filed during trial, contrary to paragraph 4 of 5B of the pay schedule to the Electoral Act 2020. Section 285 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which limits the time for presentation of the election petition, provides as follows. An election petition shall be filed within 21 days after the date of the declaration of the result of the elections. In the same vein, Section 132, sub 7 of the Electoral Act 2022 provides as follows. An election petition shall be filed within 21 days after the date of the declaration of the result of the elections. Paragraph 4 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 stipulates the contents of an election petition which shall be filed. In particular, paragraph 4.5 of the state schedule mandates as follows. The election petition shall be accompanied by A list of the witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition, B, written statements on oath of the witnesses, and C, copies or list of every document to be relied on at the hearing of the petition. Paragraph 6 of that paragraph, a petition which fails to comply with the above requirements shall not be accepted for filing by the Secretary. Paragraph 14 sub 2 of the same first schedule, the Electoral Act, then provides as follows. After the expiration of the time limited by A, Section 132 sub 7 of this Act for presentation of the election petition, no amendment shall be made. 1. Introducing any of the requirements of paragraph 4.1 contained in the original election petition file, or 2. Effecting substantial alteration of the ground for or the prayer in the election petition, or
3. Except anything which may be done under subparagraph 2A, Roman 2, affecting a substantial alteration of or addition to statements of facts relied on to support the ground for or sustain the prior election petition. And sub B, paragraph 12, for filing the reply, no amendment shall be made. 1, alleging that the claim of the seat or office by the petitioner is correct or false. 2, except anything which may be done under the provisions of paragraph 2A, Roman 2, affecting any substantial alteration to, in or addition to the admissions or the denials contained in the original reply filed or to the facts set out in the reply. The above quoted provisions of the Constitution, Electoral Act 2022, and the first schedule thereto have been thoroughly considered by the Supreme Court in several cases, including Okian, another versus Mimiko and others, Ogumbi JC, Oba and Vincent Rarume and others, Anik, Okuru, Ogi and others, PDP and Oku and several others listed here. In Oke and Mimiko, the Apex Court, Ogumbi JC held as follows in the court. Paragraph 4, 1 and 5 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, the composite analysis of an election petition has been spelled out, and also a list of materials which must be accompanied. The use of the word shall in the subsections is very instructive, mandatory, conclusive. In other words, the provisions do not allow for additions, and hence, the procedure adopted by the appellants in seeking for an extension of time is nothing other than surreptitious attempt to amend the petition. This is obvious from the nature and substance of the application, especially where one of the grounds seeks to put in facts which are allegedly not available allegedly not available at the time of filing the petition, but only came into their possession after the statutory time limit allowed for the presidential election petition. Expressly, there is no provision in the legislation which provides for extension of time. What is more, in paragraph 14.2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, the appellants by section 134 sub 1 of the Electoral Act had been totally foreclosed from any amendment, which was in fact the hidden agenda promoting the application. The saying is true that even the devil does not know a man's intention. It can only be inferred from the act exhibiting that which is conceived in the heart, mind. The use of the word shall in paragraph 14 sub 2A of the first schedule to the Electoral Act mandatory and places a complete bar on any form of amendment to a petition file and does not allow for an exercise of discretion whatsoever. Further still, on a critical result of the application, reliefs 2, 6, court seek to call additional witness to which with AEO. It is pertinent to state that at the close of pleadings, parties had submitted the list of witnesses who were to testify together with their depositions. The idea, purpose, and intention of the application is suggestive of nothing more but a clear confirmation seeking for an order of an amendment as rightly and ingeniously thought out by the trial tribunal and also affirmed by the lower court. This will certainly violate the provision section 285.5 of the Constitution, section 134 of the Electoral Act, close of court. In his concurring judgment in the same case, Nguta, JSC, specifically stated follows, I quote, the additional or further witness depositions sought to be allowed for a just and fair determination of the petition are fresh facts as found by the tribunal and which finding was endorsed by the lower court. This court will not interfere with a concurrent finding of fact of the two lower courts when the appellants have failed to show a special circumstance for this court to do so. Election petitions are time-bound and the court will not allow the party to resort to any sort of subterfuge or to frustrate the intention of the Electoral Act that petitions be disposed of judiciously. The petitioners in this case have relied on the earlier decisions of this court in Omidiran versus Ete, Lasun versus Awoyemi, Supra, to argue that the subpoena witnesses whose witness statements on oath were filed outside the time limited for the presentation of the petition are competent to testify because that they are subpoena witnesses who do not work for the petitioner. However, it is pertinent to observe that unlike in the present case, the subpoena issued at the instance of petitioner in the case of Omidiran and Ete and Lasun versus Awoyomi were decided under the Electoral Act of 2006, which did not have provisions similar to paragraph 4 sub 5 of the first schedule to the External Electoral Act 2022. Secondly, the subpoenas in the above two cases were issued and served on adversaries, namely the resident electoral commissioners. Again, those two cases were decided before the introduction of Section 285, subsection 6 of the 19th Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, which mandates that an election petition shall be decided within 180 days from the date of filing of the petition. Thus, whilst this court in Omidiran and Ete and Lasun versus Awoyomi appeared to have adopted a flexible approach, the Apex Court had taken a strict approach in its latter decision in OK and Mimico. Indeed, in subsequent following the Apex Court's decision in OK and Mimico, this court, per Agim JCA, as he then was, now JSC, highlighted this strict position of the law in Ogba versus Vincent at paragraph 46 to 48, paragraph 8 to B, wherein he held as follows, our court. I think that this court in Omidiran and Ete and the Supreme Court in OK and Mimico adopted different approaches in addressing the issue of whether a tribunal or court can allow a witness deposition or other document not filed along with the petition or not filed within the time allowed for filing election petition to be filed and used in an election petition proceeding. Omidiran's case did not strictly enforce the time limits prescribed in Section 141 of the Electoral Act 2006. The provision in the first schedule thereto on prohibiting the introduction of additional facts in the proceedings after the period allowed for filing the petition and closure of pleadings and paragraph 1 sub 1 of the Election Tribunal and Court Practice Directions of 2006 on the content and form of the petition, held that the purpose of the practice direction is to guide and regulate compliance with and observance of the provisions of the first schedule to the Act and the Federal High Court rules where applicable. This elastic application of the electoral laws by this court in that case is not in line with the current judicial approach of strict enforcement of electoral laws and the current approach of applying the Electoral Tribunal and Court Practice Directions as overriding the rules of court in election court cases. In OK and Mimico, the Supreme Court approached the issue in keeping with the current judicial trend of strictly applying electoral laws and procedural rules and giving them supremacy over rules of court in election cases. The Supreme Court has consistently, in a long line of cases, insisted on this strict and inelastic approach, opposing the electoral laws. The law, as laid out juries in OK and Mimico, is that a witness deposition that is not filed along with the petition within the 21 days allowed for filing the petition cannot be filed in the proceedings. It held thus, if there was an evidence which was fundamental to determination of the petition, that evidence ought to have been placed willy-nilly before the tribunal within the time limit specified by the Electoral Act or any other act. That evidence ought to be regarded as the spinal cord of the petition. Even if it has been withheld by any person, there are several ways to go about placing same before the tribunal. The Evidence Act is very clear on this. The petitioners ought to have restored to that procedure, laws of court. The firm position of the Supreme Court, as stated in OK and Mimico and followed by this court in Oba and Vincent Supra, is that by the combined provisions of Section 285.5 of the 1999 Constitution, Section 137, Subsection 7 of the Electoral 2022, and paragraph 4, 5, and 6 and 14.2 of the first schedule to the Act, Every written statement on oath of the witness which a party intends to call must be filed along with the petition within the time limited by Section 285(5) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, and Section 132, subsection 7 of the Electoral Act 2022. Once the time limited for filing of a petition has elapsed, the contents of the petition cannot be added to or amended in any manner or under any guise. Any written statement on oath of a witness filed outside that 21 days limitation will amount to a surreptitious amendment of the petition and a breach of paragraph 14 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. This is irrespective of whether the witnesses to be called are ordinary or expert witnesses and whether they are willing or supine witnesses. Since then, this has been the consistent position of the law followed by this court. Indeed, in Okuru versus Obe, this court stressed this position. Our learned brother Bolaji Yusuf yesterday stated that court. From the records, PW3 and PW4 was summoned by subpoena issued by the tribunal and presented as expert witnesses. The question is whether this without more entitles the appellant to file their statements on oath outside the time set for filing a petition, or a reply to the respondent's reply in answer to the petition. I am of the humble view that whether an expert witness or not, a witness remains a witness. So the proviso to Order 3, Rule 3, Sub 1 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2009 made applicable to an election petition by paragraph 54 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act provides that the statements on oath of witnesses requiring subpoena from the court need not be filed at the commencement of the suit. 2. The witnesses who require subpoena or summons shall, at the instance of the party calling them, be served with civil form 1A before the filing of the statements by witness. The application of that rule is with regard to and or subject to the provisions of the Electoral Act, not independent of the Act. Paragraph 54 reads, subject to the express provisions of this Act, the practice and procedure of the tribunal or the court in relation to an election petition shall be as nearly as possible similar to the practice and procedure of the Federal High Court in the exercise of its civil jurisdiction, and the civil procedure rules shall apply with such modifications as may be necessary to render them applicable having regard to the provisions of this Act, as if the petitioner and the respondent were respectively the plaintiff and the defendant in an ordinary civil action. The provisions of the Electoral Act being a substantive law shall override any rule of court which is contrary to its provision. The subsidiary legislation must conform with the principal law, CNNPC and Afamfa Oil Limited. The proviso to Order 3, Rule 3.1 of the Federal High Court Rules 2009 cannot override or affect or whittle down the absolute and mandatory provisions of Section 285 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, which stipulates that an election petition shall be filed within 21 days after the date of the declaration of the result of the elections, and paragraphs 4, sub 1, 5, and 14.1 and 2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, which stipulate the content of a petition. It is therefore clear that in law, the provisions of Order 3, Rules 3.1 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2009 cannot provide a platform for filing and using witness statements on oath not filed within the time limit set for presentation of petition, and which time cannot be extended for any reason under any guise. The focus of our decision in Ogba and Vincent Supra was the injustice in allowing a piece of evidence not covered by the pleadings to be presented to the court when the opposing party would have no opportunity to react to it. It is my humble view that the position of the law, as can be gleaned from the Section 285(5) of the Constitution, paragraph 4, 14.2, and 16.1 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, is that a petitioner cannot be allowed to file and use documents or witness statements on oath filed outside the time set for filing petition, and to which the respondents would have no opportunity to react. To do so will amount to creating an avenue which a petitioner can use or exploit to overreach the respondents. That is the stand of the Supreme Court, OK and Mimico, number 1 supra, followed by this court, Oba and Vincent, supra, close of court. Again, in Ararume and another, but Anik and others, in which I wrote the lead judgment, therein are stated as follows. The law, therefore, is that the deposition of a witness must accompany the petition at the time of filing the petition. In other words, the written statement on oath of an intended witness must be filed along with the petition. Thus, any written deposition of a witness not filed along with the petition will not be countenanced by the court or tribunal. Therefore, means that a written deposition filed by a witness not listed in the petition nor his deposition front-loaded cannot be countenanced by the court or tribunal after the expiration of the time prescribed for the filing of the petition. I think that is what the tribunal decided in this case, in line with the decision in Oba and Vincent. The combined effect of paragraph 4.5, Roman 1 and 2, 14.1 and 3 of the First Schedule to the Electoral Act is that no witness can testify in chief before a tribunal if he has not deposed a written statement on oath, which must necessarily have been filed along with the petition, close of court. From the foregoing judicial decisions, it is clear that in election petition litigation, whether the witnesses which a party intends to call are ordinary or aspire witnesses, and whether they are willing or subpoena witnesses, their witness deposition must be filed along with petition before such witnesses will be competent to testify before the tribunal or court. It is instructive to observe that one of the leading senior counsel for the petitioners in this petition, Dr. Onyechi Ipiazu, SAN, was the lead counsel to the second respondent in Ararume and another versus Anik and others, wherein he successfully challenged the competence of a subpoena witness, Ama Ibom Agu, PW2, on the same ground that the witness statement on oath of the same witness was filed on 8/7/2019, long after the time limited for the filing of the petition. Therefore, the petitioners in this case were well aware of the settled legal position on subpoena witnesses in election petitions, favored by the Supreme Court and by this court. Yet they embarked on subpoenaing PW3, PW4, PW5, PW6, PW7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. 10 out of their 13 witnesses whose witness statements on oath were not front-loaded along with the petition. The petitioners have tried to argue that the said witnesses are witnesses of this court. With respect, this argument is misconceived because the subpoena in respect of those witnesses were issued upon the request of the petitioners. The applications for the issuance of the subpoenas were duly signed by filed at the registry of this court by the petitioner counsel, and the requisite fees paid, including filing fees and service fees as assessed, were duly paid by them before this court approved and issued the subpoenas. Therefore, those witnesses are the petitioner witnesses and not witnesses of this court. Indeed, the procedure for calling of witnesses by the court is by summons as stipulated in paragraph 42, sub 1 of the First Schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. By the provisions of that paragraph, the tribunal or court may summon a witness as a witness who appears to the tribunal or court to have been concerned in the election. Clear from the provisions of that paragraph that is a person summoned by the court suo motu in exercise of its powers under paragraph 42(1) that is a witness of the court and not a person subpoenaed at the request of a party to the case. In the instant case, PW3, who was subpoenaed at the request of the petitioners, is a staff of Channels Television who tendered exhibits PBH3 and PBH4, 2 flash drives containing third annual consultative meeting with leaders of political parties held on 26 October 2022, an interview with Mr. Festus Okoye, National Annual Commissioner, held on 12 March 2023, respectively. PW4, a professor of mathematics who was engaged before the election by the petitioners and whom the petitioners presented as a subpoena expert witness, stated under cross-examination by the first respondent that he concluded his report on the 19th of March 2023 before the petition was filed. PW5 is the staff of Arise Television, who also tendered exhibit PCG2, a flash drive showing the INEC chairman delivering an address at the Chatham House, London, UK, on the preparations for the 2023 elections in Nigeria. PW6 is the staff of African Independent Television, AIT, who tendered exhibit PCH1, a flash drive of the program Democracy Day, anchored on 22nd November 2022, wherein the INEC chairman was shown giving a brief on the preparations for the 2023 general elections. PW7, who claimed to be a cloud engineer and architect working with Amazon Web Services Incorporated, tendered exhibits PCJ3A to F, which are 6 reports of Amazon Web Services AWS health dashboard, which she said she downloaded from the Amazon website. Under cross-examination, however, she not only admitted that she is a member of the second petitioner. Please, let us be serious. This is a serious matter, it's not a laughing matter. She not only admitted that she is a member of the second petitioner, the Labour Party, but she had contested elections as a candidate for the second petitioner for House of Representatives elections, conducted along with the present elections on 25th February 2023. PW8, who claimed to be a cybersecurity expert engaged by the Labour Party on 10th March 2023, stated that he produced his preliminary report on 17th or 18th March 2023 before the petition was filed. He tendered exhibit PCK1, a metadata. PW9 is staff of Women and Child Rescue Initiative, a non-governmental organization, claimed to be an observer in the 25th February 2023 elections, but stated that the subpoena was addressed to him personally and served at his village address. PW10 claimed to be an annual ad hoc staff who acted as a supervisor. He stated under cross-examination that the subpoena was addressed to him personally and not through INEC. PW11, who is a staff in the Legal Services Department of National Information Technology Department Agency, NIDDA, stated that the subpoena was addressed to him personally instead of his organization. As for PW13, who claimed to have acted as a presiding officer in the 25th February 2023 elections, he stated that he was on a subpoena. The subpoena, which was admitted as exhibit PCR, was, however, addressed to him personally and not through INEC. It's pertinent to observe that the above 10 witnesses subpoenaed by the petitioners were all witnesses who were available to the petitioners at the time of filing the petition. They were neither subpoenaed as adversaries nor subpoenaed as official witnesses. It is therefore beyond controversy that the witness statements on oath of those witnesses filed after the time limited for presentation of the petition had lapsed are incompetent, and the same witnesses had no virus to testify in this petition. Their testimonies are embodied in their respective witness statements on oath, being incompetent are accordingly struck out. With regard to the respondents' objections to the admissibility of documents tendered by the petitioners, the first objection raised by the respondents is to exhibits tendered through PW4, as to exhibits tendered through PW4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8. These are exhibits PCD1, PCD2, PCD3, PCE1, PCE2, PCE3, PCE4, and PF2, tendered through PW4. Exhibits PCG1 and PCG2, tendered through PW5. Exhibit PCH1, tendered through PW6. Exhibits PCJ1, PCJ2, PCJ3, A to F, and PCJ4, tendered through PW7, and exhibits PCK1 and PCK2, tendered through PW8. The said exhibits are, I have estimated them in the judgment. The respondents' essential argument is that since the subpoenaed witnesses and their witness statements on oath are incompetent, the documents tendered through those witnesses cannot be countenanced by the court. By paragraph 41(3) of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, oral examination of witnesses is not allowed. witnesses are only to adopt their respective written depositions and tender in evidence all disputed documents or other exhibits referred to in their depositions. By paragraph 4, 5b of the schedule, such written depositions of the witnesses must be filed along with the petition. Since the above exhibits are documents, including expert reports, which were tendered through the subpoena witnesses whom we have already declared incompetent because their witness statements on oath were filed in violation of the mandatory provisions of paragraph 4.5b of the first schedule of the Electoral Act 2022, the documents admitted through them, which form part of their evidence, are inadmissible and liable to be expunged from the record. In the case of Buhari and INEC, the petitioners have also argued that since the parties have agreed during pre-hearing session that documents properly certified by INEC will not be objected to, and the said documents were tendered from the bar pursuant to pre-hearing order of this court of 23rd May 2023, the parties are bound by the order of the court, since same has not been appealed against by the second and third respondents. However, this contention of the petitioners does not represent the position of the law. It is stated that a court is not permitted in any event to admit an act on it's stated that a court permitted to act in any event to admit an act on legally inadmissible evidence, even if such evidence had been admitted by agreement of the parties or under order of court in the course of hearing. Once such evidence is legally inadmissible, the court must reject it when giving its final judgment, even if that will amount to overruling itself by so doing. Ishanu and AfriBank are OY for JSC. Indeed, even in the case of Sani and Akwe, relied upon by the petitioners, this court at paragraph 20, paragraph D2A, restated the position of the law that even when pieces of evidence had been improperly received in evidence, trial court as well as appellate court have the power to expunge it from the record and decide the case only on legally admissible evidence. On the objection of the respondents to the admissibility of the documents tendered as expert reports by the petitioners, which were admitted as exhibits PCD1, PCD3, PCE1 to PCE4, PCJ2, PCJ3A to F, and PCK1, the respondent's contention is that they are caught up by the provisions of Section 83, subsection 3 of the Evidence Act 2011, having been contrived for the purpose of this petition. It is settled law that, as provided in Section 83, subsection 3 of the Evidence Act 2011, and pronounced upon in several decisions of the appellate court, that a document which is made by a party interested in a pending or anticipated proceeding involving a dispute as to any fact which the document tends to establish is inadmissible in evidence. Thus, in Ladwaja and Ajimobi, where the Supreme Court, by Peter Odili, JSC held as follows, I quote, in respect of what is referred to as a person interested, I shall refer to the cases of Nigeria Social Insurance Trust versus Cliffco, Nigeria Limited. As regards the phrase, a person interested, I agree with the respondent that the phrase has been examined in the case of Ivan versus Noble, where a person not interested in the outcome of an action has been described as a person who has no temptation to depart from the truth, one side or the other. A person not swayed by personal interest, but completely detached, judicial, impartial, independent. In other words, it contemplates that the person must be detached, independent, and non-participant, and really not interested which way in the context the case goes. Normally, a person who is performing an act in official capacity cannot be a person interested under Section 91 of Section 3, which is now the Section 83.3. I think the phrase, a person interested, ever more so has been quite definitely put in the case of Halton and Halton to mean a person who has pecuniary or other material interest in the result of the proceeding, a person whose interest is affected by the result of the proceedings and therefore would have no temptation to pervert the truth to serve his personal, private ends. It does not mean an interest in the sense of intellectual observation or an interest purely due to sympathy. It means an interest in the legal sense, which imposes something to be gained or lost. CPC and Ombugadu, when considering and determine who is a person interested under Section 91.3 of the Evidence and Truth and Health does. But the provision of Section 91.3 Evidence Act, a person interested is a person who has a pecuniary or other material interest and is affected by the result of the proceeding and therefore will have have a temptation to pervert the truth, serve his personal, private ends. In fact, it is in its most recent decision in Oyetola and another versus Annex, the Supreme Court, Agim JSC, restated this position. The following words: the other evidence adduced by the appellant to prove their case is the expert analysis report prepared by PW1, who by his own admission is a member of the second appellant and had been a special assistant to the first appellant and was engaged by the appellants to establish the invalidity of the disputed results in Form EC8A for the 744 polling units. It testified further that I made the report as directed by the petitioners and that I am part of those who wrote the petition. By his own testimony, he established that he was not an independent expert, as he had an interest in the subject of his analysis, carried out the analysis from the conclusion that the results were invalid. He testified to support the contemplated election petition. It was an analysis from an answer and not from a question. Such a report is not the product of an independent, impartial, detached, and professional analysis. He is clearly a person with the disposition or temptation to depart from the truth. The listing of the expert analysis report in the petition among the documents to be relied on to prove the petition it was made in anticipation of contemplation to be filed. The report having been made by PW1 as a person interested in the subject matter of the petition, when the petition was anticipated to establish that the election result was invalid, is not admissible evidence by virtue of Section 83.3 of the Evidence Act 2011 as amended. Close of court. In the instant case, EW4, who claimed to be an expert, was contracted by the petitioners before the election to carry out data analysis on the results of the presidential elections held on 25th February 2023. He even tendered his letter of engagement by a second petitioner dated 20th February 2023, which was admitted as Exhibit PCF2. According to him, he produced his initial report on 19th March 2023. His report was made a day before this petition was filed on 20th March 2023. Obviously, the report Exhibit PCD1 to PCD3 was prepared in anticipation of this petition. As for PW7, who also claimed to be an expert witness, he admitted that she was not only a member of the second petitioner, but had contested the House of Representatives election under the platform of the second petitioner, which election was conducted the same day with the presidential election on the 25th of February 2023. He also admitted that the report she presented in Exhibits PCJ A to F are public information hosted by Amazon, which she downloaded from the Amazon website, and that the open access information she downloaded in her report cannot be amended by her. This shows that PW7 was clearly not the maker of the said documents. As for PW8, who claimed to be a cybersecurity expert, he stated under cross-examination by the first respondent that he was engaged by the second petitioner as an expert on 10th March 2023 and that he produced a preliminary report on 17th and 18th of May 2023, and final report, Exhibit PCK1, at the end of May 2023, while this proceeding was pending. It is therefore evident from the above that PW4, PW7, and PW8 are persons interested in the outcome of this proceedings. The reports produced by PW4 and PW8 qualify as statements made by persons interested in anticipation or during the pendency of this petition. As for PW7, she is admittedly an interested party, having been a member of and even contested election under the umbrella of the second petitioner. Her interest is further underscored by the fact that she admitted under cross-examination that she was attending court throughout the proceedings prior to her evidence. By virtue of Section 83, Sub 3 of the Evidence Act 2011, the reports tendered by those witnesses which form part of their evidence are inadmissible. In view of the foregoing, exhibits PCD1 to PCD3, PCE1 to PCE4, PCF to PCG2, PCH1, PCJ1, PCJ2, PCJ3A to F, PCJ4, PCK1, and PCK4 tendered through the incompetent PW4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are hereby extended from the record of this court. The second aspect of the respondent's objection is on the ground of improper certification or authentication. On the second respondent's objection to exhibit PBP1 to PBP21, the IRF report for Adamawa State on the ground that no certificate of authentication of those computer-generated documents was filed in compliance with Section 84 of the Evidence Act 2011. Exhibit PCB1 to PCB6 referred to by the petitioners in response to the objection are IRF certificates of compliance for Bayelsa, Benue, Ekiti, Niger, Ogun, and River States. Adamawa State is not included in those exhibits. Exhibit PCC1 to PCC28, which include Adamawa State, are actually Beavers reports and their certificates of compliance. That of Adamawa is PCC21. In short, no certificate of compliance was produced by the first respondent in respect of exhibit PBP1, PBP21. The blood IRF report exhibits PCA series in respect of Adamawa State. However, since the documents were stated to have been downloaded from ANIC's IRF portal and were certified by ANIC as true copies of what they have in their IRF portal, the documents qualify as public documents within the meaning of Section 102 of the Evidence Act 2011, and the certification by ANIC authenticates those documents. Therefore, the provision of Section 84 of the Evidence Act is not applicable in this case. This is the position of the law as espoused by the Supreme Court in the case of Kubo and Dixon, where the Apex Court held that the computers from internet-generated documents printed from the website of a public institution is a public document, and only a copy of such document which is duly certified in compliance with Section 104 of the Evidence Act 2011 admissible. That I've started the victim of Supreme Court by a cast ASC court. Exhibits PBP1 to PBP21 having been downloaded from ANIC report and duly certified by ANIC are clearly admissible. As for the fourth respondent's objection to exhibit PCG2, the flash drive tendered by PW5, the staff of Arise TV, it is clear that the said witness had in paragraph 6 to 12 of his witness statement on oath not only stated that he participated in all stages of the recording, production, and packaging of the flash drive, but he had certified the process of his production as required by Section 84 of the Evidence Act. On the fourth respondent's objection to the admissibility of Exhibit X2, on the ground that the Exhibit X2 was obtained by the petitioners from the registrar of this court and not from the custodian of the original copy. We have examined Exhibit A2, which is the European Union Election Observation Mission Nigeria 2020 final report. As rightly observed by the first respondent, the photocopy of the document is certified by Secretary of the Presidential Election Petition Court and not any officer of the European Union Election Observation Mission, which is the custodian of the original copy of the document. By Section 104.1 of the Evidence Act 2011, the secondary evidence of any public document is only admissible in evidence if it has been certified by a public officer having custody of the original copy of the document, who by that section may give a copy of same to any person who has a right to inspect, together with a certificate written at the foot of such copy that it is a true copy of such document or part of it as the case may be. Under subsection 2 of that section, the public officer is enjoined to certify same by subscribing his name, official title, and date, and why he is authorized to use a seal with his seal. Clearly, the registrar of this court, who is not the custodian of the original copy of Exhibit X2, cannot validly certify that document under Section 104.1 of the Evidence Act 2011. The Omisori and Arebashola, Manuel vs. Umana, where Mwezi JSC stated that the whole essence of the court's insistence on the scrupulous adherence to the certification requirements of public documents is to vouchsafe their authenticity vis-à-vis the original copies. Since Exhibit X2 has not been validly certified, it is inadmissible in evidence. Accordingly, Exhibit X2 is expunged from the record. The third aspect of the petitioner's objection to the petitioner's document is on the ground that the petitioners failed to plead specific facts to cover the documents objected to. The said documents objected to by the respondents are exhibits. So many they have been listed in this judgment. Get the judgment, you will see them. I have carefully examined the petitioner's pleadings and the documents objected to by the respondents. The petitioners have specifically averred in paragraph 101 of the petition that they will be relying on all the first respondents' electoral and all other necessary documents used for the conduct of the presidential election, including the documents which they listed as items A to CCC of that paragraph. However, election petitions are sui generis, and it is settled that for an averment in an election petition to be competent, material facts relating to complaints made therein must be pleaded. Belgore, Ahmed, Yazu, and Oti. In the latter case of PDP and ANIC, the Supreme Court was categorical on this mandatory requirement or specificity in averments of election petitions when the court held as follows. On whether the affected paragraphs were rightly struck out, I have read the affected paragraphs and found that they relate to allegations of non-voting, several polling points, corruption of election, non-conclusion of election, printing of ballot papers, falsification of election results, widespread disruption, irregularities and malpractice without providing particulars or the polling units where the alleged malpractice took place. The lower court was therefore right when it held as follows. Paragraphs above, in my view, are too generic, vague, and lacking in any particulars, as they are not tied specifically to any particular polling unit or any particular number of people who were alleged to be disguised. The fact that a party can file further particulars or deny in a reply the averment in the pleading must not be general, it must be specific as to facts. The settled law that a petitioner's obligation to plead particulars of fraud or falsification without which the allegation is a non-starter. I have nothing to add to this statement of law as advanced above. I adopt it as mine. Close of court. That's where allegations of non-compliance and corrupt practices are made, such as in the instant petition, the polling units, wards, or other places where those irregularities and malpractices are alleged to have occurred must be specifically pleaded. The petitioners have argued that the issue of non-compliance by the first respondent to its laws, guidelines, and relevant statutes is a universal complaint because it is an infraction against the Nigerian people, and in the Nigerian state. However, this contention of the petitioners is not in consonance with the requirement of the law as espoused in Belgore and Ahmed, PDP and INEC. This is more so as the petitioner's allegations of non-compliance is interwoven with allegations of corrupt practice in the same set of facts pleaded both. In the instant case, the petitioner tendered the following documents, which have been listed in this judgment. However, a look at the entire petition shows that no single complaint was made by the petitioners in respect of any of those states as to make those exhibits relevant to the petitioner's case. For instance, in paragraph 72, which the petitioners referred in response to the objection, the petitioners have alleged that there was overvoting in the states of Oyo, Ondo, Taraba, Oshun, Kano, Rivers, Borno, Katsina, Kwara, Gombe, Yobe, and Niger states. However, the petitioner failed to specify the polling units where the overvoting took place, the total number of accredited voters, the total number of votes cast, and the number of votes to be deducted from the scores of the parties. Similarly, in paragraph 73, which was also referred to by the petitioners in their response to the objection, the petitioners have averred that based on the uploaded results, the votes recorded for the second respondent did not comply with the legitimate process for computation of the result and disfavored the petitioners, and listed the states of Rivers, Lagos, Taraba, Benue, Adama, Imo, Bauchi, Borno, Kaduna, Plateau, and other states of federation. But the petitioner failed to state the scores improperly computed and how they were disfavored. As regards the objection to exhibits PCE1 to PCE4, said to be 18,084 and 88 blood results downloaded from IRF and contained in 4 boxes, the petitioners have contended that the petitioners' request for the petitioners to specify the 18,088 polling units to which those blood reports relate is an impossibility because the results are unreadable. The details of most of the polling units are stated in PCD1 to PCD3, the expert report tendered by PW4. This contention of the petitioners is, however, misconceived. This is because the petitioners who claim that they could not specify the polling units in the 18,088 blood results because those results are unreadable are the same persons who have stated that the said polling units have been specified in the expert report of PW4, through whom the blood results were tendered. However, PW4 stated under cross-examination that the primary source of the data he used in producing his report was the IRF portal. He did not state how he was able to determine the particular polling units and the impacted votes, accredited voters, and the number of PVCs collected. As I earlier noted, PW4's report was concluded on 19th March 2023 before the petitioners filed this petition on 20th March 2023, which means the petitioners were aware of the polling units to which their complaints relate even before they filed the petition. So their theory of impossibility, which they invented around the 18,088 blood results, is misconceived and an obvious misadventure. Again, in paragraphs 7 and 8 of the petition, the petitioners admitted that they have agents in the polling units, and those agents signed and collected duplicate copies of the result sheets. Those paragraphs read as follows. Paragraph 7, the petitioner is a body corporate with perpetual succession and in sponsorship of the first petitioner, and the conduct of the election thereof, acted through its members duly appointed as agents at all stages of the election, namely at the polling units, the ward collation centers, the local government collation centers, the state collation centers, and the ultimate collation center at the federal level in Abuja. Paragraph 8. In the conduct of the election, the agents duly appointed by the petitioners performed their assigned and statutorily designated roles at the election. These roles included observing and monitoring the process of arrival of election materials where they were supplied by the first respondent, and leading to and including the process of accreditation, voting, counting of votes, and announcement of the results of the election. These agents were the elections proceeded in due form upon the first respondent agents duly entering the results in the result sheets at the polling units, signed and collected duplicate copies of the result sheets. Having clearly admitted that their agents signed and collected duplicate copies of the result sheets, their contention that they are unable to determine the polling units from which the blood results emanated is untrue. In fact, this admission reinforces the need for the petitioners to specify all the polling units in respect of which they made complaints, since their agents were availed with copies of the results of the polling units. As regards the petitioner's contention that they have complied with paragraphs 4, 5C, and 41.8 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, I had earlier considered this argument of the petitioner while resolving the respondent objection to petitioner's pleadings, wherein we held that the provision of paragraph 4, 5C of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 only relates to the front-loading of documents to be relied upon by the petitioners as their evidence during trial. It does not obviate the mandatory requirement for pleading materials as stated in paragraph 41.1d and 2 and 41.8 of the same schedule, so as to enable the adverse party to know the exact case he is to meet and to respond to them accordingly. As I stated in my earlier ruling, the reports which the petitioner stated they had detailed the polling units was not filed along with the petition, so as to afford the respondent the opportunity to respond to same, but was merely tendered at trial, by which time the respondents had no opportunity to respond. Since the petitioners have failed to specify in the petition the polling units to which exhibits PCA1 to PCA4, the 18,088 ballot results relate, the said documents are clearly inadmissible. Said exhibits hereby discountenance and expunge from the record. We now go to petitioner objections to the respondent's documents. In the course of trial, the petitioner also objected to the documents tendered by the first and second and third respondents at the hearing of the 4th of July 2023. The first respondent had tendered exhibits RA1, RA2, RA3, RA4, F5, 6, and 7 through its sole witness, Dr. Lawrence Bayode, a deputy director in the ICT department of the first respondent, who gave evidence as RW1. Of those documents, the petitioners had objected to the admissibility of exhibits RA1, RA2, RA6, and RA7. Similarly, at the hearing of the 5th of July 2023, the petitioners had objected to all the documents tendered by the second and third respondents from the bar and through their sole witness, Senator Michael Opeyemi Bamidele, who testified as RW2. The petitioners had reserved their reasons for the objections to be adduced at the stage of final address. Pursuant to the order of this court, that parties should file separate addresses on their objections. The petitioners have filed separate addresses in support of their objections to the documents of the first respondent and those of the second and third respondents. The written address in support of the objection of the first respondent's documents was filed on 23rd July 2023, while that in support of the objection to the second and third respondent documents was filed on 20th July 2023. In the written address in support of the petitioner's objection to the first respondent document, Dr. Livy Uzoku, learned senior counsel for the petitioners, essentially raised the sole issue of whether, having regard to the pre-hearing report of 23rd May 2023, paragraph 41, sub 3 of the first schedule to Electoral Act 2022 and other relevant provisions of the Act and decided cases, exhibits RA 1, 2, 6, and 7, are inadmissible and liable to be exchanged from the evidence. Similarly, in the address in support of the objection to the second and third respondent documents, the petitioners raised the sole issue of whether, having regards to the said pre-hearing session report and paragraph 41(3) of the first schedule and decided cases, the documents tendered by the second and third respondents are inadmissible and liable to be expunged from evidence. Plaintiff pointed out that Exhibit RA1 is a private document emanating from the third respondent and argued that in the absence of the narrow exceptions to the maker of the document, being the person to tender the document, the witness of the first respondent, thus RW1, cannot tender same in evidence. He relied on Main Street Bank Limited and General Steel Mills Others Limited. National Council also submitted that Exhibit RA2 is inadmissible because the first respondent cannot appropriate at the same time. Since Exhibit RA2, the first respondent is trying to deny another letter received by it from the fourth respondent on 15 July 2022, which he had also certified. Then we just go direct to the resolutions. So by virtue of the provisions of Section 102B of the Evidence Act 2011, public documents include public records kept in Nigeria of private documents. In the case of Onwuzurike and Idozium and others, where the Supreme Court, Onogan JSC, held, as it then was, held that a private document sent to the police form part of the record and of the police, and is consequently a public document within the provision of Section 109 of the Old Evidence Act, now Section 102 of the Extant Evidence Act 2011. It's also tried that a public document duly so satisfied is admissible in evidence, notwithstanding that it is not tendered by the maker. Indeed, a certified true copy of a public document can be tendered by a person who is not a party to the case. See the case of Maranro and Adebisi, Daga Shambulama, Mustafa Ketima and others versus Al-Haji Bukar of Customs. Exhibits RA1 and RA2, being in the public record of the first respondent, are public documents and are therefore admissible in evidence, having been certified by the first respondent under Section 104 of the Evidence Act 2011. On the petitioner objection to Exhibits RA6 and RA7, the record of proceedings of this court of 4th July 2023 shows that contrary to the assertion of the petitioners, the said Exhibits RA6 and RA7, which are the cloud trail log and certificate of compliance to Section 84 of the Evidence Act respectively, were not tendered from the bar, but through RW1. Indeed, the record shows that the petitioners consented to the said documents being taken as read and demonstrated. They therefore have no hesitation in discountenancing the petitioner's objection to those documents. On the whole, the petitioner's objection to Exhibits RA1, RA2, RA6, and RA7 tendered first respondents unmeritorious, it is hereby overruled. Now go to objection to the petition objection to the second and third respondents' documents. We consider the the resolution of that objection. On the petition objection to Exhibits RA8 and RA9, an examination of the petition shows that in paragraph 28, they have challenged the second respondent qualification to contest the election on the ground that he was fined the sum of $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, imposed by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division. As rightly submitted by the second and third respondents, they have countered this allegation of the petitioners in paragraph 46 to 53, and particularly pleaded in paragraph 50 that the United States of America, through its embassy in Nigeria, had by a letter dated February 4, 2003, addressed to the then Inspector General of Police, and confirmed that upon their record checks of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Crime Investigation Center, NCIC, a centralized information center that maintains records of every criminal arrest and conviction within the United States of America. There were no record of any form of criminal arrest, warrants against the second respondent. The respondents shall found and rely upon a copy of the said letter of February 4, 2023, signed by Michael M. Bonner. Yes, the date is wrongly stated, corrected. From the foregoing, it is obvious that issues were joined by the parties when the indictment alleged by the petitioners and Exhibit RA 8 and RA 9 are clearly relevant. As for the argument of the petitioner over the custody of the documents, Exhibit RA 8 is a letter of inquiry written by the Inspector General of Police to the Consulate General of the United States Embassy in Nigeria, inquiring as to whether the second respondent had any criminal record in the United States of America, while Exhibit RA 9 is the reply to Exhibit RA 8 by the United States Embassy in Nigeria. Both letters form part of the record of the Nigeria Police and are therefore public documents under Section 102B of the Evidence Act. Certification by the Nigeria Police Force is a confirmation that Exhibits RA 8 and RA 9 are true copies of those documents which are in their custody. Onwuzurike and Idoziem, Abaje and Koka. With regard to the petition objection to the relevance of Exhibit R10, the record shows that the petitioner's challenge to the qualification of the second respondent was confined to allegations of double nomination of his running mate, the third respondent, and the alleged fine of the second respondent of the sum of $460,000 by a United States court. The educational qualifications of the second respondent were never challenged by the petitioners in this petition. It was the second and third respondents who introduced the educational qualifications of the second respondent in their reply, and the petitioners have not joined issues with the second and third respondents in their reply to the second and third respondent reply. That a court of law adjudicates only on matters over which parties are in dispute. The Adedeji and Olosho and another Trade Bank PLC versus Benelux Nigeria Limited. Since there is no controversy or dispute between the parties as it relates to the second respondent educational qualifications, Exhibit RA 10 is not relevant to determination of this petition, hereby discountenance. Our examination of Exhibits RA 11 to RA 16, which are data pages and visa pages in the second respondent Nigerian passport, show that contrary to the assertion of the petitioners that the documents are not relevant, the petitioners have alleged in paragraph 28 to 32 of the petition that the second respondent was fined $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, and in response to this allegation, the second and third respondents have denied same in paragraph 46 to 53 of their reply, and specifically pleaded those documents in paragraph 52 of their reply to the petition to show that the second respondent enjoyed an unrestricted right of ingress and egress to the United States of America, and up till now, he still enjoys an unimpeded right of access to the United States of America. It is therefore our considered view that Exhibits RA 11 and RA 16 are relevant to these proceedings. It is no objection to them, hereby discountenance. As for Exhibits RA 17 and RA 18, the petitioner's reason for objecting to them has nothing to do with the admissibility of the documents. The second and third respondents, having raised objection to the first petition's locus standi to present the petition in paragraphs 1 A to M of their reply to the petition. However, we have already considered and determined the issue of the petitioner's local standing whilst resolving the respondents' preliminary objections. We have already resolved same in favor of the petitioners. Therefore, this objection has been overtaken by our ruling on the preliminary objection. On the petitioner contention that Exhibit RA 19, the report of the committee on the location of the federal capital of Nigeria, is not relevant. We have examined the pleadings and the said exhibit. It is apparent to us that while the petitioners have averred in paragraph 81 of the petition that a presidential candidate must score 25% of the votes in FCT before he can be declared and return elected, the second and third respondents have averred in paragraph 86 of their reply that the FCT does not enjoy a special status over the other states of the Federation, and that Abuja is still inhabited by Nigerians who are deemed equal to Nigerians in any other part of Nigeria, and residents of Abuja are not conferred with any privilege and advantage that is not accorded to citizens of other communities or states in Nigeria. We are therefore of the view that facts have been pleaded which renders Exhibit RA 19 relevant and admissible. On the petitioner's objection to the admissibility of Exhibit RA 22, we observe that the document is the same as Exhibit RA 2, which we have already found to be admissible, having been certified by ANIC as a copy of document in their possession. Standard of Exhibit RA 22, which is not even certified, is therefore a surplusage, thereby discontinuous. With regard to the objection to admissibility of Exhibits RA 24 and RA 25, which are CTCs of pages 28 and 29 and 27 of Nigerian Tribunal newspapers, respectively. The reasons advanced for the objection of the petitioners are not legal grounds for challenging admissibility of a document. We have no hesitation in discounting the objection, contrary to the arguments of the second and third respondents' counsel that Exhibit RA 27, the ECOWAS preliminary declaration, is a private document. The said document forms part of the official record of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, an official body established under the ECOWAS Treaty. An agreement made by member states of the ECOWAS community, and the treaty was signed by heads of states and government of the 16 member states. It's undoubtedly a public document within the meaning of Section 102 of the Evidence Act 2011. However, we observe that Exhibit RA 27 is not certified as required by Section 104 of the Evidence Act to render same admissible. Not being so certified, Exhibit RA 27 is hereby expunged from the record. As for the objection to Exhibit RA 28 being the American Bar Association membership card of RW2, which was tendered by RW2 under cross-examination by the fourth respondent, it's clear to us that the document was neither pleaded nor listed or referred to in the statement of RW2, sorry. As rightly argued by the petitioners, Exhibit RA 28 is inadmissible. Accordingly, it is hereby expunged record. Now we go to the merit of the petition. Having disposed of the various objections to witnesses and to some of the documents tendered in this petition, we now proceed to consider the merit of the petition. The parties filed, exchanged, and adopted their respective final written addresses starting with the respondents. The respective final addresses of the first, second, and third, and fourth respondent were filed on the 14th July 2023, respectively. On the 23rd of July 2023, 20th July 2023, and 23rd July 2023, the petitioners filed 3 separate final addresses in response to the final addresses of the first, second, and third, and fourth respondents, respectively. In reaction to the petitioner's final addresses, the first, second, and third and fourth respondents filed their reply addresses on 28th July 2023, 21st July 2023, and 28th July 2023, respectively. The first respondent and the second and third respondent also filed lists of additional authorities on the 28th and 31st of July 2023, respectively. On the 1st of August 2023, the parties adopted their respective final addresses. In his adopted final written address, Learned Senior Counsel for the first respondent, A.B. Mahmoud SN, distilled the following 5 issues for determination. A, whether having regard to the provision of Section 131 and 137 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and the evidence before the court, the second and third respondents were qualified to contest the presidential election 25th February 2023. B, having regard to Section 47, subsection 2 and 3 of the Electoral Act 2022, paragraph 38 and 92 of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of the election 2022, the inability of the first respondent to transfer or transmit the results of the presidential election to the IRF portal real time. Amounted to non-compliance to Electoral Act, whether such non-compliance substantially affected the outcome of the election. C, whether by the totality of evidence adduced, the petitioners have proven that the election of the second respondent was invalid by reason of corrupt practices and non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. D, whether in the absence of any proof of lawful and unlawful votes to be added to the scores of the petitioners and or unlawful votes to be deducted from the second respondent's scores at the election, the petitioners have proven that the second respondent was not elected by a majority of lawful votes cast. E, whether having regard to the declared results of the election and the provision of Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, the second respondent ought to have been returned as duly elected after having scored the highest number of votes, cast with 25% of the votes cast in over 2/3 of the state's federation. The Learned Senior Advocate for the second and third respondents, Chief Wale Olani Pekun, formulated the following 4 issues for determination. 1, having regard to the relevant provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, the salient provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, the judgment of the Federal High Court, and FACA BJCS 1454/2022, Labour Party and INEC delivered on 23rd January 2023, which is Exhibit X1, as well as admissible evidence on record, whether the election of the second respondent into the office of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on 25th February 2023 was not in substantial compliance with the principles and the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. 2, in view of the clear provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, the Electoral Act 2022, and plethora of judicial precedents on the criteria for qualification of candidates for election to the office of President, coupled with the unreported decision of the Supreme Court in SC/CV/501/2023, People's Democratic Party vs. Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, delivered on 26 May 2023, Exhibit RA23, whether the second and third respondents were or are not eminently qualified to contest the presidential election of 25th February 2023. 3, upon a combined reading of sections 134 and 299, as well as other relevant sections of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, Section 66 of the Electoral Act 2022, and other relevant statutes, whether the second respondent has not satisfied the necessary constitutional and statutory requirements to be declared winner of the presidential election of 25th February 2023 and returned as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 4, considering the constitutional petition and the task evidence adduced, whether this honorable court can accede to the reliefs being claimed by the petitioners. Prince L.O. Fabemi SN, Senior Counsel for the fourth respondent, also nominated 4 issues for determination as follows. 1, whether having regard to the issues joined and the evidence led on the nomination of the third respondent as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent and the annulled civil forfeiture of the alleged civil forfeiture of the sum of $460,000 to the United States by order of the District Court in case number 93C4483. The petitioners have established that the second respondent was not qualified to contest the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 as provided for in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as altered. 2. Whether having regard to the relevant and admissible evidence led by the parties, the conduct of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 election was vitiated by non-compliance that was substantial enough to have affected its outcome and justified nullification of the election as envisaged by the applicable provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. 3. Whether the burden of proving that first petitioner and not second petitioner scored majority or lawful votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of all states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory to be declared and returned as the winner of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 has been discharged by the petitioners. 4. Whether having regard to the totality of the evidence led by the parties and the applicable law, the petitioners are entitled to succeed on any of the relief sought in the petition at all, or that the petition ought to be dismissed in favor of the respondent. On the part of the petitioners, their lead senior counsel, Dr. Livy Uzoku SN, distilled the following 3 issues in the petitioner's final address in response to the final address of the first and fourth respondents. 1. Whether the second and third respondents are qualified to contest the presidential election by reason of the unchallenged facts and circumstances arising under Section 137, subsection 1D, 142, subsection 1 and 2 of the 1999 Constitution, Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022 in this petition. 2. Whether from the documentary evidence before the Honorable Court read and examined together with the unchallenged expert and technical evidence of the petition witnesses, the petitioners proved that the non-compliance by the first respondent with the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and the subsidiary legislation made thereunder substantially affected the outcome of the questioned presidential election held on 25th February 2023. In response to the second and third respondent final address, the petitioners adopted issues 1 to 3 of the issues for determination with the earlier filed on 18th May 2023 during the hearing session. These are 1. Whether the second respondent at the time of the presidential election held on 25th day of February 23 was not disqualified to contest the said election by virtue of the provision Section 1371D of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria amended. 2. Whether the third respondent at the time of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 was qualified to contest the said election as the vice president candidate to the second respondent. If answered in the negative, whether this did not invalidate the qualification of the second respondent to contest the said election. 3. Whether the presidential election held on 25th February 2023, wherein the second respondent was declared and returned by the first respondent as the winner, was not invalid by reason of non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and any guidelines and regulations for the conduct of the election 2022 made partial to the Act. From the pleadings, the evidence adduced, and the submissions of counsel of the parties, it is a considered view that the following are the issues which will effectively determine this petition. 1. Whether having regard to the provisions of Section 137 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022, and the evidence before the court, the second and third respondents were qualified to contest the presidential election of 25th February 2023. 2. Whether having regard to the evidence adduced by the parties, the petitioners have established that there was substantial non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and that the non-compliance substantially affected the results of the election. 3, whether from the totality of the evidence adduced, the petitioners have proven that the presidential election held on 26 February 2023 was invalid by reason of corrupt practices. 4, whether from the evidence adduced by the petitioners have established that the second respondent was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes cast at the election. Well, we stated earlier, we have summarized the submissions of counsel. We didn't want it of reading them out. The first issue is whether, having regard to the provisions of Section 137 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, Section 35 of the Electoral Act, and the evidence before the court, the second and third respondents were qualified to contest the presidential election of 26 February 2023. Well, I think issue of qualification on this issue has been resolved in petition number 4. It's the same issue that has been raised here. So we stand by our resolution, this issue. The only exception is the allegation on the issue of the second allegation made by the petitioners in ground 1, which is contained in paragraphs 28 to 30 of the petition, is that the second respondent is disqualified from contesting the presidential election because is stated in paragraph 28 of the petition as follows. The petitioner further pleaded that the second respondent was also at the time of the election not qualified to contest for election to the office of president, as he was fined the sum of $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, imposed by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, in case number 93C4483 between United States of America plaintiff versus funds in account of 263226 held by First Heritage Bank in the name of Bola Tinubu, funds in accounts 394833134, 394833396, 4650279566, held by Citibank NA in the name of Bola Tinubu or Compass Finance and Investment Company. Funds in accounts number that are held by Citibank International in the name of Bola Tinubu defendants. The petitioners have pleaded and relied on the order of the U.S. Court in Exhibit P5, which they tendered from the bar and which was subsequently identified by PW2 and PW12 in their evidence earlier summarized. The petitioners have centered their contention on the provisions of Section 137, subsection 1D of the 1999 Constitution, which reads as follows. A person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if he is under a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria, of sentence of imprisonment or fine or any offense involving dishonesty or fraud by whatever name called, or for any other offense imposed by him by any court, tribunal, or substituted by a competent court by competent authority or any other sentence imposed on him by such court or tribunal. A careful examination of the above provision shows that the operative words of that paragraph of the section are sentence, imprisonment, or fine, and for any offense. Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, at page 1081, defines offense as, quote, a felony or a misdemeanor, a breach of the criminal laws, violation of law for which penalty is prescribed. The word offense, while sometimes used in various senses, generally implies a felony or a misdemeanor, infringing public as distinguished from mere private rights, as unpunishable under the criminal laws, though it may also include the violation of a criminal statute, which the remedy is merely a civil suit to recover the penalty, an act clearly prohibited by the lawful authority of the state, providing notice through public laws, close of court. Also, the Supreme Court, in the case of Abdullahi Umar and the state, held that an offense is an act which is clearly prohibited by law and which may be a crime or a civil offense. Sentence, on the other hand, has been defined by the same Black's Law Dictionary at page 1362 as follows. The judgment formally pronounced by the court or judge upon the defendant after his conviction in a criminal prosecution, imposing the punishment to be inflicted, usually in the form of a fine, incarceration, or probation. Again, this court also defined sentencing in Yakubu and the state as follows: a judicial determination of a legal sanction to be imposed on a person found guilty of an offense. It means the prescription of a particular punishment by a court to someone convicted of a crime. It is discernible from the above that the fine referred to in paragraph E of section 137(1) quoted above is one which emanates from a sentence for a criminal offense involving dishonesty or fraud. The words for imprisonment or fine also presupposes that the fine envisaged under the section is one which is imposed as an alternative to the imprisonment. In other words, section 137, subsection 1D relates to sentence of death or sentence of imprisonment or fine imposed as a result of a criminal trial and conviction. Indeed, in considering the offense that can amount to disqualification under section 1371 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court held in Action Congress versus ANIC as follows. The disqualification in section 137, subsection 1 clearly involves a deprivation of right and a presumption of guilt for embezzlement or fraud in derogation of the safeguards in section 36, subsection 1 and 5 of the Constitution. The trial and conviction by a court is the only constitutionally permitted way to prove guilt, and therefore the only ground for the imposition of criminal punishment or penalty for the criminal offenses of embezzlement or fraud. Clearly, imposition of the penalty of disqualification for embezzlement or fraud solely on the basis of an indictment for those offenses by an administrative panel of inquiry implies a presumption of guilt, contrary to section 36 of section 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, whereas conviction for offenses and imposition of penalties and punishment are matters appertaining exclusively to judicial power. See also the cases of Amici and Anis Omuwaye versus Attorney General of a state, Abdul Karim and others versus Shinkafi. A careful perusal of P5 relied upon by the petitioners showed that the case number 193CV04483 was in the civil docket of the U.S. District Court, Northern District of Illinois, and it was a civil forfeiture proceeding against funds in specified accounts with First Heritage Bank and Citibank NA. Exhibit N5 is actually an action in rem against the funds with First Heritage Bank and Citibank. It is not an action in personam against the second respondent. In Jonathan versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied, the Supreme Court held in inter alia that Section 17 of the Advance Fee Fraud and Other Related Offences Act 2006 provides for the power to make an order of forfeiture without conviction or for an offense, and that an order of forfeiture under the section shall not be based on conviction for an offense under the Act or any other law. The Apex Court further held that there was no need to prove any crime in forfeiture of property under Section 17 of the Advance Fee and Other Related Offences Act. A civil forfeiture is a unique remedy which rests on the legal fiction that the property, not the owner, is the target. Therefore, it does not require conviction or even a criminal charge against the owner, as it is not a punishment, nor is it for criminal purposes. See also the cases of Lawari Furnitures and Baths Limited versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alison Madueke versus ESCC. From the legal definitions and judicial authorities cited above, it is clear that the sentence of imprisonment or fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud envisaged in Section 137, subsection 1D of the Constitution is one imposed upon a criminal trial and conviction. In the instant case, the petitioners have failed to show evidence that the second respondent was indicted or charged or arraigned, tried and convicted, and was sentenced to any term of imprisonment or fine for any particular offense. On the part of the second and third respondents, they have contended that the second respondent was never fined for any offense and has no criminal record in the United States. In proof of their assertion, they have tendered exhibits RA8 and RA9 from the bar and called RW2 to give evidence and identify the said exhibits as documents he referred to in his adopted statement of oath of 12 April 2023. In paragraph 45 to 52 of his statement on oath, RW2 has stated that the second respondent was never convicted or fined for any criminal offense in the United States as alleged by the petitioner. In particular, RW2 stated as follows in paragraph 46, 47, and 49. 46 says, in case number 93C4483 at the United States District Court, Northern State District of Illinois, Eastern Division, which was pleaded by the petitioners. 1, no criminal charge was filed against the second respondent. 2, the second respondent was not arraigned and did not take or make a plea to any count in the charge of allegations of crime. 3, the second respondent did not go through a criminal trial. 4, the second respondent was not convicted of any crime or any criminal activity. 5, no sentence of imprisonment was imposed on the second respondent. 6, no sentence of fine was imposed on the second respondent. 7, no form of sentence was imposed on the second respondent. 8, case number 93C4483 was a civil suit in respect of which the court exercised civil jurisdiction under 18 U.S.C. 981 and 28 U.S.C. 1345 and 1355. In paragraph 47, he said, I also note that in case number 93C4483 at the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, no impersonum criminal sentence was imposed on the second respondent. 49, the second respondent was not convicted in case number 93C4483, United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois. The United States of America, through its embassy in Nigeria, had, by a letter dated February 4, 2003, addressed to the then Inspector General of Police, confirmed that upon the record checks for the Federal Bureau of Investigations, National Crime Investigation Center, NCIC, the Centralized Information Center that maintains the record of every criminal arrest and conviction within the United States of America, there were no records of any form of criminal arrest, warrants against the second respondent. I shall rely upon a copy of the said letter of February 4, 2023, signed by Michael M. Bonner. Under cross-examination by the fourth respondent, RW2 has stated that as a practicing attorney in the United States, he knows that there cannot be a conviction unless there is an indictment. He also stated that exhibits RA 8 and RA 9 gave the second respondent a clean bill of health as far as criminal conviction is concerned. When cross-examined by the Petitioners' Counsel, RW2 has stated that the American court relied on Section 981 of the American money laundering law, which is a civil, and not Section 982, which is criminal, and which the petitioners stated in their petition. He further stated that in the U.S., even a minor traffic infraction will be reported, so that if someone has a criminal record, the general record will show it. He added that a general search was conducted in respect of the second respondent. A look at exhibits RA8 and RA9 tendered by the second and third respondents showed that upon receipt of exhibits RA8 written by Nigeria's Inspector General of Police to the Consular General of the United States Embassy in Nigeria, inquiring of the criminal record of any of the second respondents, the U.S. Embassy had replied with the exhibit RA9 and stated as follows, quote, in relation to a letter dated February 3, 2003, reference number SR 3000, IGP SEC, ABJ, volume 24, 289, 87, regarding Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a record check of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Crime Information Center, NCIC, was conducted. The results of the checks were negative for any criminal arrest records, warrants, or warrants for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, POB 29, that's date of birth, March 1952. For information of your department, NCIC is a centralized information center that maintains the record of every criminal arrest and conviction within the United States and its territories. Apart from the above, Section 249 of the Evidence Act 2011 has stipulated how previous criminal convictions outside Nigeria can be established. Section 249, subsection 1 and 2 provides a previous conviction in a place outside Nigeria may be proved by the production of a certificate purporting to be given under the hand of a police officer in the country where the conviction was had, containing a copy of the sentence or order and the fingerprints of the person or photographs of the fingerprints of the person so convicted, together with evidence that the fingerprints of the person so convicted are those of the defendant. 2. A certificate given under subsection 1 of this section shall be prima facie evidence of all facts set out in it, without proof that the officer purporting to sign it did in fact sign it and was empowered to do so. It is instructed to observe that when cross-examined by the fourth respondent, PW1 had admitted that there was no certificate under the hand of a police officer in the United States of America where a crime was alleged to have been committed by the second respondent. It is significant to state that this petition is a declaratory action in which the petitioners are seeking inter alia that this court declare the second and third respondents as unqualified to contest the election. The petitioners who have made the allegation have the burden to prove the allegation on the strength of their own case and not on the weakness of the respondents. Okereke vs. Umahi, Menike vs. PDP, Omushore vs. Rebushola, Ucha and Elechi. The petitioners have evidently failed to establish the allegation that the second respondent is disqualified from contesting the presidential election under Section 137, subsection 1D of the 1999 Constitution because he was fined a sum of $460,000 by District Court, Northern District of Illinois. As shown above, the order of forfeiture in Exhibit PA5, on which the petitioners have relied, does not qualify as a sentence of fine for an offense involving dishonesty or fraud within the contemplation of Section 137 sub D of the 1999 Constitution. As regards whether paragraph E of Section 1, paragraph E of Section 137.1 will be read together with paragraph D of that subsection, the settled rule of interpretation of the Constitution or statute is that where the court is faced with two or more differing provisions over the same subject matter, the judicial attitude is to treat the special provision as overriding the general provision. on the principle that by enacting a separate provision for a part of the general class intends that the said part shall not be treated the same with the general class. The Uchuku Nada versus Attorney General Anambra State, Martin Freuder and others versus Major and Co. Nigeria Limited, but FMBN versus Olo. In both paragraph D and E of section 137, subsection 1, a sentence for the offense of involving dishonesty is mentioned, but in paragraph E, a limitation of 10 years has been introduced. Then it means, in respect of the sentence for offense of dishonesty, the two paragraphs must be read together, such that for conviction and sentence for an offense involving dishonesty, it must be within a period of less than 10 years before the date of the election, in order for such a conviction and sentence to be used for disqualifying a presidential candidate from contesting the election. It is also a cardinal principle of interpretation of the Constitution that relevant provisions must be read together and not disjointedly. Abegunde and the State House of Assembly. From all the foregoing, it is clear that having regard to the provisions of Section 137 of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended and the evidence laid before this court, the second respondent was not disqualified from contesting the presidential election held on 26 February 2023. Consequent issue 1 is hereby resolved against the petitioners and in favor of the respondent. Issue 2 is whether, having regard to the evidence adduced by the parties, the petitioners has established that there was substantial non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and that the non-compliance substantially affected the results of the election. Again, we shall skip the submissions of counsel. Well, the appropriate starting point for the resolution of this issue is to first consider the objection of the first respondent to ground 2 of the petition, which they raised at preliminary stage, but which we deferred to this stage because it touches on the substance of the petition. The first respondent objection is that the petitioners are stopped from relitigating the issue contained in paragraph 2, paragraphs 33 to 79, as well as reliefs 5.1 and 2 of the petition, as is released to electronic transmission and collation of the election results in view of the subsisting judgment of the Federal High Court in suit number FHC ABS CS 1454-2022, Labour Party Independent Electoral Commission, delivered 23rd January 2023. A certified two copy of which they attached to their petition as Exhibit A, and which was later tendered in evidence at trial as Exhibit X1. The first respondent particularly referred this court to paragraph 55 and 74 of the petition and submitted that the facts alleging non-compliance with the Electoral Act, which are set out in paragraph 33 of the petition, are hinged on the same issue of electronic transmission of results, which was resolved against the second petitioner in the said suit number FHC ABSC 1454-2022, to the effect that there is no mandatory requirement for the first respondent to electronically transmit results of the election. Reliance was placed on Begin and others was Oriare, Oye Roba and another was Laupa. An examination of petitioner petition and Exhibit X1 shows that in their petition, specifically paragraph 37, 45 and 45, the petitioners have averred as follows. The petitioners aver that at the conclusion of the election and at each polling unit, the presiding officer was mandatorily required to electronically transfer the result of the polling unit directly to the collation system of the first respondent. In addition, the presiding officer was also mandatorily required to use the beavers to upload a scanned copy of the Form EC8A to the first respondent's result viewing portal, RF, in real time. 45, The petitioners aver that apart from the importance of the beavers in the capture of accreditation at polling unit in an election, the beavers is also mandatorily to be used in the process of uploading the information or data imputed into it by the first respondent's presiding officer at each polling unit, who shall, upon completion of voting and due recording and announcement of the result, 1, electronically transmit the result of the polling unit directly to the collation system as described by the first respondent. 2, use the beavers to upload or a scanned copy of the Form EC8A to the annual result viewing portal IREF as prescribed by the first respondent. And 3, take the beavers and the original copy of each of the forms in tamper-evident envelope to the registration area reward collection officer in the company of security agents. The polling agents may accompany the presiding officer to the registration area's reward collection center. In Exhibit X1, the certified true copy of the judgment of the Federal High Court in suit number FHC ABJ CS 1454-2022 Supra, which the first respondent is contending to constitute estoppel to ground 2 of this petition. The sole question presented for determination in the originating summons is as follows. Whether, having regards to combined effect of sections 47.2, 52, 64, 65, and 62.1 and 2, and other relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, the respondent can still insist on manual collation of results in the forthcoming general election. Upon determination of the above questions, the plaintiff, which is the second petitioner herein, sought for the following reliefs. 1, a declaration that the respondent has no power to opt for manual method other than electronic method provided for by the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act. 2, an order of this honorable court directing or compelling the respondent to comply with the Electoral Act 22 on electronic transmission of results in the forthcoming general election. In its judgment in Exhibit X1, the Federal High Court held as follows. In view of the foregoing, can the act of the defendant in collecting and transferring election results manually in the forthcoming 2023 general election be said to be contrary to the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022? The answer can only be in the negative, as there is nowhere in the above cited sections where the Commission or any of its agents is mandated to only use an electronic means in collecting or transferring of election results. If any, the Commission is only mandated to collect and transfer election results and number of accredited voters in a way or manner deemed by it. In view of the above, I'm finding that by the provision of sections 52 and 65 of the Electoral Act 2022, the correct interpretation of said statute is that the defendant, Independent National Electoral Commission, is at liberty to prescribe the manner in which election results could be transmitted and are so whole. Consequently, this matter is hereby dismissed. Clause of court. It is tried law that for a judgment of a court to constitute estoppel in a subsequent action, it must have finally decided the same issue in contention between the same parties or their previous. The Anchorage Leisures Limited and others versus Eco Bank Nigeria Limited. And Adebayo versus Babalola and others. From the averments contained in the petitioner's petition, which I have earlier reproduced above, it is clear that the petitioner allegation of non-compliance averred in paragraph 2 of the petition is hinged on the contention that INEC was mandatorily required to electronically transmit or transfer the results of the polling units directly to the collation system of the first respondent, and also mandatorily required to use the beavers to upload a scanned copy of the Form EC8A to the first respondent result viewing portal, IREF, in real time. First, it is evident that in both this petition and in Exhibit X1, the parties are the same. In that second petitioner herein was the sole petitioner plaintiff in Exhibit X1, while the first respondent herein was the sole defendant in Exhibit X1. Secondly, from the above referred averments in this petition and the relief sought by the petitioner in second petitioner, in Exhibit X1, it is clear that the issue in both cases is whether the first respondent herein is mandatorily required to electronically transmit or transfer election results from the polling unit direct to the collation system. With the judgment of the Federal High Court in Exhibit X, the excerpt of which has been reproduced above, it is evident that the Federal High Court had decided the issue against the petitioners herein by holding that the first respondent cannot be compelled to electronically transmit election results. There is no evidence before this court that the second petitioner against whom the judgment in X1 was given has appealed against that decision. It is settled law that an appeal decision of the court remains subsisting, binding on the parties. The Abba versus Abba Aji, Jegede and INEC, Alexander and others versus Lone Star Drilling Company Limited. It is also tried that the doctrine of issue established is that where an issue has been decided by a competent court, the court will not allow it to be relegated by the same or different parties. It is also pertinent for us to state that in the final address of the first respondent, our attention was drawn to the recent decision of the Lagos Division of this court in appeal number CA/LAG/CV/332, 2023, APC and Labour Party and 42 others, wherein this court set aside the decision in suit number FHC/L/CS/370/23, Labour Party and others versus ANIL. Another case, forum shopped by the second petitioner at the Lagos Division of the Federal High Court after losing at the Abuja Division of the same court in Exhibit X1. In the judgment in appeal number CA/LG/CV/332/2023, this court had upheld the decision of the Federal High Court in Exhibit X1 and construed same against the petitioners as issue estoppel in relation to the petitioner contention which they are making in this petition, that ANIC is mandatorily required to electronically transmit election results. By virtue of Section 122, subsection 2 of the Evidence Act, this court is entitled to take judicial notice of the decision in appeal number CA/LG/CV/332/2023, APC versus Labour Party and 42 others. Not only that, this court is by the doctrine of precedent bound by that decision. Since the above judicial pronouncements have decided that under the Electoral Act and ADMIN regulation guidelines for the conduct of elections, the first respondent cannot be compelled to electronically transmit election results, the petitioners are clearly stopped by those decisions from contending in ground 2 of this petition that the first respondent is mandatorily required to electronically transmit the election results to the election system. As a court of first instance, in this petition, we shall, notwithstanding our above finding, proceed to determine the merit of ground 2 of the petition relating to non-compliance. It is observed that in their petition, the petitioners have alleged the same set of facts in paragraph 33 to 79 as constituting both non-compliance and corrupt practice. On a careful perusal of the petition, however, it seemed to us that the allegations of non-compliance are contained in paragraph 33 to 56 and 59 of the petition, while specific allegations of corrupt practice were made in paragraph 60 to 78, even though some were also founded on the same facts of non-compliance alleged by the petitioners. The gravamen of the petitioner allegations of non-compliance are as encapsulated in paragraphs 37, 45, 50, 51, and 55 of the petition, which are reproduced below. I've produced. The respondents, particularly the first respondent, denied the allegations of non-compliance made by the petitioners in their respective replies to the petition. In particular, the first respondent denied that there was any collation system of the first respondent to which polling unit results were mandatorily required to be electronically transmitted or transferred directly by the presiding officer, and stated that the prescribed mode of collation of results is as stipulated in paragraph 50 to 55 of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections. He further stated that the prescribed mode of collation was manual collation of the various forms EC8A, EC8B, EC8C, EC8D, and EC8E of the presidential election. See paragraph 31 of the first respondent's reply. He also stated that the BVAS is designed to upload the accreditation data at the end of the accreditation process and transmit the result of the election at a polling unit through the e-transmission system, which is uploaded to the first respondent result viewing portal, IREF. The first respondent further averred that the upload of data or images captured and automatically restored on the BVAS device requires data service, and where there is no such data service, where the service is poor, the BVAS service is designed to work offline, and the upload of data will occur when data service is available. They also stated that polling unit results were duly uploaded on the first respondent e-transmission system by the respective presiding officers at the end of the election, but some of the results were not visible on the IRF portal due to the technical glitch experienced on the election day. In specific response to the petitioner's allegation of failure, refusal, and neglect to instantly transmit and upload the results electronically from the BVAS to the IRF, the first respondent stated in paragraph 55, Romans 7 and 10 as follows. Immediately after the election of 25th February 2023, polling unit results were uploaded and received by the e-transmission system whilst using the BVAS. There was a temporary failure of communication between the e-transmission system and the IRF portal for the presidential election. In this regard, the e-transmission system returned an HTTP 500 error, which is an application error such that transmitted results, though received on the in-transmission application hosted on the AWS, the in-transmission could not organize and push the results instantly to the presidential module on the IRF portal because it could not map the results uploaded for the presidential election to any state. The first respondent pleads and shall rely on the AWS CrowdTrail logs, indicating patches deployed to fix the error from technical glitch on the election day. Upon resolution of the HTTP 500 error, the results which were delayed in the e-transmission system were eventually organized and pushed to the IRF portal. The results are available as generated in their original form from the polling unit using the BVAS. The first respondent stated that the technical glitch did not in any way affect the result of the presidential election. However, in paragraph 37 of their reply to the first respondent reply, the petitioners denied that there was any technical glitch experienced on election day as contended by the first respondent, and stated that the failure of the first respondent to upload the presidential election results using the BVAS to the IRF was a ploy to manipulate the actual results of the election. As indicated in their pleadings and submissions of counsel, the petitioner's allegation of non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022 and the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 22 is anchored on the provisions of sections 47.2, 61, 2 and 5, 64.4a and b, 64.5 and 73.2 of the Electoral Act, and paragraph 38.1 and 2, 48a, b, c, 55, Roman 5, 7 and 20, 51.2, 54.12 and 55.12, 93 of the regulations and guidelines. I have carefully considered the submissions of the parties on this issue of non-compliance with the Provisional Electoral Act and the paragraphs of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of the election 2022. The Independent National Electoral Commission, the first respondent herein, is established by Section 153, subsection 1F of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, and part of its functions are stated in paragraph 15 in Item F, Part 1 of the third schedule to the said Constitution, is to organize, undertake, and supervise elections, including election to the office of the President and Vice President, among other political officers listed. In a creation of the Constitution, INEC is empowered by Section 160, subsection 1 of the Constitution to make its own rules or otherwise regulate its own procedure, and in so doing, it shall not be under the control of the President. Indeed, by Section 158, subsection 1 of the Constitution, INEC shall not be subject to direction or control of any authority person. By Section 4 of the 1999 Constitution, the legislative powers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is vested in the National Assembly, which in the exercise of that power has enacted the Electoral Act 2022 to regulate the conduct of elections in the federal, state, and area councils of the Federal Capital Territory. Section 47, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act, relied upon by the petitioners, mandates every presiding officer to use a smart card reader or any other technological device that may be prescribed by the Commission for the accreditation of voters to verify, confirm, or authenticate the particulars of the intending voter in the manner prescribed by the Commission. Also, under Section 65 of the Act, the presiding officer shall transfer the results of the election, including the total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. Section 62 sub 1 of the Act specifically provides that after the recording and announcement of the result, the presiding officer shall deliver same along with the election materials under security and accompanied by the candidates or their agents where available to such person as may be prescribed by the Commission. Further, Section 64.4 states that a collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the results of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that A, number of accredited voters stated on the collected results are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from polling units under Section 47, subsection 2 of the Act, and B, the votes stated on the collected results are correct and consistent with the votes or results recorded and transmitted directly from the polling units under Section 60, subsection 4 of the Act. At this stage, it should be noted that Section 47, sub 2, referred to in Section 64.4a, relates to the procedure for accreditation of voters by the presiding officer using the technological device prescribed by the Commission. As for Section 64, referred to in Section 44b of the Act, it only mandates the presiding officer to count and announce the result at the polling unit. In fact, Subsection 5 of Section 60 goes ahead to mandate the presiding officer to transfer the result, including total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot in a manner prescribed by the Commission. The Act also provides in Section 64.5 that the collation officer or returning officer shall use the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from polling units under Section 47.2 of the Act, and the votes or results recorded and transmitted directly from polling units under Section 64 of the Act to collect and announce the result of an election if a collected result at his or her lower level of collection is not correct. From the aforementioned sections, it is clear that while subsection 4 of Section 64 provides for what the collation or returning officer will use to verify and collect the results, subsection 5 also provides for what the collation or returning officer will use to collect the results. Subsection 6 of the same section provides for what the collation or returning officer will use to determine the correctness of disputed result where there is a dispute. These are A, the original of the disputed collected result for each polling unit where the election is disputed, which in our view means the physical or hard copy of the disputed result. B, the technological device used for accreditation of voters in each polling unit where the election is disputed. C, the data of accreditation recorded and transmitted directly from each polling unit where the election is disputed as prescribed under Section 47, subsection 2 of the Act. And D, the votes and result of the election recorded and transmitted directly from each polling unit where the election is disputed and as prescribed under Section 64 sub 4 of the Act, which requires only the counting and announcement of the results of the polling unit. A careful examination of the above sections relied upon by the petitioners show that the Electoral Act had used the words deliver in Section 62, subsection 1, transfer in Section 60, subsection 5, and transmitted directly in sections 50 sub 2, 64, 4, 5, and 6 of the Electoral Act 2022, in stating how results of election should be handled under those provisions. A look at the definitions of those words in the Black's Law Dictionary 6th edition shows that the word transfer is defined at page 1497 as to convey or remove from one place, person, etc. to another, or to pass or hand over from one to another, or to specifically to change over the possession or control. The word transmit, on the other hand, is defined by the same law dictionary to mean to send or transfer from one person or place to another, or to communicate. In my view, the Electoral Act 2022 has used the words deliver, transfer, and transmitted directly, interchangeably, to describe how the results of the election shall be moved from one stage to another until the results are finally collated and declared. In all these, the Electoral Act 2022 has not specifically provided that the result of the election shall be electronically transmitted. It is in the exercise of its powers under Section 160, subsection 1 of the 1991 Constitution, and Section 148 of the Electoral Act 2022 that the first respondent does annex herein made the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022, as well as annex manual for election officials 2023. In paragraphs 14A and 18A of the regulations, the first respondent prescribed the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, as the technological device for the purpose of accreditation and verification of voters in the 2023 general election. The petitioners have also hinged their allegation of non-compliance on paragraph 38(1) and 2, 48A, D, C, 55 and 7 and 20, 51(2), 54(7), 55(7), and 93 of regulations and guidelines. Paragraph 38 of the regulation provides as follows. Extensive, you get a copy of the guidelines you will see. Here we have produced it in this judgment. From the foregoing provisions of the regulations and guidelines relied upon by the petitioners, it is clearly evident to me that although the Electoral Act has provided in Section 62, subsection 1, for the delivery by the presiding officer of the result along with other election materials under security and accompanied by candidates or their polling agents were available, such a person as may be prescribed by the first respondent. The first respondent has, by paragraph 38 of the regulations and guidelines quoted above, introduced electronic transmission to a collation system, in addition to the physical transfer of the election results to the registration area of one collation officer. As stated earlier, the technological device as prescribed by ANIC in the conduct of the 2022 election is the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. The function of the BVAS, as stated in paragraph 14A and 18A, is for verifying the voter through a positive identification of the voter and authentication of the voter by matching his or her fingerprints or facial recognition, thus accrediting the voter to vote at the election and storing the data and number of such accredited voters. By paragraph 38, 2 and 3 of the regulations, the BVAS is also to be used by the presiding officer to upload a scanned copy of the EC8A to the ANEC result viewing portal, IREF, after which the presiding officer shall take the BVAS and the original copy of each of the forms to the registration area from ward collation officer. From the above functions of the BVAS, it is clear to me that apart from using the BVAS to scan the physical copy of the polling unit results and upload same to the IREF, there is nothing in the regulation to show that the BVAS was meant to be used to electronically transmit or transfer the result of the polling unit direct to collation system. It should be noted that the ANEC results viewing portal, IREF, is not a collation system. The Supreme Court in Oyetola and ANEC 2023 LPELR, has explained the difference between the collation system and the IREF. In that case, IGIM JSC held as follows court. As their names depict, the collation system and the INEC Resolve Viewing Portal are part of the collation process, the election process, and play particular roles in that process. The collation system is made of the centers where results are collected at various stages of the election. So the polling unit results transmitted to the collation system provides the relevant collation officer the means to verify a polling unit result as the need arises for the purpose of collation. The results transmitted to the result viewing portal is to give the public at large the opportunity to view the polling unit results on the election day. The community reading of the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022, and the ANEC Manual for Election Officials 2023 show that the Electoral Act provides in Section 62, subsection 1, that after recording and announcement of the result, the presiding officer shall deliver same along with election materials under security and accompanied by the candidates or their polling agents to such persons as may be prescribed by the Commission. The regulations and guidelines, as well as the ANEC manual, also state that hard copies of election results shall be used for the collation, and it is only where no such hard copies of the election results exist that electronically transmitted results or results from the IRF will be used to collect results. The petitioners who contend that ANEC was mandatorily required to electronically transmit the election results to the collection system have called PW2 as an expert witness who stated that he is a software engineer. He stated that he was aware that ANEC was mandated to electronically transmit or transfer the result from the polling unit direct to the collation system as prescribed by ANEC. He stated that the IRF portal is part of the technological architecture developed or deployed by ANEC for the storage, management, display, and uploading of polling unit results to be accessed by the public. However, under cross-examination, he admitted that he was not familiar with the operations and application of the Beavers machine, and that his investigations and findings were on the ANEC IRF portal. He also agreed that it was only ANEC that could prescribe the method of transmission of election results. PW4 was also called as an expert witness by the petitioners, even though he stated that part of his brief by Labour Party was to determine ANEC compliance with the Electoral Act 2022 and the ANEC regulations and guidelines for conduct of the elections 2022. He prevaricated under cross-examination by the first respondent when he first stated that ANEC at the IRF portal is an electronic collation system, but later recanted and said the IRF portal is not capable of collating and or tabulating the results of an election. The witness also stated under cross-examination by the second and third respondents that it is the image of Form EC8A that will be transmitted to IRF, while the hard copy of the Form EC8A will be taken to the Ward Collation Center. As for PW7, also called as expert witness by the petitioners, our evidence was basically in respect of the health status of Amazon Web Service, which hosted the ANEC IRF portal. The testimony of PW8, the cybersecurity expert, also called by the petitioners, also related to the ANEC IRF portal. On the part of the first respondent, RW1, Dr. Lawrence Bayode, the Deputy Director in the ICT Department of the first respondent, has testified that contrary to the assertion of the petitioners in paragraph 37 of the petition, there was no collation system of the first respondent to which polling unit results were mandatorily required to be electronically transmitted or transferred directly by the presiding officer. He stated that the prescribed mode of collation was manual collation of the various forms EC8As, EC8Bs, EC8Cs, EC8Ds, and EC8Es for the presidential election. He explained that the Beavers machine was designed to upload accreditation data at the end of the accreditation process and scan and transmit the results of the polling unit results through the e-transmission system to the IRF portal. Even as this witness was cross-examined by the petitioner's counsel, he was not cross-examined on his evidence that INEC has not established any collation system to which results will be electronically transmitted from the polling units. Thus, his testimony on that fact remained unchallenged and uncontroverted. It is settled law that the court has a duty to act on unchallenged and uncontroverted evidence. The Bromwen Energy Trading Company Limited, OAN Overseas Agency, Ogunyade versus Oshunke, and others. In addition, RW2, called by the second and third respondents, had testified that the first respondent, through its chairman, made clarifications on 23rd of February 2023 that raw figures of election results will not be transmitted electronically by the first respondent, as such transmission was susceptible to hacking. He identified exhibits R24 and RA24 and RA25 as documents he referred to in his statement. These are the certified true copies of pages 28 and 27 of Tribune newspapers of 23rd February 2023, wherein the chairman made the said clarification. As indicated in our ruling on objections to documents, the petitioners did not object to the contents of exhibits RA24 and RA25, but only stated that they were objecting to the heading, but not the contents. We overruled that objection in our ruling because the reason advanced by the petitioners' counsel did not amount to a proper objection to those documents. Also noteworthy that the petitioners never cross-examined RW2 on his oral evidence and the said exhibits in support of his oral evidence. In exhibit RA24, the ANEC chairman was reported to have stated that raw figures will not be transmitted because the law does not allow for electronic transmission of results and because it is susceptible to hacking. He stated that only scanned copies of polling unit results will be uploaded to the RF for public view. From the evidence led by the parties on this issue, it is clear that apart from testifying that the first respondent failed to transmit scanned copies of polling unit results to the ANEC RF portal, none of the witnesses called by the petitioners had given evidence of the existence of any collation system to which the results shall be electronically transmitted by the presiding officers of the first respondent. Contrary to the contention of the petitioners that under the regulations it will not be possible to collect the presidential election results without verifying them with the electronically transmitted results, paragraph 92 of the same regulations categorically provides that at every level of collation where the ANEC copy of collected results from the immediate lower level of collation exists, it shall be adopted for collation. In addition, paragraph 48C of the regulations provides that if no result has been directly transmitted electronically for a polling unit or any level of collation, the provision of clause 93 of this regulation shall apply. The said clause 93 of the regulations, which I had earlier quoted, provides that where the ANEC hard copy of collected results from the immediate lower level of collation does not exist, the collation officer shall use electronically transmitted results or results from the RF portal to continue collation. And where none of this exists, the collation officer shall ask for the duplicate copies issued by the Commission to the Nigerian police or to the agents of political parties in that order. The foregoing provisions of the Electoral Act and the ANEC regulations clearly show that it is not correct, as contended by the petitioners, that results of the election cannot be validly collected without the electronically transmitted results. Indeed, the regulations primarily provide for manual transmission or transfer and collation of results. There is nothing in the Electoral Act or the ANEC regulations and guidelines to show that an electronic collation system was prescribed by the Commission to which results will be electronically transmitted. Thus, the petitioners were unable to establish their assertion that the first respondent is mandatorily required to electronically transmit the polling unit results to a collation system. The first respondent, on the other hand, has adduced unchallenged evidence that apart from the ANEC RF portal, no collation system was established by the first respondent to which the result of the presidential election must be electronically transmitted for collation. It is therefore my finding that both the Electoral Act and the regulations and guidelines provide for manual collation of election results, and the election electronic transmission to a collation system apparently introduced by the first respondent in the regulations and guidelines are not mandatory as contended by the petitioners herein. Also, my finding based on the evidence adduced that the only collation system put in place by the first respondent in the conduct of the presidential election is comprised of the fiscal collection centers in the registration areas or ward collection centers, local government area collection centers, state collection centers, and the national collection centers elaborately stated in paragraphs 47, 50, 53, 54, and 55 of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022. With regard to the petitioner's contention that the first respondent deliberately failed to upload the presidential election results to the INEC result viewing portal, RF real time, the petitioners averred in paragraphs 53, 97, and 98 the petition that the petitioner also 53. The petitioner also contend that in manifest violation of the first respondent regulations and the Electoral Act 2022, the results of the presidential election held in the polling units were not fully uploaded on the RF as at the time of the purported declaration of the second respondent as the winner of the presidential election, which gave room for manipulation of the said results by officials of the respondent. 97. The first respondent, via a written communication, sought to excuse the manifest non-compliance with the requirements of the Electoral Act 22 and the regulations by claiming that there were glitches in the electoral system which prevented it, that first respondent, from uploading the results of the presidential election from the polling units to the RF portal on the day of the election. The said written communication is hereby pleaded. 98. The petitioner shall contend that the alleged glitches in the electronic system installed and managed by the first respondent were a ploy invented by the first respondent to credit unlawful votes to the second respondent and thereby wipe out a clear advantage which inured to the petitioners following the lawful exercise of voting rights by the electorate. In response to the above allegation, the first respondent averred in paragraphs 59, 55, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of their reply to the petition that I've reproduced them here. In paragraph 37 of their reply to the respondent's reply, the petitioners have again denied that there was any technical glitch and maintained their assertion that the failure to upload the results on the IRF was a ploy by the first respondent to manipulate the results. They stated that they will rely on the server logs and server contents of the IRF hosted on the AWS cloud platform to show that the results of the election were uploaded on the IRF portal, but the first respondent attempted to delete or remove the uploaded results. It is true that a petitioner who alleges non-compliance with the Electoral Act has the legal burden to establish that non-compliance and show how the non-compliance substantially affected the result of the election. Ladoja and Ajimwabi, Shinkafi and Yari, in proof of their assertion, the petitioners subpoenaed PW7 and PW8 as expert witnesses, but the respondents challenged their competence to testify because their witness statements on oath were not front-loaded along with the petition, as mandatorily required by paragraph 45 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act. In my ruling at the earlier part of this judgment, I had upheld the respondents' objection and struck out the evidence which include their witness statements on oath and the documents and or reports tendered through them. These are exhibits PCJ-A to F, PCJ-4, 6 reports of AWS health dashboard status and certificate of compliance tendered through PW7, and exhibit PCK1, metadata admitted through PW8. However, notwithstanding that position, I shall proceed to consider the evidence of PW7 and PW8 and the other witnesses called by the petitioners. PW7 claimed to be a cloud engineer or architect, an employee of Amazon Web Services. She stated that she is not only a member of the Labour Party, the petitioner is here in, but she contested election as a candidate for member House of Representatives for Ogoja, Strogyala, Federal Constituency of Cross River State. She stated that for an IT application, the SDLC includes requirement gathering, analysis, and design. Collation centers and design, yes. The development from implementation, testing the code, staging the software and development and deployment. She stated that she was aware that at the process of testing and staging of software code and problems or challenges, any problems or challenges with the software will usually show and or be flagged. She stated that each function is supposed to be tested and any issues flagged ought to be remedied before deploying the software. She stated that if a software from application has any glitch, such a glitch will pop up. That is flagged at the testing stage. She stated that from her preliminary review of the public viewing facing the RF website, she is aware that the polling unit results images are stored in Amazon S3 and AWS storage service. She stated that as an employee of AWS, the AWS has a service level agreement, SLA, with its customers, which is accessible to the public on docs.aws.amazon.com, and that by the SLA for S3 service, it is designed to provide 99.999% durability and 99.99% availability of objects stored over a year. He said this is accessible to the public on http docs.aws.amazon.com, Amazon S3 latest user guide data durability.html. He stated that the AWS code servers are hosted in 33 regions. The health status of AWS cloud service for all regions for the past 12 months from date is accessible to the public on http://health.aws.amazon.com health status. It stated that the health status of each service in each region on February 25, 2023 indicated that there were no glitches on any of the AWS cloud servers. It stated that from the post-event summary is by AWS, the last time a significant outage occurred on the AWS cloud servers was on December 10, 2021, which was an internal connectivity issue that affected EC2, API, and Container API, among other services access issues affecting only one region. He said this is available to the public. AWS 7 stated that she was aware that a glitch in the software means a malfunctioning, as a result of which the application is not able to perform properly, and that fixing a glitch in a software application by the creation of patches refers to a series of changes made into the system by writing small code, which is imputed into the software to change its current state and thereby function properly. On cross-examination by the first respondent, PW7 admitted that she missed production maintenance, which is an important element of software development life cycle. He denied that glitches occur at post-production maintenance stage and stated that it appears at the testing stage. He stated that she was aware of personal health dashboard, but stated that the first respondent's personal health dashboard is not before the court. He admitted that the AWS adopts a shared responsibility model in which AWS plays its part while the customer plays its own part when it comes to security. He admitted that the report that only shows the health status of all AWS services in all regions in terms of the infrastructure and not security. He admitted that in order to know what happened on applications deployed on AWS infrastructure by a customer, it is not necessary to get a technical report. PW7 also stated that she is familiar with AWS CloudTrail and there is a cloud trail for every AWS account and for every API action made on that account. She admitted that she did not produce the cloud trail for any deployed application before the court. She denied that the cloud trail is the best account of what transpired on any deployed application, but did not state the best way to know what transpired. She stated that it is highly unusual for glitches to occur for primary functions of applications in production. She stated that she was not aware that glitches happened with the Central Bank of Nigeria e-money project, or the one that happened with the MTN Mono PSG. She admitted that she was a candidate for the Labour Party at the last election. She also admitted that the subpoena under which she came to court was served on her personally and not on Amazon Web Services. Also on cross-examination by the second and third respondents, PW7 admitted that exhibit PCJ2, which she presented as her employment verification letter, was not signed by anyone, but insisted that there is the name of Employment Resource Center written on it. She also admitted that she had been attending the court and watching the proceedings before the day of her testimony. She admitted that the report she presented before the court is public information posted by Amazon, and that it is available and accessible to the public. She, however, insisted that the report is hers because she was the one who downloaded it, brought them to the court. PW7 also admitted under cross-examination that she won primary election for her constituency under Labour Party, the second petitioner, and that she even filed an action against ANIC because she was not placed on the final list of candidates published by ANIC. She admitted that her complaint was because she tried several times to upload her information on ANIC's site, but all her efforts failed because of network failure. She admitted that network failure can happen to either end of an application. Even as she disagreed that there was a glitch on ANIC's site, she admitted that in her affidavit. She stated that ANIC's site crashed. PW7 also stated that she was aware that EWS experienced outage of several hours on Tuesday, 28 February 2017, and that as at 2021, AWS also was reported to have suffered more than 27 outages. She also admitted that what was sent to RF was the image of the Form EC8A. On cross-examination by the fourth respondent, PW7 stated that she did not know about password protocols and cannot speak about password protocol to modify the applications of ANIC. She admitted that the open cross-access information she downloaded in her report cannot be amended by her. In fact, she admitted that she was not representing Amazon Web Services in this case. However, insisted that she is an expert. She stated that she was aware of glitch which affected Japan brokers in September 2021, but stated that the last one she was aware of was in December 2021. As to whether glitches can happen again, she stated that anything is possible. In his evidence, PW1, Dr. Chibike Ugoike, another expert witness called by the petitioners, stated that he is a cybersecurity and risk advisory consultant and that he was approached by the Labour Party to provide expert evidence in this petition. He said he had read the Electoral Act 2022 and the ANIC regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 22 and the ANIC Manual for Election Officials 2023, with particular attention to the relevant provisions dealing with uploading and transmission of election results from the polling units using the beavers to IRF portal. He stated that he has also read the petition as well as the reply to the petition filed by the first respondent. He stated that from his reading of those documents and processes, when a software application undergoes the required minimum testing for deployment, any functionality error or bug will be flagged. He stated that the purpose of testing is to remedy or resolve such errors before the application is deployed for production. On cross-examination by the first respondent, PW stated that he was approached on 10th March 2023, and he finished his work sometime in May 2023. He said that he did his preliminary report on 17th and 18th March. On 17th and 18th March 2023, and concluded the final report at the end of May 2023. PW stated in paragraph 14 of his adopted written witness statement that he read the petition, and the first respondent replied to the petition in doing his work, stated that he could not recall whether he read the petition. But when his attention was drawn to paragraph 14 of his statement, he agreed that he had read those pleadings. He admitted that it is not impossible for errors to occur after deployment of technology or application. When referred to paragraphs 22 and 23 of his statement, he stated that he referred to the metadata on the IREF in 3 polling units to establish that it is possible to show metadata. He stated that there were errors in those polling units, and he did not have to examine the physical copies of the forms EC8A of those polling units. He stated that from the tabulation of the metadata, he could not tell that whether the results stated in those polling units were collected. He stated that all the work he did was on his computer. He confirmed that the AWS security model is a shared responsibility model between AWS and the client. He stated that he was aware of the cloud trail and confirmed that the cloud trail will explain the availability of the application of INEC on the AWS infrastructure. PW, who insisted that there was an electronic collation system, only pointed to an upload at the last paragraph of Exhibit PCK2 and stated that it means an electronic collation system. When cross-examined by second and third respondents, PW denied that it was part of his brief to assist the Labour Party to respond to the respondent's reply. He admitted that he did not inspect any of the Beavers machines and did not interrogate Festus Okoye, whose statements he referred to. He confirmed that Exhibit A, which he attached to his report, is the metadata of 23 pages showing multiple uploads. He denied that it contains information which are coded and not explained, and insisted that the information he provided are decrypted and readable. He admitted that he supplied some links in some paragraphs of his report, but stated he did not expect the court to go and browse, access, and download the information contained from those links. When cross-examined by the first respondent, PW admitted that he downloaded the 12 polling unit results he attached to his report from the IREF, and he did not interact with the presiding officers of those polling units and did not see the hard copies of those results. He could not also tell whether those results have been collected. Starting with the evidence of PW7, there's evidence that she is a person who has an interest to serve in this petition, being a member of the second petitioner, under whose platform she contested election for House of Representatives. Her interest in this petition is further underscored by her admission that she had been attending court and watching the proceedings prior to making her statement on oath and testifying as a witness. Her testimony, therefore, was essentially a demonstration of her support and loyalty to the second petitioner. Her claim to being an employee of Amazon Web Services is also suspect, as she produced no credible evidence to that effect. Exhibit PCJ2, which is the paper she presented as evidence of her employment by AWS, is obviously a worthless paper. It has no author, although she insisted that the author is Employee Resource Center. The paper was also not signed. Her evidence adds no value to the petitioner case because she stated that her evidence relates to the health status of AWS in terms of infrastructure and not in terms of security. She had admitted that the expert report in Exhibit PCJ 3A to F, which she brought to court, are actually documents publicly available on Amazon website, which she downloaded. And her only claim to its ownership is that she was the one who downloaded it and brought it to court. She even admitted that she could not add or subtract anything from the reports. Those reports are obviously not her own. He also admitted that the health status of the first responders application posted on the AWS is not before the court. A conclusion on the totality of this witness is that it is devoid of any probative value. As for PWA, he has demonstrated that he worked to an answer. Not only did he admit that he read the petition and reply of the first respondent in the course of his commission work, he also stated that he read the Electoral Act and annual regulations and manual for election officials. On the authority of Ladoja and Ajimobi, the evidence of this witness is also not of any probative value. Apart from the above, the other witnesses or petitioners, especially PW4, PW9, 10, 12, and 13, all stated that they voted and everything went well in their respective polling units. In particular, PW4, PW10, and 13 all stated that their polling unit results were taken to collation centers. Therefore, even the evidence of the petitioner witnesses showed that the polling unit results were physically taken to the registration areas from work collation centers. The petitioners have left no evidence to establish the existence of any collection center to which the potential election results were to be electronically transmitted for collation. On the part of the first respondent, RW1 testified that the failure to upload some of the results of the presidential election to the IRF portal real time on 25th February 2023 was due to a technical glitch experienced on their e-transmission system. RW1, through whom the first respondent tendered exhibits RA6 and RA7, stated that at the end of the polls, in some polling units, on 26 February 2023, it was observed that the first respondent that polling unit results being uploaded to the annex e-transmit system by the presiding officers were pushed to the Senate and House of Representatives modules on the IRF, but the results of the presidential election were not being pushed to the presidential module on the IRF. That based on threat levels and reports by security agencies that the first responder servers may be subjected to attacks on election day, the first responder first course of action was to investigate whether the servers were being attacked. The preliminary investigation showed that there was no attack, but the issue was a HTTP 500 error from which the application, within the application, which are mostly errors due to problems of configuration, permissions, or failure to create application resources correctly. That a thorough investigation revealed that the e-transmission was unable to map the uploaded results of the presidential election to any specific state, and that the presidential folder structure, which was meant to organize the uploaded result sheets in order of election, state, local government, area, ward, polling unit, was causing the application to crash and return as server error whenever it tried to create the folder structure for the presidential election. RW1 explained that creating a folder structure to organize the uploaded results in the hierarchy of election, state, local government, ward, and polling unit was a new feature introduced as an improvement in the transmission system. And that the old system randomly saved uploaded results by timestamps, making it difficult to upload results sheets by election or by state. He stated that the deficiency was observed after the Ocean State governorship election in 2022. RW1 stated that during the election of 25th February 2023, the application was able to query and detect the base states for the senatorial districts and federal constituencies based on the mapping of all central districts and federal constituencies to their respective states. And that this mapping still exists in the database. And the upload was successful because it was able to identify the state and build the folder hierarchy for the results organization. But for the presidential election, the application crashed because the presidential election does not belong to any state on the first respondents database, and any attempt by the application to build a folder structure to organize the election results failed with a HTTP error response. RW1 stated that since these were live servers that were being used for the election, extra care was taken not to cause a complete outage, and four application patches or updates were created and deployed immediately with the aim of fixing the HTTP error. He stated that the first presidential election results was successfully uploaded at 8:55 p.m. on the 25th February 2023. He further stated that to confirm that the glitch actually happened, as well as the time that all patches to fix the error were created and deployed, can be viewed on AWS CloudTrail, an AWS functionality that allows enabling operational and risk auditing. He added that all actions taken to fix the error are recorded as events in the CloudTrail logs. He stated that the technological glitch experienced on the e-transmission system was not a ploy to manipulate the election, and the glitch did not affect the results of the election. He then tendered exhibits RA6 and RA7, the CloudTrail log, and his certificate of compliance with Section 84 of the Evidence Act 2011, and identified same as the documents he referred to in his witness statement on oath. Under cross-examination by the petitioners, RW1 confirmed that testing was carried out on the e-transmission system, the first respondent, on the 4th February 2023, before it was deployed and a report was issued. When shown a report produced on subpoena, he identified same as a report on vulnerability assessment and penetration testing data dated 22nd February 2023, but stated that it was not the report of testing carried out on the e-transmission system, 4th February 2023. The petitioners then tendered the report of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing through its witness, which was admitted as X1. From the evidence adduced on this point, it is clear that the petitioners are unable to substantiate their contention, the burden of proof of which was on them by virtue of Section 131, subsection 1 of the Evidence Act 2011. They have failed to establish that the first respondent had deliberately failed to upload the results of the presidential election to the RF in order to manipulate the results in favor of the second respondent. The first respondent, on the other hand, has offered credible evidence in the form of exhibits RA6 and RA7 to show that its e-transmission application hosted on the Amazon Web Services, which is supposed to upload the results of the presidential election to the RF, has suffered a glitch on the election day on 25th February 2023. On the preponderance of evidence, I am convinced that the petitioners have failed to establish their assertion that the first respondent had deliberately failed to upload the results of the presidential election to the RF in order to manipulate the results in favor of the second respondent. As I stated earlier, the electronic transmission system of electronic transmission of results of an election is not expressly stated anywhere in the Electoral Act, but was only introduced by the first respondent, that is ANIC, in its regulations and guidelines 2022, and in the ANIC Manual for Election Officials 2023. By Section 134, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, only an act or omission which is contrary to the Electoral Act 2022 can be a ground for questioning an election. Thus, complaints relating to non-compliance with provisions of the regulations and guidelines or the manual of election officials are not legally cognizable complaints for questioning an election. In interpreting Section 138, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2010, which is similar to Section 134.2 of the Electoral Act 2022, the Supreme Court held in Nyesom and Peterside as follows. Quote, the above provisions appear to be quite clear and unambiguous. While the Electoral Commission is duly conferred with powers to issue regulations, guidelines, or manuals for the smooth conduct of elections, by Section 138.2 of the Act, so long as an act or omission regarding such regulation or guideline is not contrary to the provisions of the Act itself, it is not of itself be a ground for questioning the election. See also Jegede and INEC. Since, as shown above, the electronic transmission of election results is not specifically provided for in the Electoral Act 2022, but was only provided for in the Regulations and Guidelines for Conduct of Elections 2022 and INEC Manual for Election Officials 2023, the failure to electronically transmit election results cannot be made a ground for challenging an election under Section 134, subsection 1B of the Electoral Act 2022. The petitioners also allege in paragraph 59 of the petition that the first respondent failed to record in the prescribed forms the quantity, serial numbers, and other particulars of result sheets, ballot papers, and other sensitive electoral materials on the prescribed forms EC 25A, EC 25A1, EC 8B, and EC 8B1. That is to say, electoral materials received for local government areas, electoral materials distribution for registration areas, electoral materials received for local government areas, electoral material distribution for RAs, electoral materials received, reverse logistics, and polling unit materials in respect of states where the respondent is purported, where the second respondent purportedly won. The petitioners further allege that following the order of court for inspection, they applied through their campaign organization and lawyers for the forms, but the first respondent refused to give or issue those forms and refused to allow the inspection of the forms despite the order. In response to the petitioner's allegation, the first respondent countered that its officials duly recorded in the prescribed forms the quantity, serial numbers, and other forms, other particulars of the result sheets, ballot papers, and other sensitive electoral materials in the prescribed forms EC 25A, EC 25A1, EC 8B, EC 8B1, in respect of the states where the second respondent duly won the election, as done in the states where the petitioner won the election, as the procedure adopted in the election across all the states of the Federation are uniform and the same. The first respondent further stated that it duly complied with the order of inspection granted by the Honorable Court, and the petitioners were not denied access to the EC forms EC 25A, EC 25A1, EC 8B, EC 8B1, as alleged by the petitioners. It was the subordinate senior counsel that with regard to the state of the pleadings and the issues of fact in contention, the onus is on the first respondent to prove that there was indeed due compliance with the provisions of Section 73, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act, since petitioners are asserting the negative, while the respondents are asserting the positive. They relied on the decision of this court in First Bank Nigeria PLC, Adjoition Business Investments, and Royal United Nigeria Sterling Bank PLC, submitted that the first respondent did not leave any evidence in proof of their positive assertion there was compliance with the said provision of Section 73, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act. Learned Counsel submitted that on the part of the petitioners, they have led evidence through PW 12 that the petitioners obtained order of this court for inspection of documents, but the first respondent had refused to produce the forms, despite several letters demanding the forms from the petitioners, which were tendered as PCQ1 to PCQ6. He added that the petitioners have also served subpoena duces tecum on the first respondent to produce the said forms, but the officer of the first respondent, the deputy director, certification, complaints, and legal drafting, who came to court in answer of the subpoena on 20th June 2023, failed to bring the form. Counsel asked the court to invoke the provision of Section 167E of the Evidence Act against the first respondent and hold that the forms, if produced, would have been unfavorable to the first respondent. He further submitted that the non-compliance with Section 73(2) of the Electoral Act has been established, which has invalidated the election in those states which the second respondent was declared to have won, namely Benue, Borno, Ekiti, Gawa, Kogi, Kwara, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oyo, Rivers of Zamfara states, which are shown in the Form EC8DA, admitted in evidence as Exhibit PBF. He pointed out that Section 135, Section 1 of the Law Act 2022 only deals with non-compliance generally, but Section 73, Subsection 2 of the Act has provided a specific effect of non-compliance with provisions. Relying on Crown's Townsend Organization for the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, he urged the court to hold that substantial non-compliance has been established by the petitioners. Arguing per contra, learned senior counsel for the first respondent referred the court to Section 135(1) of the Electoral Act 2022 and submitted that the petitioner complained of non-utilization of prescribed forms, even though not proved, cannot without showing the effect on the election be a basis to avoid an election. He submitted that the attempt by the petitioners to exclude Section 73, Subsection 2 of the Act from the ambit of Section 135, Section 1 is a non-starter because the non-compliance referred to in Section 135(1) is for the provisions of the Act, and no part of the Act was excluded by the section. He posited that for non-compliance with Section 73 of the Act to avoid an election, it must have substantial effect on the election, and the petitioners have neither proved such non-compliance nor shown that it has substantially affected the result of the potential presidential election. I urge the court to so hold. Petitioners had contended that since they are alleging that the first respondent failed to record in the prescribed form the quantity and particulars of the materials used in the election, they are alleging the negative, and as such, the burden is on the first respondent to establish that they have duly complied with the provisions of Section 73, sub 2 of the Electoral Act. They have relied on the decision of First Bank of Nigeria versus Aviation Business Investment Limited, Royal United Nigeria versus Sterling Bank. While it is true that the burden of proof is generally on the party that asserts the affirmative for an issue and not on the party who asserts the negative, there is an exception to that general principle. Where a negative assertion forms an essential part of the party's case, the burden is on him to establish that fact. This position was clearly stated by the Supreme Court in the case of Buhari and Anik, where Toby JSC stated held thus, quote, a negative allegation must not be confounded with the mere traverse of an affirmative one. The true meaning of the rule is that where a given allegation, whether affirmative or negative, forms an essential part of a party's case, the proof of such allegation rests on him, close of court. Again, this court in Dashi and others versus Druven and others espoused this legal position when Ugo JCA held as follows. Quote, I am in no doubt that this argument of appellants about negative and positive assertion is misconceived. For while it is true that the burden of proof is generally on the person who substantially affirms the positive of an issue and not on the person who makes a negative assertion, there is a caveat to that principle to the effect that where a negative assertion forms an essential part of a plaintiff's case, as it evidently is the case of the appellant, the burden of proof of such allegation rests on him. The law on this point was lucidly stated by Bowen LJ and Abrath was a Northeast Railway Company, 11 Queens Bend Division 440 at 457, when he said that, quote, in an action for malicious prosecution, a plaintiff has the burden throughout of establishing that the circumstances of the prosecution were such that the judge can see no reasonable and probable cause for instituting it. In one sense, that it is the assertion of a negative, and we have been praised with the proposition that when a negative is made out, the onus of proof shifts. That is not so. If the assertion of a negative is an essential part of a plaintiff's case, the proof of the assertion still rests on the plaintiff. The terms negative and affirmative are, after all, relative and not absolute, close of court. In the instant case, the petitioners have made their allegation of non-compliance with Section 73(2) of the Electoral Act 2022 by the first respondent as an essential part of their case in challenging the results of the election declared by the first respondent. Not only are the petitioners statutorily required by Section 135, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act to establish substantial non-compliance with the provisions of the Act, they are required to show how such non-compliance has substantially affected the result of the election. As rightly observed by the learned senior counsel for the first respondent, the non-compliance that will not invalidate an election under Section 135(1) unless it is shown to be substantial and to have substantially affected the result of the election. It encompasses non-compliance with all provisions of the Electoral Act, including Section 73, subsection 2 thereof. In other words, Section 73, sub 2 is not derogated from the ambit of Section 135, section 1 of the Act. Indeed, in Buhari and Anik, Toby Joy is while considering considering Section 145(1) of the Old Electoral Act, similar to Section 135(1) of the Eastern Electoral Act 2022, had held at page 48, paragraphs B to D that, quote, a petitioner who files a petition under Section 145(1) of the Electoral Act has the burden to prove the ground or grounds. This is because he is the party alleging the grounds and he has a duty to prove the affirmative. He is the party who will lose if no evidence is given on the grounds. If the party does not prove his case under Section 145(1) of the Act, the action fails. Therefore, the petitioners who have alleged non-compliance with the Section 73, subsection 1, as part of their course of action, have the burden to establish such non-compliance in accordance with the requirements of Section 135(1) of the Act. The petitioners have also relied on the evidence of PW12 and on exhibits PCQ1 to PCQ6, also tendered through PW12. The exhibits are acknowledged copies of letters dated 6 March 2023, 14 March 2023, 16 March 2023, and 20th March 2023, all written by the petitioners or their solicitors to the chairman or the first respondent, demanding for inspection of documents and for certified true copies of the electoral forms. The petitioner also relied on subpoena duces tecum served on the first respondent to produce the said form. In his testimony at paragraphs 58 to 60 of his adopted written statement on oath, PW12 merely stated that the petitioners made several applications through his campaign organization and solicitors for certified copies of election documents and data relating to the presidential election, but they were denied by the first respondent, and that the first respondent had failed to record in the prescribed forms the quantity, serial numbers, and other particulars of result sheets, ballot papers, and other sensitive electoral materials. The record of proceedings of this court also shows that at the instant of the petitioners, subpoenas dated 30th May 2023 and 13th June 2023 were issued on the chairman of the first respondent to produce some documents. The record also shows that on the 20th June 2023, one Olufunmilayo Taiwo, the Deputy Director of Certification on Complaints and Legal Drafting with ANIC, appeared on behalf of the first respondent in answer to the subpoena duces tecum. While she produced some of the documents required of the first respondent in the subpoenas, she informed the court that the documents listed in the subpoenas as listed E, C, D, and E are in the states. And since the subpoena was served on them just before the previous day, it will take some time for the first respondent to get them. An examination of exhibits PCQ to PCQ6, which were tendered by the petitioners through PW12, showed that all except exhibit PCQ are letters addressed to the chairman or the first respondent by the petitioners and their solicitors requesting for inspection of documents and for certified copies of those documents. Exhibit PCQ4 is a cover letter addressed to the resident electoral commissioner, Benue State, from the law firm of Dr. Onyechi Piazzu, SAN and Co., notifying the respondent, the resident electoral commissioner, of subsequent action on the solicited letter by the National Chairman, ANIC Headquarters, Abuja, dated 6 March 2023. It is instructive to observe that Section 74(1) of the Electoral Act 2023 mandates the resident electoral commissioner in a state where an election is conducted within 14 days after an application is made to him by any of the parties to an election petition cause a certified true copy of such document to be issued to the said party. Subsection 2 of that section even provides that any resident electoral commissioner who fails to comply with subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a maximum of 2 million naira or imprisonment for a term of 12 months or both. A look at the letters exhibits PCQ1 to PCQ6 showed that they were all addressed to the chairman of ANIC instead of the resident electoral commissioners in the states as required by the petitioners, by section 74 subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2023. It is therefore clear that the petitioners have failed to follow the clear legal procedures of requesting for those documents. More so, when the record shows that the subpoenas, which they claim to have served upon the first respondent, were also served on the chairman of the first respondent, and as stated by the officer who answered the subpoena, same was served only the previous day for her appearance in court. From his evidence, PW12 had stated that apart from voting at his polling unit 04 at Dawaki, Abuja, the only role he played in the 25th February 2023 general election, presidential election, was that he was a member of the second petitioner's special room. And on cross-examination by the respondent, he stated that he was neither a polling agent nor a collection agent. His evidence that the first respondent had failed to record in prescribed forms the quantity, serial numbers, and other details of the electoral materials can only be hearsay evidence, which has no probative value. Also, the mere production of exhibits PCQ1 to PCQ6 cannot establish an allegation of non-compliance with section 73(2) of the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act 2022. Apart from the evidence of PW12 and exhibits PCQ1 to PCQ6 tendered through him, the petitioners have produced no other evidence to substantiate their allegation that the first respondent failed to comply with the provisions of Section 73, Subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022. Rather, PW10, Jeffers Ia, a supervisory presiding officer for Madagali Ward in Adamawa State, who was subpoenaed by the petitioners to testify on their behalf, has stated in paragraphs 4 and 5 of his witness statement of oath that as a presiding officer, he reported to the local government area INU offices in Gulam, Madagali local government area in Adamawa State, on the 24th February 2023 to collect the sensitive and non-sensitive materials for the 25th February presidential election and National Assembly elections, and that after collecting the materials, he proceeded together with security agents and other INU officials, which consisted of presiding officers, assistant presiding officers 1, assistant presiding officer 2, and assistant presiding officer 3 to Madagali Ward that evening to the registration area. His evidence was also to the effect that on the day of the elections, everything went well, and after sorting and counting the votes, the presiding officer did the entry and snapped the results with beavers for the upload and transmission of the results to the ANIC portal, but were unable to upload. And when they complained to him, he requested them to come to the registration area. It is therefore clear from the above that the petitioners were unable to establish the allegation of non-compliance by ANIC with Section 73(2) of the Electoral Act 2023. The evidence PW2 and exhibits PCQ1 to PCQ6 have not been able to rebut the presumption of regularity, which inures to the first respondent under the law, which can only be rebutted with cogent and credible evidence, EAPC and Sheriff and others. From the totality of the evidence adduced on this issue, I am of the considered view that the petitioners have failed to prove substantial non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. 2 is therefore resolved against the petitioners and in favor of the respondent. Issue 3 is whether from the totality of the evidence, the petitioners have proved that the presidential election held on 25th February was invalid by reason of corrupt practices. Here again, we have considered the submissions of counsel. So in their petition, the petitioner made allegations of suppression of scores, unlawful reduction and inflation of results, uploading of fictitious results, misrepresentation and manipulation of results where no election took place, overvoting and wrong computation of results. These allegations are contained in paragraph 60, 78 for the petition. In paragraph 60, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, and 69 of the petition, the petitioners allege that due to the first respondent's refusal and neglect to upload and transmit the result of the election to the IRF on the day of the election, the first respondent suppressed the actual scores obtained by the petitioners. According to them, the suppression of the first respondent scores, which occurred in 18,088 polling units, was orchestrated by the first respondent, deliberately uploading readable and blurred forms EC8S on the IRF, and thereby suppressed the lawful scores obtained by the petitioners in the said polling units. He further alleged that in Rivers State, during the collation exercise, the first respondent announced scores of the petitioners as 175,071 votes, and the second and third respondents as having 231,591 votes, when in actual fact, the petitioners' lawful votes are 205,110, while that of the second and third respondents ought to be 84,108. They similarly allege that in Benue State, the first respondent suppressed the lawful votes obtained by the petitioners when it announced their votes as 308,372, and that of the second and fourth respondents as 310,408, when the actual votes of the petitioners were 329,000, and that of the second and third respondents at 300,421. The petitioner also alleged that the first respondent was purporting to upload the result of the presidential election on the IRF, embarked on massive misrepresentation and manipulation by uploading fictitious results in polling units where there were no elections, as well as uploading incorrect results. They stated that if the results of polling units, votes, local government states are properly tabulated and calculated as required by the Electoral Act and the regulation and guidelines for the election, the overall results of the election and the percentages scored by the political parties will show that the petitioners won the presidential election of 25th February 2023. He stated that the petitioners should rely on a report of inspection of the electoral materials. In the earlier ruling of this court on the preliminary objections raised by the respondents on the propriety of the averments contained in the petition, we held that apart from the allegations of inflation and reduction of votes in Rivers and Benue states, where the petitioners have stated the figures alleged to be inflated and reduced, the other allegations of the petitioners were nebulous and bereft of the material particulars. We held that the said averments contain no particulars of the polling units where the alleged infractions took place, or the figures alleged to have been inflated or reduced. We had struck out those paragraphs for offending paragraph 4, 1D, and 2 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. Indeed, apart from the strict requirement of stating material particulars in election petitions, it is also tried that in civil litigations, including election petitions, whenever fraud or any other crime is alleged, material facts of such allegation of fraud or other crime must be pleaded and clearly set out. See Omoborio and others was adjusting, Yeso Limited and Honey Legion, Lorin and others versus Tangolana, others. The petition allegations of suppression of votes, inflation and reduction of votes, massive misrepresentation and manipulation by uploading fictitious results all amount to falsification of results of an election. This Sabija versus Tukur. The Supreme Court held that allegations of inflation with non-existing votes is another way of alleging falsification of results. Indeed, in Haruna and Modibo, the Supreme Court held that where a petition is based on allegation of incidents of fraudulent acts, manipulation of results, or falsification of results, that allegation is criminal in nature, and evidence required in proof thereof must be clear and unambiguous. In other words, the proof must be beyond reasonable doubt. This section 135 sub 1 of the Evidence Act and cases of Buhari and Obasanjo, Emmanuel Umana, Ipiazu, Oti, Abubakar, and others for Yaradua, Omishore, Ali Bashola, Magaji, and All Progressive Congress. In order to establish falsification of election results, the petitioner must produce in evidence two sets of results, one genuine and the other false. In the cases of Kaki and PDP, Mobodo and Ono, Adewale and Olaifa. See also Chima Anoze versus Dr. Ken Obichere and others. And Joseph Olujimi Kolawole Abaje versus Babatunde Raji Fashola. The Okichiku and another versus Onyebu. To prove their petition, the petitioner also, who indicated during pre-hearing, they will call 50 witnesses, call only 13 witnesses. They are mentioned here. Of the above 13 witnesses, only 3 had their witness statements on oath filed along with the petition. These are PW1, PW2, and PW12. In our ruling on the respondent's objection to the competence of the petition witnesses at the beginning of this judgment, we had struck out the evidence of PW 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13 on the ground that their witness statements on oath were not filed along with the petition as mandatorily required by paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act. However, even if the statements of those witnesses of the petition were to be considered, the question is, are those testimonies cogent and credible to establish the petitioner's allegations stated above? PW1's testimony was only on the alleged double nomination of the third respondent and Petition proceeding, which we have already determined above. Even as he stated that he voted in his polling unit during the election, he stated that he did not play any other role in the election beyond exercising his civic responsibility. As for PW2, who said he was a software engineer, he stated that upon his reading of the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act and annual regulations, he is aware that the presiding officer in the polling unit is mandated to electronically transmit or transfer the result of the election direct to the collation system as prescribed by ANIC, and to also use the beavers to upload a scanned copy of the polling unit result sheet to the ANIC result viewing portal area prescribed by ANIC. He said, from his knowledge of software engineering and computer operations, RF is a server and is accessible to the public. He said he was aware that the information or data generated or inputted in the beavers were operating online or offline, were transmitted to the ANIC servers, including virtual servers hosted on AWS Cloud. On cross-examination with his respondent, however, the witness admitted that his opinion was based purely on his reading of the Electoral Act and ANIC guidelines, and that he was not familiar with the applications and operations of the beavers machine. He stated that he did not play any role in the election. Indeed, as admitted by the witness, the statement, particularly paragraph 10 to 13, is a virtual reproduction of Section 38 of the Electoral Act 2022. On cross-examination by the fourth respondent, he admitted that he did not state his educational or professional qualification or experience in his statement on oath. He also stated that his investigation was based on publicly available application program interface, API, and collected information through it, like from EC8S. He said he did not have the documents and forms he used, and that everything was in his laptop. Contrary to the speculation of the petitioners that ANIC was not prepared to conduct the promised credible, authentic, and transmitted election, or that it deliberately or mischievously allowed the compromised IT infrastructure to be deployed for the conduct of the presidential election. PW2 confirmed that Amazon Web Services is the most secure service providers in the world, and that it is used by corporations, companies, individuals, and governments that are most concerned with security. In his entire evidence, PW2 did not talk about the contents of any result. Instead of supporting the petitioner's allegations, the evidence of this witness supports the case of the first respondent. As for PW3, PW5, and PW6, he merely tendered flash drives containing speeches of the ANIC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, and ANIC National Commissioner, Festus Okoye, wherein they gave assurances that results of the election will be transmitted to the IRF for public viewing. Being mere assurances, the evidence of these witnesses had no utilitarian value in establishing allegations of corrupt practices made by the petitioners in this case. In his evidence, PW4 tendered exhibits PCD 1, 2, and 3, which he claimed to be the report of his analysis of the presidential election. The witness also tendered 4 boxes containing what he called 18,088 blood polling unit results downloaded from the RF portal, which were also admitted as exhibits PCE1 to PCE4. However, in the earlier ruling of this court on the respondent's objection, we have struck out exhibits PCD 1, 2, 3, as well as exhibits PCE 1 to 4, along with the witness statement on oath of PW4, which was not filed along with the petition since the documents were tendered through the incompetent witness. The witness claimed in his evidence that from his investigations, the scores on forms EC8S of 39,556 polling units were inaccessible, as they contain uploads not connected with presidential election, and that the number of accredited voters affected by the 18,088 blood result was 2,565,269, while the number of voters who collected their PVCs was 9,165,191. According to him, this signified that the votes of 5,533,553 accredited voters were discountenanced by the first respondent. He added that 23,119,298 registered voters collected their PVCs in those 39,546 polling units, and concluded that both the number of accredited voters of 5,553,553 and number of voters who collected their PVCs of 23 million plus polling units far exceeded the margin of lead from the first respondent's announced result of 1,807,206 over the first runner-up and 2,693,193 over the second runner-up. PW4 also stated that in Benue State, neither the results he obtained from the RF nor the CTCs of forms EC8S matched the results of the first respondent. He stated that the annex CTCs of forms EC8S showed that LP got 272,468 votes and APC got 256,852 votes, while the results from the RF portal showed that LP got 260,796 votes, while APC got 268,630 votes. He added that the ANEC announced result showed that LP got 308,372 votes, and APC got 310,468 votes. He concluded that by adding uncovered votes and deducting votes affected by overvoting, manipulation, alteration in Benue State, LP got 281,426 votes, while APC got 258,683 votes. A look at the 18,088 blood polling units results, which the witness claimed to have downloaded from the RF portal, showed that they were not certified by the first respondent. Being secondary evidence of public documents, they are clearly inadmissible. See Section 89E and 90E of the Evidence Act 2011, case of Emeka versus Ipiazu, others. Of note is that PW4 admitted under cross-examination by first respondent that the primary source of the data he used in his investigation is from the RF portal. This clearly means that he based his investigation on inauthentic data, since the essence of certification of public documents is to ensure authenticity of public documents. See the cases of Ebwe and Araka and Emmanuel Basmana. Also under cross-examination, PW4 stated that his reference to Form EC8A and the result on RF portal are not the same thing, and that Form EC8A is a paper, while the result on RF is a copy of it. He particularly admitted that by his reference to blood Form EC8As on the RF, he was not suggesting that the hard copies of Form EC8As are also blood. This admission by PW4 also dealt a death nail to the allegation made by the petitioners in paragraph 60 of the petition that the first respondent suppressed the first respondent's cost to 18,088 polling units by deliberately uploading unreadable and blood forms EC8As on the RF. In fact, PW4 had under cross-examination completely rubbished his own report when he admitted that the RF portal is not capable of collecting and tabulating the election results, and that it is the image of the Form EC8A that is transmitted to RF, while the hard copy of Form EC8A is taken to the collection center, which he stated is collected at what local government, state, and national collection centers. He also admitted that since the result in the Form EC8A is taken to the collection centers, the failure to transmit its image in RF or that image transmitted its blood will not change the result already entered in Form EC8A. Again, the witness admitted under cross-examination that his report in exhibits PCD1, PC2, and PCD3 only covered the two states of Rivers and Benue, and that he worked on only available data, that if he had more data in his report, it would have been different. He further admitted that his report, exhibits PCD1, 2, and 3, is not a product of expertise, as any secondary school student can do the simple arithmetic involved in it. This admission by PW4 effectively rubbishes his entire report as inconclusive and manifestly unreliable. On the whole, the evidence of this witness, even if it were to be considered void of any probative value. As for the evidence of PW7, we had earlier analyzed and evaluated her testimony and found that she was not only a person interested in this petition. A report in exhibit PCJ3A, which she brought to the court purportedly as an expert witness, was merely downloaded by her from AWS site, which was openly accessible to the public. Her evidence is also of no probative value. With regard to the evidence of PW8, I have earlier analyzed and evaluated his evidence while resolving issue 2. Suffice it for me to state that I had found that PW8, having admitted that in the course of his commission to work, he had read the petition and the first respondent's reply, as well as the Electoral Act and annual regulations and manual, and that he finished his final report in May 2022 during the hearing of his petition. PW8 had practically worked to a predetermined answer, and his evidence was of no probative value. PW9, who gave evidence as an accredited observer of the election, had stated that everything about the election in the polling unit, which he observed when as accreditation and voting took place, the votes were counted and the results were announced and recorded on Form EC8A, but was not uploaded on the RF at the polling unit. Under cross-examination by the respondents, he stated that from his observation, the election went on smoothly in his polling unit and that the election officials complied with the annual regulations. He stated that the result was taken to the collation center by the election officials. Rather than support the petitioner's case, the evidence of this witness actually reinforced the response case that the election was conducted in substantial compliance with the Electoral Act and annual regulations guidelines. PW10 stated that he acted as an ad hoc supervisory presiding officer for Madagali Ward, and that on election day he collected the materials with security agents and other INEC ad hoc presiding officers. He stated that voting went on well until 6:30 p.m. and all voters who were on queue by 2 p.m. duly voted at Unit 004 DISA. He stated that after sorting and counting of the votes, the presiding officers did the entry and snapped the results with the beavers, but were unable to transmit and upload same to the IRF portal after the result of the National Assembly election was uploaded. He stated that when the presiding officers complained to him, he asked them to come to the registration area, where he requested them to meet the registration area center tech, who asked them to submit the beavers to him for transmission, but was unable to upload. On cross-examination by the First Respondent Council, PW8 stated that apart from the small issue between agents of APC and PDP, which was satisfactorily resolved, everything went well, and the results were entered in Form EC8S in the units and were properly announced. And added that the physical copies of the Form EC8S were taken to the Ward Collation Center. Cross-examination by second and third respondents, the witnesses have confirmed that notwithstanding the difficulty in uploading the results, the collation of Forms EC8A took place in the ward. The evidence of this witness also supports the case of the respondents rather than of the petitioners. PW's 11, head of the Legal Services National Information Technology Development Center, NIDA, merely stated that he was subpoenaed, produced, and tendered the following documents. A. Correspondence of documents, letters, emails sent by him, sent by or from Independent National Electoral Commission to National Information Technology Development Agency requesting for the IT clearance approval of the IT infrastructure to be deployed and or deployed by ANEC for the conduct of 2023 general election. B. The certificate of clearance approval issued by NIDA to ANEC pursuant to any request in A above. C. The report submitted by ANEC to NIDA containing certification for the testing review of the IT infrastructure deployed for the conduct of the 2023 general election. It stated that they don't have any of the documents in their office. Under cross-examination by the second and third respondents, he stated that the NIDA Act does not contain cyber security standards. He also stated under cross-examination by the fourth respondent that their supervising ministry is Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, and that the minister stated that there were 16 million attempts to hack the INEC IT infrastructure on the day of the election. The evidence of this witness is of no assistance to the petitioners. PW12, the petitioner's star witness, whose evidence was merely a copy of the averments in the petition, stated that on the day of the election, he voted at his polling unit at Dawaki, Abuja, after which he went to the situation room of his party. The second petitioner, he stated that apart from his polling unit and the situation room, he was not present physically at any other place on the day of the election. He stated that he was not a collation agent or polling agent in any polling unit or collation center. His evidence in chief was therefore mostly laced with hearsay. He settled that hearsay evidence is inadmissible and has no probative value. Apart from his evidence in chief being inadmissible hearsay, Exhibit X1, a certified true copy of the judgment of Federal Court, Abuja, suit number FHC ABGCS 1454-2022, was tendered through him under cross-examination by the first respondent, and he read out a portion of the judgment of the court, which was to the effect that the first respondent was under no mandatory obligation to electronically transmit or collect results of the election. He also admitted that he did not state in his statement on oath any figure unlawfully ascribed to the second respondent and third respondent by the first respondent. He also stated that his party had agents throughout the federation with over 133,000 votes. When asked by the second and third respondents' council to state the score of the Labour Party, the witness stated that he will not know scores of the Labour Party because the results are being uploaded on the IRF. He added that he will not know the unlawful votes accredited because he is not an expert, and that the wasted votes are part of the statement made by the expert. When cross-examined by the fourth respondent, PW12 said he was not aware that ANEC chairman had given a statement that ANEC will not transmit results electronically. When confronted by the fourth respondents council, he confirmed that his statement on oath wherein he stated that he will rely on the evidence of forensic expert was made on 20th March 2023, while the final expert report he was relying on was made in May 2023. Clear that PW12 PW12 relied on an expert report that was not in existence at the time he made his statement. Obvious that the evidence of this witness lacks credibility and is therefore manifestly unreliable. PW13 was the only presiding officer called by the petitioners in this petition. His evidence was that in his polling unit 035 at Open Field, Ward 04, Tikun local government area in Kaduna State, the election went well, and that thereafter all efforts to upload the presidential election results as captured in Form PC8A failed except the National Assembly results. That when all efforts failed, he proceeded to the collation center with other ad hoc staff. When cross-examined by First Respondents Council, he stated that he recorded the results manually, and the only problem he had that day was the uploading of the result. That when he could not upload the result, he called his supervising officer, who told him to take the result to the Ward Collation Center, which he did. On cross-examination by Second and Third Respondent Council, he confirmed that after recording the result manually, he signed and the party agents also signed. When cross-examined by the fourth respondent, he stated that after signing the result, he gave copies to party agents. The evidence of this witness actually supports the case of the respondents that the election was conducted in substantial compliance with the Electoral Act 2022. In Buhari and INEC and others, the Supreme Court clearly stated law as follows. Quote, a petitioner who contests the legality or lawfulness of votes cast in an election and the subsequent result must tender in evidence all the necessary documents by way of forms and other documents used at the election. He should not stop there. He must call witnesses to testify to the legality or unlawfulness of the votes cast and prove that the illegality or unlawfulness substantially affected the result of the election. The documents are amongst those in which the results of the votes are recorded. The witnesses are those who saw it all on the day of the election, not those who picked the evidence from an eyewitness. No, they must be eyewitnesses too. Both forms and witnesses are vital for contesting the legality or lawfulness of the votes cast and the subsequent result of the election. One cannot be a substitute for the other. It is not enough for the petitioner to tender only the documents. It is incumbent on him to lead evidence in respect of the wrongdoings or irregularities both in the conduct of the election and the recording of the votes. Wrongdoings and irregularities which affected substantial result of the election. Proving an election petition or proof an election petition is not as easy as the Englishman finding coffee on his breakfast table and sipping it with pleasure, particularly in the light of Section 146(1) of the Electoral Act. The petitioner has a difficult, though not impossible task, close of court. See Mohammed and another Fasad Anladi and others. In this petition, where the petitioners have labeled several allegations against the first respondent, such as suppression of votes, unlawful reduction and inflation of results, uploading of fictitious results, misrepresentation, manipulation of results where no election took place, and wrong computation of results, it is evident from the above that the petitioners have not laid any credible evidence to substantiate those allegations. Of the 13 witnesses they called, only 2 are presiding officers who were present at the polling, who were present at their polling units. Hence, the petitioners have not been able to establish any of those malpractices which they allege. The evidence of the witnesses which the petitioners call as experts to try to establish that the first respondent is mandatorily required to transmit election results for the purpose of collation or to link the delay in the upload of the presidential election results to average by the first respondent. any of the malpractices which they allege are devoid of any value. The petition allegations have remained mere speculations and unfounded accusations. The petitioners have failed to establish beyond reasonable doubt the corrupt practices which they allege as required of them under Section 135(1) of the Evidence Act 2011. On the petitioner's allegation of overvoting, Learned Counsel for Defense Respondent contended that to prove overvoting, the direct record of accredited voters and the beavers machines are required alongside the voters register of the affected polling units. He pointed out that the petitioners failed to produce the beavers machines and the voters register. He submitted that the petitioners want this court to rely only on the expert opinion of PW4, which is not credible. He submitted that when PW4 was confronted with the results in polling unit 002 of Ward 7 of Degema, LGA, River State, which was part of his report on overvoting. In Exhibit PCD2, he stated that there was no overvoting, as the number of votes cast was 40, while the number of accredited voters was also 40. He relied on Oetola and INEC at this court to discountenance PW4's evidence of voting. The petitioner's allegation of overvoting is contained in paragraph 72, 76, and 77 of the petition, which have been produced here. In the other ruling of this court, the respondents' various perennial objections to the competence of the above affirmed petitioner's allegation of overvoting were upheld, and the court had struck out the said paragraphs for being vague, nebulous, and imprecise, having failed to disclose the specific polling units in the state where the overvoting is alleged to have occurred, the number of votes affected, the alleged margin of lead, etc. Indeed, in that ruling, we had observed that the forensic report containing the details of the polling units and other information which the petition said they have incorporated to the pleading by reference were not filed along with the petition as to be part of the pleadings. Proof of their above allegation of voting, however, the petitioners solely relied on the evidence of PW4, the subpoenaed expert witness, as well as the forensic report made by him, which is contained in Exhibit PCD 1, 2, and 3. PW4's evidence was basically that from his investigation in Exhibit PCD 1, 2, and 3, he discovered that there was overvoting in 4,407 polling units, which affected 2,317,129 voters who had collected their PVCs. He stated that this also exceeds the margin of lead of 1,807,206 over the first runner-up. He also stated that from his analysis of River State results, the first respondent announced results which were inconsistent with those uploaded on the RF portal. PW4 also stated that from the Forms EC8As downloaded from the RF portal, there is evidence of manipulations and alterations in favor of APC and against the Labour Party LP. He stated that from the results on the RF portal, LP got 208,564 votes, while EPC got 118,999 votes in River State, as against 175,071 votes for LP and 231,591 votes for APC. He concluded that when the unlawful votes are deducted, it will amount to 205,110 votes for LP and 84,108 votes for APC. In the ruling on objections to witnesses and documents made in the earlier part of this judgment, the witnesses stated on oath, the witness statement on oath of PW4 was one of those struck out for offending paragraph 45B of the first schedule to electoral 2022, them not having been filed along with the petition. With the statement of PW4 struck out for being incompetent, exhibits PCD 1, 2, and 3, the forensic report tendered by him, were also struck out for being inadmissible. As stated earlier, the oral evidence of PW4 contained in his witness statement on oath and his report in Exhibit PCD 1, 2, and 3 are the only evidence adduced by the petitioners to establish the allegation of overvoting, with the witness statement on oath of PW4 having been struck out for being incompetent, and the forensic report in Exhibits PCD 2, 1, 2, and 3 also struck out for being inadmissible. There was no other evidence to substantiate the petitioner's allegation of overvoting. The petitioners have therefore failed to prove their allegation of overvoting. Issue 3 is also resolved against the petitioners. So based on the Based on all the foregoing, it is evident that the petitioners have failed to establish their allegations of corrupt practices and overvoting. In consequence, issue 3 is also resolved against the petitioners and favor of the respondents. Issue 4 is whether from the evidence adduced by the petitioners, the petitioners have established that the second respondent was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes cast at the election. This issue deals with Section 134, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and the issue of 25% votes, Abuja. Whatever it is. Well, the resolution of this issue basically borders on the interpretation of Section 134, subsection 2B of the 1999 Constitution. The appropriate starting point for the resolution of this issue, therefore, is to reproduce, for ease of reference, Section 134(2)A and B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, the interpretation of which is in contention. It reads thus. A candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected, where there being more than 2 candidates for the election. A, he has the highest number of votes cast at the election, and B, he has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. The contention is as to the interpretation to be accorded to paragraph B of subsection 2 of section 134 quoted above. In particular, the contention is whether or not by the wordings in that paragraph, a candidate must, in addition to scoring not less than 1/4 of the votes cast in at least 2/3 of the states in the Federation, also score 1/4 of the votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, before he can be deemed to have been duly elected. In other words, whether in determining 2/3 of the states of the Federation in the Federal Capital is to be included and regarded as one of the states of the Federation, or his status is to be regarded as distinct from the other states of the Federation, such that scoring 1/4 of votes in the FCC is a mandatory requirement for a candidate to be deemed duly elected as president. It is pertinent to state that unlike interpretation of statutes, the interpretation of the Constitution has its own guiding principles. We'll look at the principles as stated in Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Ganjua, reported in the electronic law reports, where the Supreme Court succinctly reviewed cited cases on interpretation of the Constitution and outlined these principles, guiding principles as follows. A, in interpreting the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, mere technical rules of interpretation of statutes will be avoided so as not to defeat the principles of government enshrined therein. Hence, a broader interpretation should be preferred unless there is something in the text or in the rest of the Constitution to indicate that a narrower interpretation will best carry out the objects and purpose of the Constitution. B, all sections of the Constitution are to be construed together and not in isolation. C, Where the words are clear and unambiguous, a literal interpretation will be applied, just according to the words, their plain and grammatical meaning. D, where there is ambiguity in any section, a holistic interpretation would be resorted to in order to arrive at the intention of its framers. E, since the draft person is not known to be extravagant with words or provision, every section should be construed in such a manner as not to render other sections redundant or superfluous. F, if the words are ambiguous, the lawmaker's intention must be sought first in the Constitution itself, then in the other legislation and contemporary circumstances by resort to the mischief rule. G, the proper approach to the construction of the Constitution should be one of liberalism, and it is improper to construe any of the provisions of the Constitution as to defeat the obvious ends which the Constitution was envisaged to achieve. In the case of Nafiu Rabiu and the state, Bendel State was Attorney General Federation, Buhari, Obasanjo, Savannah Bang, Ajilo, Abia State was AG Federation. In finding appropriate answer to this issue, I wish to observe first that, with all due respect to counsel to the petitioners, their interpretation of Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution, founded principally on a fixation that the word "and" appearing between the phrases, it has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all states of the Federation, and the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja is completely fallacious, if not outrightly ludicrous. Even their recourse to the case of Abubakar and Yaradua does not help their argument because the JSC made it clear that a purposive rule of interpretation will not be appropriate where the intention of the lawmaker is clear, precise, and unequivocal. So much so that a person can say, yes, this is what the lawmaker has in mind. Thus, in the interpretation of the Constitution, the principles upon which the Constitution was established, rather than the direct operation or literal meaning of the words used, measure the purpose and scope of its provision. The Global Excellence Communication Limited, Donald Duke, AG Bendel State, AG Federation, Saraki versus FRN, Sky Bank PLC, Yugu, Kelim versus Gobang. That this is the position is not at all open to doubt. In Bronic Motors Limited versus Wema Bank Limited, Nnamani JC or blessed memory, speaking from the Appellate Court, confirmed it when, after a painstaking analysis of the cases on the point, said at pages 30 to 32 that, quote, a constitution is a living document, not just a statute, providing a framework for the governance of a country, not only for now, but for generations yet unborn. In construing it, undue regard must not be paid to merely technical rules. Otherwise, the objects of these provisions, as well as the intention of the framers of the Constitution, will be frustrated. As stated in Minister of Home Affairs versus Fisher, the constitutional requirement should not necessarily be construed in a manner according to rules which apply to acts of parliament. Although the manner of interpretation of constitutional instrument should give effect to the language used, recognition should also be given to the character and origins of the instrument. Such an instrument should be treated as sui generis, calling for principle of interpretation of its own, suitable to its character, without necessary acceptance of all the presumptions that are relevant to legislation or private law. It has also been accepted by all our courts that a broad and liberal interpretation should prevail in interpreting the provisions of our Constitution, although one has constantly to bear in mind the object which such provisions were intended to serve. Udo Udoma, JSC, very aptly stated this in Nafiu Rabiu and the State, where the learned justice said, my lords, it is my view that the approach of this court to the construction of the Constitution should be, and so it has been, one of liberalism, probably a variation of the theme of the general maxim, ut res magis valeat quam tireat. I do not conceive it to be the duty of this court to construe any of the provisions of the Constitution as to defeat the obvious ends the Constitution was designed to serve, where another construction, equally in accordance with the words and sense of such provisions, will serve to enforce and protect such clause of court. Some years down the line, in Global Excellence Communications Limited versus Donald Duke, Onogian JSC, later CJ, reiterated the relevant principle of the implementation of the Constitution, which his Lordship saying, among others, at page 19. Followed. The principles upon which the Constitution was established, rather than the direct operation or literal meaning of the words used, measure the scope and purpose of its provisions. The words of the Constitution are therefore not to be read with stultifying narrowness. Close of court. All these were further followed by this court recently in Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Muhammadu Maigari Dingyadi in the following ways at page 33 of the report. One main guiding post is that the principles upon which the Constitution was established, rather than the direct operation or literal meaning of the words used, measure the purpose and scope of its provisions. See Global Excellence Communication and other cases. There is always a need for the fulfillment of the object and true intent of the Constitution. Therefore, the Constitution must always be construed in such a way that it protects what it sets out to protect and guide what it's meant to guide. The Adeleke or your State House of Assembly. In interpreting the Constitution of a nation, it is the duty of the court to ensure the words of the Constitution preserve the intent of the Constitution. Every Constitution has a life and moving spirit within it, and it is this spirit that forms the raison d'etre of the Constitution, without which the Constitution will be a dead piece of document. The life and moving spirit of the Constitution of this country is captured in the preamble. It has been held that when a constitutional provision is interpreted, the cardinal principle is to look to the preamble to the Constitution as guiding star, and the directive principles of state policy as the book of interpretation, and that while the preamble embodies the hopes and aspirations of the people, the direct principles set out the proximate grounds in the governance of the country. Thakur and Union of India. In other words, in interpreting the words of Section 212(1)A of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the court should be guided by principles upon which the Constitution was established, rather than by direct operation or literal meaning of the words used in the provision, and where the literal meaning of the words used are not in consonance with the guiding principles. Literal interpretation must be jettisoned to another approach that accords with the guiding principles of the Constitution. The interpretation that would serve the interests of the Constitution and best carries out its objects, purpose must always be preferred. Close of court. Following these well-settled principles, our first port of call in unlocking the argument of the petitioners is the preamble to the 1999 Constitution and the direct principles of state policy contained therein, all of which embody the principles of the Constitution. The preamble to the 1999 Constitution loudly proclaims equality between citizens as its cornerstone, among others. Thus, we, the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having firmly and solemnly resolved and to provide a constitution for the purpose of promoting the good government and welfare of all persons in our country on the principles of freedom, equality, and justice, and for the purpose of consolidating the unity of our people. Do hereby make and give to ourselves the following Constitution. For those who are not used to reading preambles, the Constitution, still in its fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which this court aptly described as the road to construction in Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Dingedi repeats this equality principle. Under its social objectives provision of that chapter in Section 17 thereof, it again proclaims that 1. The state social order is founded on ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. 2. In furtherance of the social order, every citizen shall have equality of rights, obligations, and opportunities before the law. Equality of rights in every citizen, as stated in this provision, cannot by any means be read to exclude equality of the weight and value of their votes. No, it includes it. Even more so, when the issue here is the right of every such citizen to elect with their votes their president, whose policies are supposed to and will affect all of them equally, regardless of which part of the country they reside or live. So even stopping here, the futility and hollowness in the argument of the petitioners that the votes of the voters in the FCT, Abuja, have more weight than other voters in the country, to the extent of their votes purportedly have a veto effect on other votes, is rendered bare. That notwithstanding, let us still proceed to consider for whatever it is worth their interpretation of Section 134, subsection 2B of the same 1999 Constitution, which incidentally centers around the word "and" that provision. In the first place, the settled position of the law is that in interpreting a constitutional provision of the court should be guided by the principles upon which the Constitution was established, rather than by the direct operation or literal meaning of the words used in the provision. And where the literal meaning of the words used are not in consonance with the guiding principles, literal interpretation must be jettisoned for another approach that accords with the guiding principles of the Constitution. It is quite clear that a calm reading of Section 134(2)(b) of the Constitution will leave no one in doubt that the use of the word "and" by the framework between the words all states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory Abuja indicates nothing more than that the framers' understandable desire for consistency in referring to the Federal Capital Territory by that name, as it is done all through the Constitution whenever reference is made to the Federal Capital Territory. The word and Federal Capital Territory Abuja do not by any means imply the meaning imputed to it by the petitioners. In any event, Section 299 of the Constitution dispels any lingering doubt that may still be existing in anyone's mind by stating that the provisions of this Constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory Abuja as if it were one of the states of the Federation, then ABC. This provision states most unequivocally that the entire provisions of the Constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory as if it were one of the states of the Federation. It is noteworthy that the punctuation mark employed by the framers immediately after the part of that provision ending with Federation, emphasized by me, is a semicolon, whose function is in a sentence is to separate independent clauses of a compound sentence. The Merriam-Webster's online dictionary, which defines semicolon as a punctuation mark used chiefly in a coordinating function between major sentence elements, such as independent clauses of a compound sentence. Wikipedia also explains its use thus. In the English language, a semicolon is most commonly used to link two independent clauses that are closely related in thought, such as when restating the preceding idea with a different expression. The point being made here is that, contrary to the position of the petitioners, by the express provisions of Section 299 above, the provisions of the entire Constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory as if it were one of the states of the Federation. This means that Section 134, Subsection 2B of the same Constitution, requiring a president candidate to poll at least 1/4 of the votes cast in 2/3 of the states of the Federation in order to be returned elected, means nothing more than that the Federal Capital Territory shall be taken into account in calculating the state 2/3 of states of the Federation. In other words, the FCT is no more than one of the states of the Federation for the purpose of that calculation. Nothing more than that can be implied or inferable from Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution. If anything, this position is confirmed in the cases of Bakari and Ogundipe, where it was said by the Apex Court that by virtue of the provision of Section 299 of the Constitution, it is clear that the Federal Capital of Nigeria has the same status of a state. It is as if it is one of the states of the Federation. and in Ibori versus Uboru, where it was confirmed by this court that the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, is to be treated like a state by virtue of Section 299 of the Constitution. If the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, is to be treated like any other state, then it is not superior to or inferior to any other state in Nigeria. It is also my considered view that if the framers had wanted to make scoring 1/4 of votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, a specific requirement for the return of a presidential candidate, they would have made that intention plain by using words that clearly separate the scoring of 1/4 of votes in the Federal Capital Territory as a distinct requirement. As expressly stated in Section 299 of the Constitution, for the purposes of fulfilling the requirements of Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution, for return of a presidential candidate as duly elected, the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, is to be treated as one of these in the calculation of 2/3 of the states of federation. Thus, that if the candidate polls 25% or 1/4 of votes in 2/3 of 37 states of the federation, FCT Abuja inclusive, the presidential candidate shall be deemed to have been duly elected, even if he fails to score 25% of the votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as the second respondent did. In conclusion, I hold without any equivocation that in a presidential election, polling 1/4 or 25% of total votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory is not a separate precondition for a candidate to be deemed as duly elected under Section 134 of the Constitution. In consequence, issue 4 is also resolved against the petitioners and in favor of the respondents. It is right, Lord, that there is a rebuttable presumption of regularity with respect to election results, and it is for a petitioner who challenges that result to rebut that presumption with credible evidence. This settled principle was stated by the Supreme Court in Buhari and Anil, and Mesom and Peter cite others. Also in Udom Gabriel Emmanuel versus Umana Okon Umana and others. All citations are right. I have also referred to Abubakar and Eradua, Louis versus Anik, Kiriko, Duluma Hop versus Barrister Joseph Ella and others. From the foregoing, it is clearly evident that the petitioners have failed to discharge the burden of proof placed on them by law. They have failed to prove any of the 3 grounds contained in paragraph 20 of this petition. They have not been able to lead any cogent, credible, and acceptable evidence to rebut the legal presumption of correctness of the result of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023, declared by the first respondent. Having resolved all issues, 4 issues in this petition against the petitioners, this petition is clearly unmeritorious. As I stated earlier, it's a consolidated petition. So when we examined that of petition number 4, our learned brothers state their own position. And number 5, sorry.
My Lord, sir, I'm very sorry again, sir.
Yes.
Even if your lordships are going to say, your brethren are going to say their piece later on, sir, at least you all, my Lord, well, you all should be arrested by saying it is either dismissed or is allowed. Huh? I was wondering if your lordship would not pronounce that it's been dismissed. So that...
what are you saying?
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be confused, sir. I've listened to your lordship's eloquent judgment.
Sorry, please, Leonard Senior. You don't have to interrupt judgment. We are delivering judgment and we are still on. Please leave the judgment where it is.
My Lord, I'm very sorry, sir.
If you are confused, when you get the judgment, you read it.
No, my Lord, I'm not confused at all.
Okay, then please.
I'm making a suggestion.
No, you don't have to suggest to us how to deliver judgment.
I'm sorry.
So you seriously think that all 5 of us wouldn't know that? My Lord, wouldn't know what we want to do?
I apologize. I apologize.
better we proceed. It's better we proceed. So, well, we now proceed on petition number 5. The motions in that petition will be read by my learned brother, by my extreme right.
This is an election petition by the two petitioners against the first, second, and third respondents. The first petitioner, Abubakar Atiku, was a candidate at the presidential election held in Nigeria on the 25th day of February 2023. He was sponsored by the second petitioner, People's Democratic Party. The first respondent, INEC, was established as one of the executive bodies created in Section 135 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, with power to, among others, organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to the offices of the President and Vice President and others. On Saturday, the 25th of February 2023, the first respondent conducted election to the office of the President and the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the National Assembly simultaneously. The petitioners and the second, third respondents, along with 16 others, participated in the election. At the conclusion of the election, the first respondent declared the results, by which it is indicated as follows. We show the results for out of the two contestants here we are concerned with. The APC of Tinubu Bola Ahmed and Tinubu Bola Ahmed scored were declared to have polled 8,794,726 votes, and Atiku and the PDP 6,984,520 votes. Petitioners were aggrieved by the outcome of the election, so they filed jointly this petition to challenge this election. The grounds of the petition were 4, and these were stated as follows. 1, that the election of second respondent is invalid by reason of non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. The election of the second respondent is invalid by reason of corrupt practices. The second respondent was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes. The second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. The petitioners are seeking the following relief: that it may be determined that second respondent was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast in the election, and therefore the declaration and return of the second respondent as the winner of the presidential election of the 25th of February 2023 is unlawful, wrongful, unconstitutional, undue, null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. B, that it may be determined that the return of second respondent was by the first respondent was wrongful, unlawful, undue, null and void, having not satisfied the requirements of the Electoral Act and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which mandatorily requires the second respondent to score not less than 1/4 or 25% of the lawful votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of the states in the Federation, and they put the "and" in capital letters, and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. C, that it may be determined that the second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the said election. D, that it may be determined that the first petitioner having scored the majority of lawful votes cast at the presidential election of Saturday, 25th February, be returned as the winner of the said election and be sworn in as duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the alternative, another directing the first respondent to conduct a second election runoff, in brackets, between the first petitioner and second respondent. In the further alternative, that the election to the office of the President of Nigeria held on 25th February be nullified and a fresh election, rerun, be ordered. G, any such further others as the Honorable Court may deem fit to make in the interest of justice. Upon being served the petition, the respondents joined issues with it by filing the respective replies, incorporating preliminary objections and made other applications. Some of the applications filed by the parties were heard and rulings delivered at the pre-hearing stage, while some were heard and rulings on them reserved till the time of the judgment of the court. We now proceed to consider them. 7 applications were filed and argued by the respondents during the pre-hearing session of this petition. 2 each of the said applications were filed by the first and second respondents, while 3 were filed by second respondent. First respondents' 2 applications were filed on the 19th of April this year and the 9th of May. The first of his 2 applications dated and filed on the 19th, which also largely reflect the position of second respondent in his first 2 applications and third respondent in his first application. First respondent sought an order striking out paragraphs 92. We gave the paragraphs of the petition on the grounds of their vagueness. Several paragraphs which you get there as you get your the judgment, for being generic, imprecise, and lacking in specificity to elicit a reply from it. B, an order striking out paragraphs 129 and 138 of the petition for failure to join necessary parties. Among other grounds, the 2 necessary parties are Yaya Bello and one Adevo, the chairman of a local government in Kogi State. 3, another striking out the ground of the petition that second respondent did not score majority of lawful votes as contained in paragraph 16C of the petition for incompetence and lacking in specificity and materials in the pleading for a sustenance. Consequent to part 1 to 3 above, another striking out paragraphs A and B and D are sought in paragraph 150 of the petition, and another striking out the ground of the petition that the election is invalid by reason of non-compliance. Consequent upon 5 above, another striking out the ground of the petition alleging that the election of the second respondent is invalid by reason of corrupt practices as contained in paragraph 16B of the petition for lacking specificity and material files in the pleading for a sustenance. 7, another striking out the ground of the petition that the second respondent was at the time of the petition not qualified to contest the election as contained in paragraph 16A of the petition for lacking specificity. 8, another striking out the ground of the petition that the second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. 9, consequent upon 1 to 8 above, another striking out and dismissing the petition for being incompetent. Frivolous, vexatious, abusive. In the alternative to the above, another striking out paragraphs, prayers A, B, C, and D of the petition are sought in paragraph 150 for being incongruous, contradictory, and self-defeatist. The grounds of the petition were stated there, and we set them out, which you get. Second respondent also filed a similar preliminary objection, application for us, preliminary objection, seeking striking out of the petition or portions of it. A single prayer on the application is an order of the court striking out jointly and or severally paragraphs 14 and 15, 19 to 81, 87 to 104, 108 to 128, and 133 to 150 of the petition for being fundamentally defective. The third respondent on this part in his first application on the same issue filed, we gave the day, sought similar prayers like first and second respondents. All 3 respondents also had issues with the replies petitioners served on them in response to their own replies. Their main complaint this time is that the said replies went beyond the ambit of replies and raised new issues and facts like particulars of the non-qualification of second respondent for the election and his dual citizenship of Republic of Guinea, all of which, according to the reply of the petitioners, impacts on his qualification as a candidate for the election. Those new facts, the complaint tended to amend or reconstruct the petition and so overreach them, even as they do not have any further opportunity to join issues petitioners on them. Other paragraphs of the replies, they said, did not raise new issues, but merely repeated averments already contained in the petition, and so have no place in the reply. For these same reasons, they sought striking out with additional statements, witness statements on oath, and list of documents that accompany the said replies. Besides the above, second respondent had a third application that was peculiar to it. In the said application, which was also filed on the 13th of May 2023, second respondent again sought the striking out of the entire petition, this time on the following 4 grounds. The entire petition constitutes a gross abuse of the process of court by reason of an originating summons in suit number SCCV 354-2023, filed by the Attorneys General of Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Edo, and Sokoto states. All of them controlled by the second respondent, as he put them, as he called them, as second respondent put it, at the Supreme Court of Nigeria against the Attorney General of the Federation, where the said plaintiffs raised against the Attorney General of the Federation the same issue here of first respondent's failure to transfer or transmit polling unit results from his BVAS to his result viewing portal, IREV, in the 25th February 2023 general elections. The plaintiffs were in first Respondent mentioned sought in their suit declarations that the 2023 elections were fundamentally flawed and so invalid, null and of no effect, which is what petitioners also seek here. So this petition constitutes gross abuse of process. There were other grounds for that application, as I shall show later when considering it. All 7 applications were supported with affidavits and written submissions of applicants, which were in turn countered by the petitioners with counter affidavits and written submissions of their own. I shall now proceed to consider the merits of the applications. For ease of reference, I shall group the 3 sets of applications into groups A, B, and C. I start with the first 3 applications of respondents that attacked the validity of the petition and all its paragraph reliefs claimed and grounds on which it was sought. First respondent's first application, that is the one filed on 9th of April. I start with that one. First respondent set out the following issues for determination in his 9th April 2023 application. Set them out. It argues its issues 1 and 3, you get it, so there's no point arguing it, time is going. It argues its issues 1 and 2 above separately and took issues 3 and 4 together. In seeking the striking out of paragraphs 9, 2, 3, 93, all set out there, of the petition on grounds of their vagueness, imprecision, and lack of specificity to elicit a reply from it, first respondent, that is INEC, relied principally on paragraph 4.1, sub 1 of the first schedule to the electoral act, which states as follows. It says, an election petition under the act shall state clearly the facts of the election petition and the grounds on which petition is based, and the relief sought by the petitioners. Relying on Ugu and Ararume and the number of cases all set out there, Council on First Respondents have argued that paragraph 4.1, the said paragraph 4.1 of the first schedule of the electoral act implies compulsion and makes it mandatory for petitioners to plead the facts of their petition. They submitted that an election petition that is vague, imprecise, omnibus, nebulous, or generic is contrary to the provisions of paragraph 4.1d of the electoral act and so liable to be struck out. Net Council then carefully took on each of the said paragraphs and advanced reasons why they are vague, generic as a complaint. Council also argued that the petitioners in paragraphs 129 and 130 of their petition made allegations of unlawful acts allegedly carried out by one Honorable Friday Adejo, Governor Yaya Bello of Kogi State, and some unnamed persons in the course of the presidential election. Yet those persons were not joined to the petition, so those 2 paragraphs are also liable to be struck out. Council cited Bambe and Adetunji, Olori Ode vs. Oyebi, and Babatola and Alade Jono to say the court lacked jurisdiction to enter judgment or make orders against persons that are not before it. Responding to the first limb of first respondents' contention that the said paragraphs of the petition are vague and imprecise, the senior counsel to the petitioners argued that the said paragraphs were pleaded in support of the second ground of the petition, alleging that the presidential election was bedeviled by corrupt practices. Prime among those practices, they said, are suppression of votes, manipulation of beavers' machines, and destruction of electoral materials and ballot boxes. Specific instances of these corrupt practices that took place in various states and local governments, they argued, were laid bare in the petition with particulars of the allegation. They argued that first respondent, instead of considering the paragraphs of the petition holistically, seems to have considered them in isolation and apparently hence its wrong conclusion that the petition was vague, imprecise, and without necessary further particulars. While admitting that the names of polling units were not specifically stated in the petition, Petitioners' Counsel submitted that petitioners stated in different paragraphs of the petition that the polling unit results, polling units affected were to be contained in the statistician's report to be relied upon at the hearing of the petition. They cited the cases of Oluwedu vs. Ajayi, Awolaja and others, as Citrate, and East Horizon Gas Limited versus Afiok and others. To submit that petitioners have by that pleading incorporated by reference the said statistician's reports. On the argument of the first respondent that the petition did not disclose any reasonable cause of action and so constituted abuse of process, Petitioners' Counsel argued that first respondent was by that argument trivializing matters of high constitutional importance raised by petitioners in the petition. Submitted that a petition that touches on correct interpretation of section 133(2)b of the Constitution of this country, vis-a-vis the return of second respondent and the qualification or disqualification of second respondent, regulated solely by sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution, cannot by any means said to disclose no reasonable cause of action. On first respondent's contention that petitioners' failure to join Honorable Adejo and Governor Yaya Bello and unnamed thugs against whom they made allegations of criminal misconduct in paragraphs 129 and 133 of their petition made those paragraphs of the petition incompetent and liable to be struck out. Counsel to the petitioner submitted that section 132 of the Electoral Act has specified the persons who may be joined as petitioners or respondents in an election petition. that Honorable Friday Adejo and Governor Yahya Bello having not participated in the election or returned, petitioners are not in violation of the Electoral Act or any rule of law in not joining them. Besides, they also argued, no relief was claimed against the said two men, so they cannot be said to be affected in any way by the eventual outcome of the petition. Now, this is the way we resolved it. My Lord, resolved it. Now, paragraph 4.1 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, as amended, states thus, 2020, states thus, an election petition under this act shall, D, state clearly the facts of the petition, and the ground or grounds on which the petition is based and relief sought by the petition. This provision is so clear and direct that it does not require any aid in its interpretation. It simply restates in mandatory terms the first rule of pleading that claimants, in this case a petitioner, shall state clearly, quote and unquote, the facts of the election petition, end quote again, and the ground or grounds on which the petition or claim is brought. This requirement / duty to plead one's complaints and facts clearly in the statement of claim / petition, not reply, is a basic rule of pleading even in ordinary civil proceedings. Emeka Agu in GSC, Natonda versus Ajani, put that point across most forcefully when he said that, and I quote, he said, it appears to me that rule which required every fact, upon which a party intends to rely at the hearing of the goes to the fundamentals of justice. For no one can defend the unknown. If one has to defend or counter a fact made by his adversary, the one must have due notice of that fact to enable him prepare for his defense. That is the very essence of pleading. As it goes to the very root of the rule of audi alteram partem, one of the twin pillars of justice, it would be misconception to describe it as mere technicality or irregularity. It's a matter which cannot be waived. Indeed, by a long line of decided cases, it has been long settled that any evidence on the fact that ought to have been pleaded but is not, goes to no issue at all at the trial and ought to be disregarded, end quote. Now, the complaint of first respondent is that the petitioners in their petition did not state their case as clearly as required by Section 4.1d of the Electoral Act, 2002. It complains that petitioners' complaints were vague, imprecise, and lacking in particulars. It does not appear to me that this complaint can by any means be waved away as idle. If anything, even the petitioners seem to have admitted that they did not plead those necessary facts. But their response to that contention, as shown earlier, is that they pleaded a statistician's report, which contains the required details of the polling units where the corrupt practices they alleged took place. Incidentally, the said report, a very voluminous four-part document, the later tendered through his maker, Mr. Samuel Oduton, PW1, during the trial, shows on his face that it did not even exist at the time they filed their petition, and so was not served on respondents along with the petition to enable them exercise their constitutionally guaranteed right of responding fairly to the corrupt practices, quote and unquote, alleged particularized in it, and if necessary, also engage their own expert to reply to it. Yes, the principle of incorporation, by reference relied on by them, that is petitioners, is part of our adjectival law and is supported by a fairly long line of cases, including MMA versus NMA, Ekpemupolo versus Edremoda and others, JFS Investment versus Brawalai Limited, Elo versus Idaosa, Abode Brothers Limited versus Niger Construction Company Limited, and another. But that principle cannot by any means override the fair hearing trial provisions of Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution of this Country, which also underpins the rationale for exchange of pleadings by parties. See once again the dictum of Emeka Agu and Atonda and Ajani already quoted. A statistician's report that is supposed to contain missing particulars in a petition, but which was only filed in the middle of hearing of the same petition, long after the time for exchange of pleadings had closed and even after petitioners had called as many as 16 witnesses in proof of their case, as happened in this case, cannot serve that purpose of audi alteram partem, let the other party also be heard too. In short, the tactics employed by the petitioners in this case as regards their pleadings, and the petitioners and the statistician's report referred in it, is to say the least most unfair and definitely negates the current practice regime that emphasizes front-loading of processes. Such dishonorable practice can only be likened to the unlawful boxing tactic of hitting one's opponent below the belt or from behind, which in the sport of boxing is penalized promptly with deduction of points. It cannot be different here. The said statistician's report, which is exhibits PAH1, PAH2, PAH3, and PAH4 in this proceeding must be and is hereby discountenanced. That conclusion should make the resolution of this issue of imprecision of the petition fairly easy. I shall nevertheless want to exercise caution and still consider the paragraphs of the petition attacked by first respondent, but it shall only be as they stand in the petition. In that regard, I am satisfied that paragraph 92 of the petition, where the petitioners allege wrongful calculation of polling unit results in various local governments of Sokoto State, is lacking in particulars of the particular polling units affected and so liable to be struck out. Paragraphs 93 and 94 of the petition, where petitioners allege that first respondent officials failed to properly fill election forms in Kano State, I think sufficiently meets the requirements of paragraph 41D of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. Paragraph 95 of the petition, where the petitioners allege that results in unspecified polling units in some local government areas of Kogi State were, quote, manipulated through and by the inflation of the second respondent's votes and depletion of the petitioner's votes, end quote, is in my opinion bad for vagueness, not only as to the polling units where the alleged manipulation occurred, but also as to the actual lawful votes of petitioners and second respondent allegedly depleted and inflated respectively. The need to plead the exact figures of votes affected by the alleged manipulation becomes even more crucial, in my opinion, when account is taken of paragraph 15 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, stating that, and I quote, this is what that paragraph 15 says, when a petitioner claims a seat alleging that he had the highest number of valid votes cast at the election, which is what the petitioners are doing here, the party defending the election or return shall set out clearly in his reply particulars of the votes, if any, which he objects to, and the reasons for his objection against such votes, showing how he intends to prove at the hearing that the petitioner is not entitled to succeed. Second and third respondents can only properly exercise their right under this provision, requiring them to, quote, give particulars of the votes claimed by the petitioners that they object to and the reasons for the objection against such votes, after petitioners have themselves set out clearly the lawful votes depleted by the manipulation alleged by them. Paragraph 97 of the petition, in my opinion, are matters of proof at the hearing, even more so as the petitioners have stated in those two paragraphs that the disruption of elections in Adavi and OKE local government areas of Kogi State by agents of second and third respondents alleged hearing was captured in video recording, which they petitioners would lead evidence in proof. Paragraph 98 of the petition, where petitioners allege that elections in 10 polling units were disrupted and there were no results from the said polling units, end quote, is bad for vagueness and specificity, insofar as it does not specify the affected 10 polling units. It is therefore also liable to be struck out. I am also of the opinion that paragraphs 99 and 100 of the petition, also attacked by first respondent, has to do more with proof, which is a matter for the substantive hearing, especially as infractions complained of in them were again, according to petitioners, captured in a video recording which they promised to rely at the trial. Paragraph 101 of the petition, where the petitioner simply complained of failure of first respondents officials to properly fill election material, seems to me sufficient pleading. Paragraph 102 of the petition, where the petitioner simply alleged that infractions occurred in polling units unidentified in various local government areas of Kogi State, and what these failures enabled the results of the polling units in the said LGAs to be manipulated through and by the inflation of second respondents' votes, and the depletion of petitioner votes is bad and vague as to the particulars of the specific polling units and votes of petitioners and respondents affected by the said manipulation of inflation and deflation. It fails to meet both the requirements of clear pleading of facts of the petition and paragraph 15 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act aforesaid. In fact, the following dictum of the lead judgment of Tabai GSC in Belgora and Ahmed clearly says so, my lord. We have already produced all these things in, CA03, and we don't intend to read. In any case, you get it and you see it. He also PDP versus INEC. For the same reasons, I am also of the opinion that paragraph 103 of the petition, where the petitioner simply avowed generally that, quote, first respondent wrongly entered incorrect results for the petitioners in Borno State, is bad insofar as the polling units in Borno State affected by the incorrect results are not stated. I am, however, of the view that paragraphs 104, 105, and 106 of the petition sufficiently plead necessary for us to elicit appropriate response from respondents, even more so as paragraphs 104 merely alleged bypass by first respondent of use of beavers machines. The presidential election in Benue State, while paragraphs 105 and 106 simply stated the petitioner's ground that second respondent was not elected by majority of lawful votes. In respect of paragraph 104 of the petition, first respondent complains that the petitioners there contended that the entire results of the presidential election were wrong, yet they did not plead the results they perceived to be correct, so it is also vague pleading. I am of the view that that complaint is better considered while considering the merits of the petition. That is even more so as it appears to us that paragraph 104 seems averred to by petitioners to meet the provisions of Paragraph 4.1, 4 sub 1, C of the first schedule of the electoral act that requires them to state in their petition, among other, the scores of the candidates in the election. To that extent, paragraph 104 cannot be faulted by application at this stage, let alone sought to be struck out in limine. Paragraph 105, 109, 110, 11, 12, and 113 of the petition merely pleaded facts as to whether second respondent, who by first respondent's own showing did not poll up to 25 of the total votes of the Federal Capital Territory, was properly returned by first respondent having regards to the provisions of section 134B of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and other relevant statutes. It is therefore in order. I am afraid paragraph 114 of the petition 115 and 116, and paragraph 4, where they said purported results from 6,418 polling units have and indicate zero accreditation, and paragraph 118, where they have that critically, paragraph 118 and 119 are all bad for lack of particulars of necessary facts. As for the statistician's report, again referenced by them for the said particulars, I hereby reconfirm my earlier finding and conclusion on it. Paragraph 120 of the petition is not challenged by first respondent, so I shall overlook it, at least for now. The petitioners in paragraph 121 of the petition allege that first respondents, presiding officers of polling units failed to properly fill and countersign alterations in election forms, including forms E, C, 8B, and blah, 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 but they did not mention the polling units, what local government and state said infractions took place. They simply reference the same statistician's report. This paragraph is bad for imprecision and so also liable to be struck out. Paragraph 122 to 125 of the petition are not challenged by respondents, so I shall skip them. In paragraph 126 of the petition, the petitioners complained that all over Nigeria, there were manifest cases of overvoting. The total of the affected polling units in the various states are set out in the statistician's report, pleaded and relied upon by the petitioners. This pleading is also, end quote, sorry. This pleading is also bad for vagueness. My earlier position on the statistician's report referenced by the petitioners is also reaffirmed. Paragraph 127 and 128 of the petition are not challenged by first respondents, so they are also skipped. I do not share the view of first respondent that paragraphs 129, 130, that's INEC, that paragraphs 129, 130, 131, and 132 of the petition are bad for lack of imprecision. Petitioners in those paragraphs carefully pleaded the specific polling units and numbers of votes therein that they claim were affected by the cancellation of elections complained by them. I am, however, of the opinion that the second complaint of first respondent against paragraph 129 of the petition, that is also deserves to be struck out for petitioner's failure to join Honorable Adejo, chairman of Oloma Boro local government of Kogi State, accused by them of having led thugs at gunpoint to force electoral officers in named polling units in Oloma Boro local government to declare concluded elections in the said units cancelled, is well made. The petitioner's response that not only was no relief claimed by them against Honorable Adejo, he did not even participate, quote unquote, in the election, neither was he returned, so it's not a petition contemplated by Section 132 of the Electoral Act to be joined to an election petition. It's not a valid response. Section 133 of the Electoral Act only deals with the issue of which contestant of an election ought to be joined in an election petition by a co-contestant. It has nothing to do with the issue of joining of third parties against whom allegations of electoral infraction are made by practitioners, as in this case. Such petitions must be joined to the petition if the court is not to be exposed to the risk of infringing their fundamental right to fair hearing guaranteed by the Constitution. It is also of no moment that no relief was claimed against such persons in the petition. What is important is that allegations of electoral malpractice, which will require the court to make findings, including condemnation of the alleged conduct, where necessary, are made in the petition. Support for that position can be found in Wankwo and Yaradua, where Muntaka Kumasi JSC, after reproducing the provisions of the then newly enacted Section 1441, sub 2 of the Electoral Act, which is now Section 1332 of the Electoral Act 2022, and confirming that that provision had done away with the old regime of the Electoral Act that required petitioners to join all relevant electoral officers of INEC that conducted an impugned election. In addition to INEC, said, this is what his lordship said, unless the conduct of a petitioner who is not an agent, or the conduct of a party who is not an agent of the commission is in issue, it will then be necessary to join such party as a necessary party to the petition in order to afford such party a fair hearing, end quote. As regards the consequence of failure to join such necessary parties on the petition itself, his lordship Kumasi again said as follows. However, where such a party is not made a party, it will not result into the whole petition being struck out. But the particular allegation against such party is liable to be struck out, end quote. That is the fate of paragraph 129 of the petition, where allegations of electoral malpractice were made by the petitioners against Honorable Adejo, yet he was not cited in the petition. Incidentally, this is also one of the main reasons the Supreme Court gave in dismissing the appeal of the petitioners in the Odo State governorship case of Eitai Ojegede and another versus INEC, where allegations were made by the petitioners in that case against the then National Caretaker Committee chairman of the present head respondent APC, Governor Mai Malabuni of Yobe State, yet he was not joined to the petition by the petitioners. Paragraph 129 of the petition must therefore suffer striking out. For the same reason, paragraph 133 of the petition, where similar allegations of an alleged gun-toting Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State leading talks to compel cancellation of concluded elections in polling stations were made, yet he was not joined to the petition, must also be struck out. Paragraph 135 and 136 of the petition were not challenged by first respondents, so they are hereby skipped. I consider this a convenient point to consider paragraphs 137 and 142 of the petition, which learned senior counsel to INEC further complained was also barred for non-joinder. Counsel's argument this time was that the petitioners were also seeking in those two paragraphs to avoid the entire results of the presidential election in Lagos and Kano states, as declared by INEC, where Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party scored the majority of lawful votes. Yet Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso were not joined to the petition, so those paragraphs were also barred and liable to be struck out. I consider this argument misconceived. In fact, it seems to overlook Section 134, sub 4 of the 1999 Constitution, stating expressly that, and I quote, "For the purposes of an election to the office of President, the whole of the Federation shall be regarded as one constituency," end quote. That is the position as it relates to a presidential election. Percentages of votes polled by presidential candidates in any of the 36 states of the Federation or even the Federal Capital Territory only become of consequence when the issue verges on whether the candidate returned also satisfied the provisions of Section 131B and 2 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, requiring him or her to poll 25% of votes cast in at least two-thirds of the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Outside of that, how many votes a presidential candidate polled in any of the states of the country is of little significance in an election petition challenging return in a multi-party presidential election. It certainly has no bearing on the question of who an aggrieved party challenging a presidential election return should join to his petition among the candidates that contested the election with him. By Section 133 of the Electoral Act, the only other candidate in the election the petitioner can properly join to his petition, the person returned as the winner of the election. See further on this, the cases of Buhari and another versus Yusuf versus Obasanjo and 50 others, Obasanjo and Yusuf versus others. See particularly Buhari and another versus Yusuf, where it was said by, and I quote, by the Supreme Court, where it was said that, and I quote, "An unsuccessful candidate in an election cannot be made a party to an election petition against his will," end quote. We also do not agree with first respondent that paragraphs 141, 41, and 142 of the petition were vague or imprecise. But I do not, sorry. I am rather of the view that facts necessary to elicit an appropriate response from the respondents of the electoral infractions complained of by the petitioners have been pleaded in those paragraphs. I, however, agree with first respondent that paragraph 142 of the petition, where the petitioner simply complained that first respondent deliberately entered wrong results. For 22 name states herein, paragraph 44, where they aver that there were discrepancies on very large scale at the various local governments, various levels of recording and collation of results, particularly between the polling units and the ward polling centers, without specifying the said polling units and ward collation centers, where these said, quote and unquote, large scale discrepancies took place. And paragraph 144, where petitioners gave notice that they would rely on their same flawed statisticians' report, among other documents they did not front load, are barred and liable to be struck out for vagueness. Paragraph 142 of the petition, where petitioners simply stated as ground 4 of their petition that the petitioners aver that second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election, not having the constitutional threshold, quote and unquote, that is all they said. It's also imprecise and vague as it gives no particulars of any of the several qualifying and disqualifying factors set out in sections 131 and 137 of the Constitution. The main purpose of pleadings as further fortified by paragraph 4 sub 1b of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, we repeat, is to properly and clearly inform the adverse party of the case is coming to meet, so that he can respond appropriately to it. That is fair hearing. That requirement of the law does not permit parties to keep their cards face down, as petitioners did in paragraph 146 of their petition, when they simply averred generally that second respondent was not qualified to contest the 25th February presidential election, without revealing in what form he was not qualified or disqualified for the election. That paragraph of the petition falls far short of the requirements of paragraph 4.1b of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, and so liable to be and must be struck out. Conclusion on issue 1 of first respondent, the sum total of all the foregoing is that while paragraphs 129 and 133 of the petition are liable to be struck out for non-joinder, to which Mrs. Adejo and Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State accused in the petition of committing electoral malpractices, paragraphs 92, 95, 98, 11, 121, 126, 129, 133, 143, 144, and 146 are vague, imprecise, and lack particulars, and so fall short of the requirements of paragraph 4.1b. They are all therefore ordered struck out. Paragraphs 93, 94, 96, 97, 99, 100, 101, 102, 104, 105, 108, 109, 100, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 16, 118, 19, 120, 122, 125, 130, 134, 138, 139, 140. On the other hand, are in order and properly pleaded. Now, issue 2 of first respondent in this same application reads whether, having regard to the mandatory provisions of paragraph 4.1b of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, a reasonable course of action has been disclosed in respect of grounds of the petition contained in paragraph 16a, b, C, and D of the petition to warrant further or any adjudication on same. Counsel on behalf of first respondent this time anchored the arguments principally on the grounds on which petitioners founded their petition. Counsel reproduced paragraph 16a, b, and C of the petition where the petitioners alleged, we set them out. The next reference, section 134 of the Electoral Act, stating that an election may be questioned on, among others, that the election was invalid by reason of corrupt practices, and argue that this provision, that is section 134, has a proviso in section 135.1. So the fact that an election shall not be liable to be invalidated by reason of non-compliance with the provisions of the Act, if it appears to the election tribunal or court that the election was conducted substantially in compliance with the principles of the Act, and the non-compliance would have substantially affect the result of the election. Relying on the cases of Ojukwu and Yaradua and Yusuf versus George, Senate Counsel submitted that for petitioners to sustain their ground of corrupt practice and non-compliance of the election with the provisions of the Act, they are required to not only plead the fact of non-compliance, but further assert positively in the petition and prove that the non-compliance and corrupt practice complained of substantially affected the result of the election. To properly do that, they argued petitioners must plead and show how many votes were affected by the irregularities and that the deduction of such votes would void the return of second respondent as the winner of the election. They said not only did the petitioners not assert in their petition that the non-compliance complained of substantially affected the election, they did not also plead the votes or polling units affected by non-compliance to enable this court to form an opinion on that non-compliance and corrupt practice complained of substantially affected the result, or that second respondent polled majority of lawful votes in the election and so ought to be returned. Without those facts in the petition, the petitioner's counsel submitted have simply blown quote-unquote muted trumpets and their petition lifeless and failed to disclose a substantial cause of action, so it is liable to be dismissed. Resolution of issue 2. This issue does not, in my view, deserve any serious consideration. The reason being that petitioners expressly stated in paragraph 17 of their petition that, quote, the petitioners have averred that the election was not conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Electoral Act and other relevant laws, and that the non-compliance substantially affected the result of the election. In that, the second respondent ought not to have been declared and returned as the winner of the election. That sufficiently answers the question of first respondent. Issues 2 and 3 and 4, the first respondent first application. Answer to first respondent, their issues 3 and 4, which they also argue together, basically relied on their contentions in issue 2 of the lifelessness of the petition to submit that the petition, as by reason of the alleged omission in the petition identified above, had become academic and constitute abuse of process of court, so this court is robbed of jurisdiction. Entertain it. This combined issue is founded on issue 2, and since issue 2 has been determined against first respondent, issues 3 and 4 perish with it, and so are hereby resolved against first respondent. Now I come to second respondent similar application, seeking dismissal of paragraphs 14 and 15, 19 to 81. For this application, letter counsel second respondent simply said that the sole issue for determination thus was that in view of the provision of paragraphs 14(1)(d) of the first schedule to the relevant electoral act and relevant judicial decisions, whether paragraphs 14 and 15, 19 to 81, 87 to 104, and 108 of the petition are not liable to be struck out. We set out the arguments, both of them. He said, in the course of determining first respondent's application on the same issue of vagueness and precision in the complaints, I dwelt extensively on the rationale for exchange of pleadings, generally and particularly in election particulars, as further set out by the lawmaker. I hereby adopt all those pronouncements. Same exercise are also considered and pronounced on the same complaints of vagueness, lack of particulars, generic and imprecision. Of the complaints of the petitions, paragraphs 92 to 146 of the petition, also made by the second respondent here, I there determined, we said what we this thing, and we said, I abide by those findings. I shall therefore simply focus on paragraphs 14 to 19 and 147 to 150, and the few paragraphs between paragraphs 92 to 147 of the petition omitted by the first respondent in the application, determined the complaints of second respondent, of whether petitioner's complaints in those paragraphs were vague, imprecise, and generic. I now start that exercise without reference to what I had said earlier, and which I hereby reconfirm on the invalidity of the statistician's report relied on by the petitioners for particulars of the amendments in the petition. I am of the opinion that paragraphs 14 to 15 of the petition, where the petitioners specifically complained only about correctness of the contents of INEC forms, are so clear as to the issue raised and so not vague. Paragraph 16 of the petition are not attacked by first respondent and so are also skipped. We also do not find paragraph 20 to 20 of the petition where the vague. We do not also find paragraphs 20 to 20 of the petition where the petitioners complained that first respondent did not keep to its earlier promise of electronic transmission of election results to its IRF portal in real time when it returned this in vague. We, however, find vague, imprecise, and falling far short of the requirements. I, however, find vague, imprecise, and falling far short of the requirements of paragraphs 4(1)(d) and 15 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act 2022, the amendments in paragraph 23 of the petition, where the petitioners complain that the result of the election as announced by INEC does not represent lawful votes, and that lawful votes cast for them were massively deducted from their scores. Those paragraphs ought to contain the lawful votes of the petitioners that were alleged, quote, massively deducted, as well as those alleged to have been allocated to second respondent by INEC. We find properly and sufficiently pleaded paragraphs 24 down to 72 of the petition. We, however, find vague, imprecise, and lacking particulars paragraphs 82 to 86 of the petition, where the complainants complain that permanent voters' cards collected the unit results where elections were collected or did not hold across the country is above 1,000, is above 1,810,206, which is the margin of lead between first respondent, first petitioner, and second respondent. Consequently, the turn of second respondent was hasty, premature, and wrongful. This pleading ought to contain the precise number of permanent voters' cards alleged collected in the polling units, which by petitioner's contention would have closed the margin of lead between first petitioner and second respondent to make the latter's return unlawful. Without that information, the complaint is difficult to understand and respond properly to, let alone resolve. Paragraphs 87 to 90, where the petitioners complain of corrupt practices in the conduct of the election, which practices they complained took the form, among others, of manipulation by second respondent through deliberate suppression and discounting of votes, is vague insofar as the polling units where the said corrupt practices took place are not stated. Paragraphs 92 to 97 of the petition, less paragraphs 135 and 36, also complained of by second respondent as vague, imprecise, and generic, have been dealt with by us while considering first respondent's petition on the same issue. We hereby adopt our findings in that application, resolving the complaints of second respondent in this application. As for paragraphs 135 and 136 of the petition, we have the view that paragraph 135, where petitioners complain of manipulation of election in Lagos State by first respondent, resulting in depletion of their votes and inflation of second respondent's votes, is vague in the absence of pleading of the number of votes so depleted and inflated. In respect of paragraph 136 of the petition, even the petitioners again complained, even the petitioners again complained that the votes returned by the first respondent for Obi Akwa and Port Harcourt local government areas of Rivers State did not reflect the actual votes. If not express the actual votes scored in the said local government areas, or even those updated to IRF by INEC and so liable to be voided, no correct quote-unquote figures of the actual votes cast as reflected in the IRF were pleaded. So it is also bad for vagueness and imprecision and therefore liable to be struck out. Sum total of the foregoing are complaints of vagueness, imprecision, and genericness of averments, all by second respondent against the petitioner, only made out as regards paragraphs 23, 82 to 86, 89 to 91, 92, 95, 98, 121, 124, 126, 129, 133, 135, 136, 147, 144, and 146 of the petition. Accordingly, those paragraphs are hereby struck out, while the remaining paragraphs of petition are deemed in order and pass the vagueness test of paragraph 41D of the first schedule of the Electoral Act. In pronouncing the said paragraphs of the petition bad for vagueness and liable to be struck out, we are not unmindful of the argument of petitioners. The second respondent's remedy lies in an application for further particulars and not striking out. We are, however, of the petition that application for particulars is only one of several options open to second respondent, who in any case is not under any obligation to help petitioners make out their case against him by asking for particulars of their generic and nebulous complaints. That is also the point that was made by Fabi EJS in PDP versus INEC, when his lordship said at page 524 that, and I quote, the application for another for further particulars or the like is merely a shield in the hand of a party who so desires, and not a sword to be used by a party whose pleading is grossly inadequate, insufficient, or devoid of necessary particulars. The decision in Olawekpo versus Saraki, cited by learned counsel on both sides, is in point. It is not the duty of a respondent to groom a petitioner on how to draft his petition, end quote. It is also quite revealing, if not even reassuring, we must say, that this argument of the petitioners of duty on second respondent to ask for further particulars, because that's their main argument, in their petition rather than asking for striking out the particulars, was also rejected by Muntaka JSC, while delivering lead judgment in PDP versus INEC in 2012. Even as the same argument had found favor with his lordship, that is Muntaka, 2 years earlier in his contribution in Wankwo versus Yaradua. His lordship in the latter case of PDP versus INEC endorsed the stand of the trial tribunal in that case, that paragraph 12, sub 5 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, same as paragraph 12.5 of the present Electoral Act, okay, permitting respondents to apply to strike out a petition did not exist in the 2000 Electoral Act in force at the time Wankwo and Yaradua was decided, and that made all the difference. Regarding the further argument of second respondent, petitioners complained that first respondent did not observe his own promises to transmit election results to IRF portal in real time, was caught and made comatose by Section 134 of the Electoral Act stating Electoral Act. We think it is, I think it is neater and even safer to defy to the main argument for determination on its merits, especially since that contention is also one of the main complaints of the petitioners in the petition itself. That is what case law decides. Advice is sorry. See again Wankwo and Yaradua, citation given. Third respondent's application on the same issue of vagueness of paragraphs. Our own application, that is the third respondent this time. In his own application of 8 May, third respondent, like the first and second respondents, also pleaded us to strike out all of paragraph 17 to 146 of the petition on the same grounds of vagueness, imprecision, blah, 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 and failure to join Mr. Adejo and Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State, against whom allegations of electoral infraction were made. Additionally, it's also complained that petitioners' averments in paragraphs 19, stated them, and 45 of the petition are all pre-election matters which occurred after the petition and outside the jurisdiction of this court, sitting as an election petition. Again, the petitioners argue in response that their complaints were properly pleaded in the petition, so not imprecise, nor pre-election matters as alleged by third respondent. Resolution. Since the application of third respondents relates to the same paragraph of the petition objected to by first and third respondents, over which we have already made findings, we abide by and adopt those findings in determining the application of third respondent. We further hold that petitioners' averments in paragraphs 19, 20, 21, 35, 41, 42, and 45 of the petition are not pre-election matters. In fact, whereas the issues of the assurances given by INEC of real-time transmission of results to IRF raised by petitioners in paragraphs 19 and 20 of the petition, how the elections were generally funded by the federal government of Nigeria on account of those assurances as averred, and how first respondent transferred his in-house expert from one department to another before the election as alleged in paragraph 35 of the petition, cannot by any means give rise to a cause of action, let alone a reasonable cause of action. In petitioners, what is here? In petitioners, the averments in paragraph 42, 43, and 45 of the petition are simply notices by the petitioners to subpoena witnesses, testify about first respondents' omissions and commissions in the conduct of election, and so cannot by any means be described as causes of election, let alone pre-election matters for which they could have commenced action as alleged. In conclusion, the applications of first, second, and third respondents succeed only partly, and the following orders are made on them. Paragraph 23, 82 to 89, 88 to 91, paragraph 95, 95, 98, 121, 124, 126, 129, 133, 135, 136, 143, 144, and 146 are hereby struck out as prayed. The remaining paragraphs of the petition attacks past the vagueness test and paragraph 41D of the first schedule of the Electoral Act 2022 and are hereby upheld. That leaves us with the standalone application of third respondent also filed on 8th of May 2023, as well as the three applications of third respondents, all objecting to petitioner's replies to their petition, to their reply, sorry. Second respondent, so we take that one. We try to produce the arguments there. We said, then we went on to say that the thrust of the response of petitioner's counsel, that is 45543. Thrust of the petitioner's counsel is a suit number CV351 that was not filed by the petitioners. So this petition, sorry, I'm still reading 544. That now it is settled position of the law that once a court is satisfied that a proceeding before it amounts to abuse of process, it has the right and indeed duty to invoke its coercive powers to punish the party in abuse. Quite often that power is exercised by dismissal of the action that constitutes abuse of process. But multiplicity of actions, which is the complaint here, on the same subject matter and issue will only constitute abuse of judicial process if the parties in both actions are the same or previous to one another. See your CAF of Attorney General of Anambra State. It necessarily has to be so because except where a person is shown to be privy of another as recognized by law, no man can be punished for the actions or sins of another. That is the crux of the issue here. It is whether the petitioner, that's Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and his political party, the PDP, can be properly described as previous of the governments of Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Delta, Edo, and Sokoto states, who undisputedly instituted suit number SCCV against the Attorney General of the Federation before the Supreme Court of Nigeria. That question can only get a negative response. But the government of a state, regardless of the political party platform on which its executive governor is or was elected, represents all shades of opinion in the state, including even those who may not belong to any political party at all. In fact, a state government is not even bound nor obliged to take instructions from the political party of the governor. Interestingly, our law reports are replete with cases where state governments elected on the same party platform with the federal government have repeatedly sued the federal government at the Supreme Court. A good example is this. Okay. A good example is the recent new currency case. The new currency case that was instituted by the Attorneys General of Kogi, Kaduna, and Zamfara states against the federal government, even as both parties were APC governments. In that situation, one wonders where counsel would place this proposition of privity by affinity. There are other cases, we cited them, so we go on and on. In short, we reject this argument of second respondent of abuse of judicial process on account of litigation commenced by state governments against the Attorney General of the Federation. That is, as we also take note of the notice of discontinuance of case, the said suit number SCCV 354, 2023, filed by the plaintiff in that case since the 3rd of March 2023, which notice was tendered by the petitioners in this court as Exhibit PV in the course of the hearing of the main petition on the 6th of June 2023. This court is obligated by Section 1221M of the Evidence Act to take judicial notice of its proceedings. The other argument of note of second respondent in this application is the one of failure of petitioners to again join Friday Adejo and Yahya and its effect on the petition. We have already struck out the relevant paragraphs of the petition where allegations of malpractice were made against the two gentlemen. We abide by that decision. Just simply add that we do not agree with second respondent's argument that the entire petition merits dismissal for non-joinder of those two men. The proper sanction in circumstances of this case, as we have already pointed out, citing Nwankwo and Yaradua, to strike out the paragraphs of the petition where those allegations were made. That order we also further add, and contrary to the argument of second respondent, will not affect the paragraphs where allegations were made against unnamed thugs. Unnamed persons cannot be joined to an election petition like it is sometimes done in trespass cases. Obasanjo and Yusuf, where a similar argument was rejected out of hand by Kutigi and passed Sachalon on JSC. Thus, it was said there that it said, quote, it is impossible to drag unknown touts, police, and hordes of others to court and join them. That would be bizarre, end quote. Okay. So the next one, we now go to the challenges, the replies filed with the petitioners. All three respondents also challenge the validity of the replies and their accompanying witness statements on oath and list of documents petitioners served on them in response to their replies. Their common complaint in those petitions is that the said replies or paragraphs thereof offend paragraph 16 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act governing filing of replies by the petitioner, and so liable to be struck out. First respondent's objection was against the reply of first petitioner that was served on it. They sought striking out of paragraphs 1.1, 21, 23, and 21 of the petitioner's reply, striking out the further witness statement on oath of DM, who later revealed himself in the petition as Senator Dino Melaye, and PDPC both deposed on 20th April, striking out the petitioner's list of additional documents dated 20th day of April, which accompanied it. Sorry. Thrust of the argument, which is counsel, founded principally, and we replied, we reproduced the argument, and we reproduced the reply. To start with, I am not persuaded by the petitioner's argument that the new facts or issues raised by them in their impugned reply relate to non-qualification, which is one of the arguments, and not the conduct of the election by first respondent. The second respondent, who is supposed to be first respondent, that is INEC, who is supposed to be neutral in that matter, cannot be had to be objecting to them. The issue raised by first respondent, that is INEC, actually relates to the competence of a major process before the court to which the reply filed by petitioners. It is an issue which counsel to first respondent as ministers in temple of justice, and even first respondent itself as a party to the petition, have a duty to bring to the attention of the court. That obligation even becomes more pronounced when it is realized that a substantial number of first respondents counsel are members of the inner bar who even have greater responsibilities to the court by virtue of their ranking. This preliminary objection, like the argument of petitioners, therefore rejected. Coming now to the merits of the application, it is common ground that the provisions of the Electoral Act most relevant to the resolution is paragraph 16 of the first schedule. We reproduce it. This provision, with the employment of the word shall, forbids the addition of new facts, especially if such new facts may have the effect of tending to amend or even just adding to the contents of this petition. Cited cases, I think we have spoken on it in 03. Incidentally, this paragraph also reflects in the case of this sin only restates the well-settled position of adjective law that a claimant's claim or grievances are made in the statement of claim or petition as the case may be, and not in his reply to the statement of claim to that claim, statement of defense to that claim. That position also finds expression in Olubodu and Lawal. He cited what the Supreme Court said there. They said a plaintiff must not in his reply make any allegation of fact or raise any ground of claim different from what is contained in the statement of claim. If a plaintiff does such a plea is irretrievably bad, and no evidence would be admissible in his proof, end quote. In fact, that settled position of law is that except in some well-defined situations, a reply to a statement of defense is not even permitted where no counterclaim is served. This is so because there is in law an implied joinder of issues on any fact raised in the statement of defense, and any averment contained therein is deemed denied. This is cited. As to what will amount to a new issue, we cite again Egesimba versus Nuzurike, earlier cited in appeal number 03. Guided by all these and paragraph 16(1)(a) of the first schedule, it does not by any means appear to me that the new facts of conviction, conviction/fine, forgery, and dual citizenship of second respondent introduced by petitioners into their reply. The additional averments of how results could not have been uploaded to INEC's IREV after the 25th of February, and C, whether it was done at all and relevant officials of INEC could not have been involved in it, not to talk of the repetitions reply of averments already made by petitioners in their petition can pass as reply filed pursuant to paragraph 16(1)(a) of the Procedural Electoral Act, particularly as relates to the further details as are quote and unquote as petitioners labeled them in their reply of non-qualification of second respondent contained in paragraph 2(1)(b) of their reply. It bears reiterating that all that the petitioners refer to in paragraph 146 of their petition is the bare statement that, quote, The petitioners averred that the second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election, not having the constitutional threshold, unquote. No details whatsoever was given by them of what they meant by second respondent's non-qualification. So first respondent, who was obviously satisfied that second respondent was qualified to contest the election by the documents he presented to it, also simply joined issues with them in a similar general manner. It is now through their reply that petitioners, who themselves seemed to have had no clear idea of what they meant by second respondent's non-qualification for the election, or simply deliberately kept it back when filing their petition, want to now introduce through their reply at a time when respondents have no further right of responding to them. Such unfair tactics cannot and is not allowed by our law. It must be noted, too, that under Section 131 of the 1999 Constitution of this country, there are as many as 4 different qualifications the person must possess before he can contest presidential election, and another 10 different grounds that can qualify such a candidate who has all the 4 qualifications of Section 131. Therefore, an assertion that merely says that a person is not qualified to contest election by reason of non-qualification will leave not just the person so assailed, but every other person involved, including the court, at a loss as to what the pleader has in mind. In fact, to allow such pleading will amount to upsetting the very essence of filing pleadings in a case, which is to give the adversary and the court a clear notice of the pleader's case, a point further fortified in paragraph 61A of the first schedule to the Electoral Act. Still on this issue, I must not fail to point out that the petitioners were only being clever by half when they claimed in paragraph 21B of their reply that they were simply given, as they put it, further details, quote and unquote, of the non-qualification of second respondent by averring to the conviction, fine, certificate, forgery, and dual citizenship of second respondent that they raised in their replies. They had never given any details of second respondent's non-qualification, and so cannot talk about further details, quote and unquote, let alone hide under such further details to smuggle in the new facts they averred in paragraph 1B of their reply. These new allegations are not also mere, as they call it, evidence in support of their ground of his non-qualification, as their counsel also tried to make them out. They are facts which can only be contained in the petition itself, and not in the petitioner's reply to respondent's defense to the petition. Paragraphs 2(1)B and C of the reply, where petitioners aver to no uploading of polling unit results by first respondent, presiding officer at the election, we also agree with first respondent, are new issues or at least mere further denials by the petitioners, respondent denials of the petition. Such is not also permitted in the reply. See again, Bakar and another, versus Ibrahim, Akeredolu versus Akinremi, Egesim versus Onuzurike, Spasco versus Alrain, Ishola versus LGB, Obot versus CBN. In the light of all the foregoing, the 2 witness statements as well as list of documents accompanying that reply, all of which were based on the new facts contained in the impugned paragraphs of the reply in issue, are also incompetent and liable to be struck out. In summary, first respondent's applications of 9th May succeeds in its entirety. Accordingly, paragraphs 1, 2, stated them of the 1, 2, Roman figure 1, Roman figure 2, Roman figure 3, Roman figure 4, Roman figure 5, and 2(1)B, 2.1, B, C, and D of the petitioner's reply, filed in response to the reply of first respondent together with the 2 witness statements on oath and list of documents which accompany that reply are all hereby struck out. Second respondent's application seeking striking out the self-respondents. Learned counsel also made his arguments, and then we come straight to the resolution. And I said here, my Lord said here, that I'm not even in the least persuaded by the argument of the petitioners, that they simply reply to new issues raised by second respondents in reply to their petition. The petitioners, like they did in their reply to the reply of first respondent, introduced fresh facts and issues of non-qualification of second respondent on grounds of his alleged criminal conviction, forgery of documents, and dual citizenship. That is foul play, which paragraph 16 sub 1A to the first schedule of the Electoral Act expressly forbids. Consequently, paragraphs 1B, 1, Roman figure 7, A, B, C, and Roman figure 8 of part 1, as well as paragraphs 2, 3, Roman figure 1, 2, 3 of part 2 of the reply of petitioners. Second respondent, where the petitioners avert new facts of purported criminal conviction for future proceedings against second respondent adverse to his purported dual citizenship or grounds of non-qualification, are all hereby struck out. Paragraphs 8, 11, Roman figure 1, 24, and 24B of the petition we hold on the state of the authorities earlier considered are also new facts or at best mere denials and so liable to be struck out too, as they do not qualify as replies. Bearing the above, all other paragraphs of the petition filed on the 23rd, petitioner's reply filed on the 23rd of reply 2023 stand either not objected to or the complaints against them are not made out. In other words, the application of second respondent also succeeds partly as stated above. Third respondent's application relates, and now we come to third respondent's application. And we come straight to say that I find necessary to first observe that, like all other replies of the petitioners, the impugned reply of petitioners of 24 that was served on third respondent is in parts A and B. Part A is devoted solely to the preliminary objection raised by third respondent's reply to the petition. That part is understandably not challenged by third respondent, so it shall remain as it is. It is only part B of that reply that is challenged by third respondent, and it's also this part that contains in its paragraphs 32 and 33 the fresh facts of second respondent's alleged status as ex-convict and having dual citizenship, all of which now insist disqualified him as a candidate for the election. These facts I have already determined can only be raised in the petition and not in their reply to the respondent's reply to their petition. They therefore offend paragraph 16A stated above. Besides these two paragraphs, every other amendment in paragraph 2 of the reply, that last paragraph 35, are, as third respondent's counsel rightly pointed out, either mere denials of third respondent's reply to the petition or repetitions of petitioners' amendments in their petition, and so not permissible in a reply as per paragraph 16AB, 1A of the first schedule of the Electoral Act. See again the cited cases. It's also not the law, as erroneously argued by petitioners' counsel, that failure to reply to facts averred by third respondent in his reply to the petition would mean admission of those facts. Somehow, counsel like arguing always like that, not just this one. Failure to deny averments contained in a statement of defense does not imply admission, like it does with failure to deny averments in a statement of claim. See against Simba's case, Ayola GSC, I cited the summary third respondent's application succeeds in its entirety. Consequently, barring paragraph 35, the entire part B of the reply of the petitioner's reply of third respondent is incompetent and is hereby struck out. That concludes and settles all 7 applications trust preliminary objections of respondents. So that is it. So I now hand over to my leader, as politicians who want to call it, so that a lot can continue from there.
We'll go to the respondent's objections to documents tendered at the trial. My learned brought by my immediate right to read the ruling.
Thank you. We want to take on the respondent's objections to documents tendered by petitioners at the trial. In the course of the hearing of this petition, objections were raised by the 3 respondents. First, to the validity of the witness statements on oath deposed to by some of the witnesses of the petition. Specifically, EW 12, that is petitioner's 12th witness, Eguma Friday. PW 13, that is Grace Timothy. PW 14, Grace Ajagbona. PW 15, Abidemi Joseph. PW 16, Ms. Edosa Obasa. PW 17, Ms. Aleri Ayuba. PW 18, Ms. Sadia Mohamed Haruna. PW 21, Mr. Samuel Odunta, a statistician. PW 23, Janet Nuhu Turaki. PW 24, Christopher Bulus Ado. PW 25, Victoria Sani. PW 26, Hitler Egwonu Nwala, a forensic expert. And PW 27, Mr. Mike Enahoro Eba, a legal practitioner. These are those whose witness statements. Witness statements were filed or deposed to long after petition was filed, and so did not accompany the petition as required by paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. That is stating that election petition shall be accompanied by a list of the witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition. This objection was argued comprehensively by counsel to parties. The ruling on it deferred by the court till final judgment. Objections, therefore, were also raised by the respondents to virtually all the documents tendered by the petitioners in proof of their petition. But unlike the earlier objection on witness statements, counsel only gave notice that they will give reasons for those objections in their final addresses. They have since fulfilled their promise by filing separate addresses on those objections. The petitioners, on their part, also objected to some of the documents tendered by the respondents in the course of their defense and gave notice that they will also give reasons for their objections in an address to be filed at the close of the evidence. They, however, seem to have had a change of mind and have not filed any written submissions as promised. I am therefore left with only the objections of the respondents. I now proceed to consider the said objections of respondents. 1. The validity of witness statements on oath of PWs, that is petitioners' witnesses, number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 that did not accompany the petition as required by paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. This objection was taken and comprehensively argued by First Respondents Council on 8th of June 2023, when PW12, Mr. Eguma Omachono Friday, the presiding officer in the disputed 25th February 2023 presidential election, tried to adopt his witness statement on oath, which he deposed only on the 5th, which he deposed to only on 6th of June 2023, long after the petition was filed on 21st March 2023. Subsequently, when the petitioners called their witness numbers 13 to 18, 21, 23 to 27, who also only deposed to their witness statements in the same June 2023, long after the filing of the petition, and even after hearing of the petition had commenced, Respondents' Council again raised and adopted the same objections against those witnesses and their witness statements. As explained earlier, the thrust of the objection, which was championed by Chief Wale Olanikwekwe SAN for second respondent, was anchored on paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, requiring that the election petition shall be accompanied by, among others, witness statements on oath of the witnesses the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition. Learned Counsel argued that insofar as the witness statements on oath of the said witnesses of the petitioners did not accompany the petition of petitioners as required by paragraph 45B and 6, sub 6 and 7 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, they were incompetent and cannot be relied on by petitioners or the witnesses concerned. It is irrelevant. Counsel argued that the said witnesses came to testify on subpoena issued to them by this court as paragraph 45B of first schedule to the Electoral Act makes no distinction between ordinary witnesses and those who were testifying on subpoena. When that argument was taken, and after hearing the argument, this is our resolution. Now, this contention of the respondents has far-reaching consequences, as its resolution in favor of respondents will result in the court discountenancing the evidence of all the presiding officers, namely PW 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23, 24, and 25, who were in the polling units in the election, and so were eyewitnesses to the alleged failure by INEC to transmit and uphold the election results to IREV, major pillar of the petition. It will also result in discountenancing the evidence, oral and documentary, presented by petitioners' two expert witnesses, PW 21 Samuel Odunton and PW 26 Hitler Ewan Nwala, but also their last witness, Mike Enauro-Eba, PW 27, who alone testified on the non-qualification of second respondent for the election and tendered documents in that direction. That is, even as we must not fail to remind ourselves that the relevant facts in the petition and replies of the petitioners that would have supported the evidence of PW 21, 26, and 27, Mr. Samuel Odunton, Hitler, Egwonwala, and Mike Enaureba, have already been found incompetent and struck out by this court while ruling on the applications like preliminary objections of the respondents. Coming back to the objection of the respondents that paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 does not make any dichotomy between ordinary witnesses and those testifying only on subpoena as regards the duty to front-load witness dispositions along the petition. So the evidence of PW 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, whose witness statements or notes were not front-loaded with the petition are incompetent. Paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 reads thus, and I want to mention it. It says the election petition shall be accompanied by B, written statements on oath of witnesses. And clearly, this provision, particularly the word witnesses, whose written statements on oath the lawmakers require that shall accompany the election petition, must be given its literal interpretation. See the recent decision of this court in Ogba and Vincent, and then that of Senator Ararumi and INEC, all citations supplied. The unreported decision of this court also of 17th of July 2020 in Advanced Nigeria Democratic Party, ANDP, versus INEC and two others, appeal number EPT 406/2020, and People's Democratic Party versus Okogbo, citation supplied on the issue. Where the words of a statute or instrument are clear, like paragraph 45B of first schedule to the Electoral Act is, particularly the unqualified witnesses, in quote, employed there, the court has no duty than to give it its literal meaning. Now, in Advanced Nigeria Party, Democratic Party, MP versus INEC, in appeal already cited, presided over by Justice Igenimpa and Agim, our colleagues, as Agim as he then was unanimous in his decision on the point in issue. JCA, pronouncing the leading judgment, said, I am of firm view that if Section 145 of the Electoral Act 2010 and paragraph 34554 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2010 are juxtaposed with Order 3, Rules 2 and 3 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2019, it is eminently clear that Order 3, Rules 2 and 3 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules is outrightly inapplicable to the situation the appellants find itself in this case. Paragraph 3 and 4 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2010 contain express and adequate provisions as to what the contents of a petition should be and the documents that must be front-loaded and accompany an election petition, including a list of witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition, and more importantly, written statements on oath of witnesses. Where there is also, it says further, there is no dichotomy between witness statement mentioned in paragraph 4.5 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act in respect of witnesses' statement on oath of witnesses and witnesses' statement on oath of a subpoena witness. There is no distinction between ordinary witness and subpoena witnesses under paragraph 4.5 of first schedule to the Electoral Act. In essence, paragraph 4.5 of first schedule to the Electoral Act covers witness statements on oath of all categories of witnesses the petitioner intends to call at the trial of his or her petition, unquote. In Senator Ifeanyi Ararume and INEC, this court also decided over by my Lord Justice Samani JCA, the concurrence of my brothers Owade Kimbami, Bolaji Yusuf, and Bayero JCA, again confirmed this position when in that decision was held. Learned counsel for the appellant has argued that PW2 was before the court on subpoena, therefore the tribunal could not turn around to prevent him from testifying. It is not disputed that the said witness was before the court on subpoena ad testificandum, but it must be realized that the witness was subpoenaed on the application of the appellants. He was not summoned by the tribunal in the exercise of their powers pursuant to paragraph 41, 5, and 6 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act. He was therefore, for all intents and purposes, witness for the appellants. In that respect, his written statement or note was subject to the requirements of the law as stipulated by paragraph 4, 5 of the first schedule. Strict compliance with paragraph 4, 5 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act is mandatory. It is of such a nature that there is sanction in subparagraph 6 of paragraph 4. This point was also earlier made in petition 03. Also see the decision of PDP and Okabwe, and then Ogba and Vincent, Midira and Patricia Ete, Awoyemi, Lasun and Awoyemi. All these cases have the citation here, and they already referred to in our earlier 3. Okay. It is of interest that in all these cases, the earlier decisions of this court, Midira versus Patricia Ete and another, and Lasun versus Awoyemi, relied on strongly by Mr. Chris Uche, SAN, what the petitioners were cited and considered but departed from by this court. Quite remarkably too, in his book, Modern Nigerian Election Petitions and Appeals Law, published in November 2017, which book Chief Chris Uche, SAN, the lead counsel for petitioners hearing, wrote a glowing forward to. The learned author, Mr. Kelechi Peter Ikoroga, Esquire, had this to say at pages 134 to 140 while commenting on this same issue, the SR position of this court in Omidira and Ete, and then Lasu versus Awoyemi. There, Chief Uche, SAN, who is incidentally is present here, says, just like a petitioner in an election has 21 days from the date of the result of the petition to file his petition, otherwise such a petition becomes statute bar, there is also a time limit to the period within which a petitioner is to file a deposition or other document not filed along with the petition. Thus, all evidence required in proof of a case must, as a precondition to exercise jurisdiction, be brought within the stipulated time frame. That is to say, 21 days after the declaration of the result. The Supreme Court has consistently, in the long line of cases, insisted on this strict and inelastic approach in enforcing the electoral laws. Thus, the efficacy of the decision of Omidirong versus Ete, see also Lasso and Awoyemi, citation supplied, wherein the Court of Appeal held that it would be appropriate to meet the justice of the case for a tribunal to order the filing of witness depositions by subpoenaed witnesses outside the stipulated time frame has been watered down, in that all evidence required in proof of the case must be brought within stipulated time frame. See the case of Ogba and Vincent, where the Court of Appeal, Agim JCA, as it then was in lead judgment, held, I think that this court in Omidira and Ete and the Supreme Court in Oke and Mimiko adopted different approaches in addressing the issue of whether a tribunal or a court can allow a witness deposition or other document not filed along with the petition or not filed within the time allowed for filing election petition to be filed and used in an election proceeding. Omidiron's case did not strictly enforce the time limits prescribed in Section 141 of the Electoral Act 2006, the provisions in the first schedule thereto in prohibiting the introduction of additional facts in the proceedings after the period allowed for filing the petition and closure of pleadings, and paragraph 1(1) of Election, Tribunal, and Court Practice Directions 2006, and the content and form of the petition. It held that the purpose of the practice direction is to guide and regulate compliance with and observance of the provisions of the first schedule to the Act and the Federal High Court rules where applicable. This elastic approach of the electoral laws by this court in that case is not in line with the current judicial approach of strict enforcement of electoral laws and the current approach of applying the election tribunal, and court practice directions as overriding the rules of court in election cases. In Oke versus Mimiko, the Supreme Court approached the issue in keeping with the current judicial trend of strictly applying electoral laws and procedural rules and giving them supremacy over rules of court in election cases. The law has laid out strictissima juris in Okemi and Mimiko is that a witness deposition that is not filed along with the petition within 21 days allowed for filing the petition cannot be filed in the proceedings. It held thus: if there was evidence which was fundamental to the determination of the petition, that evidence ought to have been placed willy-nilly before the tribunal within the time specified by the Electoral Act or any other act. That evidence ought to be regarded as the spinal cord of the petition, even if it was being withheld by any person. There are several ways to go about placing same before the tribunal. The Evidence Act is very clear on this, and the petitioner ought to have resorted to that procedure. Put this in italics, we have earlier mentioned it in 03. As earlier said, Chief Chris Uche, SAN, in his foreword to that book, glowingly endorsed this author's position and even recommended it to judges like us in these words: the author has ably and remarkably sought to examine the legal framework of electoral legislation within the landscape of judicial decisions emanating from disputes arising from elections in the context of election litigation, from the preparation of the election itself through the pre-trial proceedings, the actual trial, the judgment and trial proceedings. This book truly stands out in the midst of several other books in this field. As an avid participant in electoral litigation, I wholeheartedly recommend this book to all, particularly to lawyers, judges, students of electoral laws, litigants, and as well as all stakeholders in the development of our constitutional democracy, unquote. I shall hold counsel to his words, not just because they are coming from him, but also because they are correct. Permit me to still say a word or two on petitioners' contention that Order 3 Rules 2 and 3 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules 2019 permitting parties to file witness deposition of a subpoenaed witness even after commencement of their action applies automatically to election petitions by virtue of paragraph 54 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022. So witnesses' statement, they said, of their witnesses filed by them after hearing of the petition had long commenced wherein were in order, full stop. In the first place, paragraph 54 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act simply states, subject to the express provision of this Act, the practice and procedure of the tribunal or the court in relation to election petitions shall be as nearly as possible similar to the practice and procedure of the Federal High Court in the exercise of its civil jurisdiction, and the civil procedure rules shall apply with such modification as may be necessary to render them applicable having regard to the provisions of this Act, as if the petitioner and the respondent were respectfully the plaintiff and the defendant in an ordinary civil action. This provision clearly makes application of the civil procedure rules of the Federal High Court in election petitions subject to the express provisions of the Electoral Act. It is not the other way around of modifying provisions of the Act to agree with the rules of the Federal High Court as suggested by Petitioners' Counsel. That much, paragraph 54 further clarifies by stating that even where the Federal High Court rules are considered applicable, they shall only apply with such modifications as may be necessary to render them applicable having regard to the provisions of this Act, unquote. What all that means is that where there is express provision in the Act on a particular situation, such as it clearly is in paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, that says the election petition shall be accompanied by written statements on oath of witnesses, the provisions of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules will not apply. Fortunately, there is again high authority in support of this position in the dictum of Muntaka Kumasi GSC in Nwankwo versus Yaradua, citation supplied, where His Lordship, after producing paragraph 50 of the first schedule to the Electoral Act, now paragraph 54, had this to say. Say from the above, it is crystal clear that the provisions of the Federal High Court rules are subject to the provisions of the first schedule of the Electoral Act 26, and if there is any conflict between them, the provisions of the rules under the Electoral Act will prevail. It is where there is a lacuna in the provision of the rules provided in the Electoral Act 2006 that the provisions of Federal High Court rules will apply. I shall also add that the Parliament have expressly stated without dichotomy in paragraph 45B of the first schedule that to the Electoral Act that petitioners shall front-load witness statements of their witnesses along with their petitions. It is not within the province of the court to give that provision a different interpretation. It is also no moment that in the court's opinion, the say literal meaning of paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 seems harsh, may not meet the justice of the case, as is being suggested by the petitioners, that subpoena is only issued to an unwilling witness, so it is not contemplated by paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 that a witness on subpoena should also depose to a witness statement before the subpoena to compel the attendance is served on him by the court. If anything, the argument rather brings to mind the very strong admonition of the British House of Lords of Lords, Lord Denning MRL in Newport Steels Limited versus SIRS, citation supplied, where the learned Lord Scammon in his speech said, but in the field of statute law, the judge must be obedient to the will of the Parliament as expressed in its enactments. In this field, Parliament makes and unmakes the law. The judge's duty is to interpret and to apply the law, not to change it to meet the judge's idea of what justice requires. Interpretation does, of course, imply in the interpreter a power of choice where different constructions is possible. But our law requires that the judge chooses the construction which, in his judgment, best meets the legislative purpose of the enactment. If the result is unjust but inevitable, the judge may say so and invite Parliament to reconsider the provision. But he must not deny the statute. Palatable statute may not be disregarded or rejected merely because it's unpalatable. Only if a just result can be achieved without violating the legislative purpose of the statute may the judge select the construction which best suits his idea of what justice requires in any case. That is a settled position of the law, even in this country. See Ndomaegba and Shukwogo, citation supplied. Aromolara versus Aguru. Coca-Cola, Nigeria, Akinsanya, then Global Excellence, cited earlier, and Donald Duke. There, summarized aptly, wherein my Lord said, the duty of the court is not to deal with the law as it ought to be, but as it is. Paragraph 45B of the first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022, I will even venture to say further, appears to have been inserted by Parliament in further realization of the sui generis time-bound nature of the election proceedings, a point further driven home by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Second Alteration Act 2010, which introduced, among others, a new Section 285 sub 6 into the 1999 Constitution. That provision states that an election tribunal or court shall deliver its judgment in writing within 180 days from the date of filing of the petition. This time limit for disposal of proceedings, it must be noted, is peculiar to election petition proceedings in our body of laws. It is not found in any other proceeding in the entire body of laws of this country. It thus imposes on the election court or tribunal a duty to properly utilize its case management through pre-hearing session as effectively as possible to carefully plan the future course and particularly its plenary hearing of every petition so as not to fall foul of the maximum 180 days limit. That necessarily includes trimming the number of witnesses where necessary once pleadings are closed in the petition. That is also the point echoed by this court in People's Democratic Party and Chibuzo, Okogbu, and others, citations supplied, where my colleague Abadwai JCS said, what is deducible is that witness deposition filed by a witness not listed in the petition cannot be countenanced by the court or tribunal after the expiration of the time prescribed for the filing of the petition. It was stressed also by this court hearing that to allow a petitioner to file an additional witness statement at any stage of the election proceedings would destroy the regulated environment that must exist to ensure that both parties to the petition are expeditiously heard and the petition determined within 180 days from the date of the petition. This court observed that such an indulgence will remove the control of the pace of the proceedings from the control of the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the first schedule to the Electoral Act, and leave it at the whims and caprice of the parties, and open the floodgates for all kinds of abuses of the judicial process. Quote. I think the same point is also deducible from the following. In the dictum of Toby mentioned similar things in Buhari and INEC. And then Buhari and INEC also said a lot about that. We have mentioned it earlier. And then by rules of stare decisis, the decision in Oke and Mimiko and Ogba Vincent, decisions of this court is bound not only by decisions of the Apex Court, but also by its own previous decisions. And these are known issues. Victor Rusek and ACB is there, and then ITPP Limited and UBN Limited. See the decision of Ogbuagu GSC. Long and short of all the foregoing is that the objection of the respondents to the witness statements of PW12 Eguma Friday, PW13 Grace Timothy, PW14 Grace Ajagbona, PW15 Abidemi Joseph, PW16 Ms. Edosa Obosa, PW17 Ms. Aleri Ayuba, PW18 Ms. Sadia Mohamed Aruna, PW21 Mr. Samuel Odunta, the statistician, PW23 Janet Nuhu Turaki, PW24 Christopher Bulusado, PW25 Victoria Sani, PW26 Hitler Ewonu Mwala, forensic expert, and PW27 Mr. Mike Enaoroeba, legal practitioner, which did not accompany the petition as required by paragraph 45B for the first schedule to the Electoral Act is hereby sustained, and the witness statements being incompetent are hereby struck out and expunged from the records of this court. The further consequence of that decision is that given the provision of paragraph 41 sub 3 of the same first schedule to the Electoral Act 2022 stating that there shall be no oral examination of a witness during his evidence in chief except to lead witness to adopt his written deposition and tender in evidence all disputed documents or other exhibits referred to in the deposition. It follows that all the evidence, including evidence in cross-examination and all documents, reports included, namely PAH1, PAH2, PAH3, and PAH4, and PAR1A, PAR1B, PAR1C, PAR1D, PAR1E, and PAR1F, and PBD, PBD1A, PBD1B, PBD1C, PBD1D, PBD1A, PBD2, 1A, PBD2A, PBD3, PBD4, PB1, PBE2, PBE3, PBE4, PBE5, PBE6, PBF1, PBF2, PBF3, and PBF4, coming from and tendered by the said petitioners' witnesses, namely, as I already listed, PW 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, and 27 aforementioned are incompetent and are hereby expunged from the records of this court. Other objections of respondents. That takes me to the other objections raised by the respondents to the admission of documents tendered by petitioners at the hearing, which objections they only gave notice that they will give reasons at final address stage. All three respondents filed their submissions on the objections and adopted them on 1st of August 2023. Petitioners on the same 1st of August also adopted their responses to those objections. Now, before going into the objections, we deem it necessary to first dispose of the preliminary argument of counsel to petitioners that some of the documents objected to by respondents are electoral material certified by the first respondent INEC, which documents parties had agreed at the pre-hearing session that they will not object to. So respondents cannot resile from that agreement and raise objection as they are doing. They even cited Section 169 of the Evidence Act 2011 to say respondents are stopped from resiling from that agreement. The simple answer to that argument is that this court, and indeed every court, is bound to act on only admissible evidence. So if a document or piece of evidence is inadmissible in evidence, the court must expunge it, and it must do so even if that will require it to overrule its own interlocutory decisions admitting that evidence. See Shano and AfriBank and other authorities in that respect. As counsel, as ministers in the Temple of Justice, are therefore within their right and in fact duty-bound to draw court's attention to that fact, regardless of whatever agreement they may have had with petitioners at the pre-hearing session. In any event, the court is only bound to honor lawful agreements, not unlawful ones, to admit evidence that may well be inadmissible. With that said, I now proceed to the objections as contained in the addresses filed by respondents. Here, I shall take them together as I would have done if reasons now advanced for them were canvassed earlier. Now, let's look at first respondents' alleged allegation of improper or non-certification of INEC documents. Counsel to the first respondent in paragraphs 1.34 to 1.36 of first respondent's written address filed on 14th of July 2023. Second respondent at paragraph 3.13 of his 20th of July 2023 address, and third respondent in paragraph 1.14 of his written address on objections filed on 14th of July 2023, all argue that that payment for certification is one condition precedent under Section 104 of the Evidence Act 2011 for certification of public documents. They said petitioners did not pay for certification of some INEC documents, specifically exhibits PAJ1, PAJ to PAJ 37, PAJ 38, PAJ 39A to F, PAJ 40, PAJ 41 to PAJ and PAJ 41 to PAJ 7. There's something wrong. PAK1, PAK13, PAL1, PAL2, PAQ to PAQ14, exhibits PAS1 to PAS20, exhibit PAT1 to PAT17, then PAU1 to PAU17, PAV to PAV20, PAW1 to PAW25, PAX1 to PAX13, PAY1 to PAY18, PAZ1 to PAZ17, PBA17 to PBA27, PBB1 to PBB21, and did not provide any evidence of payment of certification fees. Learned Counsel, all citing the cases of Tabik Investment and GTB, Jimon, Minister of Federal Capital, Emeka and Chuba Ikpeazu, argued that certification fees for the said documents having not been paid by the petitioners, documents remaining admissible and liable to be expunged from the records. Petitioners in response argued in paragraph 4.1 and paragraph 6.0 to 6.2, paragraph 2.123 of their response to second respondent, and paragraph 2.16 to 2.7 of their response to third respondent, that they actually paid certification fees to first respondent for their said documents, and that they were issued receipts by the first respondent. Some of those receipts, they said, were attached to the documents themselves, while others were separately receipted for, including, in one instance, payment of 6,669,301 naira 25 kobo, and another for 150,967 naira 50 kobo. They argued that it was therefore unconscionable of first respondent who collected such huge sums of money from them to turn around and plead non-payment of certification fees. Benin Senior Counsel on petitioners' behalf also pleaded the Evidence Act's presumption of regularity of official acts and submitted that it was strange that a public institution like first respondent will come before a court of law to disown documents officially issued by it. In specific response to third respondent's argument, counsel to petitioners argued that Section 1041 and 2 of the Evidence Act 2011 does not prescribe that the amount paid for certification must be reflected on the certified true copy of the document as part of the certification. So the argument of third respondent's counsel that because the certification of the said exhibits did not carry the amount paid for certification, certification fees were not paid for is clearly erroneous. Now, Section 104 of the Evidence Act provides every public officer having custody of public document which any person has a right to inspect shall give that person on demand a copy of it on payment of the legal fees prescribed in that respect, together with a certificate written at the foot of such copy that it is a certified true copy of such document or part of it as the case may be. Secondly, the certificate mentioned in subsection 1 of this section shall be dated and subscribed by such officer with his name and his official title and shall be sealed whenever such officer is authorized by law to make use of a seal, and such copies shall be called certified true copies. There is nothing in the foregoing provision, particularly subsection 2, dealing with what should appear on the certification, that suggests that the fees paid for certification of a public document should also appear on the face of the document, like the date, name, and official title of the public officer issuing the document, as required by subsection 2. Payment of certification fees is only a condition precedent to the certification. So it could be stated in any other place, including another document. That point, this court also made plain in answer to a similar argument in Dagash and Bulama. And see also Uzoma and Sodike, ANPP and PDP, all these were made clear there, where it was held that certification in fee contained in separate document is sufficient. In this case, not only is there evidence of certification fee payment by petitioners first in the form of SBPD, showing payment by petitioners to INEC of the sum of 150,967 naira 50 kobo for some documents. There is also a second INEC receipt in INEC's own letterhead and attached to Exhibit PAF 4C. This latter document evidencing further payment of certification sum of 6,696,301 naira 50 kobo by the petitioners, Atiku/PDP legal team, shows that it was made by the receipt number RRR 270-842-653235 and on INEX receipt number 069727 of 25th of May 2023. It specifically states on its face thus: the sum of 6,696,301 naira 25 kobo only, being payment for CTC IPO electronic of a copy of data level number data level, although not very legible, with time, then stamp, event history, polling units of EC8As and S yet to be uploaded from EC9 and other documents 2023 presidential election unquote. All that, in my opinion, is sufficient evidence of certification fee payment. Even more so, when the receipt indicates that the said payment also covers other documents outside those specifically mentioned therein. The burden had thus shifted to the first respondent, INEC, to show that the monies it received from petitioners for certification fee payment did not cover the documents they are now talking about, which documents INEC interestingly also certified. That burden INEC never discharged, especially when account is taken of the fact that it did not even give the amount assessed, if any, that petitioners were owing them for certification. By the provisions of Section 1041 of the Evidence Act, an applicant for certification of public document is only obliged to pay what is assessed by the public officer. What is more, the mere fact that respondents certified the said documents for petitioners, coupled with the evidence of certification fee payment by petitioners in Exhibits PD and PAF 4C, sufficiently triggers the provisions of Section 168(1) of the Evidence Act 2011 that says when any judicial act or official act is shown to have been done in a matter substantially regular, it is presumed that formal requisites for its validity were complied with. This ground of the objection is therefore overruled. Then on the issue of alleged engravement of certification, it was also argued by the respondents relying on Belguri and Ahmed that certification of the same documents was done by a public officer of INEC by engravement of his name, official title, and date instead of subscription, so that also, he said, is invalidated the documents and rendered them inadmissible. I've carefully perused the said documents and verified that unlike Belguri and Ahmed, the documents in issue here bear the longhand signature of the relevant certifying public officer of INEC. That, in our opinion, is substantial compliance with Section 104 of the Evidence Act and attracts the presumption of genuineness via Section 146 of the Evidence Act. First and second respondents in particular also argued that exhibits PAH1, PAH2, PAH3, and PAH4 tendered by PW21 Mr. Samuel Odunta and exhibit PAR8 to F tendered by PW26 Mr. Hitler A1 Mwala were made during pendency of this proceeding or in anticipation of it, and therefore inadmissible in evidence by virtue of Section 83(3) of the Evidence Act 2011. In their response, the petitioners argued that the said documents were made pursuant to the orders of this court, pursuant to Section 146(1) of the Electoral Act 2022, permitting them to inspect documents, so they were properly before the court. Much as I am not oblivious of our earlier ruling, that these same documents coming from witnesses whose witness statements on oath were not front-loaded with the petition are incompetent and so already struck out, I am also of the opinion that